Chapter 271 Crouching Tiger. Hidden Dragon, a fiercely competitive ranking list. Yao Yiming took a breath of cold air, and couldn't help but be surprised by Chao Xing's ambition. But he soon reacted. After all, the rewards this time are very generous. The second place not only has 4 drawings, but also a golden treasure chest, a golden weapon of your choice, and a second-level leader-level Dragon Blood Fighter recruitment scroll. Even for Chao Xing, it is of great help. Chao Xing said directly, "This time, the second place will probably be taken by Jiang Qingyun. I am his rival. So, I want to borrow your territory, use the Ice Dragon Horn, and then snatch the second place reward. In the current 17th district, the first place is Chao Xing by default. The second place is Jiang Qingyun by default. This guy's points have now surpassed Qiu Yiting, and the probability of taking the second place is very high. Rather than letting Jiang Qingyun get these rewards and improve his strength, it is better to grab all these rewards first, and use them to improve yourself." After hearing this, Yao Yiming also replied, "Boss Chao Xing, I am happy to help you. However, the rule for obtaining points in this ranking list is that only our own territory members will be awarded points if they kill those ice nests and ice nest monsters. With our strength, we may not be able to deal with so many monsters." Including Yao Ying on the side, the little head kept nodding. The ranking list has been open for a few days. Now everyone knows that after using the Ice Dragon Horn, a terrifying number of ice nests will appear, and ordinary territories cannot deal with them at all. Chao Xing smiled and said, "Don't worry about this. I will place some props around your territory in a while. With the power of these props, you should be able to withstand the challenge of the Ice Dragon Horn." "Props?" Yao Yiming's eyes showed doubt. Chao Xing nodded, and then waved his hand. A large crossbow with a stabilizer and a length of 1.2 meters appeared in front of everyone out of thin air. "Is this a crossbow?" Yao Yiming was in doubt. "Yes. Take a look at the properties first." After hearing this, Yao Yiming took a tentative look, including his sister Yao Ying next to him. When the brother and sister saw the properties of the destroyer crossbow, they were extremely shocked. "Oh my god! There is such a powerful crossbow! This arrow can shoot through my territory." Yao Ying also said excitedly, "Yes, brother. This crossbow has a high attack power. Just one can greatly enhance the strength of the territory. To deal with those leader-level monsters, only 2 arrows are needed to kill them." After listening to Yao Ying's analysis, Yao Yiming next to him understood the power of this crossbow even more. The look of surprise was even stronger. Then he seemed to remember something, and hesitated. "However, Boss Chao Xing, although this crossbow is very powerful, but if there is only one, it is still impossible to cope with the challenge of the Ice Dragon Horn. Right? After all, my territory is too weak. It can't deal with too many ordinary ice nest monsters." Chao Xing smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. I still have many of these crossbows. I will put a circle around your territory, and then you can send someone to control it." After hearing this, the Yao brothers and sisters were even more shocked. He actually has more than one such powerful crossbow. In this way, maybe he can really withstand the challenge of the Ice Dragon Horn? Chao Xing added, however, "After these crossbows shoot an arrow, someone needs to reload them and adjust the direction of attack. How many people are there in your territory?" Yao Yiming listened, and thought appeared in his eyes. Then he replied, "Boss Chao Xing, the number of people in my territory, including the staff, combatants, and my family, is 59 in total. Is it enough?" Hearing this number, Chao Xing thought about it in his heart. "Almost enough. Your territory is not large. 59 crossbows are enough for 360-degree defense without blind spots. Due to the rules for obtaining points, it is stipulated that members of the territory must kill. In addition, people from other territories cannot control the defense tools of another territory. For example, arrow towers, watchtowers, etc. are all uncontrollable. So even if Chao Xing calls more people over, it will be useless." Hearing this, the faces of the Yao brothers and sisters showed joy again. Yao Yiming agreed directly, "Then I have no problem, Boss Chao Xing." "Okay, then let's discuss specific tactics." The two quickly discussed the specific matters of dealing with the Ice Dragon Challenge. Next, it was about the distribution of spoils. Chao Xing said directly, "The reward for the second place is very high. In addition to the leader-level recruitment scroll I need, you can choose a few more." Hearing this, the Yao brothers and sisters looked at each other. He waved his hand and said, "Boss Chao Xing, this is not necessary. It's good to be able to help you. We don't need any rewards. Including the ice dragon marks and other materials obtained in the battle, I will have people collect them and send them to you. The lovely sister next to him also said, yes. Yes. Boss Chaoxing has given us a lot of help, and this time, he gave me so many secret medicines. After hearing this, Chaoxing thought for a moment. He did not agree. Let's do this. The 4 construction blueprints are similar to the first prize. The duplicate blueprints are useless to me. I'll give them to you. You can choose the other gold treasure chest and gold weapon. The rest of the recruitment scrolls and 70,000 ice dragon marks belong to me. Don't refuse. Maybe there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Yao Yiming thought for a moment. Well, okay, just do as Chaoxing said. Chaoxing also smiled. Then you choose gold treasure chest or weapon. Without waiting for Yao Yiming to answer, Yao Ying next to him said first, Chaoxing. We want treasure chests. I haven't opened a gold treasure chest yet. Chaoxing also agreed readily. Okay. No problem. Thank you, handsome Chaoxing. A happy smile appeared on Yao Ying's pretty face. Yao Yiming, who was standing next to him, looked at his eccentric sister with a smile on his face. Now, everything was settled. And the next step was to start the action. Chaoxing looked at the time. 1 hour and 17 minutes until nightfall. It's a little after 4 p.m. now. And the Ice Dragon Horn Challenge lasts for 6 hours. Which means that if you use it now, you can end this challenge at around 11 p.m. Then, he looked at the current rankings again. 17th District Points Ranking. First place, Chaoxing 1507 points. Second place, Jiang Qinyan 987 points. Third place, Qiu Yiting 832 points. Fourth place, Wu Xinghu 773 points. Fifth place, Chen Feng 764 points. Sixth place, Zhou Bo 694 points. Oh! This Jiang Qinyan is advancing quite fast. During this period, Jiang Qinyan used another Ice Dragon Horn small, which increased a lot of points again, and was about to break through 1,000. Qiu Yiting's momentum slowed down. In the chat channel, after the survivors' constant discussion, the top 2 this time have basically been determined. The first place is Chaoxing by default, the second place is Jiang Qinyan, and the third place is currently in fierce competition, and has not yet been determined. At this moment, the headquarters of the Wangjiang Pavilion Legion, Jiang Qinyan just took a man in black and killed a leader-level ice nest monster with a satisfied smile on his face. Very good, I have added 5 points. This time, in the challenge of the points list, I can't get the first place, but getting the second place is also good. This Chaoxing is really strong, it's not shameful to lose to him. And we can withstand his pressure and take the second place, which has proved our strength. In recent days, the reputation of Wangjiang Pavilion has begun to pick up, and more people have joined our legion. After all, Chaoxing is too abnormal, this is recognized. Jiang Qinyan smiled. Then he brought several mysterious people in black clothes to the outside of the territory. There were a lot of survivors of Wangjiang Pavilion standing there. Everyone looked at Jiang Qinyan with excitement. And the mysterious people around him. They didn't know where Jiang Qinyan found these strong men. But it was these people who, when they faced a large number of monsters, crushed the leaders and boss-level monsters in a crushing manner. And with them, all the ice nest monsters that approached were easily solved. And there was no need to worry about the safety of the territory. Jiang Qinyan said with a faint smile, Everyone, today's battle was hard. But it is precisely because of your efforts that we have achieved an excellent result. Wangjiang Pavilion will remember your contribution. Below, the survivors were suddenly excited. Boss Jiang Qinyan, we are not tired. We also got a lot of benefits in the battle. That's right. In these few Ice Dragon Horn challenges, many of us have upgraded 3 or 4 levels. And most of the brothers have upgraded to level 20. Which is far ahead of those ordinary survivors. 5 or 6. Haha, now our Wangjiang Pavilion is tacitly recognized as the strongest legion in District 17. Even if Chaoxing suppresses us, he can't stop our development trend. That's right, this abominable Chaoxing still wants to suppress us by not trading materials with us. Even without his arrows, we can easily deal with the ice nest monsters. Boss Jiang Qinyan is the strongest. He has reached level 25. This is a 3rd level strongman. Facing the praise of the territory members, Jiang Qinyan had a faint smile on his face. He said modestly, Brothers of Wangjiang Pavilion, I can't be where I am today without your help. But now, we must be prepared. We will continue to use the Ice Dragon Horn to impact the rankings. It's the last 3 days, and we can't take it lightly. Jiang Qingyun continued. I know that many brothers have reached level 20 and need intermediate power hearts to break through. So, after this battle tonight, I will pay for it myself and exchange 5 intermediate power hearts at the dragon store to help you break through. Hearing this, the survivors below suddenly cheered up. As Jiang Qingyun said, their levels were all stuck at level 20. Most of them fight and defend in their territories every day, and don't go out to explore. Therefore, there is no way to obtain the intermediate power heart. To exchange it in the dragon shop, one needs 10,000 ice dragon marks. Except for Chaoxing. Even for those legion leaders, it is a huge number. Now, Jiang Qingyun directly said that he would help them exchange. Even if there are only 5. It is enough to make them excited. Long live Boss Jiang Qingyun. Boss, we will always support you. Looking at the excited survivors, Jiang Qingyun then waved his hand, suppressing their fanatical emotions. At the same time, a curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. In fact, he had another idea in his mind, not only to keep his second place. If possible, Jiang Qingyun would also sprint towards the first place. Pull Chaoxing down hard. What default first place? He didn't believe it at all. With the mysterious and powerful black-clothed men in the territory, he had the confidence. Wait, Chaoxing, this time I will pull you down and step on you hard. So Jiang Qingyun used the Ice Dragon Horn small in his hand without hesitation. The familiar regional announcement sounded. Regional notice. Survivors please note. Survivor Lord Jiang Qingyun used. At this moment, because of this regional notice, the chat channel once again sparked a heated discussion. Oh my god! Jiang Qingyun used a small ice dragon horn again. Is this the second time they used it today? The strength of Wangjiang Pavilion should not be underestimated. Yes, it feels like Jiang Qingyun's Wangjiang Pavilion has been growing like a hormone since the snowstorm. Do you think Jiang Qingyun wants to sprint to the first place and take away the position of Chaoxing? It's possible. Chaoxing's points haven't increased significantly for several days. At this time, the survivors of District 174 said, don't think about it. Jiang Qingyun just used a few small ice dragon horns. Chaoxing scored more than 1,000 points with a medium-sized ice dragon horn. How can he take it? That's right. Chaoxing hasn't made any moves these days. Maybe he is holding back a big move. District 174 is a district that Chaoxing pays special attention to. Almost 90% of the survivors are loyal supporters of Chaoxing. If he sets up a legion now, there will definitely be a large number of survivors joining. It will become the largest organization in the entire District 17 in one fell swoop. However, the people in Wangjiang Pavilion said mysteriously in the chat channel, that's not necessarily true. Your boss Chaoxing is only a little stronger than us survivors, compared with the natives of this world. The gap is too big. Don't think that your points are safe. Facing this person's weirdness, everyone looked confused. Not long after Jiang Qingyun used the Ice Dragon Horn, the second and third regional notices appeared. Survivors, please note that the Survivor Lord Qiu Yiting has used. Survivors, please note that the Survivor Lord Wu Xinghu has used. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. After Qiu Yiting and Wu Xinghu used the Ice Dragon Horn, some powerful legion leaders from other regions began to challenge. Among them, there were even a few names that had never appeared on the chat channel before. This surprised the nearly 200,000 survivors left in District 17. Yen Shi, oh my god. What's going on? How come they all started? John Wei, yeah. It's outrageous. So many hidden bosses suddenly appeared. Hu Ruiguang, oh my god. I seem to see a familiar name. One of the bosses is my first love boyfriend. I'm going to hug his thigh now. Another part of the survivors analyzed, after today, there are only 2 days left in the points ranking list. For those who want to compete for the list, it is the final stage. So they all started to sprint. And those bosses who suddenly jumped out, it is probably because of the development in the past few days, or contact with the natives of this world. They got some opportunities. So they all had the strength to deal with the challenge of the Ice Dragon Horn. I see. I thought the ranking list this time was basically determined. And so many unfamiliar masters suddenly appeared. It seems that the competition is very fierce now. The next few days will probably be very exciting. Yes, but it has nothing to do with us. We just watched the show. At the same time, outside Yao Yiming's territory, 59 destroyer crossbows, purple, have been placed around the territory. Behind each crossbow, Chaoxing placed a large box, which contained 100 crossbow-specific arrows. The stabilizing device under the crossbow can rotate 360 degrees, which can basically achieve all-round firepower strikes. Chaoxing did not see the discussion in the chat channel, even if he knew. He would not be anxious. As mentioned earlier, when these people can only use the small ice dragon horn. With a medium-sized ice dragon horn, he can open up a huge gap with him. Now, he mainly needs to find a way to make Yao Yiming take the second place. After all, Yao Yiming's current points are only a few dozen points, and his ranking is after 10,000, which is too far from the top 10 of the current ranking. Therefore, if he wants to rush into the ranking in a short time, he must use a medium-sized ice dragon horn. Chaoxing began to think, and at the same time calculated the power and range of these destroyer crossbows. The maximum range of the destroyer crossbow is 680 meters. The durability of the second-level ice nest is 4,000 to 6,000. 2 arrows can directly blow up an ice nest, and the range of the ice nest is within 1 kilometer of the territory. If the operation is good, the ice nest can be directly blown up at the moment of its arrival, before it has time to hatch monsters. Although this is a bit wasteful, it is also the safest method. Chaoxing quickly told Yao Yiming about this idea. After listening to Chaoxing's analysis, Yao Yiming said, "I can try." At the same time, he also felt a sense of pressure. He had never challenged a small ice dragon horn, and he suddenly challenged a medium ice dragon horn. It was like he hadn't even learned to walk. But he started running. Chaoxing nodded. If it really didn't work, they still had so many powerful beings here. With their strength, they were enough to deal with the challenge of the medium ice dragon horn. After all, with all the members at the 4th level and a powerful buff, plus the super high armor, even if they stood and let those ice nest monsters hit them, it was estimated that the blood volume they hit would not be as much as Chaoxing recovered. And they also have Andrew's Aura of Thorns, which can kill a large number of monsters by walking into the monster group. At least in terms of safety, Yao Yiming and his team don't have to worry. At the same time, under Yao Yiming's order, the polar people in the entire territory, some imperial soldiers, including his parents and sister, came outside the territory. They each stood in front of a destroyer crossbow, familiarizing themselves with the operation and adjustment of the angle of this thing. A few minutes later, Yao Yiming held an ice dragon horn middle, given to him by Chaoxing in his hand, and then shouted, "Are you all ready?" Hearing the voice, the polar people and the combatants on the field all looked stern, and then nodded. "Ready, Lord." Yao Yiming said playfully, "Hurry up, brother. I can't control the urge to control these crossbows and shoot those ice nest monsters." Xiao Ying, be serious. The next challenge is very difficult. Yao Ying said, "Brother, you are such a motorcycle. Don't we still have Boss Chaoxing here? What are you worried about?" Yao Yiming was speechless. He looked at Chaoxing next to him and apologized. "Sorry, Boss Chaoxing. My sister is just like that." Chaoxing smiled and waved his hand. "It's okay. Let's start the challenge. I'll watch here for an hour. If everything is okay, I'll go back to my territory and start the horn challenge." Yao Yiming nodded solemnly. He used the horn in his hand directly, and a loud dragon roar resounded through the sky. Regional notice, survivors. Please note that the survivor Lord Yao Yiming has used the ice dragon horn medium. Just now, many people have started the ice dragon horn challenge, but without exception, all of them are small. Although many people have improved their strength in the past few days, they are not confident enough to use the medium-sized ice dragon horn. It is conceivable how shocking this regional notice is to them. At this moment, the chat channel exploded instantly. Damn! Directly using the medium-sized ice dragon horn. Isn't this a level of difficulty that only Chaoxing dares to challenge? Who is Yao Yiming? Brothers, I looked at his ID, and it seems that he is also from District 174. The same district as Chaoxing. Horrible. It turns out that there are so many hidden bosses in District 174. There are really crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Indeed, this wave of medium-sized ice dragon horn, according to Chaoxing's last progress, can add at least 800 points. This Yao Yiming can rush into the top 5 in one fell swoop. Haha. This ranking competition is getting more and more exciting. The survivors were ignited by this sudden scene, and paid attention to the ranking of the scoreboard. At the same time, Yao Yiming was ready after using the medium ice dragon horn. The next second, a dozen meteors streaked across the sky, and then slammed into his territory. Boom! Boom! A violent vibration sounded. The sudden appearance of so many ice nests really shocked everyone on the field. Those polar people exclaimed, "Mother Earth Goddess, so many dragon powers have descended. So scary." These polar people were a little scared. After all, before this, they might not see so many ice nests in a day. At this time, Yao Yiming reacted and quickly ordered, "Dad! Xiaoying! Shoot! Anthos, Kawa! Shoot now!" Chapter 272 Return to the territory. All members are promoted. Yao Yiming quickly called out the names of several people in the territory. 7 or 8 ice nests were just within the range. Although these people were afraid, they obeyed Yao Yiming's orders because they had practiced in advance. As the command was given, more than a dozen destroyer crossbows shot out instantly. Swish! 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 The terrifying sound of breaking through the air came. 16 arrows were shot at the same time. These arrows brought terrible strong winds, blowing away the thick snow, and easily plowing a gully on the ground. At the same time, after the ice nest landed, it was just about to hatch the first wave of monsters. But at this moment, 2 arrows pierced through the body of the ice nest. Puff! Minus 3,542. Minus 3,315. These second-level ice nests, which only had 4,500 durability points, were shot out in an instant. Bang! The ice nest exploded, turning into fragments all over the ground. At the same time, Yao Yiming's points increased by 8 points directly. Seeing this scene, everyone showed surprise in their eyes. The power of Destroyer Crossbow is beyond imagination. But at this time, 5 ice nests were still missed. A large number of ice nest monsters have been hatched from it. Seeing this scene, Xiaoxing and others remained alert in the rear, ready to take action at any time. After seeing the terrifying power of the Destroyer Crossbow, Yao Yiming was relieved. He quickly ordered, "Big head, push the crossbow forward 50 meters. Second head, 7 o'clock direction towards 70 meters. 8th head, follows second head." Following Yao Yiming's order, 7 or 8 territory members pushed the crossbow launcher and began to move forward quickly. Yes, Destroyer Crossbow is a medium-sized crossbow, and it is not fixed. Although it is very heavy, it can still be pushed if you use force. When they just arrived at the designated location, hundreds of ice nest monsters rushed towards them. Roar! Roar! These monsters roared, and were extremely ferocious. This frightened the polar people who had never experienced a battle. However, Yao Yiming remained calm and gave orders quickly when the monsters were about to arrive. Shoot! The people pressed the launch button without hesitation. Swish! 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 8 destroyer crossbows exploded instantly. The huge crossbows carried terrible strong winds, like meteors, directly penetrated the bodies of ice nest monsters, and the offensive did not weaken at all. After passing through more than a dozen ice nest monsters, they directly hit those huge ice nests. Bang! Bang! The ice nest monsters, along with the ice nests behind them, all exploded. The first wave of more than a dozen ice nests that came down were easily dealt with by them. Seeing this, everyone on the field was excited. The polar people shouted excitedly, "Goddess of the Earth, the polar people can actually control such a powerful force. Haha, these ice nests seem to be vulnerable. Polar people are the bravest warriors." Yao Yiming also smiled, but he immediately put away his contempt, because he knew that the number of ice nests that descended with the medium-sized ice dragon horn could be far more than that. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, another dozen ice nests descended. However, because they already had experience in dealing with it, this time everyone was calm. After seeing the location where these ice nests landed, Yao Yiming quickly commanded them to move the crossbow launcher, and then adjusted the shooting angle. Swish! 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 As the destroyer crossbow shot out, the ice nests were almost directly shot and exploded within less than 30 seconds after landing. Yao Yiming's points increased by more than 10 points again, and because the ice nests landed in waves every 5 minutes. After they killed this wave of ice nests, there were no more enemies. So the scene in front of them could only be described as relaxing. There was no other way. The crossbows that Xiaoxing gave them were obtained in high-level maps, like the Witch Castle. Using them to deal with the second-level ice nests and ice nest monsters, it was a piece of cake. In addition, Yao Yiming did not need to wait for all the monsters to hatch before fighting. It could be said that compared with Chao Xing's challenge, it was not at all difficult. Time slowly passed. After about an hour, Yao Yiming had killed 12 waves of ice nests through command, and increased more than 100 points. Chao Xing was also sure that there was basically no problem on his side. Now, he also has to return to the territory to start the Ice Dragon Horn Challenge. Of course, just in case, one person still has to stay behind to deal with the monsters that were missed. So, Chao Xing gave Rennie's instructions. Rennie's, you will keep an eye on the battlefield from now on. If there are any monsters that are missed, you will kill them. If there are any abnormalities, remember to contact me. After the battle here is over, you will return to the territory directly. Anyway, their territory is not far away. Just a dozen kilometers. With Rennie's at full speed, it would only take a few minutes to reach the destination. This powerful 4th level leader level archer tightened the withered longbow in his hand, and then solemnly said, "Yes, Lord." Chao Xing nodded, and then sat on the mammoth with Lu Muxue. He looked at the Yao brothers and sisters and said, "You guys be careful. I will return to the territory first." Both of them had excited looks in their eyes. "Okay, Boss Chao Xing. Goodbye, Brother Chao Xing." Hearing the latter sentence, Chao Xing was stunned. But he saw Yao Yiming's sister Yao Ying, looking at him with a playful smile. Smiling, Chao Xing called Assam and Sarah. "Let's go, we have to go back too." After saying that, everyone rushed towards the location of the territory. Dubai led them all the way. A few minutes later, Chao Xing saw the location of his territory. At this moment, it was already nightfall. But the territory was still brightly lit. Several lighthouses illuminated the scenes inside and outside the territory. After recognizing Chao Xing's identity, the gate of the territory opened automatically. They quickly stepped from the muddy ground outside to the bluestone floor inside the territory. After returning to the territory, there were still many people outside. When they saw Chao Xing, they all greeted him with respect. "Lord, good evening. Madam Lord, I wish you good health." Chao Xing also responded with a smile. After walking for a while, he found that all the staff who went out to collect resources had returned and were ready to rest. Duan was still leading some polar people to build various buildings. Seeing this, Chao Xing called Duan over. "Dear Lord," Chao Xing asked directly, "Duan, why are you still working at night?" Duan wiped the sweat from his forehead, and a smile appeared on his resolute face. "Lord, it's like this, because the intermediate machinery factory you ordered and the king's altar have been built to the final stage. If we work overtime tonight, we can complete the construction. Then tomorrow we will continue to build the wizard tower and the warrior camp. Time may be a bit tight, so rushing now can speed up the progress a lot. And Mr. Braun and Mr. Andrew brought back a lot of goblin laborers today. And our territory is running out of residential houses. I think the Lord should arrange for us to build residential houses tomorrow. So let's make preparations first," Duan reported in one breath. Chao Xing was stunned for a moment, then chuckled and said, "You are thoughtful. It must be said that this polar man is quite smart. He already knows to take the initiative to consider Chao Xing and the development of the territory." Duan said solemnly, "It is my honor to share the burden for the Lord." Chao Xing asked the polar men to start training, and also gave them the heart of power to break through. This matter touched Duan a lot. In his heart, he has regarded this territory as a sacred place. A place that is absolutely not allowed to be destroyed or trampled by others. Chao Xing naturally saw the excitement in Duan's eyes, and he smiled and said, "Although work is important, don't work too late. We will fight outside the territory in a while. You build the intermediate machinery factory and the king's altar, and then go to rest." Hearing this, Duan's face showed a happy smile again. "Yes, Lord." After saying that, he turned around and continued to work. Then, Chao Xing took Lu Muxue to the cafeteria to have a meal. He took out the cichlids, snowflake snappers, and even emerald snappers that he had harvested today, cut a few pieces, and put them on the table. The flesh of snappers is a little softer than salmon, but it also contains magic and is very delicious. Chao Xing and Lu Muxue tasted 2 pieces and felt that their tongues were about to melt. Especially the ruche fish. Although this fish is only blue quality, its taste is not inferior to the purple quality snowflake snapper. As soon as you cut it open, you can smell a light fragrance. Take a bite, and it's even more delicious. Not bad, Not bad. These magical fish taste really good. When I get the formula for pet food, I will let Braun go fishing everywhere. And soon we can have fish meat. Chao-Shing thought happily. The fish on the table was quickly eaten by them, and his mental strength increased again. After eating and drinking, he called Dahua over. The simple-minded cook came to Chao-Shing and said respectfully, "Dear Lord." Chao-Shing said, "We will continue a large-scale battle tonight, and we need to prepare a lot of food for our soldiers to replenish their physical strength. Logistics. I'll trouble you." Dahua said respectfully, "No trouble, Lord. It's our job to prepare food for these soldiers." "Okay. Then you go." "Yes, Lord." After that, she turned and entered the kitchen area and went to work. Chao-Shing also brought Lu Mushua to the outside of the territory. Then, he shouted directly, "All combatants, assemble." Hearing Chao-Shing's voice, the combatants came over in large numbers. It took 2 minutes for more than 300 combatants in the entire territory to assemble. They were divided into 5 teams and stood in different positions. Chao-Shing looked at them one by one. One team was more than 100 wild boar warriors, all of whom were at level 20. The other team was a legion of 101 Ascalon warriors, all of whom were also at level 20. Next to them was a team of 31 archers from the Nightmare Court holding huge bows and arrows, with vines entwined around their bodies. On the other side was Chao-Shing's ultimate weapon, a legion of 35 powerful dragon blood fighters. In addition to Braum, Assam, Sarah and others, Chao-Shing's territory could already be called a place full of powerful people. Looking at the determined eyes of the crowd, Chao-Shing said, "Everything is ready. I will summon the power of the dragon again tonight. This will be another protracted battle." Hearing this, the old people in the territory, the group of wild boar warriors, and Ascalon warriors were eager to try. Lab said excitedly, "Don't worry, Lord. The wild boar warriors will definitely perform well this time, and kill all the monsters that come." "That's right. There are too few ice nests that have descended in the past few days, and it's not enough for us to stretch our muscles. Haha. The wild boar warriors are going to show their skills again." Looking at their excited looks, Chao-Shing smiled and said, "Don't worry. The number of monsters that will appear will definitely exceed your imagination, even more than any previous time. Don't be scared." "That's right. This time Chao-Shing is going to use Ice Dragon Horn Large. The coverage area reaches a diameter of 200 kilometers. According to estimates, the number of territories within this range is definitely more than 1,000. In other words, the number of ice nests that descended near his territory will definitely exceed 8,000 in 6 hours. If it is really like before, let each ice nest hatch 500 monsters to maximize the benefits. Then they will have to deal with more than 4 million ice nest monsters, although they do not appear at the same time. This number is also very terrifying. You know, there are only 190,000 people in the entire 17th district. The number of ice nest monsters is even 20 times theirs. However, with Chao-Shing's current strength, he has such a strong confidence. After all, compared with the last challenge of the medium-sized ice dragon horn, his strength has undergone a qualitative change. Especially the trip to the Witch Forest. Chao-Shing's subordinates have a large number of 4th-level leaders, and even commanders. However, those wild boar warriors and Ascalon warriors have reached the maximum level. Before that, Chao-Shing can first improve their strength, so as to avoid wasting the experience points in the battle later. So, Chao-Shing looked at his backpack. Intermediate Power Heart. Asterisk 153. Not bad. I only need to exchange 60 more intermediate power hearts, and they can all break through. Although exchanging these things requires 600,000 ice dragon marks, it is an astonishingly large sum of money. Even the current large legions cannot afford it. But for Chao-Shing now, it doesn't matter. Anyway, the things in the dragon shop, the things that should be exchanged have been exchanged almost. Moreover, there are Blacksmith Harold, Poison Master Sabina, Alchemist Francesca. These 3 are working constantly. They can generate a lot of income for the territory every day. So, this consumption, Chao-Shing will be able to earn it back soon. Do you want to consume Ice Dragon Mark asterisk 600, 000, exchange for Intermediate Power Heart asterisk 60? Yes. Exchange successful, Ice Dragon Mark 600, 000. The number of power hearts in the backpack directly reached 213. Chao-Shing said, "Ascalon warriors, wild boar warriors, all step out." More than 200 people took a step forward in unison, and then looked at their lord with a firm gaze. Chaoxing waved his hand. More than 200 red crystals suddenly appeared in front of him. Each crystal contained a pure breath. At this moment, more than 200 crystals gathered together, giving people a sense of vastness. Everyone's eyes were instantly attracted by the red crystals on the ground. The Ascalon warriors exclaimed, "Gods above! This seems to be something that can help us break through to the third level. There are so many? It's amazing. I have been in the army for so long before, and I have never seen such a thing. But the Lord took out so many at once. That's right, this thing is equivalent to saving us at least 4 or 5 years." On the field, those Ascalon warriors and wild boar warriors were stunned. Including those Nightmare Court archers and dragon blood fighters, all had shock in their eyes. After all, it was not easy to take out more than 200 intermediate power hearts at once. According to the way the natives of this world became stronger, after reaching a certain bottleneck, in the absence of power hearts, they could also use some other items to break through. These items also contained pure power, but they were very precious. Generally, only the nobles or the kingdom knights were qualified to use them. Ordinary people, on the other hand, can only improve their physical fitness slowly through hard work. It takes 3 to 5 years to have a chance to break through the bottleneck and reach a higher level. Therefore, the Heart of Power is equivalent to an acceleration prop, which saves the hard work in the middle and breaks through directly. The wild boar warriors asked excitedly, "Lord, are these for us?" Chaoxing smiled and said, "Yes. You have been promoted to level 20 for a while, and you can have more powerful strength." Hearing this, cheers rang out below. "Ha ha, great. We are also going to become powerful third-level warriors. The Lord is really capable of everything. Long live the Lord." The boar warriors and Ascalon soldiers were very excited. "Due to your generous gift, territory member, Lamino's loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty, 100. Loyalty is full. Now the other party will unconditionally execute your orders. Due to your generous gift, territory member, Benny's loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty, 100. Due to you, a lot of loyalty improvement news appeared. Among them, the loyalty of most of the warriors has reached 95, and some have even reached 100. If this continues, it will not take long for all members to reach 100 loyalty." Chaoxing had a happy look on his face, and then he smiled and said, "Okay, line up to receive your hearts of power, and then break through as a group." After hearing the order, the wild boar warriors and Ascalon warriors all lined up, and each of them received an intermediate heart of power. Then, they held the red crystal and crushed it. Crack! Crack! The sound of the crystal shattering was endless. Pure power flowed into their bodies. In an instant, the aura of everyone began to increase rapidly. The momentum of 200 people breaking through the third level at the same time was very amazing. Even the entire territory could sense it. The goblin laborers and staff looked at the door with curious expressions. De Zhuang said excitedly, "Mother Earth Goddess, our warriors are going to become stronger again. The aura on them is so terrifying. It feels like everyone can deal with a ferocious stone beetle." The goblin laborers were shocked to see the scene in front of them. During the time they were slaves, they also served many territories. But they had never seen so many third-level warriors born in one territory at the same time, including the dragon blood fighters, who were eager for power. They also stared at the people who were breaking through. At the same time, the breakthrough of everyone was also coming to an end. A strong breath rose from them. Your territory member, Lammer, successfully broke through to become a third-level ordinary creature, and the basic attributes increased by 100%. Your territory member, Dante, successfully broke through to become a third-level elite creature, and the basic attributes increased by 100%. Your more than 200 system prompts were instantly displayed on the screen. All the warriors' momentum soared. Moreover, this is a group of warriors who are mostly loyal. Even if Chaoxing asked them to die collectively to deal with the ancient dragon, they would execute it without hesitation. This is his confidence. With this group of powerful soldiers, Chaoxing even dared to attack a knight group of 10,000 people. And it was not an ordinary knight group, but a knight group with at least third-level strength, with a heroic spirit in his heart. Chaoxing gave an order. "Then now, everyone go outside the territory and prepare for battle." "Yes, Lord." After the words fell, hundreds of combatants were divided into several waves, walked out of the territory, and began to defend different areas. And Chaoxing did not underestimate the enemy. He came to the foot of the city wall of the territory, and took out all the remaining dozens of destroyer crossbows. Since the intermediate city wall is only 60 centimeters, it is not possible to place such large equipment. But as the city wall continues to upgrade, the thickness of the city wall will continue to increase, and some war tools can be placed. At that time, there will be warriors fighting monsters outside the territory, and various large war tools on the city wall. There are various arrow towers inside the territory, plus those ancient war trees. It can be said that it is a real iron barrel. Everything is ready. Chao Xing said, "Are you ready?" "Ready!" the soldiers shouted in unison. Chao Xing nodded slightly. Then he took out a large horn as thick as an arm from his backpack. "Do you want to use the Ice Dragon Horn large?" Please note, the horn covers too wide a range, and is extremely difficult to challenge. It is not possible to defend a territory of the current size. Please use it with caution. Even the system feels that the large Ice Dragon Horn is extremely difficult. However, Chao Xing did not hesitate at all. He directly clicked yes, and still chose the material explosion rate bonus. The next moment, a loud dragon roar resounded through the night sky. Roar! The dragon roar spread out for hundreds of kilometers, and the nearby survivors could not help but look up at the sky. Successfully use the Ice Dragon Horn large. Please prepare for battle. At the same time, in the chat channel of District 17, a different prompt appeared. Regional notice, survivors. Please note that the survivor Lord Chao Xing used the Ice Dragon Horn large, which bought more development time for a large number of survivors. Even the content of the regional notice has changed. At this moment, the originally noisy chat channel was silent for a moment. Then, there was a tsunami-like exclamation. "Xian Wenyu, fuck! Fuck! Boss Chao Xing has taken action. Oh Yang, did I see it wrong?" The system said that he used a large Ice Dragon Horn. How many monsters will this level of horn summon? Gao Yu, not sure. But the diameter of a medium-sized Ice Dragon Horn is 60 kilometers. And the diameter of a large one is definitely more than 100 kilometers. Or even higher. Chapter 273. The challenge begins. Overwhelming strength. Since the large Ice Dragon Horn is rarely found, so far, no one in the chat channel knows the specific effect of this thing. But it is obvious that the coverage of the large Ice Dragon Horn must be extremely terrifying. For Chao Xing's big move this time, the survivors were all shocked. The chat channel was full of exclamations. The survivors of Wangjiang Pavilion came out again and said sarcastically, "Don't be too proud too early, the large Ice Dragon Horn is not so easy to use. The difficulty is at least 7 or 8 times that of the medium one, that's thousands of ice nests." That's right, if the challenge fails, the territory will be flooded by ice nest monsters. That will be a joke. Hearing this, the survivors of District 174 fought back mercilessly. "Idiot, you said the same thing last time. Will Chao Xing fight a battle he is not sure of?" "That's right. I just saw the people from Wangjiang Pavilion bragging that Jiang Qingyun wanted to grab the first place. Come on. Come on, tell me how to grab it." Haha, people from Wangjiang Pavilion are like this. They don't have much ability, but they are very stubborn. The people in District 174 are much more numerous than those in Wangjiang Pavilion. When it comes to verbal battles, these guys have no room for counterattack at all. Their news was immediately suppressed. At this time, Jiang Qingyun, who was directing the battle outside the territory wall, had a darkening expression. "You dared to use the large Ice Dragon Horn, Chao Xing. What is your strength? Even among the indigenous forces in the entire snowstorm plain, few can cope with a war of this scale. Could it be that you have become stronger than those indigenous forces?" At this time, Jiang Qingyun seemed to suddenly remember something. "After those mysterious beings joined my territory, they asked me to help find some hidden strongmen in the snowstorm plain. It is said that the man killed an important person in their organization who is extremely powerful, and has ruined their good deeds several times. At first, I would never associate it with the survivors, but now, I have to doubt it. Chao Xing, the person they are looking for, isn't it you?" Jiang Qingyun's pupils flickered. After a while, he decided to find those men in black and tell them his guess. Even if he guessed wrong, he could still frame them. Jiang Qingyun knew how terrifying that force was. The few men in black who came randomly had at least the 5th level of strength. With his level of 25, he couldn't even see their attribute panels. It was easy to deal with Chao Xing. Jiang Qingyun was so excited that he quickly reported the matter. However, after hearing it, the men in black looked at him like an idiot. One of the men in black said in a bad tone, Jiang Qingyun. I asked you to find the strong man who targeted our Church of Light. Not to find a scapegoat to fool us. The Church is willing to give you power and help. Because we think that your territory has a large population and can help us get information better. Don't think we can't see it. You want to use our power to deal with this person. Right? Hearing this, Jiang Qingyun suddenly changed wildly. And he hurriedly said, My lord, I dare not. Is this person really very strong? Now he even dares to deal with tens of thousands of monsters at the same time. That's why I came here to report this to the adults. The man in black shook his head. You don't understand. You don't know what level of master our bishop is. If he takes action, these so-called first and second level ice nest monsters, all of them will die. The man in black next to him said, Forget it, what's the point of telling them this? They are just a group of first and second level ants. How can they understand the power of the bishop? Jiang Qingyun was shocked. He really didn't know how strong the so-called red-robed bishop was. However, from the little information the other party revealed, he could get a glimpse of it. Even Jiang Qingyun himself didn't believe that Chao Xing had such strength. He nodded and said, I understand. My lords, I will continue to send people out to find this hidden strongman with all my strength. The man in black nodded and said, You are quite sensible. Go ahead. Jiang Qingyun retreated respectfully. After he left, the men in black looked at each other. One of them suddenly said, Everyone, what do you think about what this little guy said? What can you think? Do you really believe what this little guy said? That it was a lord from another world who killed our bishop? That's right. Even if this kind of thing is reported to the Seed of Light, he will not believe it. At this time, another man in black spoke up. Don't worry about it. The operation in Dwuluan Lake City will start tonight. At this time, we can't have any more accidents. Leave one person here, and everyone else will rush to Dwuluan Lake City now. Several men in black said respectfully, Yes, sir. At this moment, in Chao Xing's territory, after he used the ice dragon horn large, hundreds of meteors streaked across the sky. Wow! So many right away? Seeing this, Chao Xing was secretly shocked. The first wave of ice nests that appeared was almost as many as a small ice dragon horn in 3 hours. And this was just the beginning. Every 5 minutes, a wave of ice nests of the same size would appear. It can be imagined that in 6 hours, the number of ice nests that descended would reach a terrifying number. Boom! Boom! Violent crashing sounds appeared one after another. Chao Xing counted them, and a total of 103 ice nests descended, which was less than he expected. He soon understood the reason. It should be that Yao Yiming and I used the ice dragon horn at the same time, and our territories were very close. So there was a conflict. In other words, he led away some of the ice nests, which relieved some of the pressure for me. That's not bad. Chao Xing smiled. Although this would reduce his points. However, with the wide coverage of the large ice dragon horn, these points would not have much impact. At this moment, the more than 100 ice nests had already hatched a large number of monsters. Roar! Roar! Thousands of ice nest monsters suddenly appeared in the snow. They roared angrily and rushed towards Chao Xing's territory. The direction of the attack of these ice nest monsters was exactly where the group of dragon blood fighters were. At this moment, the tall rune led the other 34 dragon blood fighters, like a long spear. As the leader of the dragon blood fighters, Rune himself was a sergeant of the Norn clan and had rich battlefield experience, especially dealing with these ice nest monsters, which is their strong point. At this moment, seeing the ice nest monsters rushing over, he shouted, Raise your guns! Clang! Clang! All the dragon blood fighters held their weapons and made a fighting stance. Even though the ice nest monsters had rushed to within 20 meters of them, these dragon blood fighters remained motionless. Roar! Roar! The momentum of thousands of ice nest monsters was amazing, looking like a torrent in the snow. 15 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. When the distance between the two sides was less than 3 meters, Rune shouted, Stab! Instantly, all the dragon blood warriors held out their spears in unison. Puff puff puff. Minus 3,732. Minus 3,321. Minus 2,103. Minus 2,303. Dense damage appeared. More than 30 ice nest monsters at the front were killed instantly. Crack! Crack! The ice crystal shattered and scattered all over the ground. However, there were more ice nest monsters rushing from the back. Rune's expression remained unchanged. He continued to order, "Dragon Blood Warriors, charge." Instantly, 35 Dragon Blood fighters used Dragon Spear Assault. At the same time, it was as if more than 30 silver dragons appeared in the snow and rushed into the group of ice nest monsters. Bang bang. A large number of monsters were pierced by the spears on the spot. However, their momentum seemed too strong, and they were directly surrounded by the group of monsters. Those ice nest monsters waved their claws and rushed towards them. Rune shouted, "Sweep!" As soon as the words fell, all the Dragon Blood fighters swept with their spears. Swish, swish, swish. The ice nest monsters that rushed towards them were swept away directly. The surroundings were cleared in an instant. Rune continued, "Charge." Swish. 35 silver dragons charged again, separating a large number of ice nest monsters, and small battlefields appeared out of thin air on the battlefield. This is exactly what Rune wanted to create. Ice dragon fighters are best at defeating the enemy with fewer troops, especially those legions that rely on formations, such as Ascalon warriors. Meeting Dragon Blood fighters is simply meeting their nemesis, because they can easily break up your formation. Defeat them one by one. After receiving the order, all Dragon Spear fighters raised their spears and began to deal with the monsters in front of them. Bang bang. They easily exploded the ice nest monsters one by one. It took 47 seconds. The Dragon Blood fighters killed the monster group consisting of thousands of ice nest monsters. Although there were only 35 people, they fought with the momentum of thousands of troops. Seeing this scene, Chaoxing was very surprised. Wow, this Rune's command talent is really good. In this kind of battlefield, a good commander is much more important than a strong leader. Under his command, you can deal with several times, even dozens of times more enemies. Of course, the quality of the soldiers must also keep up. And this group of Dragon Blood fighters did this very well. In the war with the dragon, they had experienced this kind of scene many times. Everyone's obedience to orders was engraved in their bones. After the battle, Rune shouted again, "Return to the team." All the Dragon Blood fighters turned into a neat team, ready to welcome the second wave of battle at any time. At the same time, the more than 100 ice nests hatched a large number of monsters again. But no matter how many appeared, they were easily dealt with. 5 minutes later, the second wave of ice nests landed in another direction of the territory. The team responsible for defending that position was composed of 50 wild boar warriors. They drew their double swords instantly, with excitement in their eyes. Oh! It's finally the turn of the wild boar warriors. Warriors of the beast god. Let others see our heroic figures. Charge! As soon as the words fell, 50 wild boar warriors rushed out with their double swords raised high. Compared with the orderly Dragon Blood fighters, their battle seemed chaotic. They only know how to hold two swords and chop wildly. Of course, with their powerful state, plus a perverted blood-sucking ability, they basically don't need any tactics. For wild boar warriors, chaos is the best way to fight. Wow! I chop. I chop. I chop you to death. Lord, have you seen the bravery of wild boar warriors? Ha ha. These monsters are so weak. I chopped them to death with one sword. The ice nest monsters were chopped to death by them. More than 50 wild boar warriors, like more than 50 bulldozers, overturned a group of ice nest monsters. Their speed was not slow either. It took 51 seconds to solve this wave of battle. The wild boar warriors laughed. Then, they stood in front of these ice nests. And when the ice nest monsters hatched, they would directly chop them with knives. It was like blocking the fountain to kill them. 5 minutes later, the third wave of ice nests fell. This time, it fell in front of the legion of 50 Ascalon warriors. They all looked condensed. Since breaking through the third level, these Ascalon warriors seemed to have awakened something, and a blue aura emanated from their bodies. Especially when they gathered together, these blue auras merged together, making them look like a powerful whole. The leading Ascalon warrior drew the long sword from his waist. Everyone, we are the bravest soldiers, charge with me. Charge. Charge. Boom. 50 Ascalon soldiers became one, like a blue torrent, rushed into the monster group, and chopped them wantonly. Even though the number of ice nest monsters was dozens of times theirs, they were still suppressed by the Ascalon soldiers in terms of momentum. It also took 50 seconds to end the battle. Seeing this, Chaoxing was also very satisfied. Very good. Now we can stand on our own with these soldiers. And in my territory, the strongest group has not yet made a move. Although the current Ice Dragon Challenge is just the beginning, I still have a lot of cards that have not been used. You can fight. Thinking of this, Chao Xing's confidence increased greatly. In the next hour, hundreds of ice nests fell every 5 minutes. Soon, the number of ice nests gathered outside Chao Xing's territory exceeded 1,200. This is a very terrifying number. Now the number of ice nest monsters that appear in each wave has reached more than 10,000. Dense monsters rushed from all directions. At this moment, the survivors in the chat channel are also constantly speculating about the situation of Chao Xing's territory. Can they withstand the challenge of such a large ice dragon horn? LV Shulong, brothers. Has Chao Xing's points increased? Guanjin, increased. But not much. It has increased by almost 80 points so far. Le Beau, only increased this much. Yao Yiming, who uses the medium-sized ice dragon horn, has increased by more than 200 points so far. Chao Xing uses the large ice dragon horn. It stands to reason that in an hour, at least a few hundred ice nests should have fallen. Shen Ziqing, you think Chao Xing will not keep the ice nests as before, and wait until the monsters are hatched before killing them? Hearing this guess, everyone in the chat channel was stunned. Then he said with an uncertain tone, "This is impossible? If it is like the medium-sized ice dragon horn, raising an ice nest, they are now equivalent to dealing with tens of thousands of ice nest monsters at the same time. This is really too scary. Yes, it's a bit too outrageous." Indeed, but apart from this explanation, do you have any other explanation? Hearing this, the survivors in the chat channel fell silent. Although they knew that this was probably true. But when they thought of the scene of facing tens of thousands of ice nest monsters at the same time, it was really too shocking. It came to an hour and a half after the start of the Ice Dragon Horn Challenge. At this moment, Chao Xing stood on the wall of his territory, watching the battle below. More than 1,000 ice nests, hatching tens of thousands of ice nest monsters every minute. What does this mean? Chao Xing's territory is about 1 kilometer in diameter. If these more than 10,000 ice nest monsters rush over, they can instantly surround his walls several times. Being surrounded by so many monsters, it feels like facing a tide of corpses in the Doomsday world, as if the territory will be submerged at any time. However, the warriors below are getting more and more excited as they kill, defend the honor of the Lord to the death. Every minute, a large number of ice nest monsters are smashed on the spot by those warriors. The killing information began to swirl across the screen. Your territory member, asked to kill the ice nest monster LV18, gained experience points, 36. Combatant gained experience points, 18. Your territory member, Teresa, killed the ice nest monster LV19, gained experience points, 38. Combatant gained experience points, 19. Although killing these ice nest monsters, only a dozen experience points will be gained. But the number is really terrifying. Even if they are now upgraded by 1 level, it requires hundreds of thousands of experience points. But with the massive monsters piled up, the level still soars like a rocket. Buzz! The white light of upgrading appears one after another on those territory members, including Chao Xing's level, which is also constantly improving. Your level has been upgraded, current level, level 32. Attributes improved during this upgrade: Strength plus 10, Agility plus 12, Spirit plus 17, Constitution plus 13, Health plus 1000. Your level has been upgraded, current level, level 33. Attributes improved during this upgrade: Strength plus 12, Agility plus 11, Spirit plus 18, Constitution plus 14, Health plus 1000. In an hour and a half, Chao Xing's level has soared to level 34. The attributes have been greatly improved again. And Lu Muxue has also risen to level 33. Chao Xing looked at Lu Muxue, who was standing by and ready to support at any time, and patted her on the shoulder and said, "Don't be so nervous. The soldiers can still hold on for now. Besides, our crossbows, elemental arrow towers, and ancient war trees have not yet been used." Hearing this, the tension in Lu Muxue's eyes gradually disappeared, and her face relaxed. Chao Xing continued to ask, "Muxue, did you get any extra tips when you upgraded just now?" Lu Muxue glanced at the tips, nodded immediately, and said in surprise, "Wow! I have increased my health by 2,500 points after upgrading by 1 level. I just upgraded 3 levels in a row, and my health increased by more than 10,000 points." There was surprise in her beautiful eyes. Chao Xing nodded suddenly. Sure enough, The further you go, will each upgrade increase your health? In this way, depending on the type of profession, the amount of health added at each level is also different. Chaoxing has already asked Sarah, and Assam and others to participate in the battle. Their levels are constantly increasing. Chaoxing constantly checked the panels of those subjects, and found that they gained extra health points every time they upgraded. For an assassin profession like Sarah, each upgrade after level 30 can increase her health by about 1,500 points, slightly more than Chaoxing. For traditional knights like Assam, the first level adds 3,000 extra health points. For shield warriors like Brown, the first level actually adds 5,000 extra health points. Of course, the most exaggerated one is Baymax. For a giant beast like Volibear, the basic health points increase by at least 8,000 points after each level up, adding the 44% bonus of the Pale Tree. That is to say, for every level up of Baymax, the health points can increase by 11,000. This is a terrifying number. When it reaches the maximum level of 40, it is estimated that it will easily exceed 300,000 health points. So powerful. While being shocked, Chaoxing was delighted. This way, we will be more confident in dealing with these ice nest monsters. Thinking of this, Chaoxing gradually felt relieved. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. That was the third hour after Chaoxing used the large ice dragon horn. The number of ice nests outside the territory had reached 4,827. Those ice nests, like white hearts standing upright in the snow, looked full of visual impact. However, among them, nearly 2,000 ice nests have already reached the upper limit of hatching. So there are still nearly 30,000 ice nests that are still hatching monsters. That means more than 30,000 monsters are hatched every minute. Among them, naturally, there are a large number of leader-level and leader-level ice nest monsters. However, as soon as this kind of monster appears, it will be targeted by Sarah, Hilda, and others at the first time. Roar! A leader-level ice nest evil beast suddenly appeared. Its figure is so tall, and it is particularly conspicuous among the vast number of ice nest monsters. The ice nest demonic beast has a status skill, called Sound of Demonic Beast, which can greatly increase the attack speed and movement speed of nearby ice nest monsters. Just when it was about to make a terrifying cry, a graceful figure suddenly jumped into the air. The double swords in her hands exuded the light of the moon. Then the afterimage flashed, and came directly to the side of the ice nest demonic beast. Puff! Like an elegant assassin, the two short swords slashed through the body of the ice nest demonic beast without any hindrance. Two big damage numbers soared. -7,243. -9,325. Blessing of Liberation. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed Ice Nest Evil Beast LV20, a second-level leader-level creature, gained experience points, 160. Combatants gained experience points, 80. A set of actions flowed smoothly. A level 20 leader monster, with a total of just over 10,000 HP, was killed by Sarah with two swords. As a commander-level assassin, who has been upgraded to level 37. These leaders and bosses, in front of her, are basically no different from ordinary monsters. Chaoxing naturally saw the scene, with a look of surprise in his eyes. Chapter 274 Crazy Level Increase. The battle is over. Sarah is really strong after transforming into a commander. The most important thing is, I still have 3 expert-level hearts of strength in my backpack. After this battle, Sarah will most likely be able to directly upgrade to level 40. By then, she can directly transform into a 5th-level commander. Thinking of this, Chaoxing was very excited. Although expert-level heart of strength has only a 70% success rate, Chaoxing is a man with 20 points of luck. With such a high luck value, he didn't believe that he could fail again and again. Wild Boar Warrior. Charge. Ascalon soldiers, follow me to charge. Minions of Zhuama, feel the wrath of the Dragon Blood Warrior. The warriors rushed forward frantically, killed a large number of ice nest monsters, and also gained a huge amount of experience points. White light rose from the heads of those soldiers and warriors one after another. They have all reached the maximum level of 30, and everyone's combat power has increased significantly. The Wild Boar Warrior Lab shouted beside him, "Can't tell, Brother Kandao, let's cooperate with each other again, and form a Wild Boar Centaur Warrior." After hearing this, the Centaur said, "Okay, Brother Lab, let's become the strongest combination." After saying that, Lab took another Wild Boar Warrior and jumped on their backs. The following scene was a bit funny. 2 centaurs led the Boar Warriors to charge. The centaurs kept waving their sickles, and kill the ice nest monsters in front of them one by one. The boar warriors on their backs madly attacked the ice nest monsters on both sides, howling all the way, and rushed to the deepest part of the monster group. Ha ha. The cooperation between the centaurs and the boar warriors is really perfect. That's right. We are all the strongest jungle warriors, and we are just as powerful even when fighting in the snow. When Chao Xing saw this scene, he felt funny, but also felt happy about the combat effectiveness of the two arms after their cooperation. The centaur is a good type of soldier. It can be used as cavalry. Unfortunately, it is rare. After this battle, let's see if we can exchange 100 cards at the market and form a centaur corps. Of course, in order to unlock the riding function of the centaur, the loyalty must be 100. This is a rather troublesome matter, but it doesn't matter if you can't ride it. For Chao Xing, the more types of soldiers in the territory, the better. With his food reserves, he was not worried about not being able to support so many troops. At most, he could just rob them if there was not enough food. Time passed slowly. Soon, it was 10 o'clock in the evening. That was the 4th hour of the Ice Dragon Horn Challenge. Chao Xing and Lu Mushua's levels had also been upgraded to the maximum level of 40. Feeling the surge of power in his body, Chao Xing was surprised and said, "This upgrade speed is not enough to describe it as rocket-like. Sarah and Assam are already at level 38. In the next 2 hours, it will be easy for them to upgrade to level 40. Lu Mushua beside him was also delighted. However, the gains from this battle were not only a huge amount of experience. More importantly, they were the materials on the ground. After all, for this challenge, Chao Xing chose the material bonus. He had seen the ice dragon marks, glacier fragments, and precious materials such as dragon rock or dropped by ordinary monsters when they died. While Chao Xing was happy, he silently calculated in his heart, the last medium-sized ice dragon horn challenge gave me almost 200,000 ice dragon marks. This time, although it was not the expected 11 times the number of ice nests, there were at least 8 times the number of ice nests. In other words, I have a high probability of getting more than 1 million ice dragon marks. After getting this number, Chao Xing smiled again. Now, the money spent on exchanging for the intermediate power crystals was earned back in an instant. Not bad. At the same time, the 4-hour high-intensity battle also consumed a lot of the physical strength of the warriors below. Although almost most of the warriors on the field were at least level 3. Their endurance was amazing. However, this was not the same as the previous times. Facing a large number of monsters, they could not relax for a second. 4 hours, without a moment's respite. Even the Iron Man could not bear it. So, naturally, many monsters began to be missed, and they rushed towards the territory. Those warriors wanted to run back to stop them. Seeing this, Chao Xing said directly, "Let them come. Soldiers who can't hold on can return to the territory to rest for 10 minutes. After receiving the order, the warriors gave up blocking them. In an instant, it was like a flood. At least thousands of ice nest monsters rushed towards the territory. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing did not panic, and quickly ordered all archers, "Prepare to shoot." After receiving the order, more than 30 nightmare archers, plus several thrust archers, all drew their longbows. De Zhuang, Chao Yi, the destroyer crossbows should fire after my order. And pay attention to the firing angle. This thing has a large range, and will hurt our soldiers. Ancient War Tree. Condense the fruit to attack. The polar people and staff, who were operating dozens of crossbows below, responded one after another. Yes, Lord. Including the 3 ancient war trees. Fruits have been condensed above their heads. At the same time, the monsters are getting closer and closer. Chao Xing looked at his female mages. Hilda, Isabel, Ellie, Sylvia, prepare to use group attack magic. After receiving the order, the female mages all raised their staffs, including Hilda. She was also ready to spit blood poison. When the monsters came to 200 meters away from the territory, Chao Xing said directly, "Attack!" Instantly, those intermediate elemental arrow towers, ancient guardians, and a large number of nightmare garden archers were all launching terrifying attacks. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of breaking through the air came, and a large number of arrows were shot out, directly sniping the ice nest monsters halfway. And the fruits of the ancient guardians fell suddenly, causing a lot of group attack damage. Minus 3,721. minus 3,386, minus 5,562, minus 5,423, minus 3,523. The numbers of damage appeared densely. In the first wave of attack, at least hundreds of ice nest monsters were killed on the spot. However, there were more ice nest monsters coming in the back like a tide. Mage, group attack. Sylvia and Ellie chanted at the same time. Let the breath of flowing water wash away your sins. Instantly, 2 rain clouds covering dozens of meters appeared. A large amount of rain fell from the rain cloud, and the rain instantly turned into ice cones. Shooting down. Puff. 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 Minus 2,953. Minus 2,943. Minus 3,015. Minus 3,086. As level 30 bosses, the damage of the 2 mages is still very high. Almost one wave of attack can kill these ice nest monsters on the spot. And this skill has 4 waves of attacks. So in the area where the rain cloud is, the ice nest monsters rushing over will die on the spot. The most terrifying ones, naturally, are Hilda and Isabel. The 2 women are both 4th level leaders, and all their attacks are group attacks. Wherever the blood poison is contaminated, the ice nest monsters will die. And Isabel's holy light balls fell one by one. Bang! A large number of ice nest monsters were almost shattered at the touch, including Dubai, Wally, and Tong Choo Choo. They were all unilaterally crushing the ice nests that were about to rush under the city wall. Soon, all the ice nest monsters that were missed in this wave were killed. This scene can only be described as relaxing. Chaoxing said happily, "It's so comfortable, I didn't even use my demon form." After the crisis was resolved, Chaoxing continued to give orders. Warriors, release another batch of ice nest monsters. After receiving Chaoxing's order, the ice nest monsters came again like a torrent. Then, they were killed in order by their own archers, magic women. Soon, the rhythm of the battlefield stabilized again. Because of the support from the rear, the pressure on the frontline soldiers was reduced sharply, and it became easier to fight. Chaoxing continued to observe the battlefield. And then his eyes were on Assam. At this moment, he raised the sword of the Lake Lady Yalandijit, and continued to attack the enemy. Terrifying damage numbers rose one after another. Minus 5,321. Minus 5,532. Minus 8,291. Minus 8,179. Chaoxing noticed that the long sword in Assam's hand, every time it attacked, would absorb some energy and attach it to the sword. This made the long sword look as if it was constantly awakening. This also made his critical hit rate continue to increase. When it reached 100 points, every sword was a critical hit. Chaoxing thought of the legendary skill on his weapon, and immediately said, "Assam, stop killing the ice nest monsters, and gather them together." After receiving the order, Assam directly controlled the Frost Wolf Winter and gave up the attack. Then he rushed through the monster group, attracting a large number of ice nest monsters to follow him. After more than 10 seconds, the number of ice nest monsters following him had exceeded 300. So, Chaoxing instantly ordered, "Assam, wield the divine sword energy." Assam immediately understood what he meant. He raised the sword of the Lady of the Lake high in his hand, and then turned around suddenly. The road to legend must be full of thorns of hell. But I am happy to go. In the name of the goddess Khmer. Kill! As soon as the words fell, from the edge of Assam's sword, an extremely dazzling divine light burst out. The terrifying fluctuation of divine power even made the soldiers on the entire battlefield look sideways, including the staff who were watching the battle in the territory. They all looked at Assam's sword. After the goblin laborers felt the fluctuation of divine power, they knelt down directly. This knight actually possesses the power of the gods. He is a knight recognized by the gods. Oh my god! What kind of territory have we come to? The goblin laborers exclaimed. At this time, Assam's sword had already slashed down. Swish! A sword energy nearly 100 meters long swept down, and at least 200 ice nest monsters were covered by this sword energy and disappeared. In an instant. Minus 27,531. Minus 26,532. Minus 28,531. Minus 28,231. Minus 28,913. Hundreds of terrifying damage numbers floated up. Its terrifying sword energy plowed a gully about 10 meters deep on the ground, and those ice nest monsters disappeared without a trace. This scene made everyone on the field gasp. This is Assam's current strength. A 4th level full level leader. With this complete legendary weapon in his hand, the strongest attack he sent out is enough to make people feel terrified. At the same time, Chaoxing also noticed that the ice nest monsters killed by Assam all had energy spots, which were absorbed by Alondigit. Your territory member Assam successfully used the Sword of Divine Light, killed 236 enemies, and Alondigit's weapon attack power increased by 236 points. Chaoxing laughed. Really good, this wave directly increased the weapon attack power by more than 200. It's equivalent to the attack power increase brought by half a golden weapon. If you do it a few more times, the damage will be double directly too powerful. But it's a pity that this sword energy can only be used once a day. But it's normal after thinking about it. If there is no such restriction, Chaoxing can probably raise the attack power of Alondigit to 100,000 in one day. At that time, wouldn't it be like killing gods and Buddhas? In addition to Assam, there is another person whose performance is also eye-catching. Sarah, who switches to the moon dance form, is also terrifying. She keeps jumping among the monsters recklessly, like a flexible elf. After landing, she slashes down with a short knife in her hand. Each slash caused a large amount of splash damage. Even after 30% damage reduction, it was enough to kill some ice nest monsters in seconds. Minus 8,732. Minus 2,619 to 2,619 minus 10,754. Minus 3,226 to 3,226. With one slash, Sarah killed at least 4 or 5 ice nest monsters. As a commander-level creature, Sarah's attack power was terrifying. Moon Dance form turned her into a berserker. At this time, Francesca, who had changed into a red dress, walked slowly to Chaoxing's side. She also noticed the huge number of ice nest monsters below, and frowned slightly. Do you need my help? Chaoxing was stunned for a moment. As a 5th-level commander-level creature, Francesca can be said to be the strongest existence in the territory. This is also one of Chaoxing's confidence. With this powerful witch in charge, he is not worried that the territory will be captured. Moreover, Francesca herself is extremely powerful. After a series of state blessings from Chaoxing, her actual combat power is comparable to that of a 6th-level commander. And the most abnormal thing is, she can fly. In such a large battlefield, Francesca is like a bomber. Aren't you refining medicine during the day? If you are tired, don't take action. We can still hold on here. Francesca heard Chaoxing's concerned tone and smiled. Thank you for your concern. But with my mental strength, I won't feel tired even if I refine medicine for half a month. Hearing this, Chaoxing was relieved. He nodded and said, Okay, then go ahead. Francesca nodded. Then, a terrifying breath burst out from her body. At this moment, the green forest energy burst out from her body. A sense of oppression from the depths of her soul appeared. The goblin laborer behind her trembled with fear, including the peasant woman MPO next to her. Her pupils suddenly widened. This was the 3rd time she felt shocked today. From the divine sword energy used by Assam, she felt her life was threatened. Coupled with Sarah in the moon dancer form, she once again felt a deathly sense of crisis. And now, an even more terrifying witch has appeared. Before, she felt that with her strength, no one in this territory could threaten her. But now, only a few days have passed. The strong men in this territory have emerged one by one. The development speed of this territory is too fast. Almost a change every day. This has completely exceeded the imagination of the peasant woman MPO. She looked at the figure standing on the city wall, and struggle flashed in her eyes again. At this moment, Francesca's long black hair fluttered, and she flew directly into the sky, like a red elf, wherever she passed. As she raised her hands, a gust of air was raised. Buzz! All the ice nest monsters within 100 meters around seemed to be attacked by a terrifying air pressure, and instantly shattered into ice chips. Minus 14,783. Minus 15,321. Minus 16,231. Minus 15,231. Damage numbers exceeding 10,000 floated up one after another. It seems not as exaggerated as Assam and Sarah. But you have to know that this is just an ordinary group attack skill of Francesca. and it has not triggered a critical hit. As a level 50 commander, her attack power is unrivaled by everyone. Then, Francesca flew directly above the monster group and stretched out her delicate hands. Puff puff puff. Every attack that fell, at least hundreds of ice nest monsters died. Seeing that they were about to collapse, with the arrival of this beautiful witch, all the ice nest monsters were like glaciers encountering the scorching sun, and were easily disintegrated. The soldiers all stared at the red figure. She had transformed into a true bomber. The ice nest monsters in the sky, with the addition of these powerful beings, seemed to have no threat. The battlefield became their show. Seeing this, Chaoxing also felt itchy. How about, I also go down and show off? You know, he still has an epic skill, which he has not used yet. Thinking of this, Chaoxing jumped directly under the city wall. Then he rushed to a group of ice nest monsters in an instant. He didn't even raise his staff, but pressed his hands on the ground. Breath of ice. Freeze everything. In an instant, a terrifying cold air quickly extended in front of Chaoxing. Crack! Crack! This cold air froze the ground, and the mobility of all monsters in it was greatly reduced. In the blink of an eye, it broke through 500 meters, 1,000 meters, and continued to extend. It didn't stop until it reached a full 2,000 meters, almost reaching the end of the polar people's sight. Looking from above, you will find that a white runway seems to appear out of thin air around the territory, and a large number of monsters are shrouded in it. However, this is not the end. From this ice fog, which is about 100 meters wide and 2,000 meters long, a large number of ice spikes suddenly burst out. In an instant, terrifying damage numbers appeared above the heads of thousands of covered ice nest monsters. Minus 7,864. Minus 8,125. Minus 7,634. Minus 7,764. Minus 7,963. The 50% critical hit rate bonus of the title of Land of Glory, plus Chaoxing's basic critical hit, directly reached the maximum value. Thousands of terrifying damage numbers appeared, and all ice nest monsters died instantly. This is the horror of the epic skill Ice 1,000 Miles. With such a large range, even Francesca couldn't help but look sideways, because even she could not release such a terrifying group attack magic. Chaoxing's outburst directly shocked everyone. The goblin laborers knelt on the ground. Oh! The great god of the crypt, the power of this lord is too terrifying. That's right. I thought those soldiers were strong enough, but the lord's power is even more terrifying. The lord is so powerful. Even the poor painter Edward, there was also excitement in his eyes. Before, he only saw the powerful strength of several people around Chaoxing. Now it seems that this is just the tip of the iceberg of his territory's strength. Now that Chaoxing has burst out with all his strength, it makes everyone understand that he also has terrifying strength that makes people tremble. At this moment, Edward actually felt a sense of security in his heart. Since he got that disease, this is the first time he has felt a sense of security in his heart. Because you have shown great strength. Your territory member, Edward Degas's loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty, 81. Because you have shown great strength. At this moment, hundreds of system prompts for loyalty improvement appeared. Chaoxing said happily, haha, the skill of 1,000 Miles of Ice is really powerful, and it directly boosted the loyalty. And Francesca is worthy of being a 5th level commander level creature. She alone is enough to resist thousands of troops. At the same time, Chaoxing looked at the shaman of the Char tribe next to him. Blot, summon the Lord of the Black Mist Igavar. Anyway, this skill can be used once a day. It would be a waste if it is not used. After receiving the order, Blot executed it without hesitation. Powerful Lord of the Black Mist, Igavar, I am summoning you here. Clatter. When the black mist dissipated, a powerful being wearing a black cloak and emitting black smoke appeared again. This is the 3rd commander level creature. As soon as Igavar appeared, he also showed his terrifying strength. When he swung his sword, a thick black smoke storm appeared. With the strength of the 4th level commander, dealing with these ice nest monsters is a dimensionality reduction attack. Under the attack of 3 commander level creatures, plus Assam holding a legendary weapon, and a large group of other powerful beings. The ice nest monsters that attacked like a tide were all pressed to death under the city wall. There was no surprise. Time passed slowly, until 12 o'clock in the evening. The Ice Dragon Horn challenge officially ended. Chaoxing returned to the city wall, looking at the devastated battlefield, and was also full of emotion. These guys are getting stronger and stronger, and the damage they cause is getting stronger and stronger. If they advance a few more times later, it will be normal for a sword to cut a 1,000-meter-long gully, and a magic to blow up a big pit. Of course, Chao Xing was not worried that their power was too strong. The stronger his men were, the happier he was. He wished that all of these guys had the power of a dragon, so that he could rest easy and live a godlike life. Seeing the thousands of ice nests around the territory that looked like magnified white ant eggs, all combatants started destroying the ice nests. After receiving the order, the combatants rushed out one after another. They began to chop at the ice nests that had exhausted their energy. Bang! Crack! The ice nests collapsed one after another, and the system prompts for increasing points began to flash across the screen. And on the level ranking list, Chao Xing's points also began to soar at a terrifying speed. Chapter 275. Soaring points, millions of ice dragon marks. The combatants began to destroy ice nests one after another. Your territory member Assam destroyed a second-level ice nest, gained experience value, 80 points plus 1. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance destroyed a second-level ice nest, gained experience value, 80 points plus 1. As system prompts continued to appear, Chao Xing's points also began to soar wildly. In the previous 6 hours of fighting, his points had reached 1835 points. And now, it is jumping at a terrifying speed. 2,172 points. 2,975 points. 3,742 points. 4,823 points. In the blink of an eye, it broke through 5,000 points. The survivors who were looking at the score list experienced a scene they would never forget. Almost every 1 or 2 minutes, Chao Xing's score would increase by hundreds. In the blink of an eye, it increased by another 1,000 points. The survivors in the entire 17th district exclaimed, "Yuan Liangquan, brothers, look at the score list. Chao Xing is too abnormal. Guanju, fuck. It has already broken 6,000. What kind of fairy speed is this? Tang Yunsong, 7,000. And it is still rising. I am stunned." The survivors were completely shocked. Without using the ice dragon horn, everyone's points would increase by a few points or even more than 10 points a day. Unlike Chao Xing, his points increased by hundreds or thousands at once, including the legion leaders of various regions. They were all attracted by this terrifying scene. They stared at the points ranking list. They didn't even dare to breathe. They all wanted to see how outrageous Chao Xing's points could increase. After more than 10 minutes, Chao Xing's points finally stopped increasing. 17th District Points Ranking. First place, Chao Xing 10118 points. Second place, Jiang Qingyun 1127 points. Third place, Xiao Yiting 937 points. Fourth place, Yao Yiming 874 points. 5-digit points, like an insurmountable mountain, make people feel desperate. It can be said that, in the next 2 days, even if Chao Xing does nothing, no one will be able to surpass him. No, let alone surpassing. Even 1/5 of his points may not be reached. The survivors breathed a sigh of relief. And then sighed. It's so scary. It has directly exceeded 10,000 points. Boss Chao Xing, you really can scare us every time. Indeed. I was completely stunned. Over 10,000 points. What does this mean? No territory of survivors in the world can achieve this level. Right? That's right. I have also browsed the World Channel in the past few days. The top of the rankings in those regions are now mostly at the same level as Jiang Qingyun. And the strongest one only has 3,000 to 4,000 points. No one's points can exceed Boss Chao Xing, including Wu Xinghu, Zhou Bo, and Xiao Yiting holding a crystal ball. They all looked at the scene in front of them with great emotion. Jiang Qingyun, who was in the territory, had a gloomy face. Because Chao Xing's performance this time, he had already sensed a sense of crisis. This Chao Xing's strength has far exceeded our imagination. And based on what we have learned during this period, we know that this guy is very vindictive, and he will definitely find a way to deal with me later. When he thought of this, Jiang Qingyun felt a little regretful. He regretted why he was so eager to target Chao Xing at the beginning. He should have observed for a while. He was too confident in his own strength at that time. And he was too arrogant. He regretted it now. Damn it. If this guy wants to deal with me, what should I do? With my strength, I am definitely not his opponent. Only by relying on these natives, or relying on the power of the Church of Light? Can we fight against Chao Xing? But those ignorant guys don't believe what I say at all, and don't regard Chao Xing as a threat at all. Jiang Qingyun was extremely depressed. And about 200 kilometers away from Chao Xing's territory, there were 7 or 8 survivors gathered in Ji Xinyua's territory. This woman, through the development during this period of time, actually established a legion, including some combatants and staff brought by other survivors in the territory. The total number of people exceeded 200. Of course, the largest number of people were Ascalon warriors. There were nearly 30 of them in total, and the team status of 20 people could be activated. Her territory is close to the Ascalon Underground Palace, and she has gained a lot of benefits. Seeing the ranking list, Ji Xinyua smiled. Boss Chao Xing, you have become stronger. Hee hee. I have to work hard too. When my army develops, I will take everyone to join Boss Chao Xing. The battle on Chao Xing's side is over. And Yao Yiming also received news. Boss Chao Xing, I saw your ranking. It's so scary. Now the whole 17th district is discussing. How strong are you? His tone was full of shock. Next to him, Yao Ying's voice also rang out. Brother Chao Xing is really amazing. Hearing his sister's clear voice, Chao Xing's face was strange. He replied, how is the battle situation on your side? Is there any problem? Yao Yiming immediately replied, no problem. Boss Chao Xing, the crossbows you left behind are too powerful. And we don't need to wait for the ice nest to give up monsters like you do before killing them. So it's basically safe. Chao Xing nodded secretly, and then said, okay. These crossbows will stay with you first, and you will continue to use the ice dragon horn tomorrow to impact the rankings. But remember to contact me before using it. I will send someone over to prevent any unexpected situations. Okay. Boss Chao Xing, Yao Yiming said gratefully, this time. Thank you so much. Although Yao Yiming will not gain any experience by killing the ice nest with these crossbows, but Chao Xing not only helped him win the second place, but also promised to give him 4 drawings and a gold treasure chest. The value of these things is difficult to measure. Chao Xing said, it's just cooperation. Nothing. I will continue to work hard tomorrow. Before Yao Yiming could answer, Yao Ying next to him rushed to say, Boss Chao Xing, I will work hard with my brother. Chao Xing smiled. After that, both parties hung up the call. Then, he came to the city wall, looking at the warriors below who were full of murderous intent. Everyone, this battle is over. I am very satisfied with your performance. The warriors below said excitedly, haha. It is our honor to be recognized by the Lord. Lord, the wild boar warriors fought all the way this time, and no one left the battlefield. Ascalon warriors too. Chao Xing nodded slightly. Not bad. Not bad. Your strength has improved a lot. Now, all combatants, go back to the territory to rest first. Chao Yi, take the group of goblin laborers, and let them come out to clean up the battlefield. The leader Chao Yi said respectfully, yes. Lord. They also had fanatical looks on their faces, including the newly joined group of goblin laborers. They were all impressed by the powerful strength of Chao Xing's territory, and their loyalty was greatly improved. They basically obeyed his orders. Under the leadership of Chao Yi, they began to pick up various materials scattered on the ground and fill up the pits. It took them nearly an hour to clean up the battlefield. Then, as usual, the Lord Chao Yi piled up all the materials on the ground according to their categories. He said respectfully, Lord, please take a look. Chao Xing nodded and said, okay. Looking at the mountains in front of him, his eyes were filled with excitement. Compared to the medium-sized ice dragon horn challenge, the amount of materials this time is obviously several times more than the previous one. If, last time, it was a mountain of materials, now, it is a mountain of materials. He couldn't wait to collect all the things on the ground. Obtained, Ice Dragon Mark Asterisk 1720782. Obtained, Glacial Fragment Asterisk 876235. Obtained, Small Anti-Corruption Potion Asterisk 57. Obtained, Medium Anti-Corruption Potion Asterisk 5. Obtained, Dragon Rock Mine Gold Asterisk 573. Obtained. When he saw the amount of materials obtained this time, Chao Xing's pupil shrank suddenly. Fuck. There are 1.7 million Ice Dragon marks. The next moment, there was a strong surprise in his eyes. The gains from this battle far exceeded expectations. The 600,000 yuan that was exchanged for the Heart of Power was directly invested. and all of it was earned back. In addition to these materials, there are more than 500 dragon rock mines. And these things alone are worth 570,000 ice dragon marks. Although this wave of large-scale ice dragon horn challenges is very difficult, the benefits are really terrifying. Chao Xing is very satisfied. He even wants to do it again tomorrow. However, the large ice dragon horn in his hand is gone. There are still a few medium-sized ice dragon horns left. At the same time, a figure came to Chao Xing. It was Rennie's. She said respectfully, "Lord, I'm back." Chao Xing nodded slightly. "Thank you for your hard work, Rennie's." The capable archer shook his head, and the single ponytail behind him swayed slightly. "It's not hard, Lord." Then, she took out a lot of materials from her backpack. "This is what the Lord asked me to bring you." They collected all the materials dropped by the ice nest. Chao Xing was stunned. He didn't even plan to take these materials. After all, this time, Yao Yiming was asked to work for him. He wanted to give him some benefits, so that he could exchange some things at the dragon store. As a result, Yao Yiming delivered it himself. Chao Xing did not say much, and directly collected all the materials in Rennie's hand. Obtained, Ice Dragon Mark * 23523. Obtained. Compared with the 1.7 million Ice Dragon Marks Chao Xing received this time, his 20,000 plus seemed insignificant. The reason why it was so little was, naturally, because Yao Yiming destroyed the ice nest as soon as it descended. You know, most of the ice dragon marks are actually dropped by killing those ice nest monsters. Rennis, there is nothing to do here. You go back and rest first. Yes, Lord. After saying that, Rennis turned around and entered the territory. When Chao Xing cleaned up all the spoils, it was already past 1 in the morning. He returned to the territory with satisfaction. Then he took Lu Muxua back to his lord's mansion. After taking a comfortable hot bath, he hugged the beautiful Lu Muxua and got into bed. The two of them embraced each other, feeling each other's body temperature. And then Lu Muxua turned over and sat up. The female knight was agile and graceful. The mage below was lying down, feeling the beauty's body temperature. After the female knight galloped for a while, she finally fell asleep with a rosy face. Chao Xing hugged the beauty in his arms. But he did not fall asleep. He pressed the communication device in his ear. Then he listened carefully to the voice on the other side. "Young master." The Baron suddenly woke up in the middle of the night. "And he said he wanted to see you. Soon." Fitzwalker's voice came from the other side. "I know. I'll be there right away." Yes. Ever since Bai Tian gave him the shadow cloak, Chao Xing has been monitoring Fitzwalker from time to time. His whereabouts were quite normal. After leaving Chao Xing's territory during the day, he went to cause trouble in other survivors' territories, forcing them to pay taxes. However, these survivors did not have the strength of Chao Xing. They could only hand over their supplies obediently. This made the already poor territory even worse. After showing off his power, the son of the Baron returned to the Baron's mansion. Nothing special happened afterwards, except that the son of the Baron had some maids to entertain himself. Various obscene sounds were heard. Now, something unexpected seemed to have happened. The Baron who was poisoned by Fitzwalker had woken up. From the sound, it could be heard that the boy seemed to be panicking. He didn't even bring his shadow cloak, and hurried out of the room. Chao Xing was also quite curious about what the Baron would say after he woke up. Will they find out that Fitzwalker is a member of the Church of Light? Or that he was the one who poisoned them? After about half an hour, footsteps were heard again. The small communication device still had a good sound reception. But this time, 2 footsteps were heard. Then, a woman's voice appeared in Chao Xing's ears. "Child, don't be sad. Although your father is usually strict with you, he actually values you very much." "I know. Mother. Father has the protection of the goddess. And he will be fine. I will go to Malign City tomorrow, to the main city of Yongshuang, and find the best doctor to treat my father." "Child, you are thoughtful." Chao Xing learned through the conversation between Fitzwalker and his mother. The Baron's awakening this time was a last gasp of life, and he was almost dead. The Baron's mansion had even sent people to the Yongshuang main city to report the news. When the Baron died, the main city would send people to witness it. Fitzwalker would be able to take the Baron's seat. After hearing this, Chao Xing smiled. This kid was making rapid progress, and it seemed that the plan would be successful soon. And Fitzwalker would also be used by him, and he could do some things for him. However, it is still not safe. It would be better to find something to control this kid and keep him firmly in hand. At that time, he would control this puppet baron, which was equivalent to possessing the rights of the aboriginals in disguise. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing fell asleep peacefully. Not long after they fell asleep, on a large lake thousands of kilometers away from the territory, there were a lot of figures standing. On the ice, a person in a red robe was staring at the huge city next to him. At this time, the white-robed priest next to him came over and asked, "My lord bishop, are we going to start the action tonight?" The red-robed bishop nodded. "Yes. There is no clue in the witch forest for the time being. The attacker is extremely cautious and powerful. He is definitely a master above the 6th level. The Seed of Light has issued an order. In order to prevent any more accidents in the snowstorm, we will start the action tonight. Bishop Sines and Bishop Bella have both come. Even, there is also that one who was sent by the Seed of Light. This time, there will be no more accidents." Hearing this, the white-robed priest's eyes also showed excitement. "Great, finally we are at the last step of the plan." Next, they continued to wait silently. About 5 minutes later, the red-robed bishop's expression slightly changed. Then, he looked at the teachers behind him, and a madman appeared in his eyes. "Everyone, are you ready to sacrifice your lives for the God of Light?" The cultists on the field raised their weapons and said in unison, "We are ready, and we are willing to sacrifice everything for the Lord of Light." At the same time, Dwelin Lake City, a huge city with a population of more than 1 million people all year round, has infiltrated a large number of people wearing masks and black clothes tonight. They walked in from the city gate. The soldiers guarding the city ignored their arrival and nodded slightly to them. At the same time, a golden barrier suddenly rose and covered the entire city. In this dark night, a sun suddenly appeared in the sky. Countless residents were sleeping in their rooms and suddenly saw a light coming from the window. "Johnny, is it dawn? I feel like I haven't slept for long." "Carol, you overslept. Get dressed and get up. We still have to go out to collect herbs today." "Haken, you lazy bug, get up quickly." Many residents in the city walked out of the house in a daze, and when they saw this scene above their heads, they were immediately surprised. Gods above! It's not dawn, but a sun suddenly appeared in Dwelin Lake City. "Silo, old man Bruce, come out and see. A miracle has come." At the same time, in the city lord's mansion in the center of the city, a strong man, with a face of about 40 years old and a breath as strong as a rock suddenly woke up. He instantly picked up the sword at the head of the bed and rushed out of the city lord's mansion like a tiger out of the cage. Boom! All the furniture and windows along the way were shattered by his terrifying momentum. When he came outside and saw the scene above his head, his face suddenly changed. At this moment, the sun above Dwelin Lake City slowly descended. It turned into a being holding a holy book, wearing a mask on his face and a yellow robe. He flipped through the holy book in his hand and chanted loudly, "Good people, please remember that the eternal light can drive away all darkness, expose every lie, and illuminate every fallen soul. Even the devil cannot escape the eternal light. Nor can the witches and sorcerers, who are best at deceiving ordinary people. Nor can the prostitutes, who seduce men on the street. So, give up that immoral and unreliable belief. Let the power of the God of Light cover your body. Don't tempt sinful thoughts. It will let you see all the monsters, all the sinners, otherwise it will burn you to ashes." As he chanted, all the ordinary people in the city had a strange feeling. It seemed that some kind of terrifying will had really descended. They subconsciously knelt down. At this time, the strong man who was standing in the city lord's mansion with a sword also saw the existence floating in the air. He realized something instantly. "Damn it! It's the Church of Light. What Lieutenant Declan said is true. These guys really want to attack our Dwelin Lake City. Quick! Sound the alarm for the whole city." After saying that, a quick alarm sounded. Woo! Instantly, the whole city was on alert. A large number of soldiers poured out from various strongholds in the city. At the same time, a large number of masked men in black also appeared in the city. As soon as those men in black appeared, they began to launch a crazy massacre against those innocent people. Swish! 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 Puff! Puff! The blade slashed across the necks of those residents, and blood gushed out. The sword pierced their hearts and their skin. However, the strange thing was that the people allowed the black-clad men to commit all kinds of atrocities, and still knelt on the ground. Ordinary people fell one by one, bleeding. The residents had strong fear in their eyes, and even trembled all over. However, under the constant chanting of the yellow robe being in the air, these ordinary people seemed to be possessed, murmuring, "I am guilty, and I want the God of light to wash away my sins," while allowing them to pierce their bodies with swords or blades. The soldiers who rushed out, after seeing this scene, were terrified, as if they had seen a ghost. One of the captains of the soldiers exclaimed, "Damn it! The residents in the city are all under control. These cultists have such strange methods. Quickly stop them." However, before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a pain in his back. Next to him, a soldier who had been with him day and night held a long sword expressionlessly and pierced his heart. He turned his head with difficulty. "Media, you." The soldier's eyes showed fanaticism. "For the God of light." Puff! The long sword was drawn out, and a column of blood spurted up. He put on a mask. This sudden scene directly shocked the other soldiers. Before they could react, more of their companions suddenly rebelled, picked up their weapons, and slashed at the soldiers. Puff! 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 Blood columns flew up, and big heads flew out. Soldiers fell in a pool of blood one after another. The captain of the soldiers was tenacious. He lay on the ground, and said with difficulty, "You cultists, His Majesty the King's Knights will not let you go." Puff! The long sword pierced his head, killing him completely. The same scene was constantly played out in every corner of Dwellin Lake City. Chapter 276 Changes in Dwellin Lake City successfully broke through the 5th level. Many civilians, soldiers, and even officers in Dwellin Lake City put on their own masks. Then, they launched a frenzied massacre of their former companions. In the air, under the chanting of the Yellow Robe Bishop, all residents, no matter where they were, could only kneel respectfully on the ground. The mayor of Dwellin Lake City was also an extremely terrifying strongman, and there were 2 loyal guards around him. One was the Knight Captain Redditas, and the other was the Mage Gennady. He remained calm in the face of danger and ordered all soldiers, organize the formation and converge at the city lord's mansion. The methods of these cultists are very strange. Don't trust the people around you. Under his command, all the soldiers launched a counterattack, and the Lord of Dwellin Lake City joined forces with his 2 guards to attack. The Lord swept his sword, and a sword energy several hundred meters long swept across the entire street in an instant. All the members of the Church of Light along the way were chopped into pieces by this sword. The Knight Captain rode a huge black panther, turning into a swift black shadow wherever he passed. The cultists found that their bodies had been chopped into 2 before they could even react. Puff! 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 The wizard was even more terrifying. He waved his magic wand, and any random attack was a terrifying group attack magic, blasting a large number of cultists to pieces. Seeing the situation gradually stabilize, the Lord of Dwellin Lake City breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I believed what Lieutenant Declan said, and transferred Redditas and Gennady back from Yongshuang main city in advance. Otherwise, today, Dwellin Lake City would really be captured by this group of cultists. And at this moment, they suddenly saw, on the distant city wall, thousands of terrifying figures appeared. They were tall and emaciated. Their skin was as pale as milk. Their armor was covered with white frost, and they held a rapier in their hands that looked like ice crystals. These creatures just stood there, and the terrifying cold air continued to spread, even freezing the city walls. They kept spewing out bursts of white mist, which carried a strong curse. Roar! An inexplicable roar sounded. The next moment, these figures surged out like a tide. All the walls, buildings, and soldiers along the way were frozen into ice sculptures the moment they were touched by their ice crystal swords or claws, and then shattered on the spot. The mayor of Lake Dwellin City saw this, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Damn it! It's the army of White Walkers. This group of crazy cultists even summoned such a monster. He felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. The mayor knew how terrible the creatures of White Walkers were, and they had reached such a scale. With the power of Lake Dwellin City, they could never stop so many monsters. However, there was more to it. After the army of White Walkers entered the city and started the massacre, a huge black snake that was tens of meters long also rushed out. Hiss! Hiss! The black snake rampaged in the city, knocking all the soldiers away. Soon, the black snake caused a large number of casualties in the city. The Lord of Lake Dwellin was just about to ask his knight captain to deal with the black snake. At this moment, 3 red-robed beings with a terrifying aura came towards them. The Lord of Lake Dwellin's face changed instantly. You Not only summon the army of the others, but also dispatch 3 red-robed bishops. It seems that you have been plotting against Lake Dwuluin for a long time. One of the bishops snorted coldly. Lord, our Church of Light has given you many chances, but you are still stubborn. You asked for it. The Lord of Lake Dwuluin said disdainfully, Are you guys worthy of my submission? His Majesty the King will never let you go, you guys. No matter where you hide, be prepared to face the wrath of His Majesty the King. The 3 red-robed bishops said no more, and all attacked brazenly. Not only that, a bright light was still coming out of them, making the strength of these 3 red-robed bishops soar. The Lord of Lake Dwuluin, Knight Captain Redditas, and Mage Gennady were all suppressed. The situation in the city was completely chaotic now. The soldiers were fighting frantically, but they were unilaterally crushed by the army of the others. Some of the men in black were constantly slaughtering the people. There was also a black snake, which was constantly rampaging and biting the soldiers to death. As time went by, a large number of residents fell in a pool of blood, and the bloody aura filled the city. Many residents were too frightened by the scene before them, and they actually broke free from control and wanted to escape from the city. However, the golden barrier trapped everyone inside. They could only watch the cultists catch up and kill them on the spot. As more and more lives died, the bloody energy that surged into the sky had dyed the golden barrier blood red, and the number of soldiers in Dwuluin Lake City was decreasing. This was an unfair battle. The Church of Light had been planning for a long time, and they had already targeted the military strength and strength of the strong men in Dwuluin Lake City. In the air, the yellow-robed bishop continued to chant, Fallen people, please remember that anyone who wants to block the eternal light will be devoured, and it will not wait and will never stop. All sinners will be burned by the eternal fire, whether they are beggars or princes, humans or non-humans, strong or weak, as long as you violate its commandments. Do not obey the instructions of the church, and believe in false gods. You will also be reduced to ashes in the light. Therefore, live in the truth of the eternal light, and listen to the church members, because they are your shepherds. Under the eternal light, all your sins are revealed. Repent to the God of light. As his bewitching voice sounded, those ordinary residents gradually stood up, including the children and women hiding in the basement or in a corner. All stood up involuntarily. They murmured, I am guilty, and I want to repent. They dug out their eyeballs with their own hands. They put their fingers into their heads and began to stir them frantically. Gurgle, gurgle. Various yellow-green liquids flowed out of their empty eye sockets. And under this extreme pain, the corners of this group of people's mouths were actually grinning, revealing a terrifying smile. This kind of crazy behavior, just looking at it makes people shudder. The soldiers of Dwuluin Lake City were completely terrified. Pain, indulgence, and screams of despair resounded through the night sky. This time, the Church of Light had planned for a long time. Amidst waves of angry roars, Dwuluin Lake City was destroyed. The next day, a system prompt appeared. Survivors, please note that you have passed the 15th day of the official period, and there are still 2 days before the end of the points ranking list. Weather forecast. Today's weather is sunny, with a breeze. Chaoxing opened his eyes. Only 2 days left? There's nothing to do these days, so you can stay at home for now, and wait until the ranking list is over before going out. He quickly made up his mind, and then looked at the beauty beside the pillow and said, Mu Shui, do you want to sleep a little longer? There's nothing to do this morning. The beauty in the quilt put one of her long, warm legs on him, and shook her head gently. I'll get up with you. Okay. After that, the two of them had already put on their clothes, and then simply washed up. Chaoxing led Lu Muxua out of the territory. All the people in the territory were waiting respectfully on the side, including the goblin laborers. Since Chaoxing showed his great strength last night, the eyes of these people in the territory looked at him with more and more fanaticism. At this time, Duan came over and said, Lord, according to your instructions, the intermediate machinery factory has been built. Chaoxing smiled again. He took out a primary farmland construction blueprint from his backpack, clapped his hands, and started to study directly. Then he looked at Duan and said, Well done. Duan. Today, let's do as we said last night. You continue to build the Mage Tower, Knight's Hall, and more residential houses, so that our new members have a place to live. Select more people to reclaim 2 fertile fields behind the territory, about 18 meters * 18 meters in area. Then send people to build a well next to it. The fertile fields of 18 meters * 18 meters are more than 300 square meters in area, enough for Chaoxing to grow cold-dew rice and Kulin barley. After this ranking challenge is over, Chaoxing can officially start agricultural planting in the territory. He will soon have his own farm. Duan wrote down Chaoxing's orders one by one, and then said, "Yes, Lord." After that, he left here quickly. Chaoxing looked at the old man next to him. "Chao Yi, send someone to the machine factory today to make a few transport vehicles according to the blueprints. We will go to a distant place to mine resources or fight. And we will need these things." The leader Chao Yi said respectfully, "Okay, kind and powerful Lord. I will do my best to complete your orders." Chaoxing looked at the polar people again. De Zhuang. The silly De Zhuang came over with a hammer and said happily, "Lord, De Zhuang is here." Chaoxing said, "Today, you will lead the group of goblin laborers to mine all the mines near the territory." "Yes, Lord, who is as great as a god." De Zhuang was extremely fanatical about Chaoxing, and even evaluated him as comparable to a god. After saying that, the polar man turned around and looked behind him. "Goblins, follow me. I will take you to work today." The goblin laborers saw De Zhuang and talked about it. "Oh, this is a polar man. A creature like us who likes to live underground. God of the underground. I feel that this is the strongest polar man I have ever seen. Yes, he has a fierce aura." De Zhuang was also very happy when he heard these goblins praise his strength. After all, he was able to have this physique now because Chaoxing gave him a primary power heart, which allowed him to advance to the second level smoothly. However, just the second level. For these goblin laborers, they were all top-notch masters. De Zhuang said proudly, "Of course. This is a privilege granted to us by the Lord. We polar people can also have extraordinary power in this territory." Hearing this, the goblin laborers were shocked. "Oh, God of the crypt. This is the first time I have heard of such a ridiculous thing. Yes, it is incredible that polar people have extraordinary power. The Lord is so good to you." De Zhuang laughed proudly. "Of course. Our Lord is the best Lord in the world. As long as you work hard, the Lord will reward you." The goblin laborers were immediately cheered up. "This strong polar man, we will work hard." But Smokey, speaking of which, are there any famous strong men among the polar people? Fimiki, I don't know. Amid the chattering of hundreds of goblins, they followed Da Zhuang out of the territory. And Chaoxing looked at the other fighters. Those nightmare archers and the dragon blood fighters had fought all night. A total of 27 people had reached the maximum level of 20. Since they were second-level creatures when they were summoned, they also need to be upgraded again. Chaoxing was not stingy. He waved his hand and exchanged 27 intermediate power hearts from the dragon shop. For them, he gained another wave of loyalty. The group of dragon blood fighters and nightmare archers saluted Chaoxing respectfully. Chaoxing nodded slightly, and then said, "Okay. Now all wild boar warriors, Ascalon warriors, dragon blood fighters, and nightmare archers, continue to train. In the afternoon, I will summon another wave of dragon power. In the next 2 days, we will basically fight these ice nest monsters." "Yes, Lord." After that, hundreds of people dispersed. A bunch of Chaoxing's core members were still there. Sarah, Assam, Andrew. A figure suddenly emerged from the shadows. And Assam, holding the legendary weapon, and Andrew also stepped forward. Chaoxing didn't say much, and directly distributed the 3 expert-level hearts of power in his backpack to the 3 people. "You have all reached the maximum level of the 4th level. Use it now. I hope you can successfully break through to the 5th level." The 3 didn't say much after hearing this, but nodded solemnly, "Yes, Lord." Including everyone on the field, they all looked at this scene with envy. After all, a 5th-level expert is already considered a strong person. Moreover, it is said that after breaking through to the 5th level, there will be a different transformation. Speaking of which, among so many strong people in Chaoxing's territory, there is only one 5th-level person, Francesca. And now, he will finally have at least one more. Thinking of this, a hint of expectation also emerged in his heart. Crack! Crack! The 3 of them crushed the crystal without hesitation. As the expert-level power heart flowed into the body, the pure power contained in it flowed into the body. A terrifying aura suddenly rose from them. Boom! This aura even turned into substance, causing everyone to step back half a step. Braun touched his bald head and said, "Oh no! If Assam Knight breaks through the 5th level, I won't be able to beat him." Blot next to him hit him mercilessly. Mr. Braun, even if Assam Knight is only the 4th level, you don't seem to be his opponent, right? After hearing this, Braun laughed and said, that's right. He has a legendary weapon, and my shield can't stop it at all. If he doesn't have a legendary weapon, I will definitely not lose. In their joking tone, Sarah, Andrew and the other two all entered the transformation state. As time passed, their aura became stronger. At this time, the peasant woman MPO, who was about to enter the cafeteria, could not help but look over. She stared at Chao Xing's figure, and seemed to have something to say. Chao Xing noticed her eyes, but he didn't say much. But he had already made plans for the next step. Let's go talk to this MPO later. About 2 minutes later, the breakthrough of the three seemed to have come to an end. After a moment, they opened their eyes at the same time. From them, a stronger breath rose. In it, Chao Xing also sensed the pure vitality. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, successfully used the expert level Heart of Power, broke through to the 5th level commander level creature, and the basic attributes increased by 100%. Caused a significant increase in attributes. Completed the sublimation transformation, and the life value increased by an additional 50%. Your territory member, Andrew, successfully used the expert level Heart of Power, broke through to the 5th level leader level creature, and the basic attributes increased by 100%. Because its attributes were greatly improved, it completed the sublimation transformation, and the life value increased by an additional 50%. Your territory member, Assam, successfully used the expert level Heart of Power, breaking through to the 5th level leader level creature, basic attributes increased by 100%. Because of its greatly improved attributes, it completed the sublimation transformation, and its health increased by an additional 50%. Intermediate Frostwolf Swordsmanship upgraded to Advanced Frostwolf Swordsmanship. Intermediate Riding Mastery upgraded to Advanced Riding Mastery. At this moment, Chao Xing's breathing suddenly stagnated. Fuck. All three are done, ha ha ha. At this moment, he could hardly hold back his laughter. After all, the expert level Heart of Strength has only a 70% success rate, and Chao Xing was even prepared for 1 or even 2 failures. As a result, all of them succeeded. How comfortable. This wave of luck was not in vain. Chao Xing was extremely happy, and even his heart suddenly relaxed a lot. Since killing the Red Robe Bishop, Chao Xing was really afraid that the guys from the Church of Light would come to him. He was also thinking about how to deal with it if he was really exposed. And now, he suddenly had 3 more 5th level strongmen under his command, and the pressure from the Church of Light was suddenly reduced a lot. What Church of Light? Including Francesca, he has 4 5th level warriors under his command. If they dare to come, just beat them. It's too early to say that he is invincible in this world. But in the Ice Crystal Kingdom, there are not many forces that can threaten him. In addition, Chao Xing also saw the system prompt at the back. Sublimation and transformation. So that's it. After breaking through to the 5th level, will there be extra life points? No wonder I said those 5th level beings. Why the health points are more terrifying than each other. With excitement, Chao Xing quickly checked the attributes of the next 3 5th level warriors. Phantom Assassin, Sarah Blade Dance. Race, Dark Elf. Level 40/500000. 5th level commander level creature. Detailed attributes, click to expand. Frostwolf Knight, Assam. Race, human. Level 40/500000. 5th level leader level creature. Detailed attributes, click to view. Icefield Drew. Andrew. Race, Druid. Level 40/500000. Level 5 leader level creature. Detailed attributes, click to view. Wow! All members have more than 300,000 HP. So scary. Especially Sarah, more than 7,000 attacks, 82% critical hit rate. If this triggers the gift of liberation, the enemy's skull will be blown off with 1 blow. Chao Xing felt very relieved. The 3 who had broken through knelt on 1 knee at the same time, and said respectfully, "Thank you for the training, Lord Territory. Now, we have also possessed the power of the 5th level, and can better defend the territory and the honor of Lord Territory." Chao Xing smiled and said, "Good. Good. You are all very good. And others, those who have not broken through to the 5th level, do not need to worry. It will not be long before everyone can break through to the 4th level. the 5th level, or even sprint to a higher level. Everyone's eyes were filled with eagerness. They nodded heavily, and no one doubted Xiaoxing's words. They believed that this powerful lord would definitely allow them to break through to the 5th level in the near future. By then, the power of this territory would be beyond imagination. Xiaoxing also nodded slightly, and then said, "Okay, let's get busy now." Renis, wait a moment. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving behind the tall archer. Renis, give me your weapon. She handed over the longbow in her hand without any hesitation. Obtained, withered longbow, gold. Xiaoxing put the longbow into his backpack, and took out a relatively simple-looking hunting longbow, gold, which was the weapon he obtained after killing the ogre. This is a level 40 golden weapon, much more powerful than the withered longbow. Renis held the simple longbow, and naturally felt the power it brought. She bowed slightly, and then said respectfully, "Thank you, Lord." Xiaoxing smiled and touched her head. "Nothing, go train with those nightmare archers." Feel Xiaoxing's touch. This heroic archer, a little bit of shyness appeared on her face. Okay, respected lord." After saying that, she held the longbow in her hand and happily went to train. As for the level 30 withered longbow that Renis eliminated, Xiaoxing was going to give it to her after Elisa came back. Speaking of which, the little girl said yesterday afternoon that she found the traces of the cloud yak in the mountains, and after a night, she didn't know what happened. So, he dialed the communication directly. "Elisa, how are you doing?" After a moment, Elisa's low voice came from the other end of the communication. "Lord, I have good news for you. I have almost tracked down the yaks, and there seem to be a lot of them. Just wait for your fortune." Hearing this, Xiaoxing also showed a look of joy on his face. Chapter 277, Uncovering the Secret of the Queen of Mind. Elisa used the communication device and continued, "Lord, these yaks are very cautious. I can't tell you, or they will notice it." Xiaoxing was stunned, and then replied, "Then you should be careful." "Okay, goodbye, Lord." After that, the little girl hung up the communication directly. Xiaoxing also smiled, and then took out a staff emitting cold air from his backpack. It was the Thousand-Eye Staff, orange. Finally, I can change my weapon. This time, it's an epic weapon. Speaking of which, the Light of Dawn Staff, gold, in Xiaoxing's hand, is a level 20 weapon. Xiaoxing has been using it for a long time. The special effect of resetting the skill cooldown time is very useful, so he has never changed it. However, by comparison, the 40-level epic staff is much stronger than this 20-level golden staff. Xiaoxing also equipped it without hesitation, and immediately felt that his attributes were greatly improved. Not only that, the cold air emitted by the Thousand-Eye Staff cooperated with his source of extreme ice. Along the way, ice crystals kept falling. Not bad. Not bad. An epic staff is different. It even has special effects when walking. If nothing else, this appearance is worthy of epic quality. Xiaoxing was happy. Next, he would go and talk to the peasant woman MPO. It was obvious that this woman had something to say to him, but because there were too many people at the time, it seemed difficult to speak. So, he went directly into the back kitchen of the cafeteria and saw Dahua, MPO and others busy in front. After seeing Xiaoxing, the group of cooks bowed one after another, and then said happily, "Lord, you are here." Xiaoxing nodded slightly, and looked at the peasant woman. "MPO, how do you feel in our territory?" Dahua said first, "Lord, our territory is really magical." When MPO first came, she looked silly and drooled when she spoke. As a result, in the past few days, her symptoms have improved a lot. Not only does she not drool anymore, but she can also speak more fluently. Xiaoxing looked at the peasant woman, and then smiled, as if she knew what Xiaoxing meant. The peasant woman lowered her head in embarrassment. "Dahua, you take care of the others first. MPO, you come with me." After receiving the order, although Dahua looked puzzled, she did not say much. The cook walked over and patted MPO on the back, telling her to follow the Lord without any worries. Then, MPO, dressed as a peasant woman, with big shoulders and waist, followed Xiaoxing. After a while, the two arrived at the Lord's mansion. With a curious look in his eyes, MPO looked at the layout of the Lord's mansion, and then locked his eyes on the throne in the middle area, which was inlaid with gems, and was extremely gorgeous. Xiaoxing sat on it directly. It's true, this throne looks hard, but it's quite comfortable to sit on. When MPO saw Xiaoxing on the throne, his eyes seemed to flash with a look of reminiscence. "Impio, you should have something to say to me. Right?" Chao Xing had a faint smile on his lips. Hearing this, the woman in front of him was shocked. After a moment, she seemed to have discovered some secret. Her eyes showed panic, and then she knelt on her knees. "My lord, I didn't mean to deceive you." Chao Xing smiled and shook his head. "It doesn't matter, I know you have your reasons, and I know your identity. You are the queen of the kingdom of Renova, and because the country was destroyed, you fled all the way here. Right?" The woman was stunned for a moment. The thousands of words she had prepared in her heart seemed to have no effect, and she stood there in a daze. She was stunned. This lord knew everything, even her identity and past. After a moment, she said blankly, "Right." Chao Xing didn't care, and continued, "What are your plans for the future? Are you going to continue to take revenge on the kingdom of Ostia?" Hearing this, the woman in front of him showed a dejected look in her eyes. She shook her head and said, "I have given up revenge. The kingdom of Renova has been destroyed, and I am the only one left in the royal family. There is no point in revenge. I fled all the way, just to avoid the powerful and evil wizard of the kingdom of Ostia." After hearing this, Chao Xing said, "Evil wizard?" Impio nodded. "Yes. I can't see through his strength at all, but he can use any witchcraft to greatly reduce the strength of the soldiers in the city, and many powerful knights will lose their combat effectiveness. It was because of him that the kingdom of Renova was beaten without any ability to fight back in that war. It was because I chose to seal my power to avoid his search, and I was lucky enough to escape." Chao Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. "Is this wizard still chasing you?" Impio shook his head after hearing this. "I have been sealed for the past 2 years, and I haven't sensed his breath. However, I'm not sure if he is still looking for me, but I think this guy will never let me go, because I know a secret about him." Hearing this, Chao Xing asked again in doubt, "Secret?" "Yes. Can you tell me a secret?" Po's eyes showed a struggle. And then he said, "My respected lord, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but I'm worried that once you know the secret, that powerful wizard will also attack you. Now I am the only one who knows. If that wizard really comes here, he might only deal with you at that time. And will not implicate you. But, if you want to know, I can tell you." Chao Xing thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "I know. I will talk to you about this topic alone in a few days." He changed the subject and asked, "How far is the kingdom of Ostia from here?" The woman below thought for a moment, then said, "The journey is extremely long. It will take 4 or 5 years for ordinary people to follow the caravan to arrive." Chao Xing nodded suddenly, and continued to ask, "If you are discovered, how long will it take for the wizard to find this place?" The peasant woman thought again for a moment. "If it's fast, it's estimated to be 2 or 3 months. If it's slow, it may never come here in a lifetime." Hearing this, Chao Xing laughed immediately. 2 or 3 months is enough. You know, it has only been a month since he entered this world. He has already become so powerful. In another 2 or 3 months, Chao Xing can't believe how strong he can be. By then, he will not even take this wizard seriously. He said directly, "I know. If that's the case, then you can remove the seal." The peasant woman Po's face showed a struggle. Chao Xing said, "You should know that only by fighting with me can your strength be rapidly improved. You are only the 4th level now, although you are very strong. But compared with those real strong people, you are still far behind. You can't hide forever. Right?" The peasant woman in front of her was still in a state of hesitation, but she also knew that the young man was telling the truth. "Okay. I can remove the seal and fight for you. In the future, if I bring trouble to the territory, I will take the initiative to leave here and will never implicate you." After hearing the latter sentence, Chao Xing was stunned. He did not say anything more in a chauvinistic way. After all, her enemy was an entire kingdom. In the case of insufficient strength, fighting against an entire kingdom was simply a suicidal act. Chao Xing said directly, "Okay. You start to remove the seal." After the words fell, Impio gradually stood up from the ground. As she moved, a strong aura rose from her body. The terrifying aura instantly caught the attention of Sarah, Assam and others in the territory. A shadow quickly appeared outside the Lord's hut. Assam also rushed over. They asked at the door, "Lord, we sensed a strange strong aura inside. How is your place?" Chao Xing smiled and said, "It's okay, Sarah. We just need a new member." Sarah understood what he meant, and waited at the door of the Lord's house with Assam. At the same time, the temperament of the peasant woman in front of him changed dramatically. The dark and yellow skin on her body fell off layer by layer, like shedding skin, revealing the white and smooth skin underneath. Her height also quickly increased from less than 1.6 meters to about 1.7 meters. Her calves quickly shrank, and her thighs became plump and tight. Her bucket-like waist quickly shrank back, becoming a slender waist that could be held in one hand. What surprised Qiaoxing the most was that the size of her chest was also changing. Like an inflated balloon, it expanded rapidly. It reached the size of Xia Yani. After a moment, her yellow hair quickly regained its luster, and her waist-length dark brown hair was scattered behind her. From her body, invisible breaths were continuously released. Qiaoxing knew that this was the mind energy. It was also the power controlled by this woman. When the seal was lifted, a woman with dark brown hair scattered behind her. Her skin was as white and tender as a boiled egg that had just been peeled. The most important thing is that she has an angelic face, a small nose, brown pupils, and a beautiful jawline, with a touch of mature charm. This woman's appearance is really amazing, especially considering her silly look just now. It gives people a strong sense of contrast. At this moment, Victoria has completely recovered her previous form. The mind energy blows her hair, and the whole person is full of a majestic aura, like a mind energy queen born. Qiaoxing said in surprise, "Should I call you MPO now? Or Victoria?" The queen of mind and energy in front of him bowed slightly, and then said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "My lord, it's up to you to call me." Qiaoxing nodded, and looked at Victoria, looking her up and down, nodding continuously. Then he took out a set of clothes, and handed her the snow mountain robe that he had discarded before. "Put it on first." Victoria saw the clothes in Qiaoxing's hand, and seemed to suddenly realize something. She saw the clothes that were torn because of her body shape change. At the root of her plump and slender thighs, the seams of her pants had broken, and she could see her white soft flesh. At her chest, the clothes she was wearing were even more torn, and a large area of snow-white skin was exposed. In an instant, the queen of mind energy in front of her subconsciously covered her chest. The majesty on her face disappeared, and she was a little at a loss for a moment. Qiaoxing waved his hand and said, "There is a place to change clothes inside. Come out after you change." Victoria quickly regained her composure, and her brows became serious again. She nodded slightly, took the clothes from Qiaoxing, and then covered her chest and walked into the changing room behind her. There was a rustling sound from inside. 5 minutes later, a strange woman came out. She tied her long brown hair into 2 braids, and wore a light blue wizard robe, but it still couldn't hide her magnificent chest and graceful figure. Under the high nose bridge, her lips were as delicate as rose petals, and her expression was serious, which made people feel a kind of inviolable majesty. Victoria at this moment was like a completely different person. She said calmly, "This king? No, I have already changed." "Lord." Qiaoxing smiled. "Okay, go out first. I'll ask someone to bless you." Qiaoxing still remembered that this mind queen had several skills, which were very helpful to the territory. Mind Surround can add 4 mind balls to the friendly side to increase damage. Mind Shield can create a huge protective shield to resist damage. And her talent Queen of Mind, not only can it increase the movement speed of teammates by 20%, but also can add a layer of shield. Hearing this, Victoria's eyes also showed a hint of expectation. Through this period of time, she naturally knew how powerful the blessing of this territory was. This was also the power she most desired. When Qiaoxing pushed the door open, Sarah and Assam at the door noticed Victoria at a glance. In Qiaoxing's lord's mansion, a hot woman with a strong aura of a superior suddenly appeared. At this moment, they all had a look of bewilderment in their eyes. "Lord, who is this?" Qiaoxing smiled and said, "Is this our new companion?" Victoria bowed slightly, and said to them in a dignified manner, "My name is Victoria. Please give me your guidance in the future." Assam nodded suddenly. "I am Assam, and this is Sarah." They introduced each other, and said no more. Soon, Qiaoxing called over all members with status skills, including Blot, Irina, Andrew, etc. They all looked at the new member with curiosity. "Okay, now let's start blessing our new member." Everyone didn't hesitate. Each of them released their skills, and one single or group state fell on Victoria. The woman felt her aura rising rapidly, and a look of shock appeared on her serious face. She bowed slightly to Chao Xing. Thank you for the blessing of the Lord. And thank you for your help. Because you helped her improve her strength, the loyalty of the territory member, Victoria Santa Cruz, has been improved. Current loyalty, 72. Hearing Victoria's thanks, everyone also smiled. Baron laughed at his head and laughed. This new companion is really polite. This new companion is really polite. At first glance. Noble origin. Xiao Chu next to him also said. Yes. Right, I feel this big sister. It looks like the queen on TV. Chu dare not talk to her. Victoria, after the seal is lifted, unconsciously will show that majestic atmosphere. She owed her slightly again, looking at Chu. He said, sorry, I will pay attention later. Chao Xing shook his head. No, you are so good. Victoria froze. Followed, grown-ups. Chao Xing continued, now, surrounded by your thoughts, added to our members. Victoria light nods. Raise up the jade hand directly, put the palms flat, 5 fingers gradually bent. After a moment, everyone saw 4 rotating balls of qi appearing on her palm. With a wave of Victoria's hand, the balls of qi fell on Chao Xing. Your territory member, Victoria successfully released the skill Qi Surround. And with the blessing of the talent Eternal Power, this skill has become permanent. Chao Xing's mouth curled up. Although the Qi Surround skill has no effect on him, it is still very important for those warriors. With thorns, standing in the middle of the monsters couldn't even get close. After applying various statuses, Chao Xing also let everyone disperse. At the same time, he was secretly happy. Very good, this way, I have 3 commander-level combat forces in my territory, and my strength has increased dramatically. According to my current strength, even if the Church of Light sends several red-robe bishops at the same time, I am not afraid at all. Maybe they can contribute a few more commander-level souls to me, haha. Chao Xing was in a very happy mood. Next, we will go to the blacksmith shop and the pharmacy to see how many things Harold and Francesca have made. Walking on the bluestone floor, Chao Xing walked leisurely in the territory. At this time, Chao Xing saw a haggard figure squatting in the corner of a residential house. It was the painter Edward. Chao Xing called him over and asked, Edward, how was your last night? Are you still having nightmares? Although Edward's face was still haggard, it was much better than yesterday. He replied happily, Lord, although I still have nightmares, I have a rare good sleep. This territory is so magical that I can sleep even in that state. As long as I think about the scene of those warriors fighting bravely, I ignore the figures of those monsters. A satisfied smile appeared in his eyes. Since he suffered from that kind of mental illness, he hasn't had a good sleep for a long time. Chao Xing also laughed. That's good, it seems that it won't be long before you can fully recover. I think so too, Lord. Edward straightened his face, and then asked, Lord, is there any work I can do? Chapter 278 Trading Life Elixir, A Huge Harvest. Chao Xing pondered for a moment. Speaking of which, Edward has a good life skill, but Chao Xing really doesn't know what this advanced painting mastery is for. So Chao Xing said, there is nothing you need to do at the moment. When you recover almost, I will let you engage in territory construction or combat and other work. Hearing this, Edward said respectfully, Yes, Lord. Thank you, Lord, for taking care of me. Chao Xing waved his hand. Nothing, you go and rest first. Edward retreated respectfully. Not long after he left, on the bluestone ground in front of him, a creature with a graceful upper body of a woman and a snake-like body covered with white scales appeared. This strange snakeman priest was walking towards him with her slender waist twisting. Dear Lord, I'm in trouble. Chao Xing asked in confusion, Elena, what's wrong? She held the weapon in her hand and said, Lord, the quality of my trident is too low. During the battle last night, 2 corners were broken, and I can't use it anymore. Hearing this, Chao Xing looked over. I found that the short trident in Elena's hand was indeed broken in 2 gaps. Let me see. Elena also handed the weapon to Chao Xing obediently. Obtained, Broken Serpent Tribe Priest Trident, green. I took a look at the attributes and found that it was only a level 5 weapon. This is normal after all. When Elena was summoned, she was only a level 5 Serpent Tribe Priest. Speaking of which, Chao Xing has never encountered a trident-like weapon, and has never even found one in a treasure chest. After all, there are not many professions that use this kind of weapon to fight. However, as an experienced blacksmith, Harold should be able to make it. So he said, Okay, I know, I will find a way to get you a new weapon later. Hearing this, the enchanting beauty in front of him suddenly showed joy on her face. Thank you. Lord, I knew you would agree to me. Chao Xing smiled, and he was about to leave. Lord, don't worry, I still have something to ask you. Chao Xing was stunned. What is it? Alina had a faint smile on her lips. Then, he led Chao Xing into the room. Bang! The door closed. Alina? What else? At this moment, Alina's mouth curled up. Then, in front of Chao Xing, she stroked her back with both hands, untied her breastplate, and removed her skirt armor on her lower body. In an instant, a pair of perky shapes appeared in front of him. At this moment, Alina was naked. Her upper body was a perfect female body. Her lower body was a charming snake body. Her waist twisted, full of unique temptation. Alina's enchanting face quickly approached, and then came to Chao Xing's side. Her hands were on Chao Xing's neck, and she exhaled cold air. Today, I want to try something different with the Lord. Chao Xing was stunned and asked in confusion, what is different? Alina did not speak, but controlled her long white tail to wrap around Chao Xing, and then let him sit on the bed. After a moment, this beautiful snakeman spit out her tongue and lowered her head. Slurp! Slurp! The snakeman's tongue kept turning and flexibly entwined. This made Chao Xing breathe in cold air. Hiss! Alina, is this the different thing you said? After a moment, the snakeman beauty raised her enchanting head and chuckled while covering her mouth. Yes, this is what Sister Elena and the others taught me. They said, I have a different body from other humans, and this is my advantage. Lord, do you like Alina like this? Chao Xing was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, Hearing this, the beautiful woman with beautiful features and enchanting temperament in front of her smiled even more happily. The white shoulders trembled slightly, making the whiteness on her chest tremble. She continued to lower her head, spit out her tongue, and wrapped it around from all angles. As time went by, this beautiful snakeman priest, the face gradually covered with 2 pieces of white snake scales. This added a few more touches of unique beauty. Her pupils gradually turned red, the graceful waist twisted unnaturally, and the long snake body began to rotate continuously. After a while, Alina pressed on Chao Xing. Lord, are you ready? Alina is coming. Chao Xing was shocked when he saw this, and hurriedly said, Alina, wait a minute. Transform. Before he finished speaking, Alina had already pressed on him. From her mouth, a charming sound came out. The sudden stimulation also made Chao Xing take a breath. A cold and soft feeling came over him. Alina bit her lower lip lightly, as if she was adapting to this feeling. After a moment, a comfortable smile appeared on her beautiful face. Or, this form is more convenient. Snake people, really a completely different feeling. But fortunately, as a 4th level mage, I finally made this little goblin succumb. In the blink of an eye, nearly 2 hours have passed. After the battle, Alina asked softly, Lord, how do you feel? Chao Xing smiled. I feel very good, Alina. Alina was delighted to hear that. That's great, I thought the Lord would not like it. Next time, I will continue with the Lord. After a moment of hesitation, Chao Xing nodded. Okay. After leaving Alina's room, Chao Xing also felt refreshed. He looked at the time. It was only a little after 10 o'clock in the morning. It was still early. Not bad. The Ice Dragon Horn Challenge will not start until the afternoon. There are only 2 days left in the ranking list. Many people should be trying to get on the list during this period. Let's see how many arrows Harold has made. Francesca's potion. Take this opportunity to sell it. Thinking of this, Chao Xing took the lead in pushing open the door of the blacksmith shop. Dang! Dang dang. The knocking sound continued. The dwarf in front of him was still sweating profusely. After seeing Chao Xing coming in, he stopped what he was doing and said respectfully, Lord, I wish you good health. Chao Xing nodded slightly and asked directly, Harold, how many nightmare arrows have been made? My lord, a little less than last time, only 1,600 green arrows, 242 blue arrows, and 54 purple arrows. Chao Xing's eyes showed a look of realization after hearing this. After thinking about it, this is also normal. After all, it was only about a day since the last transaction. Harold's efficiency was already very good. Not bad. Your efficiency is as high as ever. Thank you for the compliment. Lord. The dwarf in front of him replied modestly. At this time, Chao Xing remembered what he had just promised Alina, and then asked, Harold, if I want to make a trident, do you have any ideas? Harold thought for a moment and said, Trident is a weapon. I have come across several drawings before, and I can make it. Chao Xing's face showed joy. Harold was indeed an experienced blacksmith. He even had blueprints for weapons like the trident. This saved him a lot of resources. But, Lord, what grade of trident do you need? Chao Xing understood what he meant. Probably level 3 or level 4. If possible. It would be best if it was gold quality. Harold nodded. Okay, Lord. But if you want to make a gold quality trident, you need materials such as eternal gold ingots and mithril. Chao Xing asked. How many do you need? About 40 eternal gold ingots, and about 200 mithril. Hearing this number, Chao Xing was slightly surprised. The cost of making a golden weapon is really huge. It actually requires so many eternal gold ingots and mithril. At present, his mithril reserves are sufficient. But he does not have that many eternal gold ingots. But it doesn't matter. He will have them after trading in the market. I know. I will send the materials later. Harold nodded respectfully, and then seemed to remember something, and continued, by the way, Lord, there are 2 gem inlay holes on the trident weapon. If you have orbs or gems, you can inlay them to increase the power of this trident. Hearing this, Chao Xing also remembered something. He had several gems and orbs in his hand, such as the moonlight orb and the blue copper orb. In addition, he could also go to the dragon shop and exchange the 2 powerful glacier magnet and dragon stone. At this moment, Chao Xing suddenly had an idea. He took out the king's blade gold that Lu Mushua had eliminated from his backpack. Harold, there are 2 gems on this weapon. Can you take them off and embed them on the trident? The dwarf forger took it, and then looked at it carefully, and a look of joy gradually appeared in his eyes. He said in surprise, Lord, the material of this weapon is really good. It uses a lot of eternal gold ingots, and the craftsmanship is also very exquisite. If you need it, I can melt it and make it into the shape of a trident. Then add some mithril and eternal gold ingots to improve its level, and you can save a lot of materials. Hearing this, Chao Xing was also a little surprised. Unexpectedly, this discarded king's battle blade can be melted and reused. He said with satisfaction, Good, Harold. Then you can do it this way, and directly inlay the gems on the new trident. If you need anything, just tell me directly. Yes, Lord. After arranging Harold's side, Chao Xing came to the storage box and took out all the arrows that had been made. Obtained, finally cast Nightmare Arrow, green, asterisk 1600. Obtained. The number of arrows was the same as the number reported by Harold. Chao Xing left the blacksmith shop contentedly. Then, he went straight to the area where the alchemy room was located. As soon as he pushed open the door of the alchemy workshop, a strong smell of medicine came. The light in the alchemy room was dim, and there was a faint green light flickering above his head. There were many shelves of goods next to them, on which were marked the names of some herbs, and some semi-finished products of medicines. In the middle of the alchemy room, there was a witch's cauldron that was bubbling with a gurgling sound. Chao Xing saw that there were 2 figures busy inside. The first one was Francesca in a yellow low-cut dress. She was still as beautiful as ever, and her profile alone was enough to fascinate people. Chao Xing also discovered that this woman would change her clothes every day. Basically, they were all dresses with large hems, which made her look elegant and luxurious, and set off her beauty. Although she stayed in the pharmacy every day and rarely went out, this did not hinder her love of beauty. Francesca knew clearly that she had a perfect face, and she also liked her beauty. Sabina, who was standing next to him, was busy at another workbench. One of the 2 women was making poison, and the other was making a life-saving medicine. They talked from time to time and got along well with each other. Seeing Chao Xing coming, Sabina walked over quickly and saluted respectfully. Lord, you are here. Francesca bowed slightly. Chao Xing nodded, and first looked at Sabina next to him, and asked, How is the progress of the nightmare potion? The mature woman in front of him reported, My lord, a total of 217 bottles of nightmare potion have been made in the past 2 days, including 46 bottles of blue quality. Chao Xing smiled after hearing this. This kind of potion is used many times, and it is very good to be able to make so many bottles. Well done, Sabina. Francesca, where are you? The beautiful witch replied softly, According to your instructions, I have basically been refining the improved life secret medicine these 2 days, and a total of 1,271 bottles have been refined. Hearing this number, Chao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. Wow! So many? You are worthy of being a master of refining medicine. Chaoxing said, Francesca, you have excellent refining skills. Sabina next to her also praised, yes, this beautiful witch lady, the refining skills are simply superb. Compared with her, I am far behind. Hearing the two people's praise, Francesca pursed her lips slightly, drawing a beautiful arc. Thank you. However, it should be noted that a lot of raw materials for this secret medicine of life have been consumed in the past 2 days. At most, we can refine about 2,000 copies. Chaoxing was stunned. He had prepared so many materials before, but they were all used up in a few days. But it's not bad. In total, we can make more than 3,000 copies, which can be exchanged for a lot of resources. Okay, I understand. Make them all first, and then I will arrange other potions for you to make. The witch in front of him nodded slightly, and then started working again. Chaoxing walked to the storage box and put all the secret medicines away. Obtained, Improved Life Secret Medicine *1271. Obtained, Sabina's Nightmare Potion, green *171. Obtained, Sabina's Nightmare Potion, blue *46. Not bad, I have indeed developed a blue quality potion. I looked at the properties. Sabina's Nightmare Potion, blue. Quality, excellent. Potion effect. Apply to melee weapons or arrows, make the next 10 attacks, add 1 layer of psychedelic toxin effect, reduce the enemy's attack power by 489 points within 30 seconds, and make it enter a psychedelic state, several mental shocks every 5 seconds. Number of uses remaining, 10. Very good, compared to green quality potions, the reduction in attack power is higher. In this way, the attack power of second-level elite monsters will even be reduced to 0. Chaoxing smiled. This thing, for those survivors of level 1 and 2, is a magical medicine. Next, we need to sell a batch of these potions and arrows and exchange them for resources. Although, he already has more than 1 million ice dragon marks. But the more of this thing, the better. And there are still many things in the store that have not been exchanged. For example, those precious gems, and snowball turret blueprint, thrust catapult blueprint, etc. And Chaoxing is also preparing to form a new legion. And the soldiers of these legions need to use various hearts of power to break through. So, Chaoxing walked directly to the market and opened the consignment interface. In an instant, millions of consignment information appeared. After this period of development, there are more and more things on the market. Not bad. Wait for the next version update. Maybe we will continue to merge the servers. By then, there will be more supplies on the market, and you can get any rare things. So, Chaoxing put finely forged Nightmare Arrow, green, on the shelf as usual. However, the price is a little bit higher. From the original arrow equal to 300 ice dragon marks to 400. He also added a condition: each person can only buy 2 arrows at most. Less than 10 seconds after it was put on the shelf, a survivor named Hong Zhuling immediately found this consignment information. He glanced at the chat channel and found that no one was discussing this matter, and suddenly realized that he might be the first person to find out that Chaoxing was consigning this kind of arrow. After what happened yesterday, everyone knows how powerful this Nightmare Arrow is. Many big group leaders offered 500 or even 600 ice dragon marks for each arrow. But everyone wanted to keep this thing for themselves. After all, no matter how many ice dragon marks you have, how can it be more important than your own life? Hong Zhuling realized that this might be his chance. He could grab more Nightmare Arrows and resell them before others found out. But he didn't have that many ice dragon marks, so he contacted his relatives and friends as soon as possible, wanting to borrow some. However, before he could borrow them, he found that someone was already discussing this in the chat channel. He immediately felt regretful, and felt that he had missed a great opportunity. Shinshui, brothers, Boss Chaoxing is consigning the finely cast Nightmare Arrows again. This time there are only more than 1,000 arrows. Those who have the ice dragon mark on their hands should hurry up and grab them. Kongyu, finally the consignment has started. I've been waiting since yesterday. Xiaochuanbua, me too. I directly mobilized my connections, and borrowed 3,000 ice dragon marks from relatives and friends. This time I want to exchange them for 10 arrows directly, haha. Huang Gong, don't even think about it, each person is limited to 2 arrows. You can't buy so many. Wan Qixing, damn, why did they add such a restriction? And the price has risen a little bit. Li Liang, it's a good addition. With this restriction, those who want to buy in bulk and then resell them will have no chance. Brothers, charge. In an instant, the survivors began to rush into the market and scramble. Although the purchase limit was set at 2, this type of arrow was too popular. A large number of survivors traded with him, and trading prompts appeared frantically. Trade successful. You lost finally forged nightmare arrow, green. *2. And you gained ice dragon mark. *800. Trade successful. In less than 2 minutes, all 1,100 nightmare arrows put on the shelf by Chao Xing were snapped up. And he also gained 440,000 ice dragon marks again. However, the survivors were still waiting. After all, according to their understanding of Chao Xing, they all knew that he would not sell only one item each time he made a transaction. He would usually leave the good stuff behind. At least thousands of eyes were staring at the market at this time. However, after waiting for a few minutes, they still did not see Chao Xing's consignment information. Everyone was a little confused. Some people mentioned Chao Xing in the chat channel. Li Rongrong at Chao Xing. Boss, aren't you going to continue consignment? You should have stronger arrows in your hand. Right? John Yonghu, yes. Boss Chao Xing also sold blue and purple nightmare arrows yesterday. So he must have some. Mo Rong, boss. Please take them out for trading. The sisters are waiting. Chao Xing saw the message in the chat that mentioned him, and replied with a smile, this time, there really is no more. This kind of arrow takes a lot of time to make. And these more than 1,000 are all my reserves. Although there are more than 200 blue quality arrows in his backpack, the number is too small. And Chao Xing plans to wait until there are more before selling. Hearing this, the survivors in Area 17 all felt a little regretful. But Chao Xing continued, however. Although the arrows are gone, I still have some other things to sell. This made the survivors on the scene curious. Other things? Boss Chao Xing. What are they? Haha. I think they must be good things. Yes. Boss Chao Xing always sells things that are very useful. Chao Xing didn't waste any words and directly pasted the Sabina's Nightmare Potion, green, attribute on it. The survivors checked it out one after another. Instantly, there was a burst of exclamations. Damn! This potion is a bit scary. It directly reduces the attack power by more than 350. Isn't this directly reducing the attack of a second-level monster? Yes, even the leader-level Ice Nest Evil Beast will have its attack power reduced by half, and the most important thing is, it also has a psychedelic effect once every 5 seconds. This thing is a perfect match with nightmare arrows. Too powerful, this potion has 10 more uses, which adds up to 100 attacks. The threat of those leaders and bosses will drop sharply. In the chat channel, there are still many people who know the goods. After listening to the analysis of the above people, the other survivors also realized the power of this potion. As expected of you, Chao Xing, you can even get this powerful potion. I just don't know how many bottles you will sell this time. Yes, this potion should be very expensive. Right? Chao Xing said, I don't have many of this potion. Only 200 bottles in total. So the price is a little higher. 1,000 ice dragon marks per bottle. Each person is limited to 1 bottle. Hearing this number, all the survivors on the field were shocked. Because for most ordinary survivors, 1,000 ice dragon marks is a big number. And many people can't take out so many at once. However, considering the powerful effect of this potion and the number of times it can be used, everyone feels that it is worth it. 1,000 ice dragon marks is 1,000. I'll go borrow it now. Ergu, lend me 500 ice dragon marks. I will return it to you when I defeat the leader-level ice nest monster someday. Is there any brother willing to lend me 1,000 ice dragon marks? I can date you. The guy above. You are dreaming. The survivors mobilized their own connections and borrowed ice dragon marks everywhere. Chao Xing also quickly set up the consignment information for this potion. Since Chao Xing only wanted to exchange this potion for the ice dragon mark, it was very convenient to trade. The system prompts kept refreshing the screen. Transaction successful. You lost Sabina's Nightmare Potion, green. *1, you gained Ice Dragon Mark. *1000. Transaction successful. The market in District 17 was as hot as ever. In less than a minute, Chao Xing sold out all the potions in his hands. A total of 200,000 Ice Dragon Marks were obtained. At this moment, after these 2 rounds of transactions, the number of Ice Dragon Marks in Chao Xing's hands has officially exceeded 2 million, reaching 2.34 million. Not bad. Not bad, now I can buy all those gems, and the blueprints. Chao Xing was very excited. And the survivors were also very excited. Boss Chao Xing, are there any more? These bastards are too fast, I didn't get any even when I was squatting next to the market. Me too, these guys are really too fast. They bought 1,000 ice dragon marks without hesitation. Boss Chao Xing, buy some more, you should have some more. Right? After a moment, Chao Xing replied, there is no more nightmare potion, but I will continue to sell something, which is also a secret medicine, which has a different effect from the potion, but it is even rarer. Hearing this, the expectations rose again in everyone's hearts. Haha, I knew that Boss Chao Xing would definitely have some good stuff. This time I'm going to use my hand speed after being single for 30 years, and get it right away. Why are you in such a hurry? You haven't even seen the attributes yet. They didn't wait long, and soon saw the attributes of the improved life secret medicine. Posted by Chao Xing. Everyone clicked to check it out. The entire chat channel fell into a moment of silence. Then, there was a tsunami of shouts. Chapter 279 Crazy Market, forming a Centaur Legion. In the chat channel, there was a tsunami-like shout. Oh my god! This is actually a life potion, which can directly restore 2,000 health points. My current health points are only over 3,000. This bottle of potion can directly restore my health to full. Yeah, it's too scary. This secret potion has only a 30-second cooldown. If there are enough of this secret potion, I can even fight against the boss-level monster. By the way, I am a knight. Damn, carrying a bottle of this thing on you, it's a life-saving thing. For everyone, nothing is more important than their own life. The secret medicine of Chao Xing is surprisingly effective. One bottle of medicine can restore the health of most second-level survivors. This is a life-saving magic medicine. The survivor said, brothers, please leave me a bottle of this secret medicine. I have old people and children to take care of. Leave me a bottle too. I can kill 2,000 ice dragon marks in seconds. Not to mention 1,000. Damn it. I'll go to my ex-wife to borrow the ice dragon mark. Just as they were about to borrow the ice dragon mark, Chao Xing said, everyone. The reserve of this secret medicine is a little more than the previous magic potion. However, I'm not going to use it to exchange for the ice dragon mark this time. Hearing the latter sentence, the chat channel suddenly rang with disappointed voices. However, some people still asked with a glimmer of hope, then, Boss Chao Xing, what do you need? Materials or blueprints? Chao Xing said directly, training manuals, recruitment scrolls, pet contracts and other things. Of course, if there are some special blueprints or equipment, you can also chat with me privately to set the price. Mainly accept Centaur recruitment scrolls. And the training manuals are preferably Frost Archers, Shadow Killers, Ascalon Warriors, etc. Hearing this, the survivor's eyes rekindled hope. Haha. I have 2 first-level Centaur Warrior recruitment scrolls. I think the level of this thing is too low. So I didn't summon it. I didn't expect it to come in handy now. Training manuals? I do have some Frost Archer training manuals here. But there are not enough staff in the territory. So I haven't used them. Great. I also have 2 Centaur Lancer recruitment scrolls here. But they are first level. I don't know if Boss Chao Xing will accept them. The survivors with these scrolls were very excited. Chao Xing also quickly put the improved version of the secret life medicine on the shelf. And then set the transaction price. Consignment item, improved secret life medicine medium. Item reserve, 1,200. Required items, Centaur recruitment scroll, Frost Archer training manual, Shadow Killer training manual. Consigner, Chao Xing. Seller's note, 1 recruitment scroll is equal to 5 bottles of secret life medicine. 1 training book equals 2 bottles of secret life medicine. 1 pet contract equals 1 bottle of secret life medicine. If it is elite level, the price can be raised. Chao Xing's price is not high. For all survivors, soldiers are the most important resources. Even if they are recruited and sold as slaves, they can be exchanged for a considerable amount of resources. Of course, compared to selling slaves for resources, the improved version of the secret medicine of life is more tempting to them. After all, 1 recruitment scroll can be exchanged for 5 bottles of secret medicine of life, which is equivalent to 5 more lives for free. In an instant, a large number of survivors rushed to the market and found Chao Xing to trade. Transaction successful. You get first level Centaur Archer recruitment scroll. *2, you lose improved life potion. *10. Transaction successful, you get first archer training manual. *5, you lose improved life potion. *10. Transaction successful, you get intermediate pet contract, blue. *3, you lose improved life potion. *3. Transaction successful, you get first level Centaur Lancer recruitment scroll. *3, you lose improved life potion. *15. Transaction successful. System prompts are swiping the screen like crazy. The trading event lasted for 5 minutes. The 1,200 bottles of life secret medicine that Chao Xing consigned were all sold out. Looking at the large number of recruitment scrolls in his backpack, Chao Xing couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha. There is strength in numbers. It's worth my preparation for so long to make the secret medicine. This time, his gains were beyond imagination. Looking at the backpack, he gained a total of 44 centaurs from this transaction. Centaurs recruitment scrolls *44. Centaurs Lancers and Shields recruitment scrolls *57. Centaurs Archers recruitment scrolls *17. These recruitment scrolls are all first level. There is no way. The survivors at this stage are not high in level. All they get are level 1 and 2 scrolls. They usually keep level 2 scrolls for themselves. No one will trade them. Great, now we can definitely put together a Centaur Legion. Chao Xing thought happily. In addition, there are 172 primary plus intermediate pet contracts. There are also 24 Frost Archer training manuals. And 7 Shadow Killer training manuals. Plus some miscellaneous materials and the like. This transaction can be said to be quite fruitful. Chao Xing patted his backpack with satisfaction. Sure enough, Francesca and Harold are my money printing machines. With these two, plus the materials I provide them, I can continuously obtain resources in the market. That's great. Chao Xing thought, now, it's time to digest this profit. There are currently no suitable candidates for training in those training manuals, but we can summon the centaurs first. After all, these centaurs are only first-level creatures. It's better to upgrade their level as soon as possible. Of course, what Chao Xing appreciates most is the riding function of the centaurs, which can be combined with wild boar warriors to form an alternative knight group. But this thing needs 100 loyalty to unlock. So Chao Xing called Cantel and Candar over. Crack, crack. The familiar sound of horse hooves rang out. Lord, we are here. Chao Xing nodded slightly. Cantel, Candar, I will summon many centaurs in a while, and I will leave it to you to lead them later. After hearing this, the two of them immediately said, Oh, are there new companions coming? Don't worry. Strong Lord, we will discipline them well. Chao Xing smiled. Okay. After that, he took out a large number of scrolls directly from his backpack. Do you want to use the first level Centaur Warrior recruitment scroll *44? Do you want to? Chao Xing directly clicked yes. At the same time, a full 118 hexagram arrays appeared in front of Chao Xing. Energy fluctuations were emanating from these hexagram arrays. Rays of light shot up into the sky, and it was even hard to open your eyes. Shoo! Chao Xing heard a lot of horses neighing in the middle. It was as if a group of war horses were galloping wantonly. At the same time, the rough voice of the centaur sounded. Spirituality, pride, wildness, freedom. This is the main theme of our centaurs. The souls of our ancestors protect us. Centaurs, Centaurs Lancers, Centaurs Archers, Can London Can like Canster. Reporting to you. In an instant, more than 100 centaurs stood straight in place. Chao Xing looked over and found that this group of centaurs were divided into 3 groups according to their professions. One group was centaurs like Cantel Candar, wearing light armor and holding blunt weapons as weapons. On the other side, there was a group of heavy cavalrymen wearing heavy black armor. Even their horses were covered with thick armor, holding a 3-meter-long spear in their left hands, and holding a shield. This group of heavy cavalrymen had high defense and amazing lethality. Then, there were a dozen centaur archers holding bows and arrows. What surprised Chao Xing was that these centaur archers were all women. Compared with the centaur warriors, their 4 horse hooves were longer and their backs were flatter. The upper body of the human was covered with animal skin armor, covering their slightly raised chests. Some ancient tattoo patterns were engraved on the dark blue skin. And the lower body was also wearing animal skin armor, holding a large bow in hand, looking full of primitive breath. The group of centaurs also noticed the 2 people beside Chao Xing. Cantel and Candal were both centaurs, each holding a huge sickle and exuding a terrifying aura. Compared to this group of first-level centaurs, they were many times stronger. One of the centaur's lancers exclaimed, "Two centaurs, you are really strong. The aura on your body even makes me feel like I am facing a 1,000-man captain." The centaurs also echoed, "Yes, even in the army. These two are definitely well-known masters." Including the eyes of the group of female centaurs looking at Cantel and Candal, also full of appreciation. There were even a few female centaurs, who flirted with Cantel. As a race that also worships strength, they also admire the strong, and have unrestrained personalities. And Cantel and Candar, who were a little flattered by the boasting. However, when they saw Chao-Shing next to them, they suddenly remembered something. Cantel said, "Of course, Candar and I are already level 3 leader warriors. But with the Lord's blessings, we can even deal with level 4 centaurs." The centaurs echoed, "Oh! I sense that you two really have strength far beyond level 3. It's their luck to have these two powerful centaurs in this territory." However, Cantel said, "No. You are wrong. Before entering the summoning space, we were just ordinary centaurs with only level 2 strength. Thanks to the Lord's training, we can have what we have today. It's our luck to be able to come to this territory." After hearing this, the centaurs all turned their eyes to Chao-Shing. At this time, they noticed the human who looked low-key, but had an extremely terrifying aura. "So this is our Lord. He looks stronger than these two centaurs. Yes, I feel that the Lord can kill us with just one look." Chao-Shing is a level 40 frost mage, and he can indeed kill these centaurs with just one group attack magic. He did not speak, but asked the group of centaurs to wait for a while. At the same time, he called Lumushua, Zilda, and Blot and other creatures with group status over. When they saw this group of new centaurs, they understood what Chao-Shing meant. Soon a lot of group skills were released. Blessing of Courage, Queen's Will, Resonance Totem. All the centaurs felt that a force far beyond their current level remained in their bodies forever. "Father Model, this force is so terrifying. Father, I feel that my current attack power can even cause damage to a 3rd-level warrior. I must be dreaming. How can there be such a terrifying blessing effect?" Cantor immediately raised his sickle and said, "You are not dreaming. These are just a few of the Lord's blessing effects. In the future, you must follow us to defend the territory. Perform well, the Lord will not only bestow more powerful blessings on you, but also enhance the strength of all of you centaurs." The centaurs became more excited, and looked at Chao-Shing with fiery eyes. "Because you helped him improve his strength, Centaur's Lancer Cancer's loyalty has been improved, current loyalty, 71. Because you, more than 100 system prompts appeared. The loyalty of all centaurs has been increased to above 70. Seeing this, Chao-Shing smiled. Then, he clicked on the attribute panel of these centaurs and checked it. Centaur's Lancer, Cancer. Level 8672/70,000. First Order Ordinary Creature. HP, 1247/1247, Pale Tree Bonus. Attack Power, 65 to 67, Weapon Bonus. Armor, 43 to 49. Skills, Primary Spear and Shield Mastery, Spear Attack Power increased by 10%, Shield Parry Probability increased by 10%, Rush and Strike, increase movement speed by 100%, raise the spear to attack all enemies along the way, causing 147% to them. Penetrating damage, cooling time, 60 seconds. Legion Skill, Victory Charge. A powerful centaur leads the other centaurs, launching a victory charge, armor increased by 50%, attack power increased by 30%, all centaurs move at the same speed, and cause stun and knockback effects to the hit enemies, cooling time, 150 seconds. Talent, none. Bond, Centaur, 100 people have activated. Satiation, 66. Loyalty, 72. Centaur. Archer, Kanmini. Level 7672/6000, Ordinary Creature of Level 1. HP, 1154/1154, Pale Tree Bonus. Attack Power, 53 to 59, Weapon Bonus. Armor, 29 to 31. Skills, Primary Archery Mastery. When using About to Fight, attack speed plus 10%, attack power plus 10%, flexible shooting, shoots 8 arrows in the next 5 seconds. You can move and jump quickly during this process, avoiding the enemies. Attack skill cooldown, 40 seconds. Legion skill, Victory Charge. Talent, none. Bond, Centaur, 100 people activated. Satisfaction, 69. Loyalty, 71. Not bad. Not bad, Legion skills are also activated. These centaurs have basically no shortcomings except that their levels are relatively low. As for those centaur warriors, there is no need to look at them. The evolutionary path is the same as can't tell. Thinking of this, Chao Xing said to them, "Welcome, strong centaurs. Centaurs with lances and shields. And archers." As Cantel and Canar said, "As long as you perform well, you will continue to become stronger here. Let us work together to build a powerful territory." All the centaurs straightened their bodies and saluted at the same time. "We are willing to offer our loyalty to the powerful Lord." Cantel said respectfully, "Lord, shall I take them to train now?" He seemed a little impatient. But Chao Xing shook his head. The levels of these centaurs were too low. It happened that they were going to have the Ice Dragon Horn Challenge in the afternoon, which would allow their levels to soar quickly. However, the advancement of these more than 100 centaurs required a large number of power hearts. However, for Chao Xing, who had 2.54 million Ice Dragon marks, this was not a problem. He first opened the Dragon Shop and spent 120,000 Ice Dragon marks to exchange for 120 primary power hearts. Then he spent another 1.2 million Ice Dragon marks to exchange for 120 intermediate power hearts. The system prompt appeared. Exchange successful, Ice Dragon Seal 1320000. Instantly, Chao Xing's 2 million Ice Dragon Seal reserves dropped to 1.22 million. But this had no effect. After all, digesting these resources and using them to improve strength is the most important thing. So Chao Xing waved his hand and took out all the hearts of power. The sight of hundreds of hearts of power placed on the ground was quite spectacular. The centaurs asked with surprise, "My strong lord, what is this?" Chao Xing said, "In our territory, the first level power is still too weak. There will be a large-scale battle in the afternoon. And there will be a lot of monsters, which is enough for you to level up to the third level. Take these hearts of power. And if you reach the current level limit during the battle, withdraw from the battlefield and break through. Wait until the breakthrough is successful before joining the battle. Do you understand?" All the centaurs looked serious. They knew that Chao Xing was helping them improve their strength. With an excited look in his eyes, "I understand, Lord. You are such a generous and powerful Lord," the female centaurs added. "And a handsome Lord." The next moment, a large number of system prompts appeared. "Due to your generous gift, territory member, Cancer's loyalty has been greatly improved. Current loyalty, 85. Due to your generous gift, territory member, Kanmini's loyalty has been greatly improved. Current loyalty, 87. Due to you." Chao Xing did not show any emotion, but he was secretly delighted in his heart. Eternal Power State plus Heart of Strength, 2 sets of attacks. Almost no troops can withstand this kind of attack. They all offered their loyalty to him. All the centaurs had a loyalty of more than 85. Next, as long as they are trained for a period of time, even if all members reach 100, it will be an easy task. Chao Xing waved his hand, then he asked Cantel and Canar to take the other centaurs to train. Then, he continued to patrol the territory. Walking through the 3-story lord's hut, the 5-meter-high king's altar, and rows of residential houses and elemental arrow towers. Looking at those buildings and a large number of residential houses, Chao Xing was also full of emotion. The entire territory has grown from a small campfire to its current size, which makes people feel full of accomplishment. Now, the population of the territory is increasing, and the second expansion can be carried out immediately. However, I used the tavern recruitment function last time, and it seemed to have no effect. I have waited for 2 days, and there is no news of new visitors. But after thinking about it, it is normal. After all, the recruitment function of the tavern is to issue invitations to the natives near the territory. In addition, Chao Xing has been using the Ice Dragon Horn Challenge for the past 2 days. After seeing the massive ice nest monsters, the natives might have been scared away. Also, he now has enough manpower. Time passed slowly. It was soon around noon. At the same time, Yao Yiming also sent a message. "Boss Chao Xing, we have rested well, and we can prepare to start the second wave of the Ice Dragon Horn Challenge." "Okay, wait a moment. I'll ask 2 people to go over and support the scene." Chao Xing was worried that the mist ice nest monsters would cause accidents, so it was safer to send 2 warriors over. So, Chao Xing called Jonard and Josen over, and quickly explained to them what to do. The 2 tall dragon blood warriors straightened up immediately. Chao Xing said, "You go over, under normal circumstances. You don't need to take action. If there are monsters attacking their territory, Just kill them directly. The two said respectfully, yes, Lord. After that, they left quickly. A few minutes later, they arrived near Yao Yiming's territory. Chao Xing called Yao Yiming's phone, and then said, let's start. Okay, boss Chao Xing. After that, he and Chao Xing used the Ice Dragon Horn at the same time. Area notice, survivors. Please note that Survivor Lord Yao Yiming has used Ice Dragon Horn middle. Area notice, survivors. Please note that Survivor Lord Chao Xing has used Ice Dragon Horn middle. 2 system prompts. Instantly ignited the chat channel of Area 17. Brothers, Boss Chao Xing, and Yao Yiming are using the medium horn at the same time. Are they preparing to sprint to the rankings in the last 2 days? Forget about Boss Chao Xing. There is no doubt that he will be the first this time. But Yao Yiming is so fierce. He will not want to grab the second place. Right? It is very likely. Yao Yiming has more than 800 points now, ranking 5th, but as long as he challenges the medium Ice Dragon Horn again, he can overtake in one fell swoop and take the second place. Damn! It seems to be true. This Yao Yiming is too fierce. Whose general is this? Brothers, this person seems to be from District 174. What do you think? Is it possible that he is Boss Chao Xing's man? Everyone was shocked by the sudden appearance of Yao Yiming. The Dark Horse. Chapter 280. District 17 dominates the rankings. The ranking list is over. Before this, the entire District 17 had never heard of Yao Yiming. But now, in just 2 days, he has caught everyone's attention, and is going to take the second place. This has put great pressure on other leaders in District 17. Because it means that, once someone advances 1 place, they will move back 1 place. Especially Jiang Qingyun, who feels like the sky is falling. At the territory headquarters of Wangjiang Pavilion, Jiang Qingyun's face is gloomy. Where did this Yao Yiming come from? He was able to challenge the medium-sized Ice Dragon Horn continuously. He is definitely not an unknown person. According to those people's speculation, this guy may really be related to Chao Xing. Thinking of this, Jiang Qingyun became even more depressed, because he had a hunch that this person was probably arranged by Chao Xing, and his purpose was to snatch his second-place reward. Damn Chao Xing. No. I must get this second-place reward. He looked at the old man beside him, and then said coldly, Old Lu, organize more members immediately. I want to start the medium-sized Ice Dragon Horn Challenge. Hearing this, the old man in front of him was shocked. Young Master Jiang, don't be impulsive. The difficulty of a medium-sized Ice Dragon Horn is several times that of a small one. Those mysterious beings left our territory last night. Now only one is left, and we can't control him at all. With our strength, if we forcibly challenge the medium-sized Ice Dragon Horn, there will probably be large-scale casualties. Jiang Qingyun's face became even gloomier, and he said, Damn it! Why did these guys leave at this time? Even the old man was helpless. After a while, his mood gradually recovered. Although he was very angry, he had no other choice because of his lack of strength. In desperation, Jiang Qingyun could only use the Ice Dragon Horn small. Again, hoping to gain more points, including Qiu Yiting, Yao Yiming and others. All used the Ice Dragon Horn. The last 2 days? No. Or the last day and a half. Everyone started the final sprint. Regional announcements came one after another, and most survivors began to pay attention to the score rankings. Chao Xing was standing on the city wall at this time, watching the battle below. Boom! Boom! As before, ice nests continued to descend, and then hatched a large number of ice nest monsters. Although, the difficulty of the medium Ice Dragon Horn challenge was very high. But compared with the large challenge last night, it was not worth mentioning. Chao Xing had no intention of taking action at all. The combatants below did not feel any pressure either. Including the group of first-level centaurs, they also relied on the 3 powerful group states on their bodies to charge through the group of second-level monsters. However, they did not have the various single-target states added by Chao Xing, and their health was still dropping rapidly. And every time this happened, the voices of Cantel and Cantor's command would ring out. Shoo! Cantel commanded from the rear, Centaurs, all retreat, and start using the primary heart of power to break through. Centaurs, spear and shield cavalry, go to the top. After a large number of Centaurs reached level 10, they immediately came to the back of the team and started to break through. After a minute or two, all of these Centaurs became second-level creatures, and their aura soared. Cantor's voice followed. All Centaur Lancers, return to the rear of the territory, and you will also start to break through. Centaur Warriors, go over and hold on. Tram, tram. The dense sound of horse hooves rang out. These centaurs took turns to defend and attack, and their experience points rose rapidly. The white light of upgrading continued to appear from them. According to this situation, it won't take long for all members to reach level 20, and then break through to level 3. When Xiaoxing saw this scene, there was a hint of joy on his face. Not bad. Not bad. In such a large battlefield, leveling up is fast. It just so happens that in the next day and a half, I plan to use the Ice Dragon Horn all the time. You can take this opportunity to refresh everyone's status. Xiaoxing has now leveled up 8 times, reaching the maximum level of 40, and his basic attributes have been greatly improved. Status skills such as Ice Healing and Ice Armor have also seen their values greatly increased. The same is true for Lu Muxue. So, he called Lu Muxue, Eilina, Tong Chuchu, Andrew and other soldiers with single target buffs. Then he began to refresh the status of these soldiers. In this way, Xiaoxing and his team added various single target statuses, while other soldiers fought against a large number of ice nest monsters outside. The staff continued to build various buildings. Everything was going on in an orderly manner. It is worth mentioning that Sarah, Assam and others, after breaking through the 5th level, also continued to kill ice nest monsters outside to gain experience. However, at their 5th level, the number of monsters they need to kill to level up is still too much. So the speed of upgrading is not as terrifying as before. Time passed slowly. Soon, it was late at night. Many eyes were staring at the score rankings. After a day of fighting, the scores of the leaders of the 17th district increased by 100 to 200 points. However, in terms of the increase, the most terrifying one is still Xiaoxing, and then Yao Yiming. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, Yao Yiming successfully rushed to the 2nd place with 1,700 points, achieving a turnaround. A burst of exclamations rang out in the chat channel. Jiang Qingyun was extremely depressed. In Xiaoxing's territory, he looked at the exhausted wild boar warriors, Ascalon warriors, centaurs, and dragon blood fighters. Although he had these 4 legions under his command, fight alternately. But after a whole day, they still consumed a lot of their physical strength. Xiaoxing smiled and said, "How is it? Can you still hold on?" The group of warriors immediately straightened their faces, and then said, "No problem. Lord, the wild boar warriors are the strongest. So are the centaurs." Xiaoxing smiled. "Yes, you are all the bravest warriors. Hold on for another day, and tomorrow this scale of battle will be over." Hearing this, the warriors all smiled. After letting them go back to rest, Xiaoxing also took Lu Muxue back to his lord's mansion. After casting spells for a day, both of them were a little tired. After returning to the lord's hut, they hugged each other and fell asleep. At night, the cold wind howled. Since the blizzard, there have been a few days without freezing rain or snow. The survivors also fell asleep. But in the extremely distant permafrost sea, a different change came. The ever-frozen sea, as a mysterious ocean in this world, is vast and boundless. So far, no one has explored the end of the ever-frozen sea. It is covered with thick ice all year round. It is said that, under these ice layers, there are countless treasures, and some powerful people who have disappeared for thousands of years. In some unknown corner, in the depths of the endless ice layer, a huge and boundless figure is sleeping quietly here. Its body seems to be made of clear and hard crystal, and a pair of huge dragon wings extend out for countless miles. All over its body, every scale shone with a dangerous cold light. The head was held high, the mouth was half open, revealing sharp and hard fangs, and 2 horns protruded from behind its eyes. It seemed to have been sleeping for a long time. And on this day, the dragon suddenly opened its eyes. From these eyes, there was a terrifying breath of killing, destruction, and death. The endless ice surface of the ever-frozen sea suddenly cracked into a 1,000-mile-long, bottomless crack. The next day, when everyone woke up, a different system prompt appeared. All survivors, please note, you have passed the 16th day of the official period. Today is the last day of the points ranking. Ranking rewards will be settled at midnight tonight. Due to an unknown incident in the ever-frozen sea, the power of the dragon will be suspended from midnight tonight. The next 7 days will be the construction week. The construction speed of all territory buildings will be increased by 20%. The speed of collecting basic resources in the territory will be increased by 20%. Please make reasonable use of the development time of the construction week. Improve the strength of your territory as much as possible. 7 days later, the power of the dragon will descend in a new form. You will face more difficult challenges at the same time. The system will make the third version update. Weather forecast. Light breeze today, the temperature is -58°C to -69°C. A series of system prompts. The survivors were confused for a moment, then everyone was celebrating. Including the World Channel, there was a cheer. Ding Lu. Great, the dragon's power has finally stopped. This time, we have a full week of development time. I must build the city wall. Onsai Miko, oh my god. I finally made it through. I can live a few more days. I decided to take this opportunity to abandon the territory and integrate into the lives of those indigenous people. Bear Grylls, God bless you. I have been hiding in a small village these days to avoid the threat of the ice nest. Now, I can restart my journey of exploration. Friends, next I will post a thread on the forum and upload my survival video regularly. I hope you can watch it. Smirnoff. I found a brown bear den in a forest a few days ago, but I never had time to explore it, but now I finally have the chance. Facing the construction week, everyone made different choices. Some chose to seize the time to develop the territory. Some chose to give up the territory directly. Others choose to join the legion of those survivors. It can be said that there are all kinds of people. Including Chaoxing and Lu Mushua, they also looked at the system prompt in front of them and fell into thought. Is it the construction week? This is good for us. The population of the territory has exceeded 600, and we need to expand the territory. After all, so many people live in a place with a diameter of 1 kilometer, which is already a bit crowded. However, before that, Chaoxing needs to wait for the strange red magic bean to grow out. With the help of this magic bean, the layout of his territory can be easily changed. Thinking of this, Chaoxing also had a hint of expectation. Let's go. Mushue, it's the last day. Let's brush more ice dragon marks and refresh the status of those soldiers by the way. Yeah. The two of them quickly washed up and walked out of the Lord's hut. Huh? As soon as they walked out of the door, the cold air hit again. Without Chaoxing's instructions, the people in the territory were working as usual. The polar people and staff were building more residential houses. De Zhuang led the group of goblin laborers to the mine 3 or 4 kilometers away from the territory to mine early in the morning. The combatants were waiting outside the territory, because Chaoxing said that they would continue to fight a large number of ice nest monsters today. So they were all ready. Seeing Chaoxing coming, everyone greeted him. Lord. Good morning. Lord. Continue to summon those ice nest monsters. The wild boar warriors can't wait to fight. The centaurs too. After yesterday's battle, this group of centaurs also tasted the joy of rocketing levels. They were all very excited and looked forward to today's battle. Seeing their excited expressions, Chaoxing smiled and said, "Don't worry. Wait a few minutes before starting." After hearing this, everyone also waited silently. A moment later, Yao Yiming sent a message. Boss Chaoxing, I have won the second place, and I am ready for the second Ice Dragon Horn challenge at any time. However, the gap between Jiang Qingyun and me is not big. Will he catch up? Chaoxing glanced at the rankings. He found that one of them had 1745 points, and the other had 1687 points, which was indeed not much of a gap. Chaoxing replied, "It's okay. You can widen the gap if you continue to use 2 Ice Dragon Horns today." Okay, Boss Chaoxing. After that, the two ended the call, and Yao Yiming began to prepare to continue to meet the challenge. In the Legion camp of Wangjiang Pavilion, Jiang Qingyun looked at his team members and continued to cheer them up. Everyone, today is the final sprint stage. Although we have been squeezed to third place, don't be discouraged. As long as we carry out another small wave of Ice Dragon Horn challenges, we can overtake again and take the second place. And below, the members of Wangjiang Pavilion were somewhat demoralized. Boss, do we really have a chance to get to the second place? Yes. If that guy uses the medium-sized Ice Dragon Horn again, then we will have no hope at all. Jiang Qingyun's face froze. He also knew that this was very likely. But he still comforted, "Don't worry. Everyone. We all know that even the small Ice Dragon Horn is extremely difficult. In order to cope with the challenge, we have sacrificed many brothers in the past 2 days. Although Yao Yiming's momentum is relatively fast, he can't open the medium-sized Ice Dragon Horn challenge continuously. No matter how strong his territory is, there will be many casualties in these 2 times." After hearing this, The survivors below also felt that what Jiang Qingyun said made sense. No matter how strong the territory is, if it challenges the Ice Dragon Horn, there will be casualties. However, what they don't know is that Yao Yiming does not rely on his subjects to deal with the Ice Dragon Horn challenge, but relies on those large crossbows. At this time, a notice appears. Regional notice, survivors. Please note that the survivor territory Yao Yiming has used Ice Dragon Horn middle. At this moment, the survivors of the entire Wangjiang Pavilion were frozen in place. This regional notice can be said to have broken the last fantasy in their hearts. After Chaoxing saw the notice, he immediately used an Ice Dragon Horn medium and continued the rhythm of yesterday. He led Lu Muxua and others to refresh the status of the soldiers and warriors, while sending out the Legion to deal with the ice nest monsters outside. Time passed slowly. The challenge started at 7 o'clock in the morning, and lasted until around 10 o'clock in the evening. Chaoxing and Yao Yiming both used the medium-sized Ice Dragon Horn twice. At 10:54 in the evening, they officially ended today's challenge. The leaders of the various legions, however, were seizing the opportunity of the last hour and sprinting frantically. There were also many survivors ranked within 10,000 who were also working hard to kill monsters. After all, for them, if they could gain a dozen or even dozens of points, they would be able to reach a higher ranking and get better rewards. At around 11:30 p.m., more than 80% of the survivors had finished fighting the ice nest. Then, they all opened the chat channel and paid attention to the changes in the scoreboard. By Gongwei, brothers, the points ranking list is about to end. The top 3 have basically been determined this time. Right? Xiongyan, yes, the gap is too big, especially the first and second positions. No one can shake it. As they said, there is no suspense in the ranking this time. It can be seen from the current ranking list. 17 district points ranking list. First place, Chaoxing 18231 points. Second place, Yao Yiming 3453 points. Third place, Jiang Qingyun 1873 points. Fourth place, Qiu Yiting 1842 points. Fifth place, Wu Xinghu 1636 points. Chaoxing has a total of 18,000 points, and firmly occupies the first place. This also made the survivors sigh with emotion. It's really outrageous. Big Boss Chaoxing has 18,000 points, almost 10 times that of Jiang Qingyun. Yeah, this Yao Yiming is really abnormal. In just 2 or 3 days, he actually went from a few dozen points to more than 3,400 points. Except for Big Boss Chaoxing, this should be the biggest dark horse in this ranking. Yao Yiming's sudden rise attracted the attention of many survivors. He is indeed a dark horse. But have you heard that Yao Yiming seems to be with Chaoxing? Oh, is there such a saying? Yes. The brothers in the area near Chaoxing said that no matter which of them used the Ice Dragon Horn, no ice nests descended near his territory. So it is speculated that the territories of these two people should not be far away, and Yao Yiming should have received the help of Chaoxing, which is why he suddenly became so powerful and his points soared. Hearing this, everyone's eyes also showed a look of realization. So that's how it is. I was wondering where this dark horse Yao Yiming came from. He actually challenged the Middle Ice Dragon Horn right away. It turns out that he was with Chaoxing. That's not surprising. Yeah, I'm really envious. I wish I could get help from Chaoxing. Brothers, there's something even more outrageous. Didn't you notice? Among the top 5, 4 are from District 174. As soon as this was said, they all realized this. There was a burst of exclamations in the chat channel. Damn! It seems to be true. Not only that, there are 5 people from District 174 in the top 10. This district, it's too outrageous. After all, one Chaoxing is abnormal enough. As a result, there are 4 powerful people in District 174. If it weren't for Jiang Qingyun, the top 4 of the entire ranking list would be occupied by people from District 174. More and more people joined the discussion. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was 23:55 at night. There were only 5 minutes left before the end of the ranking list. The survivors all stopped what they were doing and stared at the leaderboard nervously. 23:57, 58, 59. At 00:00, the system prompt appeared. All survivors. Please note, this ranking list has ended. The dragon power has officially stopped. Congratulations to the survivors who entered the ranking list. You will receive generous rewards according to your ranking. The survivors cheered. Xiaoji, haha. I'm in the top 5, 000. 10 scrolls of recruiting Imperial soldiers, and a purple weapon. I'm invincible this time. Qin Jingwen, what do you mean by invincible? I'm in the top 1000. I have 10 second-level scrolls of Imperial soldiers. Summon them all, and the territory's strength will skyrocket. Cha Quan, where are the top 100 bosses on the list? Let me see you. As mentioned before, the rewards for this ranking list are very generous. Even if there are only 10,000 people, a lot of resources can be obtained. These resources are enough to greatly enhance the strength of the survivors at the current stage. Everyone was very excited and shared their rewards in the chat channel. Because this is not only a resource, but also a symbol of strength. And the survivors in District 174. It was like the new year. Haha. Boss Xiaoxing is really the first. District 174 is really strong. This time, we occupy 5 places in the top 10. That's right. I saw that not only the top 10, but also many of our people in District 174 are in the top 1000. Brothers are so awesome. The chat channel was full of cheers. At this time, Xiaoxing stood in the territory. A system prompt sounded in his ears. Congratulations. In this points ranking challenge, you have achieved the excellent result of first place. Ranking rewards. Primary plus Intermediate Frost Wall Construction Drawings *1, Primary plus Intermediate Frost Arrow Tower Construction Drawings *1, Golden Treasure Box with Cold Light Reflecting *1, Selected Ice Dragon Suit Part *1, Second Level Commander Level Dragon Blood Fighter Recruitment Scroll *1, Ice Dragon Mark *100000. Seeing this pile of rewards, Xiaoxing's face gradually showed excitement. Very good, finally won the first place reward. Other rewards did not make Xiaoxing look forward to it. The most important thing is the Commander Level Dragon Blood Fighter Scroll. Xiaoxing said happily, according to Jonard and Josette. A Dragon Blood Fighter, with strong blood power can fuse more blood. This drop of demon blood in my backpack can finally come in handy. He couldn't wait to use the scroll on the spot. But before that, Xiaoxing still needed to wait for news from Yao Yiming. After a while, the call came in. Boss Xiaoxing, I have successfully won the second place reward. I will have someone bring the things to you right now. And I will also have them collect all your crossbows and give them to you. Chapter 281 Commander Level Dragon Blood Fighter, Burji Sun Chaser. Boss Xiaoxing, I'll have someone bring the stuff to you right now. Yao Yiming's tone was filled with excitement and gratitude. After all, among nearly 200,000 survivors, he won the second place. Anyone would be excited. Since yesterday, Yao Yiming's private chat messages have exploded, and a large number of survivors have contacted him. Those famous legions are all extending olive branches to him and offering generous treatment. There are many more people. Just let him go and be the legion leader. Of course, faced with this information, Yao Yiming ignored it all. After thinking for a moment, Xiaoxing said, leave 10 destroyer crossbows for yourself, and let Jonard and Joseph bring the others back to me. And that golden weapon, help me choose a golden staff. This golden staff, Xiaoxing was going to give to his men. After all, there are many people who use staffs in his territory, Black Smoke Shaman Blot, Isabel, and 2 wizard wives, etc. Hearing this, Yao Yiming was stunned for a moment. These days, he has deeply experienced the powerful power of Destroyer Crossbow, Purple. This thing, even if there are only 2, can greatly increase the strength of a territory. And now, Xiaoxing directly gave him 10. This is a big gift. Even more than the reward of this ranking. Yao Yiming was silent for a moment, and then said solemnly, thank you, Boss Xiaoxing. If you need me in the future, just tell me. Xiaoxing smiled. It's okay. Just as they hung up the call, Yao Yiming said, by the way, Boss Xiaoxing, Jiang Qingyan seems to be looking for information about me everywhere. He may have known that our territory is in the same area. After hearing this, Xiaoxing's eyes gradually became cold. This Jiang Qingyan, as one of the leaders of the 3 Heroes Society, is also Xiaoxing's enemy. If there is time, Xiaoxing will definitely go over and flatten his territory. As the head of a legion, the coordinates of Jiang Qingyan's territory are no longer a secret. Xiaoxing had taken a look before, and it was more than 1,400 kilometers away from his own territory. This distance can be said to be quite far, but with Xiaoxing's speed, if he goes at full speed, he can arrive in 1 day. Xiaoxing thought to himself, just right. Tomorrow will start the construction week, and the ice nest will stop coming. By the way, Take some time to go over and kill this guy. Thinking of this, Chaoxing replied, I know. You don't have to worry about him. Yao Yiming replied politely, okay. Boss Chaoxing. He also believed in Chaoxing's strength. After all, the two are neighbors now. And if there is any problem, he can ask him for help as soon as possible. Both parties hung up the communication. A few minutes later, Jonard and Joseon had already rushed back quickly. They handed over a backpack respectfully. Lord, this is what the Lord of the other world asked me to bring to you. Chaoxing nodded, then took it, and took out all the things in the backpack. Obtained, Ice Corruption Staff, Gold, *1. Obtained, 2nd level Leader Level Dragon Blood Fighter Recruitment Scroll *1. Obtained, Ice Dragon Mark *115236. Obtained, Destroyer Crossbow, Purple, *49. Obviously, nothing was missing, including the 70,000 Ice Dragon Marks awarded for the 2nd place, which he also brought to himself. A faint smile appeared on Chaoxing's lips. This partner is quite reliable. If there is a chance in the future, we can indeed cooperate again. He looked at the properties of the staff. Ice Corruption Staff Gold. Quality, Rare. Equipment Level, Level 30. Attack Power, 677 to 692. Additional Special Effect 1. Spirit plus 150, Physique plus 80. Additional Special Effect 2. Cold Blessing, reduces the mental consumption when releasing magic by 25%. Ice Magic increases the effect by an additional 10%. Additional Special Effect 3. Ice Corruption, when attacking an enemy, reduces the opponent's magic resistance by 20%, lasts for 30 seconds. Equipment Introduction. A staff made of special material, with a trace of dragon corruption power on it. Yes, the special effects of this staff are basically to increase attack power and combat capability, and there is also a Ice Corruption special effect, which can reduce the enemy's magic resistance. After thinking for a while, Chaoxing already had a candidate in mind. At this point, Yao Yiming's rewards are all in hand. Now, I have to digest Chaoxing's own rewards. First, there are 4 drawings for the first prize. I looked at the properties. Primary Frost Wall Construction Drawings. Drawing Effect. Can cover the primary wall, upgrade to Primary Frost Wall. Armor, 80. Durability, 2000. Additional Effect. Primary Frost Aura, gives friendly units within 20 meters of the wall an additional 20 points of armor, and reduces the damage to the wall by 10%. Materials required for upgrading. Primary Wall *1, Glacier Fragments *10, Stones *10, Wood *5, Primary Element Crystal *1. Construction time required, 42 minutes. Intermediate Frost Wall Construction Drawings. Drawing Effect. Can cover the intermediate wall, upgrade to Intermediate Frost Wall. Armor, 240. Durability, 6000. Additional Effects. Intermediate Frost Aura, gives friendly units within 20 meters of the wall an additional 60 points of armor, and reduces the damage to the wall by 15%. Area, 10 meters long *4 meters high *1 meter wide. Materials required for upgrade. Intermediate Wall *1, Glacier Fragments *30, Stones *50, Iron *5. Time required for upgrade, 1 hour and 24 minutes. The Frost Wall is more durable than ordinary walls, and comes with a Frost Aura special effect. It's really powerful. Obviously, just based on this special effect, it is already far better than those ordinary walls. Moreover, the upgrade materials on the blueprint are also very simple. Glacier Shards. This material, through the previous transactions, is almost over 1 million. Even if all the city walls in the territory are upgraded, it is more than enough. As for the other primary plus intermediate Frost Arrow Tower production blueprint, the properties of these 2 arrow towers are similar to those of Ice Arrow Tower. The difference is that there is an additional Frozen Aura effect, which reduces the attack speed of enemies near the arrow tower by 10%. So Chaoxing didn't look at it anymore. Next, it was the treasure chest he was looking forward to. On the bluestone floor in front of him, a box with a bright light appeared. When he approached, the system prompt appeared. Found a golden treasure chest with a cold light. Do you want to open it? Yes. Opened successfully. Obtained, Ice Corruption Spear Gold. Obtained, Tier 3 Elite Dragon Blood Fighter Recruitment Scroll, Purple, *2. Obtained, Large Anti-Corruption Potion, Purple, *4. Obtained, Ice Dragon Horn Medium, *2. Obtained, Dragon Rock Ore Gold, *3. Not bad, another golden equipment, and 2 recruitment scrolls. You know, even a golden treasure chest, it is not certain that golden equipment can be opened. There is also a high probability of getting purple-grade equipment. The golden treasure chest opened by Chao Xing basically contains gold-quality items, which is considered to be a continuous explosion of luck. Of course, it may also be related to the 20 points of luck he added. After looking at the equipment attributes, I found that it is similar to the attributes of Ice Corruption Staff Gold. Including the special effects above, they are almost the same, except that one reduces magic resistance, and the other reduces armor. This may be because these weapons are all from the Zhuoma series. After the treasure chest was opened, then, there was another reward. Select one part of the Ice Dragon suit. Chao Xing thought to himself, this thing seems to be useless to me. My suit and Mu Shui's suit were already complete. Just when Chao Xing was about to choose one at random, he found that in addition to those suits, he could also choose swords, spears, swords, axes, a total of more than a dozen weapons. They were all level 30 gold weapons. Oh! In addition to the suit, can I also choose a weapon? Chao Xing was delighted, and chose another Ice Corruption Staff Gold. Not bad. Not bad. This way, I have 3 golden staffs in my backpack to distribute. So far, the rewards for the first place have basically been checked. Next, is the most important reward of this time. The Commander Level Recruitment Scroll. Now, Chao Xing holds a Commander Level, a Leader Level, and 2 Elite Level Dragon Blood Fighter Recruitment Scrolls in his hand. After all of them are summoned, the combat power of his territory can be greatly enhanced. Without hesitation, Chao Xing directly began to summon. Do you want to use the 2nd level Commander Level Dragon Blood Fighter Recruitment Scroll? Do you want to use? Chao Xing clicked. Yes. For all of them. Boom. Boom. The sky shook. Chao Xing looked up, and saw 4 meteors, falling towards his territory. In this late night, these meteors were extremely dazzling. Moreover, one of them was unusually large, and before it fell, it made everyone feel a wave of trembling. Including those dragon blood fighters, they couldn't help but come over curiously, because they sensed the familiar power of blood in it. Boom! Boom! 4 meteors slammed in front of Chao Xing. 3 of the ice sculptures contained a dragon-blooded warrior, who was 2 meters tall, and holding a spear. They also exuded an aura of majesty without anger, and the whole person was like a sharp blade unsheathed, full of threats. And next to it, there was a relatively small ice sculpture. Everyone's eyes were instantly locked on this ice sculpture. He was a man who was also wearing Norn White Frost armor, and was about 1.6 meters tall. Compared to other Dragonblood fighters, who were 1.9 meters or 2 meters tall, his height seemed a bit short. Moreover, he looked a bit immature. Only about 15 or 16 years old. He had handsome features, fair skin, and even a bit of a pretty boy style. However, such a thin man exuded a deep aura. He was holding a giant axe that was more than 1.2 meters long in his hand, which looked a bit out of place. Chao Xing asked in confusion, a Dragonblood fighter using an axe? This is the first time I've seen one. Including those Dragonblood fighters. There was a strange look in their eyes. Joseon looked at his companions next to him, and then said, Jonard, do you think this guy looks familiar? Jonard nodded. Yes, I think he looks familiar too. A bit like the former commander. But, didn't this guy die during the Dragon War? Under the gaze of everyone, cracks appeared on the ice sculptures. Crack! Crack! All 4 ice sculptures shattered. The handsome, thin Norn slowly opened his eyes. A melancholy and low voice came out of his mouth. When the Frost Dragon drove us out of our snow-covered homeland, this great race suffered a tragic defeat. Despite this, we will not let a lost battle dampen our passion for life and hunting. We know that only the final winner can win the legendary reward. He looked at Chao Xing, put the giant axe behind him, bowed slightly, and saluted respectfully. The commander of the Norn Dragon Hunter Corps, Burji Sun Chaser, reports to you. Hearing this name, all the Norn tribe members on the field were shocked. Jonard exclaimed, Burji Sun Chaser, it is you, the legendary Norn warrior. Oh my god! You challenged the spirit of the ancestors with your mortal body, and successfully activated the ancient bloodline. I didn't expect that we could see you here. The 3 female dragon blood fighters next to him also exclaimed, Commander Burji, didn't you participate in the last battle with the Saint, and died? What happened in the last battle? Did the Saint die? What happened to the Ice Dragon Zhuoma? These dragon blood fighters threw out a lot of questions, and Chao-Shing narrowed his eyes. Obviously, the commander's background is somewhat surprising. He is also a well-known figure in the Norn tribe. The young Norn glanced at the tribesman on the field, then shook his head and said, "Please let me communicate with this lord first, and then answer your questions." "Okay?" Jonard and Joseph were stunned. They immediately realized that they had lost their sense of proportion, and quickly knelt on one knee to Chao-Shing. "Sorry, respected lord, and Commander Burji. We were too excited and lost our sense of proportion." Alice and others also bowed and apologized. Chao-Shing smiled and said, "It's okay. You guys get up first." Hearing this, the 5 Dragon Blood fighters all breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Chao-Shing set his sights on the young Norn. This was the most polite Norn he had ever seen. Although Burji's son Chaser looked very young, his demeanor was extremely mature. Noticing Chao-Shing's gaze, he bowed slightly, and then said, "My lord, I can feel that this is a magical territory. As a Norn, I can also see that my people respect you. You must be a lord full of wisdom and power, to make other Dragon Blood fighters respect you so much." Chao-Shing also laughed. This Norn is not only polite, powerful, but also good at talking. No wonder such a person can become a commander. Chao-Shing smiled and said, "You are right. In our territory, every warrior can gain powerful strength and play their value, including you. Then, welcome, Birdie's son Chaser, and several other brave Dragon Blood fighters. Welcome to join us." Chao-Shing stretched out his hand. The young Norn also stretched out his hand and shook hands with him politely. The leader and 2 elite Dragon Blood fighters behind him looked at Chao-Shing and nodded. The Norn tribe naturally had superiors and subordinates. Obviously, with the presence of Burji's son Chaser, the commander of the legion, they basically kept silent. At this moment, Burji's son Chaser looked at Chao-Shing and said, "My lord, can I answer the questions of the tribesmen now?" Chao-Shing nodded. Yes. To be honest, he was also interested in the questions of Jonard and others. After getting Chao-Shing's permission, Birdie's son Chaser turned around and said, "In that war, I led the Dragon Blood fighters of the Dragon Hunting Corps to the ever-frozen sea." Many Dragon Blood fighters heard his voice and looked over. Then, we encountered the monster formed by Zhuama's scales, the Ice Nest Behemoth. It was a powerful monster. We paid a lot of price, and finally defeated it with great difficulty. However, the power of the ancient dragon was too strong. After we killed the Ice Nest Behemoth, Zhuama noticed it. It only used one claw to crack the endless ice layer of the ever-frozen sea, and destroyed all the Dragon Blood fighters of our Dragon Hunting Corps. As you can see, at the last moment of my life, I was unwilling to die, and chose to accept the seal. But because I was seriously injured at that time, my power was greatly sealed, and now I can only have the strength of the 2nd level. As for the Saint Lady, I didn't accompany her to the last moment, so I don't know what the result will be." Hearing this, all the Dragon Blood fighters on the field nodded suddenly. Jonard comforted him at this time. "Commander Burge, please don't be discouraged. With our lord here, you will soon recover your peak strength, including the leader-level Dragon Blood fighter who joined not long ago." Rune also agreed, "That's right. Under the command of this lord, we can all receive powerful blessings." The young Norn holding a giant axe slowly turned around. Chao-Shing did not speak, but first glanced at his attributes. Dragon Blood fighter, Birdie's son Chaser. Level 20/100000. 2nd order commander level creature. HP 13478/13478. Blessing of the Pale Tree. Attack power 1403 to 1526. Armor 271 to 304. Skills: Expert Axe Mastery. When using axe-type weapons, attack power increases by 40%, Swift Slash, jump forward 5 to 50 meters suddenly, cause 157% heavy damage to the enemy in front, cooling time 30 seconds, Dragon Slayer Axe, activate the Dragon Blood power in the body, get powerful strength, sweep the enemies in front, cause 187% damage, and generate a killing airflow, cause 114% damage to all enemies in the fan-shaped area 50 meters in front, cooling time 90 seconds, advanced Dragon Blood Extraction, extract a large amount of Dragon Blood power in the body, get powerful strength, reduce the cooling time of all skills by 50%, strength plus 30%, attack speed plus 30%, lasting 120 seconds, cooling time 10 minutes. Note: Advanced Dragon Blood Extraction activates too much Dragon Blood power after use. will fall into a state of weakness and intense pain for at least 3 minutes. Please use with caution. Sun Chaser. Burji Sun Chaser concentrates its strength on the axe, jumps high, causes large-scale blast damage to enemies in the air or on the ground. The damage coefficient is 257%, and makes the enemy fall into a state of dizziness for 2 to 5 seconds. Skill cooldown time, 120 seconds. Commander level skill. Sunset. Burji Sun Chaser releases all the blood power in his body, condenses a sunset, reducing the armor of all enemies on the field by 20%. During this period, he will not feel pain. Every second lost. 1% of health. Attack speed and movement speed increased by 100%. All attack range increased by 50%. The effect lasts for 60 seconds. Cooling time, 24 hours. Note, after using Sunset, the Norn blood in Burji Sun Chaser will fall into a dormant state. All attributes reduced by 50%, lasting 24 hours. Talent, Advanced Norn Body. Talent, Ice Dragon Blood. Bond, Dragon Blood Fighter. 20 people have activated. Satisfaction, 67. Loyalty, 65. After reading his attribute panel, Chao Xing sighed. Too damn strong. This is definitely the strongest commander he has ever seen. Except for Francesca. At the same level. This guy is invincible. Even Sarah can only fight him to a 50-50. Especially the last commander level skill Sunset Afterglow. Once the skill is activated, Burji Sun Chaser is equivalent to entering a violent state. If combined with Chao Xing's Eternal Power talent, his threat level will soar. His eyes fell on another Dragon Blood Fighter leader. Dragon Blood Fighter, gain. Level 20/100000. Second order boss level creature. HP, 9778/9778, blessed by the Pale Tree. Attack power, 963 to 1081. Armor, 194 to 212. Skills, Dragon Slaying Spear, Dragon Spear Assault, Ice and Snow Dragon Spear Break, Dragon Blood Extraction, Dragon Blood Sky Spike. Talent, Body of Norn. Talent 2, Ice Dragon Blood. Satiety, 68. Loyalty, 69. The skills of this boss level Norn are the same as those of the other one in Chao Xing's territory. Also very powerful. Chao Xing said at this time, Burji Sun Chaser, you have great strength and fighting talent. And Gain, and the other 2 Norn warriors, you are all very powerful. Then now, I will bless you, and wish you a faster recovery of strength. After that, Chao Xing called Hilda, Eilina and other subjects in various states, and then gave various blessings to these Dragon Blood fighters. Especially Burji Sun Chaser. Chao Xing paid special attention to him, and used all his status skills without missing a single one. The young Norn felt the surging vitality in his body, and his calm eyes gradually turned into a look of shock. When all the statuses were applied, the young Norn knelt on one knee, and then said respectfully, Thank you, Great Lord. Your power is so vast. I see the hope of defeating the ancient dragon in you, including the 3 newly joined Dragon Blood fighters. They also saluted Chao Xing solemnly. Because you helped him improve his strength, Burji Sun Chaser's loyalty has been improved, current loyalty, 74. Because of you, the loyalty of the Dragon Blood fighters has been greatly improved, all reaching above 70. Chao Xing nodded slightly, and then asked them all to get up from the ground. At this time, Chao Xing looked at the Norn holding the giant axe, and looked at him carefully. Chapter 282 Fusion of Demon Blood, the strongest attack power of the same level. Burji Sun Chaser noticed Chao Xing's eyes, and asked in confusion, Lord, do you have any other questions? Chao Xing nodded, and then said, Burji, I know that the talent of your Norn race is to fuse the blood of other races to gain power. And the more powerful the Norn, the more blood can be fused. I wonder if you can fuse this drop of demon blood? This is also the question Chao Xing wants to know most. Burji Sun Chaser is a berserker with terrifying attack power. If he fuses demon blood, again, he will reach an unprecedented height. The young Norn looked at the demon blood in Chao Xing's hand, and his eyes gradually became solemn. I feel that this drop of blood contains an evil and powerful force. If it can be fused, the combat power will undergo a terrifying qualitative change. Once I recover to my peak strength, I may have the strongest attack power at the same level. Hearing this, all the Norns on the field were shocked. The Norn clan has a strong attack power. And now, this commander actually said that he can be the strongest in the same level. This is not simply the strongest in the same level. but surpassing all the dragon blood fighters in the past 10,000 years. After hearing this, Xiaoxing was also surprised. However, the next sentence of Burji's Sun Chaser gradually cooled his excitement. However, my current strength is too weak to mobilize the blood power of the whole body. Maybe you need to improve your strength a little more to merge this drop of blood. Xiaoxing asked after hearing this, what level do you need to improve to? Burji replied, break through to the 3rd level. Hearing this, Xiaoxing laughed directly. For him, it was a simple matter to transform a level 22nd level creature to the 3rd level. He opened the dragon shop. Directly, exchanged 2 intermediate power hearts, and gave them to Burji's Sun Chaser and another leader level Norn. Then he said, then, you all use these power hearts to make a breakthrough. These dragon blood fighters looked at this scene in bewilderment. It seemed that they didn't know how the lord in front of them did it. However, other dragon blood fighters had long been accustomed to this scene. The two looked at each other, and then said gratefully, thank you, generous and kind lord. After that, they did not hesitate to crush the heart of power. In an instant, pure power flowed into their bodies. Xiaoxing felt that the aura of the 2 dragon blood fighters was growing rapidly. Especially Burji's Sun Chaser. If his aura before was like a sharp blade that had not been sharpened, then now, it was like a battle axe that had drunk blood. It was full of a heavy and unstoppable feeling. The next moment, 2 system prompts appeared in succession. Your territory member, Burji's Sun Chaser, has successfully broken through, has been promoted to a 3rd level commander level creature, basic attributes increased by 100%. Your territory member, Gain, has successfully broken through, has been promoted to a 3rd level leader level creature, basic attributes increased by 100%. Since intermediate power heart has no probability of failure, they also broke through smoothly. Burji came over, respectfully said, Lord, I have succeeded, now let me fuse the drop of blood. After hearing this, Xiaoxing directly handed him the devil's blood in his hand. And this Burji was also a ruthless man, without the slightest hesitation. He made a claw with his right hand, and the drop of demon blood flew out automatically, as if attracted by something. Then it sank into his palm and disappeared. This drop of blood had completely entered Burji's body. His brows went from being calm at first, to slightly twisting later. The next moment, Burji seemed to be unable to control the power in his body, and a chaotic energy rose up. Everyone could clearly feel that. Burji's body was filled with 3 kinds of terrifying auras. One belongs to the blood of the fighting nation, one is the blood from the ancient dragon, and the other is the blood of the evil demon. These 3 completely different powers are forcibly fused in his body. This scene makes the dragon blood fighters behind him look worried. They all know that melding the blood of other races is a very dangerous and painful thing. Just merging the blood of the ice dragon is extremely difficult. Out of 10 Norns who merge the blood of the ice dragon, only 1 can become a dragon blood fighter, and the others will die because they can't bear the backlash. And now, this Burji's Sun Chaser not only merged the blood of the ice dragon, but also began to merge another powerful bloodline. The degree of danger can be said to have increased exponentially. Xiaoxing noticed that even this strong Norn had cold sweat on his forehead. His shoulders were shaking slightly. It can be seen that Burji was suffering from extreme pain. But he did not speak. Still gritting his teeth, tightly holding the axe handle in his hand, and doing his best to resist this pain, and manipulate the Norn blood in the body to force it to merge. Jonard and Joseph behind him sighed. He is worthy of being the legendary warrior of our Norn tribe. Yes, Commander Burji was ostracized by his tribe members because of his thin body when he was very young, but he still trained hard. It was precisely because of his childhood experience that he became this legendary warrior. Amid the discussion of the crowd, 3 minutes passed. The state of Burji's Sun Chaser seemed to be getting worse. Even the pores on his body were oozing blood. Xiaoxing noticed that. His breath was getting weaker and weaker. And he was immediately shocked. Burji, how do you feel? If it doesn't work, interrupt the fusion as soon as possible. He didn't want to lose such a powerful commander-level creature for a drop of demon blood. The young Norn didn't say anything, but responded with a firm look. That look revealed a will that would never yield. Seeing this, Xiaoxing didn't say anything more, but let him concentrate on the fusion. And Burji's Sun Chaser did not disappoint. After 5 minutes of torment, in his body, the blood power belonging to the Norn clan finally suppressed the other 2 powerful bloods, and forcibly merged them together. At this moment, from his thin body, a heart-pounding power suddenly burst out. Boom! A powerful breath rose up, Even Francesca, who was refining medicine, was startled. A system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Burgee Sun Chaser, successfully used the demon blood, transferred to the hidden profession, Demon Dragon Blood Fighter, increased attack power by 50%, learned skills, Demon Power. Demon Power. When all attacks hit the enemy, it will have one layer of Demon Power effect, reducing its armor by 5%, up to 2 times. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing's eyes showed surprise. Good. Good, finally succeeded. As expected of a commander-level Dragon Blood Fighter. At this moment, Burgee Sun Chaser, who had merged with the Demon Blood, had a 50% increase in attack power. His attack power has soared to over 3,200. Weapon attack power does not increase. What does this mean? You know, even Sarah only had this level of attack power when she became a 4th level leader. And now, Burgee has just broken through to the 3rd level. This shows how terrifying his destructive power is. And the most important thing is that this is a hero who uses a battle axe. Chao Xing just happened to have a level 40 orange battle axe Dusk in his hand. At that time, once Burgee Sun Chaser reaches level 40 and equips this battle axe, his attack power can be further improved. Even at that time, in the whole territory, only Sarah can compete with him in output. Chao Xing was very excited. He couldn't wait to upgrade Burgee's level. However, now the ice nest has stopped descending. If he wants him to upgrade quickly, Chao Xing can only take him to explore outside and kill those wild creatures. So, this matter can only be planned tomorrow. So Chao Xing ordered, "Okay, now go back and rest. John or Joseph, you lead our new members and arrange a place for them to live." The 2 Dragon Blood Fighters immediately straightened their faces and said respectfully, "Yes, Lord." After the crowd gradually dispersed. Soon, Chao Xing and Lu Muxue were the only ones left here. He looked at the time, and it was already 0:31 in the middle of the night. It's time to rest. Muxue, let's go back to the Lord's mansion. Okay. Lu Muxue took Chao Xing's hand, and the 2 walked side by side, heading towards the Lord's mansion. And halfway, Chao Xing heard an electric sound in his ears. Zizi. Zizi. Then, a low and crisp female voice sounded. "Lord, I'm Elisa." Hearing this voice, Chao Xing's eyes lit up. This little girl suddenly contacted me so late. Probably because she had some good news. After all, Elisa said yesterday that she had found the trace of the Cloud Yak. Chao Xing asked, "Elisa, how is the situation over there? Have you found the Cloud Yak?" Elisa said, "Not yet, Lord. But it's almost there. I'm here to tell you another good news." "Oh, what good news?" Chao Xing became interested. "When I was tracking the yak today, I found another magical creature. The light-feathered chicken." Hearing this, Chao Xing was stunned. What is a light-feathered chicken? Oh, how come Lord doesn't even know about this magical creature? In that case, let Captain Elisa tell you. Chao Xing laughed after hearing this. Okay, then I'll trouble Captain Elisa to explain. He. Elisa laughed proudly. Light-feathered chicken is a very magical creature. They have a strong breath of light elements. The fallen feathers can be made into clothes, which not only keep you warm, but also can deal with evil spirits. Their eggs can also remove many kinds of curses, and can hatch new light-feathered chickens. In short, they have many uses, and are very precious magical creatures. Chao Xing nodded suddenly after hearing this. According to Elisa, it is indeed very precious. And the most important thing is that this kind of chicken can also lay eggs. Does it mean that as long as we catch a batch of them, we can soon achieve mass breeding? Thinking of this, Chao Xing became a little excited. At this moment, Elisa said again, "Lord, remember to prepare some things to catch chickens. When I find the Cloud Yak, you can come over." "Okay. I know." After that, they hung up the call. Chao Xing was thinking, I didn't expect Elisa to have some unexpected gains when she went out to look for cattle this time. However, she is now in a mountain with few people, so it is normal to see some strange creatures. As for the thing she mentioned to catch chickens, Chao Xing decided to ask Harold tomorrow. Thinking of this, he took Lu Muxue and went into his warm lord's house. As soon as he entered, the warm air rushed towards him. Chao Xing took off his Cloud Yak coat. Then, he took a comfortable hot bath. Playing in the water, so happy. After the bath, they got into bed together. After a while, a long warm leg came up. She gently pressed Chao Xing's shoulders, and then a charming smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Axing, I want to be on top. Hearing this, Chao Xing was stunned for a moment. Then he chuckled, okay. The beauty sat up directly. At this moment, Chao Xing, it was like lying on a small boat. The lake water on both sides was shaking. Of course, as a wizard, Chao Xing certainly could not let this knight dominate all the time. The graceful female knight's long legs were gently raised, swaying slightly in the air, until Chao Xing released the purification spell. The beauty fell softly. The two fell asleep peacefully. Including most of the survivors, they also fell asleep at this time. Since coming to this world, they had a rare good sleep. At the same time, on the lakeside thousands of miles away, the lights of Dwelin Lake City were still bright. A large number of hunters were summoned from all over the snowy plains, and all gathered in the city. On this bitterly cold winter night, these hunters held tools, brandished pickaxes and shovels outside the city walls, and kept digging the frozen ground that was as hard as stone. Among them, there were villagers and mole men they had captured from various villages, towns, and even from the deep mountains. Under the coercion of this group of cultists, they were all working hard, and had to dig a trench in a short time. At the gates of various cities, a group of cultists were carrying a large number of spiked fences, trick mines, goblin bombs, etc. They surrounded the surroundings of Dwelin Lake City. The whole city was working hard to build various fortifications. At this time, a person wearing a red robe and with a strong aura appeared on the city wall. Next to him, followed a white-robed priest. The two watched the work scene below. The red-robed bishop nodded. Yes, at this efficiency, it's still in time. Next to him, the white-robed priest said respectfully, My lord bishop, more than 70% of the hunters in the snowstorm plains have been summoned by us. Are we going to stay here next? The red cardinal nodded slightly. Yes, Dwelin Lake City is the first huge city we conquered in the Ice Crystal Kingdom, and we will use it as our base. After hearing this, the white-robed priest looked a little worried. My lord bishop, please forgive me for saying something. The strength of the Ice Kingdom is far more than the remote corner of the snowstorm. Even if we gather all the believers in the snowstorm, even some in the army of the White Walkers, we can't fight against the cavalry of the Kingdom Knights. Even if we build various fortifications in Lake Dwelin, it will probably be captured by them in no time. Why do we have to seize Lake Dwelin? After hearing this, the cardinal chuckled and said, Do you think the Seed of Light doesn't know this? This is just part of our plan. The purpose of the church is not just a huge city. Hearing this, the white-robed priest suddenly realized something. My lord bishop, what do you mean? The red-robed bishop said nothing more, with a confident look in his eyes, and then he smiled and said, Don't worry, the Seed of Light will make its own arrangements. Since the last plan was successful, the Lord God of Light has bestowed me with great power, allowing me to successfully break through to the 6th level. Including several other bishops, all received blessings to varying degrees. If this plan succeeds, not only us, but also the members of the entire Church of Light, their strength will skyrocket. Speaking of this, there was a fanatical look in his eyes, and then he looked at the white-robed priest next to him. So now, are you ready to sacrifice yourself for the church? The white-robed priest next to him straightened up, and a fanatic look also appeared in his eyes. Be ready at any time, Bishop. At the same time, the news about the destruction of Dwelin Lake City, and the news that the cultists used it as a base to prepare for a head-on confrontation with the Ice Crystal Kingdom had reached the main city of Frost. This made the king of the Ice Crystal Kingdom furious. He immediately decided to send the two knights of Goshawk and Black Tiger, and lead a large number of kingdom soldiers to the snowstorm plain to encircle and suppress this group of arrogant cultists. The king continued to order to intensify the efforts to deal with the cult forces in the Ice Crystal Kingdom. Once found, all of them would be executed. At the same time, all cities in the kingdom began to thoroughly investigate their internal members. That night, various orders were issued against the Church of Light. The entire kingdom began to mobilize. The next day, many survivors woke up early. They shared their joy in the chat channel. Tianjiabi, brothers, the power of the dragon has really stopped, and no ice nests have descended all night. Bai Jiqing, yeah, there was no such crashing sound all of a sudden, I was a little uncomfortable. Han Lin, damn, I finally got a good night's sleep. It was not easy to celebrate. I decided to fight with the little maid I bought for another 2 hours. As soon as these words came out, there was a burst of boos. Some people advised him to take care of his health, and some people asked where he bought his slave girls. The survivor named Han Lin said proudly, I bought these little slave girls in a village last time. They are very obedient. As long as they are given some food, they will listen to you and work hard. They are perfect candidates for wives. Chum Huachung, haha. Brothers above. Great minds think alike. I also bought 4 or 5 slave girls from a group of merchants last time. They basically agreed to any request. They were gentle and soft. If it weren't for the threat of the ice nest, I would have taken them away long ago. Yu Guang, I am the same. But I decided to save some money, and then take my slave girls to those big cities to buy a manor, and then live the life of a landlord from now on. As soon as these words came out, many survivors, who had no thoughts in this regard, also became interested. Just as they were discussing with great interest, a system prompt appeared. Attention all survivors. An emergency situation. The Church of Light sacrificed millions of lives in Dwelluin Lake City, and occupied this huge city. The Ice Crystal King was furious, and sent the Kingdom Knights to encircle and suppress it. The king ordered that this evil force must be eliminated from the kingdom. And a bounty notice was issued for all cultists of the Church of Light. Bounty notice, next. All survivors. Kill the cultists of the Church of Light. Collect their masks. And exchange them for generous rewards in the honor store. Including but not limited to horses, crowns, potions, equipment, and even legendary equipment. 1 ordinary member mask of the Church of Light equals 1 honor point. 1 elite member mask equals 3 honor points. 1 black robe priest mask equals 30 honor points. 1 white robe priest mask equals 100 honor points. 1 red robe bishop mask equals 500 honor points. The honor store will be opened after the king's army arrives at Dwelluin Lake City. Survivors can go to the army to redeem rewards. Survivors in areas other than the snowstorm area can also collect masks, and go directly to the Everfrost main city to redeem rewards. This system prompt made the entire chat channel silent for a moment. Then there was a cry of surprise. Fuck! A bounty notice. Killing these cultists will give rewards. These cultists are too crazy, sacrificing millions of lives, and occupying the huge city. This is really offending the kingdom to death. My territory is near Dwelluin Lake City. I don't know when those cultists did this. This sudden situation shocked all the survivors. Of course, the subsequent bounty notice also made many smart people spot the business opportunities in it at once. Brothers, have you ever killed these hunters before? Do you want to sell their masks? I'll take 1 mask for 10 ice dragon marks. I'll take 1 mask for 20 ice dragon marks. Don't fight with me. I'll take 1 mask for 25 ice dragon marks. The guy above, you want to take it for 20 ice dragon marks, you're just dreaming. This time, the reward notice is not issued by the system. You need to collect the masks of these hunters, and go to the army to exchange them. Survivors, who are not in the snowstorm plain, need to go to the main city of Yongchuan to claim it. This is relatively troublesome. But this is normal. After all, these natives do not have the function of the system. So many survivors want to follow Chao Xing's example, and hoard a large number of masks before knowing the specific rewards. Of course, there are risks in doing so. If the rewards are too rubbish, it will be a huge loss. Other survivors are not stupid. Without knowing what specific rewards they can get, no one will sell the masks in their hands. Chapter 283 Siren Song Trident, Start Farming. At this time, Chao Xing and Lu Muxue were also paying attention to this series of system announcements, and there was a thoughtful look in their eyes. Lu Muxue frowned and asked softly, "Axing, it seems that the cultists succeeded?" Chao Xing nodded. Lu Muxue also knew about the matter of Dwelluin Lake City. Yes, Dwelluin Lake City was captured. So it seems that Lieutenant Declan did not pass the message, or did he pass it, but the Church of Light was too strong, and still captured Dwelluin Lake City? However, why did they occupy Dwelluin Lake City? With the strength of this force, it should not have the ability to confront the kingdom head-on. Right? Chao Xing felt vaguely that there might be some hidden story behind this. However, there are no clues at present. Lu Muxue beside him also frowned and thought. After a moment, Chao Xing patted her shoulder and said, "Don't think too much, Muxue. This may be a good thing for us." The beauty's eyes were full of doubt. Because in this way, most of the power of the Church of Light may be concentrated in Dwelluin Lake City. They have to fight against the Knights of the Ice Crystal Kingdom. There will be no energy to investigate the things in the Witch Forest. In this way, we will be safe. Hearing this, Lu Muxue also remembered this, and a relaxed smile appeared on her face. In addition, there is another thing that is also good news for Chao Xing. The reward notice says that these masks can be used to exchange rewards at the battlefield of Dwelluin Lake City, or the main city of Yongchuan. You know, in the past month, Chao Xing has killed many members of the Church of Light. He has almost 1,000 ordinary member masks in his hand. Among them, there are 11 black-robed priest masks, 2 white-robed priest masks, and 1 red-robed bishop mask. The total is close to 2,000 honor points. Chaoxing said happily, I don't know what rewards these honor points can be exchanged for, but it will definitely not be bad. After all, in the entire 17th district, I should be the one who killed the most hunters. I just thought that Chinong Dutra seemed to be in the main city of Yongchuang. Let's see if there is time to go over and take a look, and deal with these masks in my hand. Thinking of this, Chaoxing felt better. Soon, the two of them finished washing up and pushed open the door of the Lord's mansion. Whoosh! The cold wind blew. In the open space in the center of the territory, more than 600 people in the entire territory were waiting silently. The rampant ice nest monster, after nearly 20 consecutive days, finally stopped coming. They knew that the Lord would issue new orders today. So, the people of the territory waited here early. After seeing the two people come out, everyone's faces showed respect. Respected Lord, I wish you good health. Beautiful Lady of the Lord, I hope your appearance will be better day by day. Lu Muxian nodded slightly. Her eyebrows exuded a tranquil and majestic aura. For so many days, following Chaoxing to manage this territory and so many people, she gradually developed a temperament similar to Victoria. A superior. Chaoxing called over Chaoyi. A citizen. The healthy old man stood respectfully aside. Chaoxing did not tell him to do anything immediately, but looked at his level. Chaoyi, have you reached the first level? The old man smiled gently and said respectfully, Yes. Lord, I have also been training in the training ground for a while these days, and I feel that my old bones have become much stronger. Chaoxing nodded and said, Not bad. Chaoyi. After that, he took out a primary power heart from his backpack. Take this. Use it for breakthrough later. Chaoyi took it respectfully, and then said gratefully, Thank you for the gift, Lord. Since his loyalty was full, there was no reminder to increase loyalty. After sending the Heart of Power, Chaoxing began to ask about business. How is the production of our transport vehicle? Chaoyi said respectfully, Lord, we have been working hard in the machinery factory for the past 2 days. A total of 5 transport vehicles have been produced and placed in the open space next to the factory. Hearing this, Chaoxing looked over. As expected, next to the intermediate machinery factory, there were 5 black-looking transport vehicles parked, full of apocalyptic style. The whole body was made of heavy metal, and there was a pair of curved buckets in front of each vehicle, which looked like a pair of horns. This thing can be used to attack enemies, and it can also be used to shovel snow. The vehicle is nearly 8 meters long and looks very heavy. In addition to the cab, there are compartments in the back, and there is plenty of space. This also means that the speed of this transport vehicle will not be too fast, and 80 kilometers per hour is its limit. Its biggest feature is that the wheels are large and easy to operate. This type of transport vehicle is very convenient whether it is used to transport people or ore. Of course, the comfort is definitely not that high. However, in this Doomsday world, having a means of transportation is considered good, and there is no way to ask for too much. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction, and then called De Zhuang over. De Zhuang saluted respectfully and said, Lord, please give me your orders. Chaoxing ordered, Go to the blacksmith shop first and find Harold to get the enchanted or manuscript. Your task today is to familiarize yourself with the operation and driving functions of these transport vehicles. Then lead all the goblin laborers, drilling robots, and forklift robots to a mine 7 kilometers away to mine the resources inside. I will let Cantel lead a team of centaurs to protect you. That's right. The mine Chaoxing was talking about was naturally the mine of the Mole Man. There are rich mineral deposits in the mine, iron, copper, silver, and even magic crystals, etc. He has been thinking about it for a long time. Now, his transport vehicle is finally built and can be put into mining. De Zhuang wrote down Chaoxing's orders one by one, and then said respectfully, Yes, Lord. I will do my best to complete it. After that, De Zhuang took Air Zhuang to Ba Zhuang to learn how to drive the transport vehicle. Then, Chaoxing looked at another polar man. Duan. Lord, I am here. Chaoxing asked, How is the progress of the fertile fields and greenhouses? Duan replied respectfully, Lord, according to your instructions, both fertile fields have been cultivated, and greenhouses have been built on them. In addition, the furnace in the territory has been upgraded to level 16, and has become a large furnace. However, the well is still being dug, because the soil is too hard, and the construction is difficult, and it will take some time. Chaoxing nodded again after hearing this. Then he looked at the furnace in the center of the territory. Big furnace, level 16. Furnace effect can increase the temperature of an area with a diameter of 5,000 meters by 25 C to 45 C. Heating range can be freely adjusted. Consumption, 60 minutes/600 wood or 60 minutes/140 coal. 60 minutes/1 primary magic crystal materials required for the next level. Iron *5000, stone *1000, copper *300, mithril *100, intermediate element crystal *50. Introduction. A big furnace that can provide a large amount of heat source is the basis for the transformation of the territory from a small gathering place to a large town. At this moment, after the furnace became a big furnace, it suddenly increased from the original 3 meters to 5 meters. Its appearance has also changed from the original stone pillar to a large iron pillar. This large iron pillar is divided into sections and connected to each other. It looks like a large battery. There is also energy light flowing at the connection. It has a certain technological style. Chaoxing thought to himself, the heating range of the 16-level furnace has increased significantly, directly to 5 kilometers, and the heating range can be adjusted. This is quite convenient. In addition, the energy consumed has increased from wood and coal to primary magic crystals. A primary magic crystal contains 100 units of energy, which is burned out in 60 minutes. This consumption is still quite large. But it's nothing, because his transport vehicle has been built. The goblin laborers are very efficient in mining, and can bring back a large amount of magic crystals for him in one day. This consumption is not worth mentioning at all. So, Chaoxing looked at Duan and said, your task today is to build more cow sheds, and upgrade them all to intermediate level. At least 5 cow sheds must be built. If there are extra manpower, go and upgrade our city walls, and upgrade all the city walls to frost walls. Duan immediately said respectfully, yes, my powerful lord. So far, all staff members have basically had tasks. In the territory, Chaoxing did not let other combatants idle. Today, all Ascalon warriors and wild boar warriors enter the warrior camp and train in batches. All spear and shield cavalry enter the night hall for training. The archers are responsible for the security of the territory, and the people who go out to collect resources and make sure they don't get into trouble. On the field, many combatants looked stern, and then said respectfully, yes, lord. At this time, Chaoxing seemed to remember something, and he called the black smoke shaman. Blot. I'm here, respected lord. Chaoxing nodded slightly. I'll give you a location. You go to explore the area around that place today, and see what the situation is. If you feel there is danger, remember to evacuate immediately. The place Chaoxing asked Blot to explore was the ancient battlefield that Yao Yiming mentioned before, although it was not far from his territory. But because Chaoxing had many more important things to do, he had no chance to explore it. Now someone has been spared. The black smoke shaman said respectfully, yes, sir. After that, everyone dispersed, and began to follow Chaoxing's instructions. Soon, Chaoxing was the only one left. He was not going to go out today. Chaoxing looked at the seeds in his backpack and could not wait to sow them. But before that, he had to go to Harold. After all, Elisa had specifically asked him to prepare some chicken catching stuff last night. Chaoxing went straight into the blacksmith shop, and then saw the blacksmith. My lord, I wish you good health. Chaoxing nodded slightly, then got straight to the point. Harold, I'm going out for a couple of days to bring back some chickens and cows. Chicken? Harold's rough face was full of doubt. Yes, it's a bare-feathered chicken. When he heard the name, he had a look of realization in his eyes. So it's this kind of magical creature. This kind of chicken has a strong ability to survive. Their claws and beaks are very sharp, and they can even easily cut through iron plates. It's not easy to catch them. Chaoxing nodded and said, yes, so I need a batch of props that can catch this kind of bird. Do you have any ideas? Harold thought for a moment, and then nodded. Yes. Ordinary things can't trap this kind of magical creature. But the Lord brought back a lot of vines last time. Among them, those leader-level vines are particularly tough. They can be used to make several large nets to ensure that these bare-feathered chickens can't escape. After hearing this, Chaoxing also smiled. Okay, then stop the other work first, and help me make a few big nets. Yes, Lord. At this time, Harold continued, by the way, Lord, the trident you asked me to make last time has been made. It is in the storage box. Go and get it yourself. Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. It must be said that his efficiency is really high. Chao Xing walked over quickly and opened the storage box. Obtained, Siren Song Trident, Gold. At this moment, Chao Xing had a trident about 1.2 meters long in his hand, with a golden glow on the surface. The gorgeous halberd was covered with intricate patterns, which looked like musical notes or waves. There was a sparkling gem in the top and center of the trident. They were the golden gem and the earth gem. I took a look at the properties. Siren Song Trident, Gold. Quality, Rare. Equipment level, Level 30. Attack power, 672 to 683. Additional special effect 1. Spirit plus 100, Agility plus 80, Hit rate plus 10%. Additional special effect 2. Glittering gold gem plus earth gem, same attributes as before. Additional special effect 3. Siren Song. When releasing the skill, there is a 40% chance of emitting Siren Song, making all enemies within a 50-meter radius, with a 50% chance of being bewitched, and attacking surrounding enemies. Note, a modified trident. Endowed with special abilities, created by Senior Blacksmith Harold Iceberg. Seeing the above attributes, Chao Xing's face flashed with surprise. Obviously, with 2 golden gems, and the trident modified by Harold, the properties are far more powerful than ordinary level 30 golden equipment. Especially the last special effect of Siren Song, which can play a great role in team battles. Chao Xing put the weapon into his backpack and praised, "Not bad, Harold. This weapon is quite powerful." Hearing the praise, the dwarf next to him also showed a humble smile on his face. Chao Xing put the trident into his backpack and left the blacksmith shop. Bang! The door of the blacksmith shop was closed. He went straight to the back garden area of his territory and found the 2 beautiful tree spirits with serene temperaments. When the 2 girls saw him, they bowed slightly. Juliet said respectfully, "Lord, you are here." Nif also raised her hand and greeted happily, "Lord, good morning." Chao Xing nodded, and then said, "Juliet, Nif, are you busy now? I have something to find you." The 2 girls looked at each other, and then chuckled, "Lord, you are not busy now, but we also have something to find you." "Oh, what is it? You tell me first." Nif replied, "The rattan head turret you asked us to plant last time has grown well. We want the Lord to go and see it." Chao Xing also became interested after hearing this, because according to Juliet, this kind of turret is very evil, and usually only grows in plague areas. I didn't expect that it was successfully planted in his territory. "Okay, then take me to see it first." "Okay, Lord." After that, the 2 girls took Chao Xing's hands, one for each, and led Chao Xing forward. Being led by 2 beauties, Chao Xing also had a strange feeling in his heart. "Lord, since these 2 plants are more evil, I planted them far away from other plants. If we find the Guimo flower pot in the future, we can move them away, or plant them directly on the city wall." Chao Xing nodded. Although he didn't know what the Guimo flower pot was, he could tell from Juliet's description that this thing was very useful. He secretly memorized this thing in his heart. Then, he saw the 2 strange plants at the corner of the city wall. They looked like a freshly peeled dragon fruit, but there were a row of spikes on the surface. They were also constantly emitting a strong black and purple aura, like pus splashing out. Even the surrounding 5 meters of land, all dyed black and purple. This plant looked very evil at first glance. Chao Xing also took a look at the attributes. Ivy head turret. Race, Mordormorton. Level 25, Level 3 boss. HP, 37823/37823, Pale Tree bonus. Attack power, 1754 to 1863. Armor, 293 to 311. Skills, Plague Cannonball, fires a Plague Cannonball, causes 147% damage to all enemies within 10 meters, and creates a 50-meter plague zone. Enemies entering the range will be inflicted with the plague state, continuously lose HP, the plague zone lasts for 5 seconds, cooling time 20 seconds. Plague vines, for nearby enemies, shoot out 3 to 5 vines, causing entanglement effect on the enemy, and 3 layers of plague state, cooling time 30 seconds, eat corpses, by eating the rotten corpses on the ground, quickly restore health, Restore 5% of health per second, cooling time 100 seconds. Note: an evil plant, they have strong defensive capabilities, but will pollute the surrounding land. Wow, this thing has strong attributes, and the Plague Shell skill, it's really a defensive skill. As the system introduction says, this thing is an evil plant, it will spread plague and pollute the land. But at the same time, it is also very powerful. Chaoxing frowned, and was also hesitating whether to remove the two plants. Juliet next to him seemed to see Chaoxing's worries, and whispered, "Lord, you don't have to worry about it polluting our territory." "Huh? Why?" "Because there is a pale tree in our territory," Juliet said proudly. "The power of the pale tree makes Mordrum dare not cross it. In the territory, it also remains dormant. I have observed these two plants for a while. Their range of activities is just 2 or 3 meters around them. They have not expanded even 1 centimeter in the past few days." Hearing this, Chaoxing nodded suddenly. "If it's only 2 or 3 meters, it's nothing. If the pollution range is too large, then we have to remove it with great pain. Okay. You continue to observe, and report to me if there is any abnormality." The two girls nodded at the same time. Then, Chaoxing said, "Let's go. Let's go to the next place." After that, he walked straight forward. The two girls looked at each other, and then followed him obediently. Soon, they came to the back of the territory together. 2 newly reclaimed farmland areas. Just as Duan said, these fertile fields have been covered with greenhouses, and underneath are cultivated black mud land. You can tell at a glance that these lands must be very fertile. I looked at the properties. Primary fertile fields. Durability, 10. Single area, 60 cm * 60 cm. Total area, 324 square meters. Effect: speed up the growth of crops by 10%. Chaoxing nodded slightly. Yes, primary fertile fields also have the effect of speeding up the growth of crops. With the bonus of the pale tree, it will be even faster. Then, Chaoxing took out 2 bags of seeds from his backpack. He first looked at Juliet, and then asked, "Juliet, the growth conditions of the seeds of these 2 crops are quite demanding. Do you think our 2 plots of fertile land can meet the requirements?" Juliet looked at them carefully, and then nodded yes. "Lord." Chaoxing smiled after hearing this. Then, he took the 2 girls and entered the greenhouse. He took out a shovel from his backpack. Swish. The soft soil was shoveled away by him. Chaoxing took out 4 cold rice seeds green from his backpack and poured them directly into the pit. He covered the soil again. After that, he squatted aside and waited. Little Neve couldn't help but remind him, "Lord, after the seeds are sown, it will take some time for them to grow out." Chaoxing smiled and said, "I know." After that, he took out a human-faced tree heart, green, from his backpack. This is just an ordinary human-faced tree heart, which can speed up the growth time by 0.5 to 1 year. This kind of tree heart is also the most in reserve, with more than 400 of them. Chaoxing imitated Juliet's movements and placed the tree heart, which looked like green agate, in his hand. Then he gently broke it. Ding! As the sound of crystal shattering rang out, the pure life force flowed into the soil and soon disappeared. Then, the soil below began to move at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rustle! The sound of breaking the soil rang out, and 4 tender buds quickly drilled out of the soil and kept rising. In the blink of an eye, they grew from tender seedlings to seedlings of 30 to 40 centimeters. Then, they stopped growing halfway. The 2 girls stared at Chaoxing's movements with their big watery eyes. Chapter 284 Ancient Weapon Original Cube. Chaoxing thought to himself, because 4 seeds are planted together, is the vitality of this human-faced tree heart shared? He soon understood the reason. So, he took out the second life tree heart from his backpack and gently broke it. Ding! The pure vitality flowed into the soil again. The half-grown seedlings began to grow rapidly again. And because they were magical plant seeds, under the ripening of the life tree heart, they skipped the seedling raising process directly and entered the flowering period in the blink of an eye. The green husks wrapped the rice inside. Before they were fully grown, the fullness of the grains could be felt. According to common sense, the rice would then enter the maturity stage and gradually turn golden yellow. However, at this time, the cold dew rice seemed to begin to evolve in another direction. Its husks gradually turned white. At the same time, it also emitted a slight mist. In the blink of an eye, 4 white rice plants with full grains and a faint chill were grown. It took less than a minute from planting the seeds to fully growing them, including the sisters of the tree spirit tribe. They also squatted beside them, watching everything in front of them with joy. The growth process of plants is really amazing. Yes. Yes. Xiaoxing roughly judged the growth cycle of cold dew rice. Through the growth just now, from planting seeds to producing rice, it is about a growth cycle of more than half a year. After the acceleration of the pale tree and fertile fields, it was shortened to more than 3 months. This speed is still very fast. Not bad. Not bad. Xiaoxing picked the 4 rice plants. Obtain, cold dew rice, green, *1432. Not bad. According to this ratio, after 4 cold dew rice seeds mature, each rice plant can produce more than 300 rice grains on average. These rices contain some seeds that can be planted. After selection and cultivation, they can become a new round of high-quality seeds. When the first round of cold dew rice grows, I can expand the farm and start mass planting. Xiaoxing nodded with satisfaction. He glanced at the properties. Cold dew rice green. Effect. After eating, you can restore more satiety, and long-term consumption, you can increase your physical fitness, up to 20 points of physical fitness. Note, a kind of rice with a sweet taste, also a high-quality material for brewing rice wine. Then, he threw another one into his mouth, and indeed tasted a hint of sweetness. Very faint, but just right. Not bad. Xiaoxing called Dahua over again. The woman came to them, respectfully saluted and said, "Lord, I wish you well." She bowed slightly to the sisters of the Tree Spirit clan, and the 2 women also returned the greeting. In Xiaoxing's territory, Neve and Juliet's status is higher than those staff members. After all, they are special talents. They also know that the Lord attaches great importance to these 2 tree spirits. So when the staff see those combatants and technical talents, they will salute and show respect. However, because Xiaoxing's territory is not large, the management of personnel is not so complicated. So he has not yet formulated some management systems. But these will definitely be done in the future. After all, Xiaoxing wants to develop his territory into a giant city in the future. With more people, there will definitely be a need for a complete management system, military system, and reward system. And this also requires a lot of talents to improve these systems. Putting aside the thoughts in his mind, Xiaoxing handed the 2 bags in his hand to her. Dahua, these 2 crops are very important to our territory. You can take people to plant them in the next 2 days. Dahua, a citizen of the territory, took it carefully, and then said respectfully, "Yes, Lord. I will take good care of them." After instructing Dahua, Xiaoxing took Juliet and Neve, and returned to the back garden area. There are 3 more important seeds in his backpack. They are Ice Thorn Convolvula seed blue, Golden Sunflower seed gold, and Twilight Vine seed gold. But the other 2 are not urgent. Xiaoxing is mainly preparing to cultivate a batch of golden sunflowers this time. Then, he took out the small wooden box from his backpack. After opening it, there was a golden melon seed quietly placed on it. Juliet looked at the thing in Xiaoxing's hand, and a slight surprise appeared in her eyes. "This is a seed I have never seen before. I feel an ancient breath on it." Xiaoxing nodded secretly. "This seed is indeed very old," he explained. "This seed is called golden sunflower. It can grow something special. It needs to be planted first. Our territory. It should be able to cultivate this kind of seed." "Right?" Juliet nodded slightly. "No problem, Lord." "Very good. Please plant it." After hearing this, Juliet took the golden seed from Xiaoxing's hand. Then he bent down and began to shovel the soil near the pale tree with a shovel. Xiaoxing stood in front of her, and could not help but see the large area of white and plump breasts. I have to say, Juliet's shape is really perfect. From head to toe, every angle can only be described as exquisite. Xiaoxing compared her to a figurine-like girl, and it was not wrong at all. Swish. Soon, the soil was shoveled away. Xiaoxing's sight was also pulled away from the large area of snow white. Then he watched Juliet's movements intently. She did not plant the seeds immediately, but asked Neve to get a bucket of cold spirit water, and sprinkle it on the soil to moisten it. Then, he carefully took out the golden sunflower and buried it in the soil again. Juliet raised her head, and said with a peaceful smile, "Lord, it has been planted." Xiaoxing nodded, and began to calculate in his mind. According to the introduction on the system, it takes 6 years for a golden sunflower seed to grow, plus 2 years, which adds up to 8 years. After being accelerated by the pale tree, it takes about 5 years. and each plant can only use 3 acceleration items of the same grade. 3 green life tree hearts can conservatively accelerate the time by at least 2 years. That is to say, I need 3 green ones, plus 1 or 2 blue quality life tree hearts, to directly ripen a golden sunflower. Xiaoxing secretly glanced at his backpack. Ice Crystal Human Face Tree Heart, green. Asterisk 478 Human Face Tree Guardian Heart, blue. Asterisk 54 Human Face Tree Elder Heart, purple. Asterisk 8. Wow! With so many tree hearts, I can ripen at least 40 golden sunflowers. That means I can get at least a few hundred ancient gold coins? Xiaoxing was shocked by the number he calculated. After all, it was not an ordinary gold coin, but an ancient gold coin. It can be exchanged for an out-of-print ancient treasure chest. Of course, he certainly couldn't consume all the human face tree hearts. If he encountered other magical plant seeds in the future, if he didn't have something to accelerate them, he would lose a lot. Therefore, Xiaoxing decided to accelerate 10 golden sunflowers to test the waters. However, he only had 1 seed at the moment, and he needed to proceed step by step and cultivate a batch of seeds first. So, Xiaoxing began to follow his plan and took out 3 green human face tree hearts. Then he gently cracked them. Ding ding ding. The pure vitality contained in the green agate flowed into the soil where the seeds were buried. That piece of land began to move. Rustle. Rustle. After a slight sound, a tender green seedling came out of the soil. And soon it began to grow rapidly, entering the growth period. Then, green buds appeared, and even a small bud appeared on the top. Xiaoxing was so excited that he couldn't help rubbing his hands, because the next step is the flowering stage. But at this time, the tender green plant stopped growing. Xiaoxing knew that the vitality contained in the 3 life tree hearts had been consumed. He was not surprised and took out another blue quality life tree heart. The sunflower began to grow again, but it did not grow to the final stage. Xiaoxing thought to himself, I need another blue quality life tree heart. Right? He did not hesitate. When the 5th life tree heart was smashed, it was as expected. The sunflower began to enter the final stage. The buds at the top began to turn golden yellow. Moreover, it was not just an ordinary color change, but the petals, the disc, and the calyx all turned golden yellow. Gradually, even the flower stem turned pure gold. It even began to emit a sacred glow. Xiaoxing was surprised and said, Wow! It's worthy of being called a golden sunflower. This thing is quite beautiful. It's just like a work of art. However, this golden sunflower is different from ordinary sunflowers. In the center of the disc, Xiaoxing saw a number of ancient gold coins embedded in it. Xiaoxing counted them. 1, 2, 10. There are so many. Obviously, Xiaoxing's luck had exploded. After all, according to the system's introduction, each golden sunflower can only produce 7 to 10 golden ancient coins, and this one is the full value. But how should I take these golden ancient coins out? Just pick them out? Xiaoxing thought for a moment and decided to give it a try. He carefully held the flower disc and picked out all the ancient coins and seeds inside. Obtained 10 gold coins. Obtained 3 gold sunflower seeds. That's true, that's quite simple. Xiaoxing was delighted. The gold sunflowers that had their gold coins and seeds taken away seemed to have not changed at all. It was just that the empty parts in the center of the flower disc gradually closed up. Xiaoxing didn't know what the remaining gold sunflowers were for, so he just left them there. After all, they were pretty good looking, and it would be nice to get a few flower pots later and transplant them for viewing. But Juliet whispered, This golden sunflower has an ancient sacred aura. It should also be some kind of alchemical material. Xiaoxing nodded suddenly after hearing this. In this case, the golden sunflower is still very useful. So, he gave the other 3 seeds to Juliet and asked her to plant them. After the soil was recovered, Xiaoxing followed the same method. For each seed, he put 3 green human face tree hearts and 2 blue-grade human face tree hearts. Rustle, rustle. The sound of breaking the ground continued. The golden sunflowers that originally took 8 years to grow. In just 3 minutes, they all grew completely. Xiaoxing took a look and found that the growth of these 3 sunflowers was also very good. In each flower bud, there were at least 8 or 9 ancient gold coins, and 3 or 4 seeds. He also stepped forward and took out the ancient gold coins and seeds one by one. Obtained, ancient gold coins *26. Obtained, golden sunflower seeds *10. Chao Xing's mouth curled up into a smile again. Very good. The number of ancient gold coins has exceeded 60, only the last 40 are needed, and then we can exchange for the ancient gold treasure chest. You know, this kind of ancient gold treasure chest is not the same as the ordinary gold treasure chest. In it, you can get some extinct recipes, secret medicines, and even equipment, etc. The recipe that was open last time brought a lot of benefits to Chao Xing. With anticipation, Chao Xing distributed the new 10 golden sunflower seeds to everyone. The three of them worked together to farm, and their efficiency was greatly improved. They continued to use the human face tree heart to speed up. 5 minutes later, 10 golden sunflowers emitting golden light were grown, including the first 4. There were 14 golden sunflowers growing side by side, which looked particularly beautiful. Chao Xing quickly took out all the seeds and coins inside. Obtained, golden ancient coins *87. Obtained, golden sunflower seeds, gold, *27. Chao Xing was immediately delighted. Very good. Finally enough for 100 pieces. The next step, of course, is to exchange. The system prompt appears. Do you want to use 100 gold coins to exchange for 1 ancient gold treasure chest? Without any hesitation, he directly clicked yes. The next moment, a hexagram array appeared in front of the 3 people again. Buzz! In the hexagram array, bursts of strong light erupted. In it, the 3 people once again felt an ancient breath. It was like seeing an abandoned city, with collapsed walls everywhere. A desolate feeling of broken walls. A moment later, a golden treasure chest that had been sealed in another space for who knows how many years appeared in front of Chao Xing. The appearance of this ancient gold treasure chest is different from the one they opened now. It is also engraved with some incomprehensible patterns. Chao Xing did not think much and stepped forward. Found an unlocked ancient gold treasure chest. Do you want to open it? Yes. Opened successfully. Obtained, ancient weapon original cube gold. Obtained, mithril *37. Obtained, shotgun ammunition *37. Obtained, large resource pack *5. Obtained, rotten magic seeds *17. Oh! Another ancient weapon. What is this primitive cube? A strange object suddenly appeared in Chao Xing's hand. It looks like a small black box, and also like a Rubik's cube. Its surface is as deep and dark as the starry sky. Staring at it for a long time, it seems as if you will be sucked in. I looked at the properties. Ancient weapon original cube gold. Equipment part, special equipment. Unique special effect, after use. It creates a simulated black hole in the 200-meter area ahead, and all enemies within 100 meters around it are forced to be sucked into the center for 10 seconds. And the cooling time is 200 seconds. Equipment introduction. Because of a failed experiment, all the personnel in the Nopwe laboratory disappeared, including the laboratory, and the surrounding mountains disappeared without a trace. When we arrived, there was only a black metal box left. Later, by studying the power of this box, we developed a replica, the original cube investigator, Piranha Bait. After seeing the above properties, Chao Xing's pupil shrank suddenly. Fuck. Simulate a black hole? Directly absorb enemies within 100 meters. This is too abnormal. Obviously, this mysterious box has very powerful special effects. It gathers monsters and controls them in one, and has a large range. And it lasts for 10 seconds. During this time, it is enough for Chao Xing to use all his skills. Not bad. Not bad. It is worthy of being an ancient golden treasure chest. I didn't expect to get such a magical artifact right away. Chao Xing even wanted to open another one on the spot to play with. However, he looked at the number of gold coins in his backpack. There were still 47, which were not enough to exchange for new gold treasure chests. So, Chao Xing simply divided up all the remaining 27 seeds. The 3 began to work together again. The 2 beauties of the tree spirit tribe bent down to work. Inevitably, a large area of white appeared on their chests. As the saying goes, a pair of pearls and jade, a pair of jade bowls half buckled. The 2 sisters have their own beauty. While Chao Xing was planting the land, he was feasting his eyes. A few minutes later, all 27 seeds were planted. Then Chao Xing took out a large number of human-faced tree hearts from his backpack. The familiar sound of breaking the ground appeared. In less than 3 minutes, all 27 golden sunflowers had grown. Chao Xing also stepped forward and picked out the golden coins and golden sunflower seeds from the flower buds. Obtained, Golden Ancient Coins asterisk 216. Obtained, Golden Sunflower Seeds, gold, asterisk 54. Haha. There are more than 200 coins. I could open 2 more ancient golden treasure chests. Chao Xing was very surprised. I have to say, I still have to farm. If possible, Chao Xing even wants to plant hundreds of golden sunflowers on the spot. Just by opening these golden treasure chests, you can get rich. But it's a pity that the remaining human-faced tree hearts are not enough to support his next round of sowing. But it doesn't matter. At least, he has harvested more than 50 golden sunflower seeds. You know, according to the price at Merita's place, a seed is worth 1.5 million crowns, and Chao Xing has more than 50 of them, worth tens of millions of crowns. TSK, these human-faced tree hearts are really worth it. It's a pity that I can't go to the witch forest in the near future otherwise. I can kill all the human-faced trees in it, and harvest a lot of human-faced tree hearts. The last time Chao Xing killed the Red Robe Bishop, the storm has not passed. So now we must act with caution. With excitement, Chao Xing began to exchange. Do you want to consume 200 gold coins to exchange for 2 ancient gold treasure chests? Yes. This time, 2 hexagram arrays appeared in front of Chao Xing at the same time. Buzz! Buzz! Golden light flashed. Then, 2 golden treasure chests with intricate patterns appeared. Found 2 unlocked ancient gold treasure chests. Do you want to open them? Yes. Opened successfully. Obtained, Advanced Improved Life Secret Medicine Formula asterisk 1. Obtained, Ancient Weapon Eminent Hunter's Tricorn Hat, gold, asterisk 1. Obtained, Advanced Magic Crystal asterisk 12. Obtained, 12.7mm bullets asterisk 327. Obtained, Large Resource Pack asterisk 8. Obtained, Rotten Beast Meat asterisk 47. Damn! Advanced Improved Life Secret Medicine Formula. I actually opened it. Haha. Chao Xing was immediately excited. The intermediate improved version of the Secret Life Medicine Formula he opened last time. Its properties are much stronger than the general Secret Life Medicine. And now, he opened another advanced one, which is also an improved version. It goes without saying that the drug made with this formula must be even more powerful. I couldn't wait to take a look at the properties. Advanced Improved Secret Life Medicine Formula. Drawing Introduction. This drawing can be used to make the improved Secret Life Medicine large. Effect, after taking it. It can instantly restore 8,000 health points, and restore 6,000 health points in the next 30 seconds, cooling time 60 seconds. Materials required for production. Advanced Alchemy Workshop, Glass Bottle asterisk 1, Dragon Blood Grass asterisk 1, Ice Phoenix Petals asterisk 5, Extreme Ice Water asterisk 200 ml. The formula of the Secret Medicine of Life, which has been carefully improved by a certain alchemy master, is now extinct on the mainland. Instantly restore 8,000 HP, and 6,000 in 30 seconds, which adds up to 14,000 HP. How terrifying, it is indeed an improved version. And the key is, the last part. Restore 6,000 HP in 30 seconds, can also be blessed by the eternal power. Talent. This is equivalent to increasing Chao Xing's survivability in disguise. However, the cost of making such a bottle of high-level secret medicine is also very high. At least the Dragon Blood Grass and Ice Water required above, Chao Xing has never heard of them. But if he can find all these materials, it will bring him almost terrifying benefits. Because the secret medicine produced by this formula, it will definitely cause the survivors to scramble for it. With a look of joy, Chao Xing took out another piece of trophy from his backpack. This is a white hat. I don't know what kind of creature's leather it is made of. There are faint energy fluctuations on it. I looked at the attributes. Ancient Weapon Eminent Hunter's Tricorn Hat, gold. Quality, rare. Equipment level, level 40. Armor, 75 to 81. Attached Special Effect 1. Agility plus 80, hit rate plus 20%. Attached Special Effect 2. Eminent Hunter, when attacking the enemy's head, additional 20% damage. Attached Special Effect 3. Execution Hunter, each attack will accumulate energy. When the accumulated energy points reach 10, the damage of the next attack will increase by 100%. Equipment Introduction. Shao, there was a legend on the continent in the past. When you see a female hunter wearing a tricorn hat, carrying a hunting rifle on her back, and having a devilish figure, remember to protect your head. What a powerful equipment. Chao Xing praised. This hat can be used by anyone. The last special effect, if operated well, will greatly increase the damage. For example, my 1,000 miles of ice, such as a psalm sword of divine light, etc. Chapter 285. The army arrives. The honor shop opens. After thinking for a while, Chao Xing decided to equip this hat to Rinnie's. After all, this thing is more suitable for hunters. After doing this, Chao Xing clapped his hands. Then he said, Juliet Neve, please continue to plant this batch of sunflower seeds, and then use 3 green life tree hearts for each seed. In addition, there are ice thorn bindweed seeds and twilight vine seeds, which also need to be planted. Especially twilight vines, you can use blue-grade life tree hearts and purple-grade life tree hearts together to speed up, to ensure that it grows out as soon as possible. The 2 girls wrote down Chao Xing's instructions one by one. Then he bowed slightly. Okay, Lord. We will do what you ordered. Chao Xing also nodded, and then left. Next, he didn't have anything to do. After all, it was the construction week, and there was no need to deal with the ice nest monsters. After thinking for a moment, Chao Xing decided to distribute the few pieces of equipment in his hand first. He first found Eilina in the room and handed her the Siren Song Trident Gold. This beautiful snakeman took this brand new weapon into his arms and was overjoyed. Thank you, Lord. This weapon is very beautiful. I like it very much. Chao Xing smiled and nodded. I'm glad you like it. If you encounter this kind of problem again in the future, remember to come to me. Hearing this, a strange look flashed in Eilina's narrow snake eyes. Lord, I do have a problem for you to solve. What is it? Before Chao Xing could react, a snake tail covered with white scales wrapped around him again. Eilina's upper body suddenly appeared behind Chao Xing, and then whispered in his ear, Lord, of course, I think about your problem. Recently, I have learned a lot of new tricks from Sister Elena. Chao Xing was not surprised. He chuckled and asked, Oh? What new tricks? Last time, he had a deep impression with Eilina. The body of the snakeman priest is really special. Eilina spit out her tongue, with a strange smile on her lips. Then, she slid down from Chao Xing's shoulder and started her performance. Instantly, the source of coldness came. Hiss. Chao Xing couldn't help but take a breath of cold air again. Slurp, slurp. The sound of Eilina's performance continued to ring. Moreover, her snake body was still spinning around Chao Xing, as if she wanted to wrap him up completely. However, Chao Xing did not feel that kind of restraint. He just pressed her hair with one hand. Eilina trembled all over and collapsed on the ground. She said faintly, Lord, let me come. I can't use my strength after being caught by you. Chao Xing smiled and said, Okay. The 2 of them quickly came to the bed. After a while, the winding path led to a secluded place, and the fragrance was fragrant. Her graceful figure made people unable to take their eyes off her. During this period, she was constantly switching forms. Sometimes she maintained her transformed body, sometimes she maintained her strange snake body. This also made Chao Xing sigh. 1 body, 2 experiences. It was not until an hour later that Eilina collapsed limply. Chao Xing hugged this beauty with a somewhat cold skin, and kept her warm in the quilt for a while. Then he covered her with a quilt. He put on his clothes and continued to stroll in the territory. Today, he didn't have much to do. Anyway, Yaskin went into the city to develop ahead of time. Alyssa was following the group of yaks. As for the ancient battlefield, Blot had already gone there to explore. And now there were no ice nest monsters descending. In addition, it was the construction week. The speed of construction and resource collection had been accelerated. So, since entering this world, Chao Xing had a rare day off. He went back to the alchemy workshop first, and observed the beautiful witch-making medicine for a while. Francesca seemed to be a little unnatural in her medicine-making movements because there were people around. With her master-level medicine-making skills, she actually failed once. The beautiful witch stood there, looking a little depressed. After Chao Xing comforted her, he left here quickly. Then he went to the sewing shop and teased the 2 beautiful women. Xia Yanni and Elena were very happy about Chao Xing's arrival. But soon, the 2 mature women launched a joint offensive against Chao Xing. The sound of the machines in the sewing shop stopped. The 2 women laughed maturely and charmingly, and they began to use their plump bodies to gently caress their lords. Chao Xing was immersed in the wonderful sensuality. After satisfying the 2 mature women, Chao Xing also gave the new ancient weapon, the hunter's tricorn hat, to Rinnie's. Then he went to find his powerful and capable phantom assassin and had a conversation. After feeling Chao Xing's caress for the first time in a long time, Sarah's eyes were full of love. Even training has become more efficient. After a moment, it seemed that a blessing came to mind. A system prompt appeared in front of Xiaoxing. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, is studying the Assassin's Manual with great concentration and has mastered a new skill, Assassination Code. Assassination Code. When attacking an enemy, an assassination mark is added, and the damage caused by the next attack increases by 10%, up to 4 layers. Xiaoxing was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed and said, sure enough, it is still necessary to properly care for subordinates. Not bad, Sarah has also learned the second skill in the manual. In this way, her already strong attack power will be further improved. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing continued to wander around the territory. It can be said that even if he does not go out, his day is extremely fulfilling. After all, the life of the Lord is so plain and simple. Time soon came to the evening. The staff who went out also came back one after another. The smell of food came from the cafeteria. Hundreds of people took turns to finish their meals. At this time, Xiaoxing heard the sound of sizzling electricity. Then, a deep male voice sounded. Lord, I am Blot. Xiaoxing replied, Blot. How is your exploration? Blot replied, Lord, this ancient battlefield is unexpectedly large. I am exploring it in depth and will not come back tonight. Xiaoxing thought for a moment, then nodded. Okay. Then you be careful. And remember to contact me if there is any accident. Yes, Lord. Not long after hanging up Blot's communication, another call came in. A clear female voice sounded. Lord, I'm Elisa. Do you miss me? Her tone was filled with excitement. Xiaoxing smiled and replied, I miss you. Tell me, what's the good news? Elisa replied happily, Lord, I have tracked down the group of cloud yaks. They are resting in a valley now. There are a lot of them, a total of 59, and there are a few calves among them. Elisa is amazing. Xiaoxing heard, and a smile appeared on his face again. Yes, Elisa is awesome. He did not hesitate to praise her. After all, according to what she said, there were 59 cloud yaks this time. If they could be caught, it would be an amazing fortune. The subsequent benefits to Xiaoxing were simply unimaginable. And Elisa, who found the yaks, was the #1 hero. Xiaoxing liked this kind of beautiful and capable subordinate very much. The silly laughter of the little girl came from the opposite side. Xiaoxing continued to ask, Elisa, where are you now? Lord, I am in the depths of Tiger Mountains. Are you coming over? Hearing this unfamiliar place name, Xiaoxing opened the map and took a look. He found that it was nearly 400 kilometers away from him. And the most important thing is that Xiaoxing found that the place where Tiger Mountains was located seemed to be on the edge of the snowstorm plains. Map. Crossing the mountains, it seemed that he could reach a new area. Xiaoxing thought to himself, this little girl really can run, she can find such a far place. But this also indirectly shows her ability. He replied, Elisa, I will bring people here early tomorrow morning, remember to be careful in the mountains. Elisa was delighted after hearing this. Thank you for your concern, Lord, but don't forget what you promised me. Also, remember to bring some tools to catch chickens. There are still many bare-feathered chickens here. We will have eggs to eat in our territory later. Xiaoxing also smiled and replied, got it. After that, he hung up the call. At the same time, he felt better. Not bad. Not bad. I have nothing to do tomorrow, so I can take people out to catch cattle and bring back some chickens. Xiaoxing thought happily. Then, he went back to the Lord's mansion. He hugged Lu Muxua and fell asleep together. Not long after they fell asleep, at the border of the snowy plain, a group of tens of thousands of people were marching in a mighty manner, led by a knight group composed of thousands of kingdom knights, followed by more than 20,000 kingdom soldiers. In the center of the army, there were large war tools, Grand siege hammer, destroyer siege crossbow, troll catapult, etc. Among them, there were even tools such as Nero's cannon, that were said to be able to deal with dragons. This showed that the Ice Crystal King attached great importance to this siege. They pushed these huge war tools and moved forward at a constant speed. At this time, a knight riding a black lion and wearing black armor quickly came to the center of the team. Tut! 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 The rapid sound of horse hooves rang out. Then, they stopped in front of a huge legion chariot and reported, General, according to the current speed of the team, we will officially arrive at the snowstorm plain in the morning, and will be close to the Dwelluan Lake City at noon. The Legion chariot did not stop, still moving slowly and evenly. After a while, a faint voice came from inside. I understand. We will proceed as planned. Tomorrow afternoon, we will formally launch an attack on Dwelin Lake City. This time, it is the first time since the establishment of the Ice Crystal Kingdom that a huge city has been captured. His Majesty the King is very angry about this. So we must seize Dwelin Lake City with thunder and lightning, and not let any cultists go. Let these guys know how insignificant they are in front of the king. Hearing this, the knight riding the black lion outside replied, Understood, General. Speaking of this, however, with all due respect, the cultists suddenly launched an attack this time, and they must have been preparing for a long time. According to the intelligence from the front line, they have even built various fortifications near Dwelin Lake City, and summoned a large number of pagans. It seems that they are preparing for a head-on confrontation with us. I think, should we be more careful? Hearing this, the general inside did not blame him, but fell silent. The other party seemed to be thinking about something. After a moment, the other party said, Captain Kane, you are right, we should be careful. Let's do this. Tomorrow we will not rush to attack all out, we will focus on testing first, find out what the confidence of these cultists is, and then make a corresponding response plan. Hearing this, the knights outside also showed a look of relief in their eyes. General is wise. In such a large-scale war, the commander-in-chief has absolute power. It can be said that any of their decisions may lead to the direction of the war. Therefore, a commander who can listen to the opinions of his subordinates is more popular with others. Of course, as a commander, he can't listen to everything. Nor can he listen to nothing. So this requires his own judgment. At this time, the general inside continued to add, by the way, pass the order down. Call the mercenaries and rangers near the snowstorm plain. Tell them that the king's army is about to arrive. And join us to fight against this group of cultists. And you will receive generous honor points. In the next war, different honor points can be obtained according to the strength of the cultists killed. Killing a first-level ordinary cultist can get an additional 1 honor point. Second level 2 points. And third level 3 points. First level elite cultist 3 points. Second level elite 6 points. Third level elite 6 points. Elite 9 points. Black robe priest 30 points. Level 260. Level 3 90 points. White robe priest 100 points. Level 2 200. Level 3 300. And so on. And the honor points they get can be redeemed directly from me for rewards. 10 honor points can be redeemed for a Locarno warhorse. 1,000 honor points can be redeemed for a destroyer siege crossbow. 10,000 honor points can be redeemed for a Nero's cannon. Hearing the series of rewards mentioned by the general, the knight captain outside looked stern. He also understands the other person's meaning. This is to use rich rewards. Some mercenaries of the Wind Snowfield, Ranger attracted, let them play the role of cannon fodder first. In this way, it can reduce the damage of soldiers. It can also reduce the instability in the kingdom. The general said again, by the way, except for those mercenaries and ranges, this reward also took effect on the lords of the world. Although they are weak. But it can also be used. The captain of the cavaliers outside did the gift again, follow. Speaking, he rode a lion, quickly left the military center. The huge kingdom knights, still with the power to crush everything, marched forward in the snowfield. The next day, a system prompt appeared. Survivors, please note, you have passed the first day of the construction week, remaining time, 6 days. A special intelligence. The army of the Ice Crystal Kingdom has officially arrived at the snowstorm plain, now calling on the survivor lords near the snowstorm plain to participate in the next siege. Killing members of the Church of Light will get more rewards. Killing an ordinary church member will get 1 honor point. Killing an elite church member will get 3 honor points. Killing. And so on. The honor store has been opened. You can click on the store to view the redeemable items. Note, the honor store can be viewed remotely. If you want to redeem items, you still need to go to the location of the army or the main city of Yongchuan. Weather forecast. Today is sunny, the highest temperature is -48°C. It is suitable to go out, build the territory. After a long system prompt. In the chat channel of District 17, there was a cheer. Rohan, wow. The Kingdom Knights arrived so quickly, the efficiency is really high. Dong Hong Jun, of course this time. Those cultists dared to challenge the majesty of the kingdom. They hit a wall. Jian Qian, haha, the siege of Dwelin Lake City, this seems to be a big event. Cha Zian, yes, for such a big event, generally speaking, as long as you participate, You can get a lot of benefits, and only people from District 17 can participate. I don't know how many people in the World Channel envy us. What this person said is right. Since this siege took place in the snowstorm area, before the second merge, survivors from other areas could not come here at all. As a major event that only the survivors of Area 17 could participate in, it naturally attracted widespread attention from the World Channel, and also made them envious. Until now, other areas have not seen such a major event that everyone can participate in. It can be said that the Dwellin Lake Siege in Area 17 was the first, and it was also an event that was worthy of being recorded in history. Brothers, the honor store is open. Let's see what we can exchange. Everyone clicked on the honor store, and then began to check the exchangeable items. Honor store exchange list. Krona * 5000, 1 honor point advanced life essence, 3 honor points level 3 Locarno Warhorse, 10 honor points level 3 elite Locarno Warhorse, 30 honor points honor great sword, axe, staff, dagger, purple, 50 honor points Goshawk Legion Knight heavy armor set, purple, 50 honor points per piece, 300 honor points for the whole set shining ice crystal blade, axe, staff, sword, gold, 500 honor points, 1000 items can be exchanged for in the whole server, destroyer siege crossbow, gold, 1000 honor points, 50 units can be exchanged for in the whole server, level 3 heavy knight training barracks blueprint, 2000 honor points, 30 units can be exchanged for in the whole server, troll trebuchet, gold, 2000 honor points, 20 units can be exchanged for in the whole server, Nero's cannon, orange, 10,000 honor points, 5 units can be exchanged for in the whole server. Death Dagger to Daosh, legend, 100,000 honor points, 1 unit can be exchanged for in the whole server, need to go to the Everfrost main city to claim it. When seeing those amazing rewards in the honor store, everyone was silent. Then, horrible cheers appeared in the chat channel. Fuck. Orange cannons, legendary weapons, and various golden equipment, these rewards are too great. Indeed, it is worthy of being the Ice Crystal Kingdom. They are so generous at the first try, a 3rd level warhorse, and only 10 honor points, and an elite warhorse is only 30 points. This is too cool. Haha, I already have 17 masks, which can be exchanged for 17 honor points, and I can save more to exchange for an elite warhorse. I like that destroyer siege crossbow. Brothers, if you want to earn honor points quickly, you can only go to the battlefield. I'm going first. Yes, if you don't go to the battlefield, you can't even get an elite warhorse just by accumulating masks. I'm going too. Damn it. If you try hard, the bicycle will become a motorcycle. Go! A large number of survivors in District 17 set off as soon as they heard the system announcement, and prepared to go to Dwellin Lake City. After all, the rewards in the honor store are too generous. You can exchange a whole set of purple suits for only 300 honor points, plus the temptation of various powerful props. Most people can't resist it. For the survivors in District 17, this is a rare opportunity. After all, only they can rush to the battlefield. For people in other districts, even if they kill those members of the Church of Light in the wild, there is no honor point reward. They can only exchange for masks. Survivors who join the battlefield are different. Not only can they collect masks, but they also get honor points for killing enemies. It can be said that one effort brings 2 gains. As for danger, we are all following the King's army. What danger can there be? For a while, the discussion in the chat channel became more and more heated. In the Lord's hut, Chao Xing and Lu Muxua also looked at the system announcement thoughtfully. Should we not participate in this big event? Lu Muxua asked softly. She has been following Chao Xing for so long, and has a certain ability to analyze the situation. Although participating in it may bring great benefits. But Lu Muxua also knew that if you want to gain more benefits, you have to take more risks. After all, it was a war at the level of a giant city, with tens of thousands of people, and a large number of strong people hidden among them. Even if Chao Xing was strong, he could not say that he could be safe and sound in such a huge battlefield. Moreover, Chao Xing had many things that were not convenient to expose. This time there would definitely be many survivors involved, and the situation would be even more chaotic. Therefore, they never thought of getting involved in this muddy water. Chao Xing smiled and nodded. Well, I won't participate. Rather than fighting, it's better for us to develop our own territory. Besides, even if we don't go to the battlefield to kill the enemy, we can still quickly gain honor points. After all, in Chaoxing's territory, there are 3 money printing machines. Throwing the resources they produce into the trading market, they can definitely exchange for a large number of hunter masks. Therefore, he doesn't worry about not getting rewards. The only trouble is that if you want to get rewards, you need to go to the battlefield or the main city of Yongshuang. Of course, these are things that will happen later. Lu Muxua also had a peaceful smile on her face. Get up, Muxua. Elisa has found the cloud yak. Let's go catch the yak today. Lu Muxua exclaimed after hearing this. Wow! Elisa has found the yak? She is so amazing. She also knew how amazing the value of the cloud yak was. In front of the yak, the Church of Light and the reward notice could all be put aside. With a look of joy, the two got up from the bed together and washed up. After arriving outside the territory, several hundred staff members were waiting there. Chaoxing arranged their work for today as usual. Everyone followed the Lord's instructions and started to work, including De Zhuang. They were already familiar with the operation of the transport vehicle, and then led more than 100 goblins to the mine outside the territory. Chapter 286 Dragon's Shadow, Tiger Mountains. The entire territory once again began the intensive resource mining and construction phase, and Chaoxing himself went straight to the blacksmith shop. Seeing Chaoxing's figure, Harold knew his purpose. Lord, the net you asked me to make yesterday is ready, and I also made a launcher. Chaoxing was immediately delighted after hearing this. Oh? There is also a launcher. How far can this thing be launched? Harold replied. Because the size of the net is too large, it is impossible to eject it like a catapult hook and eject it dozens of meters. This launcher can only launch 10 to 20 meters at most. Chaoxing nodded. 10 or 20 meters is enough. If used well, he can have another control method. He came to the storage box and saw a dozen black iron ball devices as big as heads. This thing is different from the hook claw ejection device, and is also heavier. It weighs at least 10 pounds. Chaoxing took it out directly. Obtained, large net launcher, purple, *7. He looked at the properties. Large net launcher, purple. Equipment type, special equipment. Effect, press the switch to launch a 6M*6M net to trap enemies within a certain range. Not bad, Chaoxing praised, and then said goodbye to Harold, walking out of the blacksmith shop, coming to the outside of the territory. Chaoxing shouted, "Fighters, assemble." After hearing the order, hundreds of fighters in the entire territory came out in a large crowd. Boar warriors, Ascalon warriors, centaurs, Nightmare Court archers, dragon blood fighters. They stood in 6 ways according to their own arms. Now, in his territory, the arms are becoming more and more abundant. Chaoxing nodded slightly, and then began to call the roll. Sarah, Rennies, Assam, Andrew, Hilda, Isabel, Burgie Sun Chaser, Braun, Victoria, Choo Choo, and Johnner Jocent. He called the names of 12 people in total, including the new members, Victoria and Bircher Sun Chaser. 2 commander-level creatures were also called out by him. They all took a step forward, and the 12 people exuded an amazing aura. Compared to the nearly 20 people who went to the Witch Forest last time, there were a lot fewer this time. But it was enough. Among these people, there were 3 commander-level creatures, 6 powerful leaders, and the others were also extraordinary, and they were so powerful. In the territory, Chaoxing also left 2 leader-level dragon blood fighters, a leader shaman, and the strongest fighter, Francesca. So there is no need to worry about this. Chaoxing said, "You guys, come with me today." Hearing this, Braun patted his big bald head and smiled. Great. Braun likes running in the snow. Little Choo Choo also said happily, "Great, Big Brother is going to take little Choo Choo out to play again." Including the other people who were named, there were also gentle smiles on their faces. Those who are familiar with Chaoxing know that those who go out to explore with him can get a lot of improvement. The others were envious. Chaoxing continued, "Others, continue to follow my instructions yesterday and train as needed." "Yes, Lord." Soon, Chaoxing and his group were the only ones left on the field. He looked at Victoria on the field. The Queen of Mind Chi still had a pair of ponytails today, and her delicate appearance revealed a majestic aura. "Victoria, you need to go out and fight with us today. Do you need any weapons?" Hearing this question, the Queen of Mind Chi in front of her thought for a moment and shook her head. "My fighting style is to use the inner energy in my body, so I don't need any weapons. If possible, just give me a pair of boxing gloves." Chaoxing nodded suddenly. "Speaking of which, He had never come across a weapon like boxing gloves. This thing is as rare as a trident. Few people would use this weapon to fight. So it can only be customized by a blacksmith. Okay. I understand. I will find a way to get you a pair of boxing gloves when I come back. Victoria bowed slightly. Thank you, Lord. Just as Chao Xing was about to leave, a white figure walked over. She walked step by step, her hairpin trembling slightly, her long skirt dragging on the clean ground of the territory. Like a blooming lotus, bright and dazzling. It was Francesca. She changed into a pure white dress today, which made her enchanting face look like a witch in an angel suit. Chao Xing didn't know how many sets of clothes this woman had, but it was obvious that this kind of dress was her favorite style. Francesca came over and asked softly, "Do you need me to go out with you?" Chao Xing shook his head and said, "You should continue to make medicine today, and make all the secret medicines of life first." After hearing this, the witch nodded her head and stopped asking questions. Then she turned and walked towards the location of the medicine room. Chao Xing said, "Okay, get ready, we are going to set off." "Yes, sir." Soon, 13 figures gathered at the gate of the territory, plus a mammoth and a snow bear. Everyone was ready to go. Chao Xing ordered, "Now, let's go!" Moo. Dabai directly stepped on his thick elephant hooves and ran out of the territory. Its running momentum was amazing, and it was shaking its nose while running. It seemed to be happy to be able to go out. Wally next to him was on all fours, with the little girl Tong Choo Choo lying on his back, and his running speed was not slow at all. Compared with before, the speed of everyone's movement was greatly increased again. And with Dabai leading the way, it can be said that there is no obstacle. In about an hour, they advanced 100 kilometers. On the way, Chao Xing saw several small rivers covered with ice, and some small ponds. The fishing spirit was ready to move at this moment. He couldn't help but want to take out the Crazy King fishing rod and cast a few rods in these waters. But since the place they were going to this time was a bit far, it was a full 400 kilometers. Chao Xing also buried his head and continued to move forward. They crossed rivers, jungles, and mountains along the way. Finally, after nearly 3 hours of traveling, Chao Xing and his companions arrived at the Tiger Mountains. The team stopped at the foot of a mountain. From the map, after crossing the mountain in front of us, we entered the mountain range. There are all kinds of complex terrains, high mountains and steep ridges, and the area is no smaller than the Borealis Mountains. Chao Xing admired the snow-covered forest in front of him. A system prompt appeared. Tiger Mountains have been discovered. Map introduction. The Tiger Mountains are vast, with snow all year round. Many legends have been spread here, and some people even saw a giant dragon flying here and falling into the depths of the mountains. In addition, this is also the main passage connecting the snowstorm plains with the outside world. After crossing the Tiger Mountains, you will arrive at a new area, the Brisbane Wilds. Please note, the Brisbane Wilds was originally the area where Area 180 was located. It is also the only way to reach the main city of Everfrost. It is an area with relatively rich trade. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing was startled. Wow! There are still dragons in this mountain range. Dragons are different from ancient dragons. Although they are both dragons, their strengths are very different. It takes thousands of years for a pure-blooded dragon to grow from infancy to adulthood. During this period, as long as they keep eating, their strength will continue to increase. The most common young dragons are born with the strength of the 3rd level. During the growth process, their bodies will continue to become stronger, breaking through to the 4th level, 5th level, 6th level, until they reach the peak, and then slowly enter the weakening period. And any dragon in its peak period is said to have the strength of more than the 9th level. However, after reaching the weakening period, the dragon's physical strength will take a sharp turn for the worse. But after thousands of years of training, these dragons in the weakened stage no longer rely solely on physical strength. They have also learned various ancient dragon spells. So, even the dragons in the weakened stage have terrifying power that is almost destructive. The difference between the ancient dragons and the pure-blooded dragons is that they will not enter the weakened stage. That is to say, as long as the ancient dragons are alive, they can keep that terrifying speed and continue to become stronger, until they are on par with the true gods. However, everything has its own balance. The ancient dragons are extremely powerful, which means that they are rare. Over the countless years, only 6 ancient dragons have been born. The ancient dragon Zayton that brings shadow and death, the ancient dragon Zomar that brings ice and persuasion, and the ancient dragon Kralkatorek that brings crystal and fury. So, although Chao Xing knew that there might be dragons in this mountain range, he had no intention of attacking them. After all, the power of any dragon is quite terrifying. With his current strength, daring to provoke the dragon is no different from seeking death. However, there is another piece of information that Chao Xing is more concerned about. I didn't expect that after crossing this mountain range, I can reach the new map. No wonder when I looked at the map, I found that this mountain range is located at the edge of the map of the Wind Snow Plain. I haven't been to the Bliss Wilderness yet. There should be many areas to explore there. And the system prompts that if you want to go to the Yongchuang main city, you must pass through there first. It seems that I have time in the future. I have to go there to take a look. However, for Chao Xing now, it is more important to find cattle. So, he said directly, Sarah, go find a route into the mountain. Yes, Lord. The beautiful dark elf exited the moon dance form, then entered the stealth state, and soon disappeared from the spot. Everyone waited on the side. A few minutes later, Sarah's figure appeared again. We have found a path into the mountain. Hearing this, Chao Xing's face was happy. Sarah's efficiency was still as high as ever. Okay, take us there. After that, everyone followed Sarah all the way, and soon found a path into the mountain. They stepped in directly. After walking along this path for about 400 or 500 meters, they came to a rugged mountain road. In front of them were towering mountains covered with ice and snow, and various unknown plants grew in them. The top of the mountain was shrouded in white mist, making it like a fairyland on earth. You have entered the Tiger Mountains. Now, they have officially entered the mountains. Chao Xing pressed the communication device in his ear and asked, Alyssa, we have entered the mountains. Where are you now? Zizi. Zizi. Alyssa whispered back, Lord, you are finally here. I am in the Plunderer Valley, guarding the group of yaks. Chao Xing opened the map and took a look, and found that the Plunderer Valley that Alyssa mentioned was almost in the center of the mountains. There are still more than 10 kilometers to the deepest area of the mountains. It is also more than 20 kilometers to Chao Xing's location. During this period, we have to cross 4 or 5 high mountains, which can be said to be crossing mountains and ridges. Chao Xing sighed. This little girl can really run. Lu Muxua smiled after hearing this. But this also shows that Alyssa is so powerful, that group of cloud yaks can be found hiding in such deep mountains. Chao Xing smiled after hearing this. Then, he led everyone forward. The huge body of the mammoth passed through the mountains, cliffs, and dense forests. Especially when passing by the cliff. The cold wind kept howling, and there was endless fog below, which gave people a feeling of powerlessness in the face of nature. I have to say, the scenery in the mountains is still very good. Walking through it, it was like walking in a painting. They advanced for more than 10 kilometers, and climbed over several high mountains, without encountering any monsters or wild beasts attacking them. During this period, they saw many forest wolves, cavemen, and even brown bears. But they were all scared away by the breath of Dabai and Wally. After all, Dabai is now a 4th-order leader-level beast, and Wally is also a 3rd-order leader-level beast. With these two beasts, it is enough to make the beasts on the periphery dare not approach. Only in the depths of the mountains, it is possible to encounter some creatures that can threaten Dabai. Chao Xing and Lu Muxua sat on Dabai's back, leisurely enjoying the surrounding scenery. Not long after they moved forward, Sarah and Rainice entered a state of alert at the same time. Lord, there is a situation. They all held their weapons, and looked at the forest in front of them. After hearing this, everyone entered a fighting stance. At this moment, they saw several figures suddenly rushing over from the forest ahead. They were running wildly in the forest with terrified looks on their faces. As they ran, they shouted frantically, Help! Help! Lord Mountain God! Please save me! Behind them, it seemed that something terrifying was chasing them. And this group of humans soon saw Chao Xing and his group. They thought they had seen their savior. As a result, they saw the huge body of Dabai all of a sudden, and their faces turned pale with fear. For a moment, they didn't know where to run, with wolves in front and tigers behind. Finally, they gritted their teeth and rushed towards Chao Xing and his men. Assam and others had already drawn their weapons. Chao Xing quickly glanced at the information on these people. Nice town hunter, Mobit. Race, human. Level 18, 2nd level ordinary creature. HP, 1736/2413. Attack power, 347 to 358. Skills, primary bow and arrow mastery. Primary hunting skills. Primary trap mastery. Talent, none. They looked like a group of ordinary hunters. Just when Rennies was about to shoot an arrow, Chaoxing said, "Wait a minute. Let's see what they want to do." After hearing this, everyone stopped attacking. When the hunters arrived near Chaoxing, they knelt down with a thump. "My lords, please save us. A group of snow barbarians are chasing us." The men came to Chaoxing, knelt down on their knees, and begged. "What are snow barbarians?" Chaoxing asked in confusion. They were just about to answer. At this moment, behind the group of hunters, there were roars that resounded through the forest. Roar! Roar! The sound was deafening. Just listening to it, it made people feel their blood boiling. The hunters were so scared that their faces turned pale. Then, Chaoxing saw many figures suddenly appear in the woods behind them. A group of primitive people wearing animal skins, holding bows and arrows and animal bone clubs in their hands, and led a few tigers and rushed out. These are the snow barbarians they are talking about. They are indeed very barbaric and primitive. The other party also noticed Chaoxing and others. They seemed not to want to communicate at all. A group of archers on the opposite side directly pulled the bowstrings, ready to focus fire on Chaoxing and others at any time. On Chaoxing's side, everyone was ready for battle. Sarah behind him had disappeared into the shadows. As long as the other party dared to attack, they would face the fatal attack of this commander-level assassin, including the new member Victoria. She clenched her fists with both hands. Her mind was flowing, and she was ready to release the mind shield. At any time, the atmosphere fell into a stalemate. After a moment, the tigers in the hands of the primitive people suddenly opened their bloody mouths and let out a deafening roar. Roar! Roar! Ding! You have been attacked by the roar of the ice tiger. Your spirit has dropped by 20%. The thought of faith has taken effect. You are immune to this attack. Chaoxing and others did not react at all, standing still. And those hunters, they were so scared that they collapsed on the ground. There were two others, and yellow liquid appeared under their bodies. Chaoxing knew that this was the way the group of snow barbarians tested him. Once he was frightened by the roar of these tigers, the other party would rush over. Chaoxing smiled. When it comes to pets, I'm not inferior at all. He patted the mammoth under his feet. Dubai flicked his trunk directly, and then roared. Moo! Roar! Dubai and Wally roared even more horribly at the same time. The powerful sound waves became real, even shaking away the snow in the mountains and forests, shaking the snow on the trees down, directly shaking the tigers back a few steps. Seeing this, the faces of the group of snow barbarians changed. After looking at Chaoxing and others, they led the tiger without hesitation and turned around and left. Tap, tap, tap. This group of snow barbarians came quickly and left quickly, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. After they all left, several hunters collapsed on the ground as if they had survived a disaster. Finally saved. God bless me. I am glad that I am still alive. Chaoxing asked directly, "What's going on with you? Why are those snow barbarians chasing you?" After the initial panic, several hunters gradually calmed down. One of the middle-aged men with a black hat said gratefully, "Thank you for the rescue. Warriors, we are hunters from the town of Nice, in the opposite Brisbane wilderness. We came to the mountains to hunt, searching for the trace of a mysterious creature together. As a result, we accidentally broke into the territory of these snow mountain barbarians, and then we were regarded as enemies. We kept apologizing to them, but these guys didn't listen at all, and chased us all the way to now." Chaoxing nodded after hearing this, and continued to ask, "What are the snow mountain barbarians? Are they different from us ordinary humans?" The middle-aged man with a black hat replied again, "To reply to this, sir, the snow barbarians are not different in body structure, but this group of barbarians are close-minded, unwilling to leave the mountains, and are a group of savages living a tribal life. So, we call these people snow mountain barbarians." After hearing this, Chaoxing understood the origin of these snow barbarians. He continued to ask, "There is another question. You just said that you were tracking a mysterious creature. What is that mysterious creature?" At this time, the hunters looked at each other. One of them was about to speak. At this moment, one of the hunters suddenly fell backwards, with his head tilted back for some reason. "Inaji!" the hunters exclaimed. At this time, They noticed that there were 2 arrows stuck in the back of the fallen hunter. "It's over," one of the hunters said. The arrows of the group of Snow Mountain barbarians injured his internal organs. Inaji is no longer alive. Hearing this, the other hunters on the field were stunned. And then grief appeared in their eyes. Chao Xing thought for a moment, and glanced at the hunter's condition on the ground. Nice town hunter, Inaji. Level 15, second order ordinary creature. HP, 754/2172. Status, coma. Internal injuries, bleeding. It really looks like he is dying. The hunter on the ground seemed to know that he was going to die. Various complex expressions flashed across his pale face, and finally turned into relief. As a hunter who has been hunting in such deep mountains for a long time, it is equivalent to dealing with the god of death for a long time. Everyone was ready for this day. He began to quietly tell his companions about his afterlife. He also told them that he had buried a box of crowns in the corner behind the yard, which contained all his savings. In addition, he also had his wife and 2 children, and asked other hunters to help take care of them. He gave instructions one by one. As hunters who went into the mountains to hunt together, they were actually a kind of mutual assistance group. If anyone got into trouble, other companions would take care of their afterlife. After all, no one wants to die alone in such a mountain, with no one paying attention, or even his family not knowing about his death. The atmosphere seemed a bit heavy. Just when they were about to carry the hunter away, and take him back to see his wife and children for the last time, a voice suddenly sounded. "Let me do it." Chapter 287 Magical Creatures, Traces of Frost Moose. "Let me do it." Chao Xing's voice sounded. Everyone looked at the young man sitting on the back of the mammoth with blank eyes. Originally, Chao Xing didn't want to get involved in such matters, but he thought of the ghost of the girl in Anohi village. These hunters all have a family behind them. If it weren't for family and responsibility, who would be willing to risk their lives to hunt in such a place? And for Chao Xing, saving a second-level hunter is just a piece of cake. He turned over and jumped off the mammoth's back. In the puzzled eyes of the hunters, he walked over and took out a bottle of cloud yak milk from his backpack and fed him to drink. The next moment, the hunter's complexion recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even his injuries improved. The other hunters were surprised when they saw this. As Chao Xing pulled out the arrow on his back, 2 damage numbers of more than 200 floated up. Then, he was fed a bottle of improved life secret medicine. At this moment, vigorous vitality melted in his body. The hunter quickly became energetic. Everyone looked at this scene with shock. Gods! Inaji is alive. This lord saved him. Oh my god! The potion this lord fed him is so magical. It can actually bring a dying person back to life. I seem to have seen this kind of potion. A bottle costs several thousand crowns, and the effect is not as good as this lord's. This bottle of potion is worth at least tens of thousands of crowns. Hearing this number, all the hunters on the field held their breath. For these hunters, tens of thousands of crowns are almost their total income for 1 or 2 years. A bottle of secret medicine, drinking so many crowns, it is something they dare not even think about. At this time, the hunter who was treated by Chao Xing also heard the discussion of other hunters. I suddenly realized how valuable the thing he just drank was. He knelt on his knees, put his head on the ground, and said with great emotion, "Thank you, thank you. This kind sir. Sir, please give me an address. I will definitely try my best to save money, and return the consumption of this bottle of medicine to you as soon as possible. Because you rescued the hunter in Nice Town, Inaji, the other party's favorability has been improved, current favorability, friendly." Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing waved his hand, and then said, "Nothing, you don't need to pay back the money. After all, tens of thousands of crowns are a large sum for these hunters, and they may not be able to save it for several years. But for Chao Xing, who has a master alchemist, this consumption is nothing. While it is still light, go back and reunite with your family." When the hunters heard about their families, their eyes gradually became more relaxed. They looked at each other. The hunter rescued by Chao Xing seemed to have made some kind of decision. "Sir, to thank you for your help, let us tell you a piece of news." Chao Xing asked in confusion, "What news?" "In this mountain range, there is an extremely rare magical creature, the Frost Moose. It is the mysterious creature we are tracking." Hearing this, Chao Xing was shocked. Although, he didn't know what grade of creature the Frost Moose was, and he had never seen what this creature looked like. But, he had a piece of Frost Moose's hind leg meat in his backpack, and it was gold quality meat. Just eating one piece could increase the ice attack power by 5%, very powerful. You can imagine how valuable a whole frost moose is. Even far surpassing the cloud yak. Chaoxing asked, "Where did you get the news?" The hunter immediately replied, "It was Baron Andra." The news came from the Baron's mansion that a frost moose appeared in the Tiger Mountains. And hunters from all major villages and towns were invited to come to the mountains to look for this frost moose. The Baron promised that as long as we can find the trace of this moose, he will give us a house in the city, and also give us a reward of 100,000 crowns. So many hunters came to the Tiger Mountains, hoping to try their luck. Hearing this, Chaoxing's eyes showed a look of realization. The hunter continued, "Sir, it is said that this magical moose has great power. They can spit out extremely lethal frost. One bite can freeze a squadron of 100 people. If it can be tamed, it will also be a powerful weapon on the battlefield. So the Baron will try every means to find this moose." Chaoxing nodded and said, "Okay. I see. Thank you for the news." Several hunters looked at each other, and then said, "Sir, you are polite. It is we who should thank you." "Then, sir, we are going to rush home now, so we won't bother you for now. May the mountain god protect you." Chaoxing nodded. After saying that, the group of hunters quickly left from another direction. Chaoxing returned to the big white back and thought for a moment. There are frost moose in the Tiger Mountains, and this news is very important. And according to the group of hunters, frost moose can be tamed, if possible. Chaoxing also wants to catch this legendary creature, instead of killing it directly. After all, a living frost moose is definitely more valuable than a dead one. However, they have no clues at the moment. So many hunters have not found it in the mountains. Although Chaoxing is confident in his luck, the Tiger Mountains are too big, and the hope of finding it is slim. Moreover, the most urgent task now is to meet up with Elisa and find the group of cloud yaks. "So," he said directly, "let's go. Let's keep moving forward. Sarah, you go ahead and explore the way." Sarah nodded slightly, and then disappeared on the spot. Everyone began to move forward and cross 2 more high mountains. Crack! Crack! The mammoth's huge hoof stepped on the frozen mountain road, and its terrifying weight crushed all the stones and branches on the ground. At this time, Chaoxing saw a bird's nest on a branch in the distance. He asked Bai to stop. Then he used ejection hook to jump up. All of a sudden, he saw 7 or 8 fist-sized bird eggs quietly placed in the bird's nest. What big bird eggs! Chaoxing was shocked. Before he could do anything, a loud roar came from the sky. Gaw! Gaw! 2 large white birds circled in the air, making piercing and strange noises. They seemed anxious and angry. After thinking for a moment, Chaoxing did not take the eggs away, but quietly slid down from the tree. After all, these were just ordinary bird eggs, each of which was equivalent to 5 units of food at most, and the value was not high. After he left, the 2 large birds quickly returned to the nest and stopped screaming. Chaoxing said, "Let's go. Keep moving forward." The crowd climbed over a hill again. At this moment, Chaoxing heard all kinds of chaotic sounds coming from a valley ahead. All kinds of shouts echoed in the valley. Sarah appeared, and then said, "Lord, there is something going on ahead." "What's going on?" "It seems that a group of cave dwellers, a group of mole people, and snow barbarians are fighting, and the number of people is about 1 or 2,000. Hearing this, Chaoxing was stunned. Good guy. A melee of 1 or 2,000 people, and 3 forces. This is really chaotic. Sarah, do you know why they are fighting? She shook her head. I don't know. Lord. Chaoxing thought for a moment, then nodded and said, Ignore those guys. Let's go find Elisa first. Yes, sir. After that, Chaoxing changed direction and bypassed the troubled area ahead. Then they walked straight to where Elisa was. Next, there were no accidents. They soon came to a high mountain. Then they went down the mountain. The terrain took a sharp turn. Dabai carefully carried Chaoxing and Lu Mushu on his back and walked down slowly. When they all landed, Chaoxing appeared in a valley. There were fallen rocks everywhere. In the valley, there were tall silver fir trees and some unknown plants. An unfrozen stream, flowing from the depths of the valley, extends all the way to the foot of the mountain. The stream is full of various white weeds on both sides. In the sky, 1 or 2 large white birds, whose names I cannot remember, fly by from time to time. The scene in front of me is really too beautiful. Sure enough, the scenery in the mountains is pretty good. If it were in Blue Star, it would definitely be a hit if I opened a camping base here. Chaoxing thought happily. At the same time, the system prompt appeared. You have discovered a new area, Plunderer Valley. This is a gathering place for a group of plunderers. They often rob passing chambers of commerce, hunters, and are so powerful that even the noble knights will choose to bypass this area. Seeing the map introduction, Chaoxing thought to himself. The map prompt says that this is a gathering place for a group of plunderers, and also a group of mountain bandits? It sounds pretty brutal. However, he didn't care. With his strength, although he is not invincible, there are not many creatures in this mountain range that can threaten him. Moreover, the fact that they have fallen to the point of running to the mountains to become bandits shows that their strength is not that strong. It would be fine if they don't provoke him. But if they dare to provoke him, Chaoxing doesn't mind teaching them a lesson. Chaoxing turned on the communication device and asked, Alisa, we are at the Predator Valley. Where are you now? Zizi. Zizi. Soon. Alisa's crisp voice came to his ears. Lord, do you see the stream in the valley? Yes. After hearing this, Alisa said happily, then you go all the way up this stream. When you reach the end, you will see a pool of water. I am nearby. When you come here, you must be slow. Otherwise you will scare away the yaks. Chaoxing replied, okay. I got it. After hanging up the call, Chaoxing looked at his men and pets behind him. Wally. Tobai. Wait for us here first. Others. Follow me. The two giant beasts nodded meekly, then walked honestly to the foot of a silver fir tree and waited silently. Chaoxing led the group, walking slowly towards the depths of the mountains. Since the route was clear, they only needed to move along the stream upstream. After more than 10 minutes, they had moved forward about 1 or 2 kilometers. In front of them, they could faintly hear the sound of gurgling water, although they didn't know why the water here was not frozen. It sounded like they had reached the pool that Alisa mentioned. However, because there were a lot of silver fir trees growing nearby, they couldn't see the specific scene. Chaoxing pressed the communication device on his ear. Alisa, we are almost there. After hearing the voice, something seemed to move a few times on the branches of a silver fir tree not far away. Then, a figure in a blue and white coat appeared. She slid down the thick tree trunk like a little raccoon. Then, she waved her hand and walked quickly towards Chaoxing and others. This figure was Alisa. The girl's face was red, and there was a look of joy on her face. Chaoxing also led his men towards her. After the reunion, Xiao Chu walked over first and held Alisa's hand excitedly. Sister Alisa, I finally see you. Luckily you are okay. She said proudly, hee hee. Captain Alisa is very powerful. How could she be in trouble? Even the Lord has to rely on me. Yeah, Captain Alisa is the most powerful. Because Alisa often boasted to Tong Chu, the little girl admired her very much. Chaoxing also said with a smile on his face, Alisa, you've worked hard. Even Lu Muxiu praised Alisa's performance this time. Faced with everyone's praise, the little girl lowered her head in embarrassment and smiled stupidly. Chaoxing continued to ask, Alisa, where are the yaks? Hearing this, she seemed to come back to her senses. Quickly pointed to the woods behind and whispered, through this woods, you can see the pool. There are a lot of moss grass growing on the shore, and the yaks are grazing there. Hearing this, Chaoxing's eyes lit up. There are still a lot of moss grass? That's great, now the yak's grass is solved. Chaoxing said, Alisa, take us there. Okay. Alisa turned around and reminded, Lord, remember to move gently. After that, she lowered her body and tipped forward. Everyone followed her slowly. Then, in the depths of the valley, everyone saw the pool of water that Alisa mentioned. A small waterfall fell from the top of the mountain, like a white silk falling, water droplets splashing, stirring up layers of white mist. This pool of water is not large, and there is mist floating on the surface, making it look like a fairy, like a scene in a dream. Chaoxing glanced around. Live water, water that has an unknown smell, which will not freeze easily, but it does not seem to have any special effect. The water has no special effect. Chaoxing looked away, and continued to look around. Then, he saw a large amount of pink and purple Moses grass growing on the shore, and a group of blue and white figures among them. It was the cloud yaks. Chaoxing felt ecstatic. They were eating happily beside the water, and did not notice the arrival of Chaoxing and others. Chaoxing counted them. And it was just as Elisa said. There were 59 yaks here. Big and small. This was an astonishing number. More than 3 times the number of yaks in the territory. Chao Xing even wanted to rush over and catch all the cloud yaks. But before that, there was another problem. That was to prevent the herd from escaping. Last time, Chao Xing and others missed a large number of yaks. So this time, they had to think of a foolproof plan before taking action. Using control skills, like 1,000 miles of ice, is definitely not an option. The level of these cloud yaks is too low. And Chao Xing and his team could kill them instantly with one attack. Therefore, they can only use control skills, like Hilda's Soul Scream, which does not cause damage. After thinking for a while, Chao Xing came up with an idea. Renes, you go and attack Brahm's shield 19 times first. Andrew, you still turn into a tree man like before, and calm the emotions of the yaks. Others, follow me and approach the yaks from different directions. Hearing this, everyone on the field took action. Andrew directly used the tree man form. Hua la la. From his body, a breath of life emanated. His figure was rising rapidly, and dense branches and leaves grew on his head. Soon, he turned into an ash tree about 3 meters high. Andrew walked out and slowly approached the yaks. When the yaks saw Andrew in the form of a tree man, they had a puzzled look in their eyes. The calves among them stared with their copper bell-like eyes and looked ahead curiously. Among them, there was a cloud yak that was obviously stronger than the other yaks and looked like the leader of the herd. Moo moo. It made a low sound, as if warning Andrew not to get close. There was a commotion in the herd. Andrew stopped where he was, constantly soothing them, trying to attract the attention of the herd. At the same time, Chao Xing, Lu Muxua and a total of 13 people slowly approached the herd of yaks from all angles. At this time, the strong cloud yak seemed to sense something. The yak quickly tilted its head and looked around. Then, it saw the tall Assam and the people surrounding them from all directions. Instantly, its eyes widened, and a sense of crisis enveloped its body. This sturdy cloud yak made a loud sound. Moo. Instantly, the herd of cattle became very agitated. They all looked around and saw the group of humans who suddenly appeared. Then, they started to run without hesitation. Boom! Boom! The messy footsteps rang wildly in the valley. The cattle began to run away. 4 or 5 of them rushed towards Assam. Seeing this, Chao Xing quickly ordered, Assam, use the Frost Wolf Sword Chi, and be careful not to hurt the yaks. Yes! The knight slashed out a sword without hesitation. Swish! The sword swept past, plowing a gully nearly 1 or 2 meters deep on the ground in front. And it fell on a spruce tree in the distance, directly cutting it off. Boom! The spruce tree collapsed on the spot. When the yaks saw the terrifying killing power of the knight, fear appeared in their eyes, and they decisively gave up breaking out in this direction. In other directions, a large number of cattle also rushed over. Seeing this, Chao Xing quickly gave orders. Jonard, Joseon, each of you block one direction, and use the ice dragon spear to break it. As soon as the words fell, the 2 dragon blood fighters directly raised their spears and thrust them forward. Boom! Boom! In an instant, 2 ice pillars with a thickness of 2 meters and a length of 65 meters appeared, and blocked 2 directions. Now, the yaks only have one direction to escape. In that direction, it seemed that no one was blocking the road. The cloud yaks had almost no time to think, and all subconsciously ran towards the gap. At this moment, a strong man with a naked upper body and holding a huge shield suddenly jumped out. Brown raised the big shield and laughed, Aha! Calf! Look here! The herd of cattle stopped and looked at the big guy Brown in horror. Swish! An arrow hit his shield, and he had been attacked 20 times in total. The next moment, the eye on the evil eye shield opened. An evil, powerful aura suddenly spread across the valley. All the yaks seemed to have seen something horrible, as if they were electrocuted, and all stood still. 59 yaks, all controlled. This is the power of the eye opening. Special effect. Chao Xing showed a strong joy on his face. Then he quickly ordered Mu Shui, Chu Chu, use the pet contract on these yaks. Quickly. As soon as the words fell, the 3 figures turned into afterimages and rushed out. They took out pet contracts from their backpacks one by one, and used them on the yaks in front of them. This contract failed. The primary contract scroll has disappeared. This contract failed. The primary contract scroll has disappeared. After failing 2 contracts in a row, Chao Xing was not discouraged at all. He took out another contract scroll and used it directly. Ding! The contract was successful. Magical creature, Cloud Yak LV18, has become your pet. Territory population +1. Finally succeeded in the first one. Chao Xing was overjoyed. The tamed Cloud Yak, its eyes immediately regained clarity and stood aside obediently. Tong Chu Chu and Lu Muxue were not to be outdone. After failing 2 or 3 times in a row, the first one finally succeeded. Ding! Your territory member, Tong Chu Chu, successfully used the pet contract, Magic Creature, Cloud Yak LV16, has become your territory creature, territory population +1. Ding! Your subordinate lord, Lu Muxue, successfully used the pet contract, Magic Creature, Cloud Yak LV19, has become your territory creature, territory population +1. Chu Chu Muxue, well done, keep it up. Chao Xing praised. The 2 girls also smiled with joy. They also knew that the milk of Cloud Yaks was of astonishing value, and could bring a lot of income to the territory. Then, they began to use the contract on these yaks more vigorously. Brahm's open eyes. Special effect has a control time of 1 to 5 seconds. Of course, it takes the longest control time to deal with these Cloud Yaks with only 2nd level strength. In these 5 seconds, Chao Xing and others almost did not stop for a moment, and began to use the pet contract crazily. Ding! Contract successful. Ding! Contract successful. System prompts appeared one after another. The 5-second control time is about to end. The 3 of them failed 53 times in total, and succeeded 16 times. This means that they caught 16 Cloud Yaks this time. Chao Xing was very excited. You know, there are only 19 Cloud Yaks in his territory, and this time it almost doubled. However, this is less than 1/3 of the yaks on the field. It was far from reaching Chao Xing's goal. At this moment, there was a commotion in the herd again. The yaks were about to be released from the control state. Chao Xing was not at all flustered, and immediately ordered, Zilda, Soul Scream. After receiving the order, the beautiful blood spider queen slowly opened her dark purple lips, and then screamed. Ah! Instantly, the red sound waves began to spread like substance. The Cloud Yaks on the field that were not contracted seemed to have heard a terrifying sound, and were frightened like headless flies, jumping around like crazy. Boom! Boom! The hooves of the yaks ran wildly, and rushed around. Chao Xing continued to order, everyone, block the gap. Don't let these yaks run away. After receiving the order, everyone picked up their weapons, and defended their positions. Birchie Sun Chaser held a huge axe, exuding a destructive aura. Victoria's mind was surging. And the wind, snow and fallen leaves around her were spinning rapidly. The dark moon power on Sarah next to her gave people a sense of deadly danger, including Isabel, Hilda and others. The aura on their bodies was very terrifying. This made the group of Cloud Yaks dare not approach at all. They could only keep changing their positions on the spot, and then jump around. Seeing this, Chao Xing quickly ordered Mu Shui, Chu Chu, continue to use the pet contract. After the words fell, the 3 of them rushed over directly, and then faced the chaotic herd of cattle, and began to use the contract. Contract failed. Contract failed. Ding! Contract successful. System prompts kept appearing, and almost 1 out of every 3 was successful. At the same time, as time went by, Chao Xing's population was also increasing. Soul Scream. As control time was longer. But these yaks would run around, so the efficiency was not as high as expected. After 40 seconds, of the 59 Cloud Yaks on the field, Chao Xing had captured 47 of them. Only the last 12 were left, still running around. At this time, the control time of Soul Scream was also over. Chao Xing did not panic when he saw this. After all, his subordinates have many control skills, and these skills do not cause any damage. Hilda used Catching Net, Isabel used Holy Ring, and Andrew used Root Entanglement. Even Chao Xing himself has a killer weapon, the ancient weapon, the primitive cube. So, he took out the black Rubik's Cube from his backpack for the first time. Then he clicked to use it directly. Instantly, about 50 meters in front of Chao Xing, that is. In the center of this group of Cloud Yaks, a small black dot appeared. At the moment when this black dot appeared, a strong suction force appeared. Chapter 288. Catch them all in one net, a great harvest. Whoosh whoosh. The surrounding fallen leaves, twigs, stones, all instantly gathered towards the black spot. All the cloud yaks had a look of fear in their eyes. Then, their bodies began to fly backwards uncontrollably. It was as if there was a terrible suction force, sucking them all in. Bang bang. A series of fleshy sounds came, and all the cloud yaks were gathered together. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in shock. Fortunately, the suction force has no effect on them. Otherwise, even if it is a big piece of bloom, also sucked. And Chaoxing said happily, "Haha, this thing is really easy to use." Speaking, he rushed directly, start using junior primary contract. Bite. The contract was successful. Bite. The contract was successful. Soon, another 11 cloud yak fell into Chaoxing's sack. And primitive cube. The control time has also ended. On the field, only the last body of the last body. The healthy cloud yak, still in the stubborn resistance. Then, as the encirclement gradually narrowed, a group of big guys surrounded it. Obviously, the yak had no chance. It hit again and again, but was pushed back by the crowd. Chaoxing was facing it, and kept casting pet contracts. Contract failed. Contract failed. He used 5 in a row, but still failed. Chaoxing was stunned. Oh my god! Is it so difficult to tame? Seeing this, he took out 3 intermediate pet contracts, directly from his backpack. Contract failed. Contract failed. Until the 3rd contract was used. The cloud yak finally showed a sign of struggle. Ding! The contract was successful. Magical creature, elite cloud yak LV20. Became your pet. And the territory population increased by 2. Haha. It turned out to be an elite yak. I said it was so difficult to contract. Chaoxing said happily. So far, 59 yaks were caught in one fell swoop, and all were in his pocket. All the noise subsided. The herd of cattle stood quietly in place. Seeing this, Elisa said excitedly, "Wow! They caught all of them. The Lord is really the best. Great. This way, Elisa will have endless milk to drink." Everyone also had a happy smile on their faces. The value of this group of cloud yaks is inestimable. Before, there were only 19 yaks in the territory, and the milk produced in a week was sold for millions of kronor. Now there are 59 yaks, and the production has increased 3 times. In other words, as long as this group of yaks is brought back, just from the milk, Chaoxing can earn 4 million kronor a week. Such a large amount of money can be used for the construction of the territory in the future. Although Chaoxing's territory does not spend much now, this is based on the small scale of the territory. Later, if we really want to develop into a giant city, the cost will be quite terrifying. Whether it is building a large number of houses, city walls, or fortifications, it will require a terrifying amount of money and resources. When it reaches the scale of a giant city, Chaoxing's current military force is far from enough. So he needs to train his own army. The daily cost of these soldiers is also a terrifying number. Even paying salaries to those town managers is a considerable expense. But by that time, the city lord will have other sources of income. And it is too early to think about these things now. With a happy look, he looked at the properties of these yaks. Chaoxing's pet, Cloud Yak. Level 20, 2nd level elite creature. HP, 5568/5568, Blessing of the Pale Tree. Attack power, 201 to 226. Skills, Natural Perception, Cloud Rush, Natural Shelter, Cloud Blessing. Talent, 1, Heat Absorption. Talent, 2, Crisis Perception. Satisfaction, 78. Loyalty, 61. Chaoxing thought to himself, the loyalty of these yaks is relatively low, but it doesn't matter. At least they won't think of running away, and they basically obey my orders. As long as you take them back and train them for a period of time, they will be as obedient as the yaks in the territory. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction. Then he continued to ask, by the way, Elisa, where are the bare-feathered chickens you mentioned? Elisa replied, on the road you came from. There is a peak called Mount Laszlo, and the bare-feathered chickens are in the forest. But Lord, be careful. These are wild chickens in the mountains. Be very careful. If you want to catch them, you must be as careful as catching cloud yaks. Chaoxing replied, don't worry. I have prepared good things to catch these chickens this time. What good things are they? Elisa tilted her head, as if Chaoxing had aroused her curiosity. I'll tell you later. Wow! Why is the Lord like this? Chao Xing smiled. Then he looked at the large number of pink and purple plants growing beside the pond. Mu Shui, let's go over and pick all those Moses grasses and bring them back to the territory. Okay. After that, the two of them walked towards the lake. And at this moment, Sarah suddenly appeared beside Chao Xing and said in a hurry, Lord, be careful. Chao Xing's expression moved, because he felt a gust of wind coming from above his head, and an arrow was coming at him at a high speed. Sarah's figure flashed, and then she waved the short knife in her hand and slashed it down suddenly. Ding! The arrow was cut off. Chao Xing was not hurt at all. This also put everyone on the field into a fighting state. Chao Xing quickly raised his head, and saw a group of people wearing animal skin coats on the edge of the cliff above his head. They all had tattoos on their faces, and wore horn helmets made of animal bones on their heads. Everyone had a crazy look in their eyes. One of them was a burly guy with a machete in his hand, and said in surprise, Ha ha! These humans actually caught the cloud yak. Brothers, kill all these people, and then take these yaks back, enough for our camp to eat for many days. The others also laughed wildly. It can be seen that this is not the first time these guys have done this. The location they chose is very tricky. Chao Xing and his men are located at the bottom of the canyon. These guys attacked on both sides of the canyon. At this time, one of the tall and thin guys seemed to notice Victoria and Rennie's and others in the crowd. He immediately exclaimed, Boss, there are several beautiful women in this group, so tender. The burly guy said, No matter if they are beautiful or not, kill them all first, and take the bodies back to play with them. Just eat them when you get tired of playing. Hearing this, Sarah, Rennie's and others below suddenly looked cold. They were about to rush forward. The leader saw what Chao Xing and the others were planning, and knew that they were not easy to mess with. He quickly ordered, Don't give those guys a chance to fight back. Shoot! Instantly, on the opposite side of the cliff, dozens of archers pulled their bowstrings. Swish! 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 These guys were very ferocious. And also very insidious. They knew that the people below valued the cloud yaks, so many arrows were shot at the herd. Seeing this, Chao Xing quickly ordered, Protect our yaks. Braun was about to rush over and use his shield to block the arrows. At this moment, Victoria said softly, Use mine to control the air. And never stop. As soon as the words fell, an invisible strong wind rose from the Queen of Mind. This strong wind blew her brown ponytails. The next moment, a layer of yellow mind shield quickly appeared from her body. The mind shield expanded rapidly, reaching a diameter of 50 meters, protecting all the yaks and everyone inside the mind shield. Puff! 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 The arrows fell on the mind shield, causing ripples, and then a lot of damage occurred. Minus 2,751. Minus 2,134. Minus 2,852. Minus 2061. The mind shield has no armor. Through these damage numbers, Chao Xing instantly judged that the strength of the guys above was at least above level 3. However, Victoria's current health value is 200,000, and the durability of the mind shield is 120%. In other words, this mind shield has 240,000 health points. Even if they stand there and let them hit it, they can't break the mind shield. The crisis of the cloud yak is resolved. Chao Xing laughed, and he winked at Sarah next to him. Sarah understood what he meant and disappeared directly on the spot. At this moment, the guys on the top of the mountain also saw a huge mind shield suddenly appearing below. Captain, that woman has such a weird method. She can actually release a shield. Our arrows can't hurt them. Seeing this, the strong guy snorted coldly, and then ordered Humph, push the boulder down, and smash all these guys to death. Let me see how much attack her shield can withstand. The tall and thin man next to him hesitated and said, Boss, if you smash these women flat, there will be no fun. Hearing this, the man slapped him. You little brat. You're just thinking about playing with women. Did you know that our camp is running out of food? Smash it. Okay. Okay. After hearing this, the others pushed down the boulders one by one. Boom. One by one, the boulders, with destructive power, rolled down directly from the top of the mountain. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing's mouth curled up. Interesting. Isn't this the method I used to deal with the group of hunters at that time? Now it's falling on my head? However, he did not panic, but ordered take action. Block those boulders. Boom. At least a dozen boulders fell. The movement was like a landslide, which made the group of cloud yaks restless. At this moment, Braum and Lu Mushua, two shield warriors, rushed out directly. Before the two boulders fell, they directly smashed them with their shields. Shield counter. Slam. Bang. As level 40 shield warriors, they were so powerful that they directly knocked the two boulders away. On the other side, Burgee Sunchaser jumped high, although he was only a 3rd level strength now. As a commander level figure, and with a fusion of powerful blood, his strength was so powerful that it was terrifying. He swung the giant axe in his hand and chopped it fiercely. Bang! The boulder was actually smashed to pieces by him. On the field, there were still 8 boulders left. Andrew transformed into a violent bear, roared and blocked one of the boulders with brute force. Assam held the sword of the Lake Lady, and used the Frost Wolf sword chi to smash it directly. Then, Jonard and Josen each used the Ice Dragon Spear to smash a boulder, including Hilda and Isabel. They also used their own methods to block a boulder. The last 2 boulders fell on the mine shield, causing 2 huge damages. Minus 22,314. Minus 23,251. The durability dropped a lot in an instant, but it had no effect on them. When the guys above saw the scene, they looked like they had seen a ghost, and there was a look of shock in their eyes. Mountain God. Are these monsters? They can even block such a huge rock. Their strength is almost comparable to that of the leader. Including the leader, they also looked at the people below with a shocked face. Don't panic, we are on the cliff, more than 100 meters high. These guys can't get up. Keep attacking. Just as they were preparing to launch a new round of attacks, a shadow appeared silently behind them. A cold light flashed. The short knife in his hand directly slashed across the neck of one of them. Swish. Minus 15,742. Minus 13,522. Vital attack. Granted liberation. 2 horrible injuries. This person's life value was directly reduced to 0, and he fell on the spot. And this group of people also discovered the situation behind them, and the corpse on the ground, and suddenly a chill rose behind them. Boss, a dark elf came up, and killed one of our brothers. The sturdy leader snorted coldly. Don't panic, come together, and catch her for me. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of nearby looters holding knives, guns, sticks and clubs surrounded Sarah. However, facing a large enemy force, Sarah showed no fear. A breathtaking arc appeared at the corner of her mouth, and everyone on the field felt like they were being stared at by a venomous snake. In an instant, Sarah entered the moon dance state, and 8 clones appeared on the spot. These figures also held 2 knives, and then rushed to different directions. Shwa shwa. It was like 8 lightning bolts passing by. Dense cutting sounds rang out, and those predators who rushed over had a terrifying blood mark on their bodies. Minus 12,742. Minus 7,862. Minus 13,823. Minus 11,945. 80% critical hit rate, plus thousands of terrifying attacks. At this moment, Sarah's damage with each strike was extremely horrible. The health of the predators around them dropped sharply. However, before they could react, the 8 figures suddenly turned around and carried out the second and third slashes again. Shwa shwa. In an instant, more than a dozen figures around were killed and fell down softly. Chaoxing also received the system prompt. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed Snow Mountain Predator LV-38, a 4th level ordinary creature, and gained experience points, 1520. Combatants gained experience points, 760. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed Snow Mountain Predator LV-39, a 4th level elite creature, and gained experience points, 3120. Combatants gained experience points, 1560. You're on the edge of the cliff. The group of Snow Mountain Predators looked at the corpses on the ground with horror in their eyes. Facing the siege of the crowd, the opponent was not hurt at all. Instead, he killed more than a dozen of their companions with one blow. The combat power of this dark elf assassin was far beyond imagination. They finally realized that they seemed to have provoked a group of people who should not be provoked. With the dark elf in front of them, it was enough to kill them all. At this time, the leader of the Snow Mountain Predators also realized the horror of Sarah. He immediately gave the order in panic. Shoot! Shoot! Swish! 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 Across the cliff, a large number of arrows flew towards Sarah, and the powerful phantom assassin flashed and disappeared directly on the spot. The next moment, he appeared behind one of the predators. The blade in his hand fell mercilessly. Puff! Minus 11,531. Minus 17,523. Blessed liberation. The predator fell limply. Then, the same scene continued. This group of Snow Mountain predators constantly besieged Sarah. But she was like an erratic nightmare, constantly flashing. Every time she appeared, someone would die. Her strange moving speed even made them unable to touch Sarah's shadow. And the terrifying attack power made the Snow Mountain predators feel cold. At the same time, all the people above were held back by Sarah alone, and the cattle were temporarily safe. And Chaoxing also knew that. It was the Snow Mountain predators who attacked them. Chaoxing thought to himself, these guys are of a high level. He looked at the people on the field. Who can go up and help Sarah kill those guys? As soon as he finished speaking, Rennie's, John had chosen, and Birdie's son Chaser rushed out. Rennie's was also an agile profession, and her posture was very flexible. She jumped high, stepped on one of the protruding stones, and then pushed hard again, rising several meters again, and jumped up several times in succession. Soon, the terrified shouts of the group of Snow Mountain plunderers came from above. Birdie's son Chaser also used Swift Kill, and the whole person was like a cannonball, and instantly jumped to a height of 100 meters. Then, this third-level commander-level figure landed directly above the group of archers. When the group of Snow Mountain plunderers saw the sudden appearance of Birdie, they immediately exclaimed, "The guy below is coming up, and he looks like a brat who is still wet behind the ears. This guy is really white and tender. I'll kill him and bring him back to me to play with." After that, all the archers pulled the bowstrings. At this moment, Birdie let out a deep roar. "Giant dragon blood, bless me. Your territory member, Birdie's son Chaser used advanced dragon blood extraction. Blessed by the gift eternal power, this skill has become permanent." Birdie's already terrifying aura swelled again. Before the arrows hit him, he jumped high, and then, holding a giant axe, smashed down like a comet. Boom! Instantly gravel flew. Where he landed, a 2 or 3 meter deep pit appeared. All the archers nearby were blown away. Damage numbers also appeared above his head. Minus 3,192. Minus 3,023. Minus 2,841. Minus 2,903. It seems that the damage is far different from Sarah's. But you have to know that Birdie is only a 3rd-level commander-level creature now. And Sarah is already a 5th-level commander-level creature. So the damage he can deal is already very terrifying. However, despite this, Birdie's son Chaser at this moment also showed an unstoppable momentum. He held a huge axe, and then slashed forward fiercely. Dragon-slaying axe. Swish. It seemed that even the air was cut open. A strong gust of wind swept across. All the archers were swept away by this axe, and damage numbers also appeared above their heads. Minus 2,755. Minus 2,853. Minus 2,952. Minus 2,642. At this moment, all the archers had shocked expressions in their eyes. Damn it, this guy only has the aura of the 3rd level. How can he be so powerful? I don't know. He is just like a monster. At this time, Boji was killing with great enthusiasm. The axe in his hand was almost as tall as him, was being wielded vigorously. Every time he chopped the bodies of those Snow Mountain plunderers, there was a sound of bones breaking. He also relied on the powerful recovery ability and armor given by Chaoxing to charge into the group of archers. For a moment, broken limbs and arms flew everywhere. Screams continued to ring out. He killed a group of 4th-level archers with his own strength, and made them throw away their armor and weapons. At the same time, 2 dragon-blooded fighters had used Dragon Spear Assault, and flew into the air. Then, they instantly joined the battle on the side of Boji. The battle above began to be one-sided. On the opposite battlefield, with the addition of Rennie's, it was also a complete crushing. Kill prompts kept coming. Your territory member, Birdie's son Chaser killed Snow Mountain Predator LV-38, level 4 common creature, killed monsters above their level, gained experience points, 1520 by 3. Combatants gained experience points, 760. Your 5 minutes later, when the noise on the top of the mountain subsided, it meant that the battle was over. Sarah, Rennie's and 5 others, falling from the cliff, then returned to the team. Chao-Shing praised, "Well done." The 5 people nodded slightly. At this time, Sarah said, "Lord, we killed most of the enemies, but one of the 5th level leaders escaped." Chao-Shing was stunned after hearing this. The 5th level leader is very strong, but with Sarah's fighting power, it is enough to crush the general 5th level commander. How could he escape from the 2 of them? At this time, Rennie said, "We let him go on purpose. I shot him with an arrow, and there is a hunting mark on his body. We can follow this mark to find the location of the enemy's camp." Hearing this, everyone's eyes showed a look of realization. Chao-Shing looked at the 2 girls with a strange look, and then said, "How did you know?" "I'm going to find their camp." Sarah and Rennie's met each other, and then a faint smile appeared on the corner of their mouths. "My lord, these predators are a group of robbers. It seems that they often do this kind of robbery. Since they have a camp, it means that there will be a lot of supplies in it. And our territory is currently in the development stage, and we need a lot of resources, which can be brought back to the territory." The newly joined Bertie and Victoria looked a little confused. The others smiled faintly. They had followed their lord for so long, and they all knew his character. What did Chao like to do most? Besides killing monsters and farming, he also plundered other people's nests. As mentioned above, these guys robbed so many caravans, and they have been kings of the mountains for so long, there must be a lot of resources in the camp. If they could plunder it, it would definitely be enough for Chao-Shing to make a fortune. Chao-Shing laughed. "You are right. These guys are causing trouble here, robbing those caravans and hunters, and killing countless people. We will go and rob their camp. No, occupy it, and get rid of the harm for the people." Chapter 289 Entering the Plunderer Camp, Destroying with Ease. We will go, and get rid of the evil for the people. After Chao-Shing finished speaking, everyone responded, "Yes, Lord." Then, Chao-Shing first called Dabai and Wally over, and then, with Lu Mushua, went to collect all the Moses grass beside the pond. Obtained, Moses grass, green, asterisk 17723. Obtained, Moses grass, green, asterisk 16894. Obtained, Moses grass seeds, green, asterisk 7231. Obtained. There are large areas of Moses grass growing here, and the 2 of them also enjoy picking them. Soon, the grass was completely plucked out by them. At the same time, 2 giant beasts, Dabai and Volibear, also came over. Dong dong dong. Chao-Shing glanced at the people on the field, and the cloud yak behind him. Then he said, "Jonard, Josen, you take Dabai and Volibear. Find a safe place to guard our yaks. Then wait for my news." The 2 dragon blood fighters straightened their bodies and said respectfully, "Yes, Lord. We will definitely not let the yaks get hurt." Chao-Shing nodded slightly. "Others, follow me up." After saying that, everyone started to act separately. Chao-Shing led a group of people, and found a small path to the mountain. Then, they came to the place where Sarah and others fought. There were a lot of corpses lying on the cliffs on both sides. There were also the spoils dropped by these guys after they died. Chao-Shing's eyes lit up instantly, because he saw a bunch of hearts of power and souls. He walked over and collected them all. Obtain, Advanced Heart of Strength asterisk 1. Obtain, Elite Soul of Snow Mountain Plunderer asterisk 2. Obtain, Intermediate Heart of Strength asterisk 7. Obtain, 3rd Level Earth Mage Apprentice Recruitment Scroll asterisk 3. Obtain, Goblin Fragmentation Bomb asterisk 7. Obtain, Coin asterisk 17239. Obtain, Advanced Element Crystal asterisk 12. Obtain, Intermediate Element Crystal asterisk 37. Oh! 3 Earth Mage Apprentice Recruitment Scrolls, and Goblin Fragmentation Bomb? Chao-Shing took a look at the properties of these 2 new things. Level 3 Earth Mage Recruitment Scroll. Item Effect. After using, you can summon an Earth Mage Apprentice with Level 3 Strength, possessing the skills of Intermediate Earth Element Control and Earth Spike. Just a Mage Apprentice? Although he has Level 3 Strength, he has too few skills. You know, for a mage, the most important thing is various high-level spells. Without spells, you can only use some ordinary attacks, and your combat power is quite weak. But it doesn't matter, I still have more than 40 elite souls in my backpack anyway, enough to wipe out all these mage apprentices. Thinking of this, Chao-Shing put all the scrolls into his backpack, and prepared to return to the territory to summon again. Then, he continued to check the next thing. It was a palm-sized bomb, which felt very textured when held in the hand. Goblin Fragment Bomb, Blue. Attack power, 1723 to 1854. Additional special effect 1, explosion, after detonation. It causes 100% damage to all enemies within a 10-meter range. Additional special effect 2, splash, after the bomb detonates. A large number of fragments will appear, causing 78% damage to enemies within 20 meters around, and adding 1 layer of bleeding effect. Chaoxing thought, although this bomb is only blue grade, its attack power is quite high. And the most important thing is that this bomb is not like a skill or other attack, which has a cooling time. If you are skilled enough in using bombs, you can even directly kill a 6th level commander, or even a stronger one. Of course, this is just a hypothesis. After all, the more powerful the existence, the higher their armor, and the faster their reaction ability. Just like the group of Snow Mountain predators who attacked Chaoxing today, although the opponent had the terrain advantage, they were still blocked by their powerful strength. Chaoxing put it in his backpack. In addition, there was also a high-level heart of power in the spoils. It just so happened that many of his subordinates were stuck at level 30 and needed this thing to break through. So, he first gave the withered longbow gold that Rennie's replaced to Elisa. He gave her the high-level heart in her hand. Elisa took these 2 things. Suddenly a surprised smile appeared on his face. Wow! This is something that can make me stronger. And this bow and arrow are so powerful. Thank you, Lord. Chaoxing laughed. Your recent performance is good. This is a reward for you. Now, break through the heart directly. Followed, the handsome lord. This little girl finished, then crushed the heart of power, then enter the breakthrough state. Chaoxing continued to clean up the battlefield, picking up all the clothes and weapons of the raiders. Obtained, damaged Jew cotton clothes *42. Obtained, damaged linen cotton clothes *23. Obtained, Snow Mountain Raider standard weapons knife, sword, gun, bow *62. Obtained, goblin fragmentation bomb *18. Not bad. I got dozens of cotton clothes and more than a dozen bombs. Although these cotton clothes are damaged, I can ask Jenny and Elena to sew them when I go back, Chaoxing said happily. At this time, Rennie's came over and said, Lord, I sense that the hunting mark is 1 or 2 kilometers ahead. Do you need me to go explore it first? Sarah next to him said, I'll go too. Chaoxing nodded. Okay, you go ahead. After getting permission, the 2 women looked at each other, both with a faint smile on their faces, and then walked directly into the forest ahead. Chaoxing looked at their backs, but felt something strange. The relationship between these 2 women seems to be getting better and better. Chaoxing also discovered that not only them, but also the people under his command, have become closer. Many people have found friends with similar interests. For example, Braun and Assam, centaurs and boar warriors, Elisa and Tong Chu Chu, etc. For Chaoxing, this is also a good thing. After all, his territory is like a big family. While everyone is loyal to him, they find friends who get along well with them, and they can communicate more often to increase their sense of belonging. As I thought about it, time began to pass slowly. A few minutes later, Elisa, who was breaking through, suddenly had a strong icy breath rising from her body. It was like an icy arrow shot out, with a trembling sense of threat. Your territory member, Elisa, has successfully broken through and has become a 4th level leader level creature, with basic attributes increased by 100%. Due to its greatly improved attributes, the primary bow and arrow mastery has been upgraded to the intermediate bow and arrow mastery. Elisa opened her azure eyes, then walked over with a bow and arrow and said happily, I succeeded. Lord, congratulations. Keep working hard in the future, and strive to break through the 5th level as soon as possible. Chaoxing encouraged with a smile. Elisa nodded heavily. Yes, I will try my best. After that, everyone continued to wait in place. A few minutes later, Sarah and Rennie's appeared in front. The 2 women quickly came over and reported, Lord, we have found the entrance to the camp of these predators. However, there is a barrier blocking us, so we did not go in to investigate. Barrier? Yes, the strength of this barrier is relatively high. Even if Sarah and I work together, it will take some time to break it. Chaoxing thought for a moment, and then said directly, I know. Take us directly there. Yes, Lord. After that, everyone followed Sarah and Rennie's and walked towards the dense forest. Brown, the bloody bull, was walking at the front of the team, holding a shield. After entering the dense forest, they took many detours. There was no fixed route in the dense forest, and they often passed through some forks in the road. If it weren't for the special effect of hunting mark on the hunting longbow equipped by Rennies, they might not be able to find the location of the predator camp. With Rennies' perception, they soon reached their destination. Everyone saw that at the foot of the mountain in front of them, there appeared several small sentry towers, on which stood several archers who were also wearing animal skins and horn helmets on their heads. Behind the sentry tower, there is a huge cave entrance about 2 or 3 meters wide and 6 meters high. Is this the place? Qiaoxing asked. Rennies replied, yes. In my perception, that guy is in the cave now. Qiaoxing nodded slightly, and he did not hide it. He led his men to the entrance of the cave. The Snow Mountain predators, who were guarding the door, also found Qiaoxing and others, and their faces changed immediately. Damn it! This is the group of guys that Chief Savage said. They are coming now. What should we do? Our camp location has been exposed. We are no match for this group of people. Go into the camp quickly and inform the leader. These Snow Mountain predators did not even fight, but jumped down from the sentry tower directly, and then rolled into the cave. Qiaoxing did not stop them. On the one hand, they were inside the barrier, and on the other hand, they were about to enter the cave, so they would be exposed. Then, he led them directly to the entrance of the passage. An invisible energy shield appeared, blocking everyone's way. Qiaoxing glanced at the attributes. Mountain Soul Barrier. Armor, 3000. Durability, 150000/150000. Additional effects. 1. Level 5 Super Rune, immune to attacks below level 5. Additional special effects. 2. Mountain Soul. For every 10,000 decrease in durability, a Mountain Soul with level 5 strength will be summoned to attack the enemy. This barrier is interesting. Not only does it have a special effect of immunity to attacks, but it will also summon Mountain Souls to attack us as the durability decreases. Qiaoxing smiled. To be honest, up to now, he still doesn't know how the barrier is made. If possible, he would also like to make a barrier to protect his territory. Francesca should know. After all, there is a large barrier near her castle. Qiaoxing decided to ask this woman after returning. Shaking his head, Qiaoxing cleared his mind and focused his eyes on the Mountain Soul Barrier in front of him. With a durability of 150,000. It really takes some time to break. Sarah and Assam said at the same time, Lord, do we need to do anything? No. After that, Qiaoxing took out a hairpin with a round surface and a faint glow from his backpack. It was the Vivian's hairpin orange that he got in the witch castle last time. This thing is a magical weapon to deal with these barriers. Qiaoxing held it in his hand and poked it directly. Pop! A crisp cracking sound was heard. This barrier was like a burst bubble, and it quickly dissipated. Elisa looked at the hairpin in Qiaoxing's hand curiously, and exclaimed, What a beautiful hairpin! Qiaoxing smiled. Let's go. Let's go in. Just as he was about to step into the cave, Assam and Braun beside him said at the same time, Lord, please let us clear the way in front. Qiaoxing nodded. Okay. Assam, holding the legendary weapon, and Braun, holding the giant shield, walked in front. Everyone followed them and entered the cave. As soon as he entered, Qiaoxing felt a wave of warmth coming. At the same time, the light became a little dim. The system prompt appeared. You have entered the special area, the Predator Camp. Danger level, medium. Medium danger level. Which means that the creatures inside are not a big threat to Qiaoxing. He looked at the temperature above his head. Current temperature, 8°C. The temperature difference in the cave is dozens of degrees different from that outside. In this deep mountain with biting cold wind, there is such a place, which is simply a holy place. It's a nice place. No wonder these guys can live in the mountains for so long and become the kings of the mountains. Qiaoxing began to observe the environment inside. This passage is very spacious. It is 3 or 4 meters wide and about 6 meters high. It can accommodate more than a dozen people walking side by side. There are burning torches on the walls of the cave, and the visibility is very high. Following the bright passage, everyone moved forward. After walking for about a few dozen meters, there was a sound of breaking through the air in front of them. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of arrows shot directly at them without any warning. Seeing this, the crowd did not panic, because they had long known that their tracks had been exposed. Chao Xingxiao led, "Braun, stop them." Braun shouted, "Frost Giant Ancestor, grant me strength." After saying this, his body quickly grew in size. Then holding the huge Evil Eye shield, he blocked a large number of arrows. Tap! Tap! The arrows landed on Brahm's head, causing a 3-digit damage. Compared to his health, it was not worth mentioning at all. However, some arrows were missed and attacked everyone. Isabel raised her staff in the back. "Holy light will protect us." A holy light cinder shield, emitting golden light, suddenly appeared and blocked all the remaining arrows. Isabel's skill is really useful. While blocking damage, it can also push monsters and detonate shields to cause damage. At the same time, Chao Xing and others also saw the appearance of the enemy. It was a group of Snow Mountain Predator archers wearing horn helmets, with a number of about 30 or 40 people. Seeing that their first wave of attacks had no effect, they were shocked. Just as Chi Savage said, "These people are very powerful, and each of them is a monster. Let's go. Let's go to the back of the passage." After saying that, the archers prepared to retreat. However, Brown slapped the shield in his hand and laughed, "Ah ha ha. I see you." At this moment, he rushed out like a bulldozer in the form of an ice giant. Boom! When the group of plunderers saw Brown rushing towards them, they showed fear in their eyes. One of the archers quickly ordered, "Don't panic. Shoot. Keep shooting." Swish. 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 A large number of arrows shot at them. At the same time, the archers stared at Brahm's feet, with a hint of expectation in their eyes, as if they were waiting for something. But Brown was fearless with his shield raised, blocking a large number of arrows and rushing forward. Just then, he seemed to have stepped on something. Sizzle. Instantly, Chao Xing smelled a burst of gunpowder. "Braun, be careful." After saying that, before Brown could react, a patch of fire appeared under his feet. Boom! Boom! Violent explosions sounded one after another. A large number of damage numbers appeared above Brahm's head. -752. -1124. -845. -1162. -1252. Seeing this scene, the Predator archer in the back laughed, "Haha, this guy stepped on our bomb trap. Keep attacking, I'm going to turn this guy into a hedgehog." Swish. 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 More arrows shot into the smoke, seemingly trying to take advantage of the victory and pursue. Dozens of 3-digit damage numbers appeared. Brown endured 2 waves of arrows, plus a wave of bomb traps. His health did drop a lot. And at this moment, Lu Muxiue behind him raised her hand and cast a holy healing spell. Isabel raised her hand and cast a chain of holy light. 2 recovery numbers appeared above Brahm's head. +6,629. +5,231. In the blink of an eye, his health was raised again. Not only that, one after another, recovery data of more than 2,000 appeared above Brahm's head. The group of archers still persevered in drawing their bows and arrows, with the joy of victory in their eyes. Then, they saw a scene they would never forget. A giant with a naked upper body, a tall body, a grin on his face, then stepped out through the thick smoke. And he looked unharmed. At this moment, the group of archers were stunned. Mountain God. What kind of monster is this? He has endured so many bombs from the goblins, and so many arrows from us. Why is there nothing wrong with him? Is this man immortal? Braun blew his beard. "Little mice, are you attacking me to tickle me?" Hearing this, the group of Snow Mountain Predator archers suddenly felt a chill rising from the soles of their feet. Retreat! Retreat! They turned around without hesitation, trying to escape from here. And at this moment, Chao Xing raised his staff and directly released an ice wall spell. And, most importantly, his ice wall spell was released behind them. When the group of predators reacted, they suddenly found a thick ice wall, which completely blocked their way. At this moment, the predator's eyes showed fear. Damn it! How come there is suddenly an ice wall? Attack! Attack quickly! Destroy this ice wall! They attacked frantically. However, the durability of ice wall is Chao Xing's Spirit *10, which means that this ice wall has a durability of more than 20,000. With their damage, it will take several seconds to break it. Chao Xing casually said, "Go ahead. Kill these guys." After that, Boji took a giant axe, leaped, and jumped out. Boom! The giant axe carried boundless power, and smashed a huge pit on the spot. At least a dozen archers were directly knocked away by this blow. And Sarah, the powerful Assam, and Andrew in the form of the owl beast, launched various terrifying attacks. All members of Chao Xing's side were at least leader level or above, and the opponents were just a group of ordinary 4th level archers. Obviously, this was a battle without suspense. Puff puff puff. One by one, the Snow Mountain predators fell down. They were almost beaten to the point where they had no power to fight back. Killing information also kept appearing. Your territory member, Birdie Sun Chaser, killed Snow Mountain Predator LV-38, 4th level elite creature, killed monsters above their level, gained experience points, 3,800 by 2. Combatants gained experience points, 1,900. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance. 2 minutes later. The battle is over. There are many bodies of snow raiders lying on the ground. Chao Xing walked over and continued to collect the spoils on the ground. Obtained, Intermediate Heart of Power *8. Obtained, Elite Soul of Snow Mountain Raider *2. Obtained, Third Level Earth Mage Apprentice Recruitment Scroll *3. Obtained, Goblin Fragmentation Bomb *17. Obtained, Advanced Element Crystal *4. Obtained, Intermediate Element Crystal *12. Obtained, Damaged Jute Cotton Clothes *41. Obtained, Coins *7822. I got dozens of sets of clothes and 3 recruitment scrolls. If I can get rid of all the raiders in this camp, I can probably get a team of 10 earth mages together. Chao Xing thought happily. Not bad. Not bad. Let's keep going. Along this passage, they made many turns and entered several spacious areas. These areas were blocked by some caltrops and fences, which seemed to be the defense points of this camp. However, the Snow Mountain predators inside had all run away. They also had no obstacles, and continued to move forward. In the passage ahead, there was a detour. Just when they were about to enter this detour, Renai suddenly reminded them, "Lord, please wait a moment. There are a lot of traps in the passage ahead." Everyone stopped after hearing this. They looked over, but they found that it was just a flat ground, and there was no trace of any traps at all. Chao Xing had the eye of true vision. He looked over and found a lot of traps. Just as Rennie said, Level 4 Spike Trap, Level 4 Rockfall Trap, Level 4 Poison Sting Trap, Level 4 Explosion Trap. Chao Xing nodded. There are indeed a lot of traps. These Level 4 traps have high damage. After hearing this, Brown patted his chest and said, "Lord, let Brown rush over. Those traps can't hurt Brown. Trigger all the traps once." Which is also a method. At this time, Sarah said calmly, "Let me do it. I can handle these traps." Chao Xing thought for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, go ahead." Compared to Brahm's brute force, Sarah is more reliable. After hearing this, Sarah directly entered the moon dance form. Buzz! The power of the dark moon descended, making Sarah's movements more flexible. She just walked over casually, and deliberately triggered the traps one by one. Ground Spike Trap. Triggered. The ground suddenly caved in, and underneath stood many poisonous spikes. At this moment, Sarah made a nimble leap and safely jumped up. Then, she triggered the spike trap. Spike shot out from both sides of the wall, but Sarah dodged them at a faster speed. Sarah followed the same method as she walked along, and various traps were constantly triggered. Boom! Bang! The sound of falling rocks and explosions continued. Sarah was also dodging flexibly. Of course, even if there were traps that she couldn't avoid, she could just use the holy shield on her body to resist. Soon, she removed at least a dozen traps along the way. Then, Sarah came over and scathed. She said lightly, "All have been removed." Chao Xing also praised after hearing this. "Well done, Sarah." As expected of a 5th level commander level assassin, she was really efficient. Then, they continued to walk deeper into the passage. Chapter 290, The Terrified Predator Leader, Reward for Head. At the end of the passage, there is a spacious cave. Inside, against the mountain, there are various sentry towers, 2- and 3-story platforms, etc. There are hundreds of snow predators gathered here. And in the central area, on a 2-story platform, a man with a very burly figure, even comparable to Brown, and a rough face, sat upright on a leather chair. And next to him, there are a large number of Snow Mountain predators. In front of him, The leader of the raiders, whose shoulder was still bleeding, knelt on the ground and said to the strong man on the leather chair, "Master Leader, the situation is just as I told you. That group of people is extremely powerful. I feel that the assassin alone is stronger than you. I don't know how they found the location of our camp, but these guys have already attacked us." The strong man, wearing a thick leather coat and with a calm expression, glanced at him calmly. "How did they find our camp? Don't you know?" The leader, kneeling on the ground, looked confused. The sturdy man sitting on the chair continued, "Savage, you should know that if you were in my hands, you would not have any chance to escape. And you can escape from the assassin, who is stronger than me, and return to our territory. You should know what this means. Right?" Hearing this, the leader on the ground also suddenly realized something. "Damn it! They let me go on purpose. Just to find our camp." Then, panic appeared in his eyes. "Chief, I didn't mean to. I didn't know I was being followed. Please forgive me." The leader kept knocking his head, begging for his leader's forgiveness. The man sitting on the top chuckled and said, "Don't panic. I already know their plan. However, it's not that easy to attack our camp. I have sent people to kill them, and a lot of traps have been set up on the road. Before these guys come here, half of them will die on the road. When the time comes, if they dare to come in, hundreds of us will rush over. Even if these guys are stronger than me, we will all die here." Hearing this, the panic in the eyes of the leader on the ground gradually dissipated. He said quickly, "The chief is really good at foresight. With you here, our camp is solid as a rock and will never be conquered." At this moment, a predator rushed over nervously and said, Chief, something bad has happened. That group of humans have broken in." The predator leader sitting on the big leather chair said calmly, "What are you panicking about? What are the casualties of that group of humans?" The predator said hesitantly, No one was injured." The predator leader was also a little surprised and said, "No injuries? Didn't those traps stop them?" "Yes, Chief. Those traps have all been dismantled, and the archers you sent out have all been killed." Hearing this, the leader was slightly startled. Then he hurriedly said, "Quick, go to the warehouse immediately, take that thing out." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly sensed a loud noise coming from the entrance of the passage. Boom! Several looters were suddenly knocked out. A burly man, with a naked upper body, rushed in like a bulldozer. There are a lot of rats hiding here. Lord, I found it." Braun's rough voice sounded. The next moment, Chao Xing and his group of more than 10 people came in from the passage behind them. In an instant, a spacious cave appeared in front of them. There was a bright bonfire burning inside, and torches were inserted along the walls. Along the walls, they built many platforms. A large number of snow looters stood on them, holding bows and arrows, and pulling the bowstrings. At this time, the leader of the Snow Mountain looters exclaimed, "Chief Ribeiro, these are the guys. Quickly order the brothers to kill them. I will make them pay the price." Chao Xing's expression moved slightly, because he also saw the number of people in the camp. According to a rough estimate, there are at least 400 people. Among them, there are more than 100 archers. If these archers focus their fire, even a 5th level commander level creature will not be able to withstand it. Chao Xing was not panicked. His survivability is too strong. Victoria's mind shield and Isabel's rebirth him can ensure that everyone will not die in the face of concentrated fire. The leader of the Snow Mountain Predators did not order an attack immediately. He clearly felt that the group of people in front of him were not easy to mess with. "Master Chief, hurry up and give the order to kill these guys. That dark elf assassin is too agile. If she runs away, it will be troublesome." Seeing that the leader was still chattering, the leader shouted, "Shut up." The voice of a tiger sounded in his ears, and he was frightened to the ground. Master Chief, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say that we can kill them all if hundreds of us rush forward?" At this time, the leader plunderer had a stiff face. Of course, he didn't dare to do it, because he felt a deadly sense of crisis from Chao Xing and others. Although there were only a dozen people, but they felt like they were facing a huge army. Not only that, at least 7 or 8 people on the field gave him a feeling of extreme danger, especially the woman holding 2 swords and the knight. His expression was stiff, and then he said, "Warriors, I'm really sorry. These blind subordinates of mine have offended you. Sorry for the offense. I apologize to you on their behalf." This guy, who looked as strong as a bull, tried to keep his tone as calm as possible. After hearing this, the air in the entire camp stagnated. The snow hunters looked at their leader in shock. because they knew that when their leader said this, it meant that he had given in. At this time, Xiaoxing laughed when he heard this. You are wrong. I have killed all the guys who offended us. We came here just to get some things. The Snow Raider leader's face softened after hearing this. He naturally understood what Xiaoxing meant. So that's how it is. That's easy to say. Ladies and gentlemen, whatever you want, whether it's wine, cloth, or gems and jewelry, I can give it to you. If you want women, wait for me for a while, I can also bring them to you. But Xiaoxing said, that's not what I mean. I mean, you open the warehouse, and everything inside belongs to me, including the heads of you guys. Hearing this, all the predators on the field were immediately furious. Arrogant! This is really too much. These guys don't even think about negotiating. The crowd on the other side was excited. Master Leader, let's work together to kill all these guys. That's right, there are only a dozen of them, but we have hundreds of people. One person and one sword can chop them into pieces. After saying that, all the archers on the platform had drawn their bowstrings. Among them, many were holding goblin bombs, ready to throw them at Xiaoxing and the others. The predators below are slowly gathering together, preparing to attack Xiaoxing and his men. The predator leader has a gloomy face. He knows better than his men how terrible these humans are. If possible, paying a price, it would be the best thing to let them leave. However, according to the tone of the young man, it seems that this matter cannot be resolved peacefully. He asked again tentatively, is there no room for negotiation? No. Xiaoxing spread his hands. Hearing this, the leader of the Snow Mountain Predators also gave up his last hope. He took a deep breath, and then said, let's fight. Let's go together. Kill them. After receiving the order, the Snow Mountain Predators immediately raised their weapons. Kill! Kill these guys! I will cut off their hands and feet, and hang them above their heads. That arrogant human mage belongs to me. I want him to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. The battle started in an instant. In front, a large number of Snow Mountain Predators rushed towards them. Above their heads, arrows shot out one after another. A lot of air-breaking sounds rang in everyone's ears. At the same time, Victoria's majestic voice rang out. Mind Chi, rise! The Mind Chi shield appeared again, blocking the attack of those arrows. Puff puff puff. Facing the concentrated fire, the durability of Victoria's Mind Chi shield was pouring down like water. Xiaoxing calmly ordered, Renis, Hilda, Isabel, you go deal with the guys above. Sarah, you go kill that leader, and the leaders around him. After the words fell, Sarah rushed out like a venomous snake. Renis, Isabel, and other long-range units also launched attacks. Stormy arrow rain, holy light ball, blood poison spurting. Various terrifying group attacks landed on the second and third floor platforms, causing a dense mass of damage. Minus 6,848. Minus 6,537. Minus 4,532. Minus 4,413. Minus 4,273. Minus 4,271. In the blink of an eye, the formation of the archers on the platform was broken up. At this time, there were at least 100 or 200 Snow Mountain plunderers in front of them, armed with knives, guns, sticks, rushing towards them. Some of them were holding goblin bombs, ready to throw them at them. Assam and others were just about to rush out to stop these guys. At this time, Xiaoxing suddenly said, wait a minute. Let me do it. After he finished speaking, he pressed his hands on the ground. A terrifying cold air burst out from his palms. On the ground, a large amount of frost appeared instantly. Then, this frost spread rapidly forward like an ice and snow runway. It was his epic skill 1,000 miles of ice. Moreover, because of the special effect of the epic staff 100 colds in his hand, the range of this move expanded by 30% directly from the feet, and spread to the end of the cave. The more than 100 Snow Mountain Predators rushing forward were covered by this move 1,000 miles of ice, and their movement speed dropped sharply. The next moment, a large number of ice fragments burst out and attacked all the predators on the field. Puff puff puff. Minus 5,127. Minus 5,275. Minus 7,732. Minus 7,832. Minus 5,322. The dense damage numbers floated up, and the health of all the Snow Mountain Predators dropped by at least 1/3. The enemies inside were suddenly attacked. and their faces were filled with fear. What kind of magic is this? Such a large range. I don't know. Don't stay here. Let's rush out. As soon as the words fell, the looters were ready to flee. At this time, Chao Xing continued to order, Victoria, gather energy shock wave. Victoria had already removed the mind chi shield and began to gather a large amount of mind chi between her hands. After hearing Chao Xing's order, she stretched out her white hands and pushed forward. The next moment, a terrifying mind chi wave with a length of more than 5 meters and a diameter of more than 2 meters appeared. Like a huge cannonball, it rushed forward instantly. Bang bang. All the snow mountain predators that were attacked felt as if they were hit by a wall. Their bones were broken, and they spit out blood. Minus 17,321. Minus 15,321. Minus 15,621. Minus 16,346. Minus 17,634. A series of damage numbers appeared that were stronger than Chao Xing's. After 3 seconds of charging, Victoria's energy concentration shock wave had a terrifying damage level. In front, at least dozens of snow mountain predators were in a state of low health. Then, Chao Xing ordered Boji, take the dragon-slaying battle axe with the setting sun. The Dragon Blood Warrior Commander, after receiving Chao Xing's order, did not hesitate at all. From his thin body, a vast aura burst out. All fallen ones, see the sun of this doomsday world, the last afterglow. The next moment, in this closed cave, a blood-red sun appeared. This sun exuded a twisted red aura. All enemies' armor instantly dropped by 20%. Not only that, Boji's giant axe carried this twisted red aura. Your territory member, Boji Sun Chaser, used the commander level skill Sunset Afterglow. Attack speed, movement speed increased by 100%. Attack range increased by 50%. Affected by the talent Eternal Power, this skill has become permanent. Note, in the permanent state, you can exit and close it at any time. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing also had a smile on his face. This powerful commander level skill has also become permanent. Although there is a side effect of 1% life loss per second, his recovery ability is even stronger, which directly offsets this effect. Before the snow mountain predators could react, Boji suddenly swung his axe forward. In front of him, a huge red airflow suddenly appeared. The moment this airflow came into contact with the bodies of the snow mountain predators, it easily cut their skin. And as the distance advances, the range of this blood-colored airflow becomes larger and larger. Shwa shwa. Minus 3,738. Minus 3,923. Minus 3,623. Minus 3,752. Minus 3,867. A long list of damage numbers appeared. Then, these snow mountain predators fell down in groups like harvested wheat. Your territory member, Boji Sun Chaser, killed a snow mountain predator LV-39, a 4th level ordinary creature, and killed a monster above his level. Experience points, 1560 by 3. Your territory member, Boji Sun Chaser, killed a snow mountain predator LV-40, a 4th level ordinary creature, and killed a monster above his level. Experience points, 1600 by 3. In an instant, 2 white lights rose from his body. Boji was upgraded by 2 levels on the spot, and his attributes were greatly improved. He seemed to understand Chao Xing's intention, and said gratefully, "Thank you, Lord. Thanks to your help, the loyalty of the territory member, Boji Sun Chaser, has increased slightly, and the current loyalty is 80. Chao Xing smiled. Go on. Kill these guys. Yes. At this moment, in the sunset state, Boji's attack speed and movement speed increased dramatically, and he could not feel pain. This made him fight like a violent beast. Boom! Boom! The giant axe kept falling, and each attack was like a bomb exploding. In addition, Braum and Assam next to him also rushed out. Little mice. Braum is coming. He held a huge shield and knocked the snow mountain hunters together. Then he turned around and said, "Knight Assam, it's up to you." Assam chuckled and said, "No problem." After that, he held Aaron Digit in his hand and slashed with Frost Wolf sword chi. Swish! At least a dozen snow rangers were swept by this sword energy, and terrible injuries appeared on their heads. Minus 17,231. minus 16,732, minus 17,234, minus 15,831. The 166% damage swordsmanship of the Frost Wolf sword energy, plus Assam's 100% critical hit rate. His current damage has reached a terrifying level. In an instant, the dozen Snow Rangers were killed on the spot. Your territory member, Assam killed the Snow Mountain Ranger LV-39, a 4th level ordinary creature, gained experience points, 1560. Combatants gained experience points, 780. And Chaoxing ordered, Assam, find an angle to use the Divine Sword energy. This special effect can only be used once a day. It just so happens that there are enough enemies here, and one wave can also increase a lot of attack power. Yes, Lord, Assam said, and rode the Frost Wolf away from the battlefield. Behind Chaoxing, Victoria, the Queen of Mind, and Andrew in Owl Beast form, continuously launched various long-range attacks. Mind bombs, Moonfire, Starfire, including Chaoxing himself. He also raised his staff and released spells one by one, causing terrible damage. Bang bang. Under the bombardment of everyone, a large number of these snow plunderers in front of him appeared to have residual blood. At this moment, in a corner, Assam raised the sword of the Lake Lady high, and then shouted, "In the name of the goddess Khmer, I will punish you." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge sword energy of 100 meters long swept across with boundless power. Swish! A terrifying sword mark was cut on the mountain above Assam's head. At least 100 Snow Mountain plunderers were covered by this sword energy. Horrible damage appeared on their heads. Minus 30,152. Minus 31,372. Minus 30,252. Minus 30,851. Minus 30,321. None of the damage was less than 30,000. The 326% damage coefficient of the Divine Sword energy, plus the 100% critical hit rate, created this terrifying sword. Some of the Snow Mountain plunderers who were hit were evaporated on the spot by the sword energy. There were also some people whose bodies were directly cut into several pieces, and they died beyond death. Your territory member Assam successfully used the Sword of Divine Light to kill 117 enemies, and the attack power of the Yalan-digit weapon increased by 117 points. Seeing the system prompt, Chaoxing smiled. When the sword energy dissipated, everyone looked at this knight, who was like a god of death, with a look of horror. With one sword, he killed more than 100 of their companions, which was almost 1/3 of the number of the entire camp. How terrifying is the attack power of this knight? And more importantly, from the beginning of the battle to now, almost half of them have died. On the other side, not only did no one die, but they also looked unscathed. This directly made the Snow Mountain predators on the field feel a chill in their hearts. However, they were in a daze. But Chaoxing would not be in a daze. Choo-choo. Summon an air combat robot to deal with the guys above. At this moment, the archers above were also beaten by Rennies and Zierda from a distance and fled. After hearing this, Tong Choo-choo directly summoned an air combat robot. Quangfing. Buzz. This robot, which was 1 meter in size and looked heavy, had its energy core in its chest spinning wildly. With a strong momentum, it flew directly into the air. Then, the ammunition storage position on its back trembled. Puff puff puff. More than a dozen ammunition were ejected directly. Boom. Boom. The violent explosion achieved a large-scale firepower coverage. Many archers were directly knocked off the platform. The wind robot flew flexibly in the air, and bombs were constantly ejected from its back, destroying the small platforms on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Seeing this, Elisa's eyes lit up, staring at Tong Choo-choo and said, "Xiao Choo-choo, your robot is so powerful. It can actually fly. Can you take me to the sky?" But Tong Choo-choo shook her head and said, "Sister Elisa, the robot can only exist for a few minutes. It still needs to fight, and it can't take you to the sky." Hearing this, Elisa's eyes showed disappointment. Okay. At this time, there were fewer and fewer looters in the cave. Under Chaoxing's unilateral ravage, screams came one after another. "Chief! Save me! Ah! These guys are monsters. We can't beat them at all. Chief!" They called for their leader. However, the leader, and the 2 5th-level leaders next to him, were being suppressed by Sarah alone. He swung the huge hammer in his hand, and smashed it towards Sarah. Boom! The dust flew violently, and a big hole was smashed directly on the ground by him. This guy's power seemed even more amazing than Boji. It felt like the cave was about to collapse under his smash. Beside them, one leader holding a long sword, the other holding a sword, also attacked Sarah continuously. However, Sarah only glanced at them lightly, and nimbly dodged the attacks of the three people. And an arc flash appeared behind the leader of the plunderers. Schwa! The short sword slashed across his back, leaving horrible injuries. Minus 11,723. Minus 11,654. The leader of the plunderers felt pain in his back, and roared, "Damn dark elf! I will smash you into pulp!" Boom! Boom! However, no matter how angry he was, Sarah's flexible figure made it impossible for him to even touch the corner of her clothes. Chaoxing also noticed the battle situation on Sarah's side, and then glanced at the leader. Leader of the Snow Mountain Predators, Ribeiro. Race, human. Level 46, level 5 leader level creature. HP, 258129/418345. Attack power, 5831 to 5982. Armor, 873 to 912. Skills, Advanced Hammer Mastery. When using a hammer to fight, strength increases by 30%, critical hit rate plus 20%, crush, swinging a giant hammer, smashing forward suddenly, causing 188% heavy damage to enemies within a 10-meter area, and causing them to fall into a 1 to 3 second dizziness state, cooling time, 30 seconds, parry. Use a giant hammer to parry the enemy's attack, reducing damage received by 80%, disarm. When attacking, there is a 50% chance to knock down the enemy's weapon, making it disarmed. Spin the hammer. Ribeiro enters a high-speed rotation state, and can swing the hammer while moving, knocking all enemies around, and causing 178% damage, lasting 15 seconds, cooling time, 120 seconds. Talent, Infinite Strength, Strength Attribute plus 30%. Introduction. Ribeiro was once a general under the Duke of Algovich, but because he could not control the power in his body, when playing with the Duke's little daughter, he accidentally crushed her head as if it were a watermelon. This scene made everyone at the time in a daze. Knowing that he had committed a crime, Ribeiro reacted immediately, and killed everyone present at the time, and then fled from Yongchuang City overnight. After that, he was wanted by the entire Ice Crystal Kingdom. If you can kill him and bring his Captain Seal to Yongchuang City, you can receive a generous reward. Seeing the character introduction above, Chao Xing was stunned for a moment. Oh! This guy. He still has a bounty on his back? Chapter 291 Goblin Technology, Leader Level Mecha. Oh! This guy has a bounty on his back? That's good. I'm going to take the mask in my hand to the Yongchuang main city to exchange for rewards. I can also complete this guy's bounty mission at the same time. Chao Xing thought happily. In addition, this guy is a 5th level leader level creature, and his attributes are quite strong. In addition, there are 2 5th level leaders next to him. It's no wonder that this force can dominate the mountain here. However, for a leader like this with power, Sarah is their nemesis. Facing Sarah's attack, these guys were almost suppressed, and had no power to fight back. At this moment, the leader of the plunderers watched his blood volume drop bit by bit, and his injuries became more and more serious. His men were also dying in large numbers, including the other 2 leaders. They were completely useless. He became a little impatient, and suddenly yelled, "Damn it! Savage! Where did you go? Where is that thing? Get it out for me!" At this time, there was a vibration from the depths of the cave. The voice of the leader of the predators came from inside. "Master Leader, I'm here!" The next moment, the whole cave was shaken violently. Boom! Boom! It was as if some huge monster had awakened. Boom, boom, boom! Heavy footsteps were heard. In the shadows, a pair of red lights appeared. Then, Chao Xing saw a nearly 4-meter-tall robot, made of dark gray high-strength metal. In the left hand was a huge chainsaw, and in the right hand was a large robot like a cannon. In the chest area, a head-sized energy core was glowing. The appearance of this robot was full of intimidation. Chao Xing even felt a sense of threat in it. My goodness, is this a mecha? His eyes swept over it instantly. Goblin Technology, Earth Dragon Mecha. Level 48. Durability, 800000/800000. Attack power, 6800 to 6800. Armor, 1500 to 1500. Remaining energy, 7,200 units. Skills, low altitude flight, makes itself enter a low altitude flight state, can fly up to 50 meters in the air. During this period, energy consumption speed increases by 100%. Chainsaw cutting, wave the left-hand chainsaw, causing continuous cutting damage to the enemy, consuming 100 points of magic energy. Cooling time, 60 seconds. Magic cannon impact, raise your right hand. Condense energy to send out a magic cannonball, causing 188% blasting damage to all enemies within the 20-meter area in front. Consume 300 points of magic power. Cooling time, 60 seconds. Thrust and slash, instantly rush forward 3 meters to 100 meters. Use the left-hand chainsaw to attack the enemy, cause 177% heavy damage to it. Consume 200 points of magic power. Cooling time, 60 seconds. Ultimate skill, Destruction Beam, consume 2,000 points of energy, send out a beam of destruction, cause 256% blasting damage to all enemies hit. Cooling time, 5 minutes. Talent, none. Introduction, one of the mid to high-end mechas of the goblins, as a mecha with flying function. The Earth Dragon mecha is more popular with the goblins. Similarly, its cost is extremely expensive. And the consumption is also very terrifying. Chao Xing narrowed his eyes. A 5th level mecha? These attributes are really strong. According to the attribute comparison, it is at least at the leader level. And in comparison, the destructive power of this mecha is even more terrifying than that of a 5th level leader. After all, it has an ultimate skill. At this moment, the excited voice of the leader came from the mecha's stance cabin. Master Leader, the mecha made by those goblins is so strong. I feel like I can even flatten this mountain. Hearing this, the leader of the predators, who was being suppressed by Sarah, said angrily, "Stop talking nonsense, come and help me." "Okay, Master Leader, I'll come over and blow these guys to ashes." After saying that, the mecha took a steel-like step and rushed towards the battlefield on Sarah's side. Boom boom boom. However, how could Chao Xing let this guy do what he wanted? He quickly ordered, "Andrew, Braun, Victoria, go and kill this mecha." After receiving the order, Braun rushed out directly, and then stood in front of the mecha. At this moment, a mocking voice came from the stance cabin. "You big guy with a head full of muscles, you also want to stop me?" After the words fell, the energy core on the chest of the mecha emitted a strong light, and a strong wind appeared under his feet. Buzz! It actually flew directly over Braun's head. Seeing this, Braun touched his head. "It's broken. This big guy can actually fly." However, before the guy in the cockpit could feel proud for long, a terrifying shock wave suddenly came in front of him. Bang! Minus 7,562. The mecha was directly blown away by the huge shock wave and fell to the ground. Damn it! It was just about to fly. At this moment, a large number of roots suddenly appeared under its feet. Hua la la. These roots grew rapidly and climbed directly to the knees and held the mech tightly. It was Andrew, who had turned into a tree man form, who released the skill root entanglement. The guy in the cockpit kept controlling the mech and struggled hard, trying to fly again. However, Andrew's root entanglement, which could even be controlled by commander-level creatures for 1 or 2 seconds. Even though this mech was extremely powerful, it was still firmly on the ground. What the hell is this? At this moment, Braun still came behind it, laughing, "Ha ha ha. You idiot without any muscles, you dare to make fun of me? Today I'll open your eyes." After saying that, he directly turned on the open eyes. Special effect on the shield. Inside the cockpit, the guy saw the scene outside, and suddenly seemed to have a stroke, and was fixed in place. Including the mecha, because there was no operator, it stopped in place. Then, it was attacked by everyone. Victoria condensed mind energy bomb. Mind energy wave. Causing terrible impact damage to the outer shell of the mecha. Bang bang. The mind energy attacks fell on the mecha, spreading like water waves. Then, a flower of mind energy petals exploded on the surface of the mecha. It was the effect of Victoria's commander skill. The 1,000-leaf flower of chaos. Bang bang. The explosions continued. Minus 7,455. Minus 7,631. Minus 7,832. Minus 8,132. One after another. Terrible damage numbers appeared. Andrew, who was standing next to him, switched to the owl beast form. Anyway, with the blessing of the eternal power, he could switch to various states at any time. Minus 8,756. minus 7,632, minus 8,732, minus 7,782, because of the skill random dance Chiba Flower, and Victoria's commander level strength. She was almost able to catch up with Andrew's output at the 4th level. Under the output of the two major forces, the durability of this Earth Dragon mecha was drained like water. When the guy inside woke up, the durability of the mecha had dropped by 140,000. Seeing this, the operator inside roared, "Get out of my way!" The next moment, the mecha swung the chainsaw in its left hand and slashed at Brahm's shield. And in an instant, it entered the cutting state. Buzz! Buzz! Minus 3,124. Minus 443. Minus 422. Minus 471. Minus 482. Looking at his slowly decreasing health, Braum raised his shield and laughed. "Ha ha. Are you tickling me?" Being ridiculed like this guy felt his face getting hotter and hotter. In the distance, the leader of the Snow Mountain Raiders was also urging, "Savage, what are you doing?" "Chief, I'm being held back by this group of people, and I can't get through." Hearing this, the leader knew that the mecha could no longer help. He immediately made a decision. "Savage, use your special moves with me." As soon as he finished speaking, the guy picked up the sledgehammer and began to spin it madly. The strong wind from the swing even extinguished the torches in the cave. This was the skill of this guy. The sledgehammer turned around. Whoosh! Whoosh! The terrifying power set off a tornado on the spot, and even prevented Sarah from getting close. On the other side, the energy core in the chest of the mecha also emitted a blazing light, as if it was continuing some horrible attack. Then, the mecha opened its mouth. A horrible beam of light suddenly burst out from its mouth. Boom! The areas hit by the beam of light all caused strong explosions. Boom boom! Braun and Andrew were blown away on the spot. The entire cave seemed to be collapsed by these two crazy guys. However, Chao Xing was not panicked at all. Because the enemies in the cave had been killed almost, everyone had free hands. Chao Xing raised his staff directly, and a huge hexagram appeared. The rotation speed of the Snow Mountain Predator leader was greatly reduced. Then, Elisa next to him shot several ice arrows in succession and hit the leader, and the cold began to spread all over his body. The guy was still swinging the hammer at this time, and froze on the spot. When Sarah saw this, she immediately used Death Dance to launch a violent attack on the leader, including the robot. It was also forced to stay in place by Isabel's sacred ring and Hilda's net. The next moment, Assam, Burgi and others rushed forward. The next battle was no longer suspenseful. With Sarah's shadow bloom. Bang! A terrible damage erupted from the head of the Snow Mountain Predator leader. Minus 34,831. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance killed the Snow Mountain Predator LV-46, a 5th level leader level creature, gained experience points, 23,000. Combatants gained experience points, 11,500. At the same time, that mecha was also blown up, and the operator inside was directly lifted out by Brown, and then killed by Assam with a sword. Your territory member, Assam killed the Snow Mountain Predator LV-47, a 5th level boss level creature, and gained experience points, 14,100. Combatants gained experience points, 7,500. At this moment, the battle is over. The entire Snow Mountain Predator camp, hundreds of ordinary predators, 3 5th level bosses, and a 5th level leader, were all killed by Chao Xing and others. The huge amount of experience points allowed Boji to directly reach level 23. Chao Xing, on the other hand, looked at the spoils scattered all over the ground, and his eyes showed joy. Good, good, good. It turns out that the profit of flattening a camp is really huge. Just as he was about to have people start cleaning up the battlefield, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Ding! You have cleared a Snow Mountain Predator camp, eradicated this force that is causing trouble, and your reputation value is plus 500. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing was immediately happy. It actually added 500 reputation points, which is not bad. He said happily, "Okay, let's start cleaning up the battlefield." After hearing Chao Xing's order, everyone scattered and began to collect the spoils on the ground. They also stripped the clothes off the Snow Mountain Predators. Chao Xing himself walked straight to the scarred mecha that was still emitting black smoke and looked at it carefully. Lu Muxua also walked over, asking, This mecha seems to have strong destructive power. Can it be repaired? Just now, everyone saw the explosion of this Earth Dragon mecha, which was indeed terrifying. On some large battlefields, this guy can play a good role. Chao Xing shook his head. I don't know. Let me take a look first. Looking over, the relevant attributes suddenly appeared. Goblin technology, Earth Dragon mecha, damaged. Can be decomposed into Expert Energy Core *1. Refined Iron *17,232. Copper *8,673. Mithril *4,537. Eternal Gold *472. Expert Magic Crystal *5. Or use Refined Iron *10,000. Copper *5,000. Mithril 2,000. Eternal Gold Ingot 200 to repair it. Note, because the novice protection period has expired, it can no longer be automatically repaired through the system function. It requires the existence of maintenance-related skills to repair it. Wow! It takes so many materials to repair this thing? It's too exaggerated. Other materials are easy to say, including mithril. With his material reserves, it was barely enough. The main thing was that eternal gold ingots. This high-level material was not easy to get. Chao Xing frowned slightly. It's troublesome. You actually need 200 eternal gold ingots. I only have less than 50 of these things left in my backpack. And now we are still in the wild. There is no way to trade with other survivors through the market. Another more troublesome thing is that it requires someone with professional maintenance skills. To repair this mecha, Chao Xing first called Tong Chuchu over. Chuchu, what level has your basic mechanical maintenance skill reached? Every mechanic has a basic mechanical maintenance skill. During the novice protection period, this skill is useless. But after the system update, everything becomes more real, and the mechanic skill is reflected. Moreover, once it reaches the later stage, many territories will enter the troop explosion mode. The easiest to produce are naturally various machines made by mechanic drawings. But once a battle occurs, these machines will be damaged, although they can also be treated. But if the treatment is not timely, they will fall into a scrap state, and the treatment skills will be useless at this time. Only the mechanic can repair them and make them run again, or directly decompose them into materials. Therefore, it is very important to have a strong mechanic in a territory. Tong Chuchu listened, looked at her skill bar, and responded, Big brother, it has been upgraded to intermediate level. Chao Xing nodded. Can you repair this mecha? The little girl stepped forward and seemed to have seen the system prompt. She turned her head and said, Sure, Big brother, but I only have a 40% success rate, and it will take at least 3 hours to repair. After that, she looked at Chao Xing timidly. Chao Xing also frowned slightly. After the system was updated, it was indeed very inconvenient. It took so long to repair a mecha, and there was a probability of failure. You know, if the repair failed, these materials would not be returned to you. Fortunately, Tong Chuchu's intermediate repair mastery still had some hope. Lu Mushua said softly, axing, I can stay here and wait for you to bring back the materials. How about letting Chao Chuchu repair it? Hearing this, Chao Xing shook his head. This cave is too far from his territory. It takes 6 or 7 hours to go back and forth. When he got back, it was dark. If he dragged it away by force, the mecha itself would be scarred, and it would probably fall apart on the way. Forget it for now. Let's think of other ways later. Lu Mushua nodded gently. At the same time, Assam came over respectfully and said, Lord, all the spoils have been collected, please take a look. After hearing this, Chao Xing cast his eyes over. When he saw the various spoils piled up into a small hill by Assam, and others not far away, his eyes suddenly lit up. He walked over quickly and picked up everything on the ground. Obtain, Soul of the Leader of the Snow Mountain Raiders *1. Obtain, Expert Level Heart of Strength *1. Obtain, Kalandra Warhammer Gold. Obtain, Seal of the Captain of the Guard of Ribeiro, Gold, *1. Obtain, Scroll of Recruiting Earth Mage of Level 3 Leader *1. Obtain, Scroll of Recruiting Earth Mage of Level 3 Elite *2. Obtain, Scroll of Recruiting Earth Mage Apprentice of Level 3 by 18. Obtain, Soul of the Leader of the Snow Mountain Raiders *2. Obtain, Advanced Heart of Strength *3. Obtain, Intermediate Heart of Strength *38. Obtain, Goblin Fragmentation Bomb * 63. Obtain. Goblin Freezing Bomb * 6. Obtain. In addition, there are hundreds of standard weapons, cotton clothes, and various attribute-enhancing books. Looking at the pile of materials that suddenly increased in his backpack, Chao Xing's eyes were filled with joy. It's so comfortable. Not only is there a leader soul, there is also an expert-level power heart, and 3 advanced power hearts. These are all things I urgently need. If these few things are digested, they can make a significant improvement for his subordinates. And the most important thing is that this time he actually got a leader-level Earth Mage recruitment scroll. Adding the 6 that were exploded before, after Chao Xing returns this time, he can directly summon a team of 20 Earth Mages. Not bad. Not bad. Now, it's time to distribute the spoils. Chao Xing thought for a moment, first gave the expert-level Heart of Power in his hand to Rennie's. Then he gave the leader soul to Elisa. Now, she is the only leader-level creature on the field. As for the other 3 high-level Hearts of Power, one can be given to Jonard and Josint, and one to little Wally. Yes, Wally is still only a 3rd-level leader-level creature. Reneish and Elisa each took what Chao Xing gave them. Both girls showed excitement in their eyes. Especially Elisa. This little girl had just obtained a high-level power heart not long ago, and successfully broke through to the 4th level, and then Chao Xing gave her a golden weapon. Now, she was given a leader-level soul. It can be said that all kinds of resources were thrown at her. Of course, this was also related to her contribution. Elisa naturally knew that Chao Xing cared about her, and said happily, "Wow! Thank you. Lord, you are so kind to me." Because of your generous gift, territory member, Elisa's loyalty is further improved, triggering hidden effect, Die Hard. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing smiled, and touched her head and said, "Okay, use these things to improve." After that, Reneish used the expert-level power heart, and Elisa used the leader soul. The 2 girls started the breakthrough process together. At this moment, everyone was still searching in the cave. In Chao Xing's hand, there appeared a huge hammer with a light golden color on the surface, which was solid all over. It was like lifting a huge rock, at least 200 or 300 pounds. It was the weapon used by the 5th-level leader. The Kalandra hammer. Gold quality. Chao Xing glanced at it. This thing has good properties, and it's a level 40 weapon, but no one under my command can use it. So, he put it directly into his backpack. Then, another seal appeared in Chao Xing's hand. Ribeiro's Guard Captain Seal Gold. Quality, Rare. Equipment Part, Accessory. Equipment Attributes, Strength plus 30. Critical Hit Rate plus 5%. Note, the seal when Ribeiro was the Guard Captain. Bring it back to Yongshuang main city. And give it to Duke Aldovich to complete the bounty mission. Is this the seal when he was the captain? Its attributes are quite strong. But if you want to complete the bounty mission, you need to hand it in. Chao Xing thought, then I'll see what the bounty reward is. If it's too bad, I'll take this seal for myself. At this moment, Sierra walked over with 8 slender legs and said, I found a strange altar in the corner. Do you want to take a look? Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes lit up. Altar? Of course I have to go. On Hilda's beautiful face, which was no less beautiful than Francesca's, a charming smile appeared. Come with me. The queen. After saying that, she turned around and walked forward. Soon, Chao Xing followed her to a corner. Just as Hilda said, there stood a strange altar nearly 5 meters high. It looked like it was made of a large red stone, with mysterious and ancient patterns on the surface, as if recording countless ancient war stories. These patterns were faintly visible in the dim light, exuding a mysterious atmosphere. In the center of the altar, there stood a tall human-shaped statue. This person was tall and majestic, wearing gorgeous armor, holding a huge sword, with the tip of the sword pointing diagonally to the ground, as if ready to fight at any time. Although it was just a statue, it gave people a strong sense of oppression, and even made people want to worship subconsciously. However, Chao Xing quickly suppressed the impulse in his heart, and then glanced at the attributes. Chapter 292 Powerful Altar of Gods. Search the warehouse. Besazer's Altar of God Warriors. Orange Special Building. Quality, Epic. Effective item. You can submit certain sacrifices, obtain ancient blessings, enable your subordinates to reach the maximum level of warrior profession advancement. Details of sacrifices required for advancement. Level 2 breakthrough to level 3. Crown *10, 000, Food *200, Mithril *20, Intermediate element crystal * 50, remaining number of uses, 4623/5000. Level 3 breakthrough to level 4, crown * 50, 000, food * 1000, mithril * 100, advanced element crystal * 10, remaining number of uses, 2193/2500. Level 4 breakthrough to level 5, insufficient divine power in the altar, this function is no longer available, can be enabled by replenishing divine power. Level 5 breakthrough to level 6, insufficient divine power in the altar, this function is no longer available, can be enabled by replenishing divine power. Note, the altar of a dead god, he once brought war, fire and chaos to this world. His followers are all over the world, and they build this altar on a large scale, through sacrificing sacrifices, to gain powerful power, and then start a more fierce war. Because of this god, the whole world was plunged into endless war. Everyone wanted to become more powerful. Plunder, killing, and sacrifice were the main themes of that era. In order to maintain the order of the world, the 6 true gods launched an eternal war against the god of war. In the endless battle, the god of war was defeated by the 6 true gods and died. Later, the 6 true gods sent down an oracle and destroyed most of the ancient altars in the world. But a small part of them was lost in some rarely visited ruins. Because of the passage of time, these altars have gradually lost their due power. After reading the introduction of this altar, Chao Xing's pupils suddenly shrank. Fuck. As long as you hand in the sacrifice, you can advance. And you can also complete the advancement from the 3rd level to the 4th level. He was stunned on the spot. The function of this altar exceeded Chao Xing's imagination. You know, what is he most lacking now? Naturally, the high-level heart of power that breaks through from the 3rd level to the 4th level. After all, hundreds of people in his territory are stuck at level 30 and can't break through. And now, with this altar, there is no need to find any heart of power. You can break through by handing in the sacrifice directly. No wonder there are so many 4th level predators in this camp. It turns out there is this thing. This is too cool. Chao Xing was very surprised. Of course, if you want to use this altar to break through, it is not without cost. A soldier needs a lot of resources to break through. If all the hundreds of soldiers in Chao Xing's territory want to break through, it may be necessary to empty his territory resources. And now there is another problem in front of Chao Xing. That is, can this thing be put into the backpack? If not, it can only be carried back by a few strong men in the team. Anyway, this thing, Chao has decided. He tried to collect it. The next moment, this huge altar disappeared. Obtained, Balthazar's Divine Warrior Altar, orange, *1. Haha. It really works. Chao Xing was so happy that he looked at the Blood Spider Queen next to him, and felt that she was particularly pleasing to the eye. Zilda. Well done. This altar will be of great use to me. I see that you usually spit blood poison in battle. Do you need any weapons? I'll get you one next time. Seeing Chao Xing so happy, Zirda's mouth also curled up a little. This queen doesn't need any weapons, but if you can find the lost Spider Queen scepter for me, that would be great. Spider Queen scepter? Zilda nodded. Yes, it is a legendary quality scepter, but it was lost after this queen died. Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Is it a legendary weapon? According to the setting of this world, each legendary weapon is unique, and only the chosen ones have the opportunity to obtain it. It seems that Zirda is really a big shot. Chao Xing asked, do you have any clues about this scepter? No. Zirda shook her head and said, but you can ask that woman from the church. She should know something. This queen doesn't want to talk to her. Chao Xing nodded. Okay. I understand. I will find a way to help you get this scepter back. Hearing Chao Xing's promise, Zirda's enchanting face showed a beautiful smile. But she quickly returned to her usual arrogant look. TSK. You can find it if you want. This is not what the queen asked you to find. Chao Xing was speechless. However, he was still very happy in his heart. It can be said that, even if there is no other gain in this trip to the camp, the altar alone is worth the trip. And at this moment, Sarah appeared silently beside the two of them. Lord, I have successfully found their warehouse. Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes lit up immediately. You know, the reason why he attacked this camp was for their supplies. Now, it was finally time to harvest. Very good. Take me there. After saying that, he called everyone else over, and then followed Sarah forward. Going deep into the cave, where the goblin mecha came out. The further you go, the dimmer the light inside becomes. Then, a huge stone that is 3 or 4 meters high blocked everyone's way. Seeing this, Xiaoxing looked at Braum and Assam beside him. Go. Push this stone away. The two took a step forward. At this moment, Braum roared and entered the ice giant form again. Assam had already pressed the boulder with both hands. They shouted at the same time, "Get up!" Boom! The boulder weighing countless tons was pushed away by the two with brute force. When Xiaoxing saw what was hidden behind the boulder, his eyes widened instantly. Even his breathing became a little rapid. Inside, Xiaoxing saw a large number of boxes, with various cloths and ores neatly placed on them. It looked like there were no less than dozens of boxes. However, this was only the first area. In the deeper part, Xiaoxing saw more boxes, which were filled with various materials. Magic crystals, fine iron, copper, and even a large amount of mithril and eternal gold ingots. Damn, these bandits actually hid so many things? This is really a fortune. Including Sarah next to him, and Assam and others, they also showed happy smiles on their faces. Braun laughed and said, "Uh-huh. We found the rice warehouse of these rats. So many supplies." Xiaoxing walked over quickly with a look of surprise. "Found the storage box of the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce. Do you want to open it?" "Found the storage box of the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce. Do you want to open it?" "Found." A large number of system prompts appeared. Xiaoxing clicked. "Yes." On all of them. Clang. Clang. Dozens of boxes were all opened, and a large number of woven cloths suddenly appeared inside. There were very warm woolen cloth rolls, silk cloth rolls that looked extremely smooth, and some cloth rolls that Xiaoxing had never seen before. There was a dazzling array of things. Xiaoxing also collected all the cloth in the box and outside. Get coins *2749321. Get linen cloth roll, white *172. Get silk cloth roll, green *121. Get gauze cloth roll, blue *87. Get complete wolf skin *17. Get fine ferret skin *54. Get gorgeous ball gown *7. Get snow sparrow feather coat, purple *1. Looking at the pile of cloth that suddenly appeared in the backpack. And 7 or 8 pieces of clothing. Xiaoxing said excitedly, "Haha. More than 2 million crowns. Hundreds of cloth rolls. Dozens of furs. And a purple feather coat. Comfortable." With an excited look, I looked at the properties of the newly acquired fabric. Gauze roll, blue, a thin fabric, made of fiber, features softness, breathability, and light transmission. It is only a few millimeters thick, soft texture, and has a good drooping feeling, making the clothing have a good sense of flow and elegance. Gauze fabric can be used to make some dresses, skirts, which are the favorites of some noble women and ladies. Gorgeous dress. Armor, none. Additional special effects, none. Dresses made of gauze rolls are the favorites of some noble women. Oh! Are there any fabrics for making dresses, and ready-made dresses? These dresses look quite luxurious, but they are not very warm, but they should be able to sell for a good price. After all, the noblewoman Marita, who Xiaoxing had met before, and the witch all liked to wear this kind of dress. So Francesca should like it, and Juliet, Neve, and other women in the territory. After all, which woman doesn't like beautiful clothes? Thinking of this, Xiaoxing put it in his backpack. Then, he took out a pure white feather coat from his backpack. He held the feather coat in his hand. It was as light as a cloud, and he couldn't feel its weight at all. Xiaoxing glanced at the attributes. Snowbird light feather clothes, purple. Quality, rare. Armor, none. Attached special effect 1, heat absorption. Attached special effect 2, snowbird shelter. After activation, this feather clothing will turn into a pair of wings, taking you on a short flight for 20 seconds, cooling time, 1 hour. Note, snowbirds are a rare bird that lives deep in the mountains. Their feathers are light and contain magic, so they are extremely expensive. But because of their small size, it often takes thousands of snowbird feathers to make a feather clothing. Wow, a feather clothing with 2 special effects, this is many times more precious than clothes made of cloud yak hair. Xiaoxing exclaimed. This feather coat has a very good effect. Not only does it absorb heat, it also has the function of short-term flight. According to estimates, the price of this feather coat is conservatively above 5 million crowns. However, it is also very expensive to make such clothes. You have to hunt so many snow finches to make one. According to the introduction of the system, The snow finches are an extremely rare magical creature. If they were not hidden deep in the mountains, they would probably have been killed by these hunters. As for those hunters, they don't care about the ecology of the snow sparrow. As long as there is profit, someone will do this. Chao Xing didn't feel anything after all. He didn't kill it. Thinking of this, he took off his cloud yak clothes and put on this snow sparrow light feather clothes. The light feather clothes covered his body. The same heat came, and compared with the cloud yak coat, this clothes is really light. It feels like there is no weight when wearing it. Not bad. Not bad. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. The first area had yielded a lot of harvest, which made him look forward to the harvest later. Then, he continued to walk deeper into the cave warehouse. Soon, Chao Xing came to the second area. There were also large boxes inside, but they were not locked. Chao Xing saw that there were a lot of refined iron, copper, and even mithril inside. Damn, there are all these things. Can't we even get the materials to repair the mecha outside here? With excitement, Chao Xing directly cleared out the things in the box. Obtained, iron asterisk 36321. Obtained, copper asterisk 8632. Obtained, refined iron asterisk 17379. Obtained, mithril asterisk 3785. Obtained, eternal gold ingot asterisk 452. Seeing the system prompts and the large amount of extra metal in the backpack, Chao Xing almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha ha ha. With so many eternal gold ingots and mithril, the materials for repairing the mecha are completely enough. Even Lu Muxiue beside him showed a look of joy on her face. The second area also yielded amazing results. With brisk steps, Chao Xing continued to walk deeper. 4 or 5 boxes appeared in front of him again. Found the cargo box of the Goblin Southern Chamber of Commerce. Do you want to open it? Found the cargo box of the Goblin Southern Chamber of Commerce. Do you want to open it? Found. Oh! Do these boxes belong to the Goblin Chamber of Commerce? Along the way, Chao Xing saw the cargo boxes of the Moon God Chamber of Commerce, the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce, and now the cargo boxes of the Goblin Southern Chamber of Commerce. These snow mountain predators really rob everyone. Even dogs have to keep 2 legs before they walk. However, these things are now cheap for Chao Xing. As usual, he clicked to open them all. Clang! Clang! In an instant, more than a dozen boxes opened. A large number of gems, goblin bombs, and some magic crystals as big as heads suddenly appeared inside. Chao Xing's breathing stagnated. It's worthy of being a cargo box of the Goblin Chamber of Commerce. There are so many damn things in it. Chao Xing was not polite, and put all the things into his backpack. Obtained, amethyst fragments, blue, asterisk 17. Obtained, carnelian fragments, blue, asterisk 28. Obtained, lapis lazuli fragments, blue, asterisk 32. Obtain, malachite orb, purple, asterisk 4. Obtain, coral orb, purple, asterisk 6. Obtain, goblin fragment bomb, blue, asterisk 172. Obtain, goblin ice bomb, purple, asterisk 57. Obtain, goblin mechanical repair toolkit, asterisk 12. Obtain, advanced magic crystal, asterisk 372. Obtain, expert magic crystal, asterisk 21. Oh my god, so many gems? And so many advanced magic crystals, expert magic crystals. That's awesome. With a look of surprise, Chao Xing began to check the properties of these gems. There was no need to look at the blue gem fragments, because they did not add many properties. Chao Xing mainly checked the properties of the 2 purple gems. Malachite orb, purple, can be embedded in weapons, increases 50 points of strength, 100 points of physical attack power. Complete malachite orbs are rare. In a whole small malachite vein, there may be only 1 or 2, and requires advanced forging technology to embed. Coral orb, purple, can be embedded in weapons, increases 50 points of spirit, 100 points of magic attack power. A gem synthesized from a large number of coral gem fragments, contains strong spiritual fluctuations, and requires advanced forging technology to embed. Not bad, it is indeed a purple gem, and it can actually add so many properties and attack power. Although Chao Xing has a more powerful golden gem in his backpack. But the more of this stuff, the better. Whether it is used to inlay the weapons of subordinates, or to sell, it is a considerable income. With excitement, Chao Xing took out a black crystal as big as a fist. Expert level magic crystal. A magic crystal containing 10,000 units of energy, can provide more energy for machinery or other equipment. Note: The energy reserve of ordinary magic stones is 100 units. Wow, an expert-level magic crystal actually has 10,000 points of magic energy. You know, advanced magic crystals contain 2,000 units of energy. This time, he obtained nearly 400 of the two types of magic crystals. Total, the magic crystals obtained by Chaoxing this time almost reached 1 million units of energy. In this way, not only the materials for repairing the mecha outside were solved, but also its subsequent consumption was directly solved. And more importantly, his furnace has been upgraded to level 16. After upgrading to level 21 and becoming an energy station, the number of magic crystals required will skyrocket, so this thing will be a universal resource in the later stage, the more the better. In addition, Chaoxing had another bomb in his hand that was as big as his head and exuded cold air. Goblin Frozen Bomb, purple. Attack power, 2515 to 2617. Additional special effect 1, Frost Blast, after detonation. It causes 100% ice attribute blast damage to all enemies within a 15-meter range. Additional special effect 2, Ice Eruption. It emits a large amount of ice energy to enemies within 10 meters of the explosion center, with a 50% chance of freezing them for 1 to 5 seconds. A special bomb developed by the goblins, which absorbs the ice energy contained in the ice crystal stone and compresses it in this bomb. It has both good explosive power and can freeze the enemy at the same time. This freezing bomb is quite powerful. It not only has a chance to control the enemy, but also has high damage. Chaoxing had more than 50 bombs in his hand. Give some to the men, then throw them together and detonate them. That scene must be spectacular. Finally, Chaoxing had one last new thing in his hand. Goblin Mechanical Repair Toolkit, special item. Effect, contains some simple repair tools, which can be used to repair damaged machinery in the wild. After reading the introduction, Chaoxing understood the function of this thing, and put it directly into his backpack. Although his harvest was amazing enough, this was still not all the harvest in this warehouse. There were a few boxes scattered inside. Chaoxing came to a dusty box. Found the storage box of the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce. Do you want to open it? Yes. Opened successfully. Obtained, Special Pet Rations, green, *55. Obtained, Special Pet Rations, blue, *22. Obtained, Special Pet Rations, purple, *13. Obtained, Primary Pet Contract, green, *63. Obtained, Intermediate Pet Contract, blue, *31. Obtained, Advanced Pet Contract, purple, *8. Chaoxing's pupils shrank suddenly. Oh my god! This box of stuff is all for pets. The pet rations here, not counting the pet contracts, add up to more than hundreds of thousands of kronor. Chaoxing couldn't help but raise his mouth wildly. It just so happened that I was fishing in a Nohi village last time, and I consumed a lot of bait. This is a replenishment. Sure enough, it's fun to plunder other people's nests. Chaoxing thought happily, and then looked at the properties of the Advanced Pet Contract. Advanced Pet Contract, purple. Effective item. You can use this contract on a wild creature, making it your exclusive pet, with a success rate of 35% to 45%. Note, the stronger the contract target, the lower the success rate. You can also use some unconventional means to increase the success rate of the contract. Not bad, the success rate of the Advanced Pet Contract is so high. It just so happens that there are a lot of wild animals in this mountain. Let's see if we can catch a few and bring them back. Thinking of this, Chaoxing continued to search in the corner of the warehouse. There were only 2 boxes left. He opened them all at once, and found a lot of wine and drinks in them, but no food at all. Chaoxing also collected them all. Obtained, Jixta Dry White *32. Obtained, Local Pepper Vodka *46. Obtained, Sanserato Pinot Noir Red Wine *54. Obtained, Fiorano Rose Red Wine *32. So far, Chaoxing had plundered everything in the camp warehouse. The harvest was quite rich. It even made him want to encounter a few more camps of such predators, and then go in and plunder them. Finally, the search is over. This trip was not in vain. Now I can go out and repair that mecha, and then turn it into my own combat power. This mecha is still very powerful, especially when used to deal with some large battlefields. Its lethality is amazing. Moreover, this thing can actually switch to flying mode. Although the flying height is not high, it is almost enough. Although Tong Chuchu's intermediate mechanical maintenance has only a 40% success rate, but the materials Chaoxing looted this time are enough for 2 repairs. the probability of success is still very high. Just as Chao Xing was about to go out, he saw Sarah suddenly appear. Lord, there is a secret door inside. Hearing this, Chao Xing also became interested. Oh! Where is the secret door? Sarah pointed to a stone wall deep inside, and then dagger of obstacles was thrown out directly. Swish! The dagger hit, making a crisp sound of ding. Then, a stone door slowly moved, and a gap appeared. Seeing this, Brown went up and pushed open the stone door. Boom boom! Behind the stone door, a dark space appeared. Chao Xing walked over and took a look. Special area discovered. Snow Mountain Predator Prison. Chapter 293 Expert Talent. Repairing the mecha, discovering a special area. Snow Mountain Predator Prison. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing understood something. After the predators robbed the Chamber of Commerce and captured the merchants, they were all locked up here. At this moment, the prison was empty, and no one could be seen. As for where the people inside went, it was self-evident. At this moment, Lu Muxua seemed to sense something, and she threw a magic torch forward. With the help of the blue light from the torch, the crowd saw a curled-up figure in the corner of the prison. He hugged his body tightly, his head buried in his knees, and trembled all over. When he realized that he was discovered, he trembled even more, and kept muttering, "Don't eat me, don't eat me. The meat of goblins is unpalatable, just like, yes, it tastes like the feces of jungle trolls. You might as well eat shit than eat my meat." Hearing this, the crowd looked strange. Chao Xing, on the other hand, glanced at his attributes. Goblin Craftsman, Lock Rich. Race, Goblin. Level 27, Level 3 Ordinary Creature. HP, 7328/10260. Attack Power, 633 to 651. Skills, Ruthless, Cowering. Life Skills, Observing people's expressions, Negotiation, Bargaining. Expert Craftsman, very knowledgeable about various machines. When making them in a machine factory, speeds up the manufacturing speed of machines by 40%. Expert Machine Repair, with rich repair experience, greatly increases the success rate of repairing various machines. Repair Speed, Talent, Energy Saving, when making various machines in a machine factory, reduces the required materials by 10%. Status, Cold, Fear, Hunger, Cowering. Character Introduction. One of the members of the Southern Goblin Chamber of Commerce, also an expert craftsman, very knowledgeable about various machines. Seeing this guy's attributes, Chao Xing narrowed his eyes immediately. Wow! This goblin actually has 2 expert-level life skills. The expert craftsman skill is very simple, which is to speed up the production of transporters or other mechanical props in the mechanical factory by 40%. The other expert mechanical repair is an incredible skill that can greatly increase the success rate of repairs. Chao Xing was just worried about whether Xiao Chu would fail to repair the mecha. Now, he seems to have a better candidate. In addition, this goblin's energy-saving talent can save 10% of the materials for making machinery. It doesn't sound like much, but in the long run, it will be very useful. It can save a lot of resources. This guy is a talent. At this time, the goblin was still curled up on the ground, begging for mercy. My lords, please let me go. Goblin meat is not delicious at all. God of the Crypt, save the poor goblin. The goblin seemed to think that Chao Xing was here to catch him, and he was scared. Even everyone smelled a strange smell in the air. This made several women in the team frown. Chao Xing was speechless, and then said, "Okay, stop yelling, no one here wants to eat you. We have killed the group of Snow Mountain predators outside." Hearing this, the goblin in the corner gradually stopped trembling. He stretched out his body tentatively, slowly raised a wrinkled head with pointed ears. Then he kept his eyes on everyone. He first glanced at Lu Muxua, Sarah, and then looked at Assam next to him, and Andrew. Instantly, the deep pupils of the goblin shrank suddenly, because he felt that these people all had temperaments completely different from those Snow Mountain plunderers. Assam was the kind of knight who looked full of justice, and Andrew next to him seemed calm and peaceful. The goblin asked tentatively, "My lord, have you really solved those cruel cannibals outside?" Chao Xing spread his hands. Of course. Hearing this, the goblin burst into tears of joy. "Oh my god! That's great. The god of the crypt is really blessing me. These damn plunderers have been solved." At this time, he seemed to remember something and rushed over with a crawl. "My lords, I am an important member of the Southern Goblin Chamber of Commerce. Can you take me out? When I return to the Chamber of Commerce headquarters, I will thank you for saving my life and give you a generous reward. Xiaoxing asked after hearing this. We can take you out. But are you sure you can go back to the Chamber of Commerce headquarters? Hearing this, the goblin in front of him was also stunned. Yes. He has been in this cave for an unknown number of days. The members of his caravan have been eaten up by the group of Snow Mountain predators, and the whole army has been annihilated. The headquarters of the Goblin Southern Chamber of Commerce is in the South Continent. Although they also have a branch in the West Continent, it is in another kingdom. With his strength, and now being penniless, he can't cross a kingdom at all. He might even lose his life due to various accidents on the way. For a moment, the goblin in front of him suddenly felt that the sky was about to fall, and he collapsed to the ground in a daze. At this time, he seemed to remember something and said quickly, "Sir, you can kill the Snow Mountain Raiders outside. You must be extremely powerful. In our Southern Goblin Chamber of Commerce, there is a branch in the Kingdom of Nakrod." He asked in a tentative tone, "Sir, can you please take me there? As long as I can get there, I can return to the Southern Continent, and I will give you a lot of crowns at that time. If you don't want crowns, there are all kinds of gold and silver jewelry, and you can choose from the beauties in the manor. I can even give you some powerful goblin technology. As long as you make a request, I will find a way to satisfy you." The goblin said it all in one breath. It can be said that he has said all the benefits he could think of. He looked at Xiaoxing with hope, but Xiaoxing shook his head after hearing this. "I have never heard of where the Kingdom of Nakrod is, but I know that it will take at least a month to cross the Kingdom of Ice Crystal. I don't have that much time to take you there." Hearing Xiaoxing's clear refusal, the goblin craftsman felt that the sky was about to fall. God of the crypt. Am I, Lock Rich, going to die in this dark cave? Or die in this remote mountain? He held his head and cried bitterly. But Xiaoxing's mouth curled up slightly. He deliberately showed a thoughtful look. Then he seemed to have made some kind of decision. "How about this? I'll give you a chance." Hearing this, the goblin stopped crying and looked at Xiaoxing with a puzzled look. "What? Opportunity?" Xiaoxing said directly, "I am a lord, my territory is not far from here. Next, you work for me for a year. After a year, I will find a way to send you back to the Southern Continent directly. How about it?" Hearing this condition, the eyes of the goblin craftsman in front of him, the fire burned again. He had thought that he was doomed. But the young man in front of him gave him hope again. It was only a year. Even though the lifespan of goblins was not long, he could still wait for this time. The goblin even wanted to agree on the spot. However, because he was suspicious by nature, he raised his head and asked tentatively, "If I really only need to work for you for 1 year, will you be willing to send me back to the South Continent?" Xiaoxing smiled and nodded. Of course, he was lying when he said it was 1 year. Xiaoxing definitely wants to keep this goblin craftsman in the territory to work for him. After all, the territory is about to enter a new stage. And as Tong Chuchu breaks through the 6th level, he will get 2 new mechanical blueprints. At that time, his territory can enter the mechanical explosion mode. With this expert goblin craftsman, it can be said that he saves a lot of time and materials. Therefore, Xiaoxing is just delaying for now, and keeping the person in his territory first. However, who can predict what will happen in a year? Maybe Xiaoxing's territory will have built a teleportation array across the continent. Then it won't be a problem for the goblin to go back. After receiving Xiaoxing's confirmation, the goblin in front of him burst into tears of joy. He said excitedly, "This kind human lord, goblin craftsman, and president of the Southern Chamber of Commerce, Lock Rich is willing to serve you." Hearing this, Xiaoxing directly issued a recruitment invitation to him. "Recruitment successful. Goblin craftsman, Lock Rich has joined your territory. Territory population +1. Seeing the system prompt, Xiaoxing also smiled. Not bad. In this cave, not only did we harvest a lot of resources, now we have brought back a talent with the skill of expert craftsman. Xiaoxing felt very satisfied. Now, it's time to repair that Earth Dragon mech. Let's go, get yourself ready, and go out with us." After saying that, Xiaoxing casually took out a set of clothes from his backpack and threw it to him. The goblin craftsman, naturally, also saw his current miserable state. And his pants, which had been soaked, smelled sour all over. He lowered his head in embarrassment. And after everyone left, he quickly turned around and changed. Assam and others followed Xiaoxing and walked out of the warehouse directly. As soon as he went out, a system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Elisa, has successfully transformed and has become a 4th order leader level creature. The basic attributes have increased by 30%. New skills. Feast of the Cold Wind. Feast of the Cold Wind, condensing a large amount of ice elements, condensing them to the limit. The next 5 attacks. The arrows contain the power of the cold wind, causing 147% tearing damage to enemies in a line. Skill cooling time, 90 seconds. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing was immediately delighted. Haha, Elisa actually succeeded. This new skill is great. Enemy in a line is equivalent to 100% penetration effect, can be regarded as another group attack skill. It directly makes up for the weakness of Archer's group attack damage. At the same time, Elisa and Rennie's came over together. One of the 2 women was excited, and the other was a little depressed. Lord, I succeeded. I failed. Chao Xing did not see the system prompt from Rennie's, so he naturally knew the result. He comforted the woman. It's okay. Sarah and the others succeeded 3 times in a row. It's normal for you to fail this time. Don't be discouraged. It will be fine if you succeed in the next breakthrough. The Ascalon archer nodded his head slightly, with gratitude in his eyes. Elisa next to him stared with azure eyes, as if expecting Chao Xing's praise. Chao Xing first checked her attributes. Ice archer, Elisa. Race, human. Level 31 28 31/340000. Level 4 leader level creature. Detailed attributes. Click to view. Elisa equipped with withered longbow, and after advancing to level 4 leader, her attack power is still quite strong. Well, Elisa, you become very strong now. After hearing Chao Xing's praise, the little girl immediately laughed hee hee. At this time, she seemed to notice the goblin craftsman next to Chao Xing, and said subconsciously, "Ah, there's an ugly guy next to the Lord." Hearing this, Lockrich's face fell. He quickly retorted, "How can you talk like that? Among us goblins, I'm a famous handsome man." Hearing this, Elisa said innocently, "Really? But I don't see how you are beautiful at all. You have more wrinkles on your face than my father. You can't be 70 or 80 years old." Every word the little girl said was heartbreaking. Lockrichi was immediately furious, and he put his hands on his hips. "What are you talking about? I am only 47 years old this year. In our goblin clan, I am in my strongest period." "Okay." Elisa was surprised and said, "Oh, you are so old now. Then I will call you Uncle Goblin from now on." Tong Chu Chu next to him also shouted, "Uncle Goblin." "Hello." Lockrichi wanted to argue, and wanted to say that he was not that ugly. However, facing the innocent words of the 2 little girls, Lockrichi soon became speechless. After all, lies don't hurt people, but the truth is the sharpest knife. He lowered his head helplessly, like a defeated rooster. Chao Xing smiled and led his men to the damaged mecha. When he saw the mecha, the dejection in Lockrich's eyes disappeared, and he suddenly became excited. "Oh, God of the Crypt. This is the Earth Dragon mecha our caravan brought out last time. It even has the power to destroy mountains." Elisa next to him asked, "Uncle Goblin, this is your caravan stuff?" Lockrich said proudly, "Of course. Our goblin clan is the smartest race on the entire surface of the earth. This Earth Dragon mecha alone can kill a night squad of 100 people." Elisa tilted her head and continued to ask, "Then your caravan has such a powerful mecha. How come it was caught by this group of predators?" Hearing this question, Lockrich was immediately furious. "I get angry when I talk about this. These guys are so insidious. They know that goblins have no resistance to all kinds of shiny gems. So they deliberately placed a lot of shiny gems in the valley below. When we all went down, these guys pushed the boulders to hit us. The Earth Dragon mech was smashed by them before it could even fly, and then we were caught in one fell swoop." After hearing this, they all nodded in understanding. "It sounds like this is indeed the usual method used by those snow mountain predators." Lockrich continued, "You don't know how cruel these guys are. They even strung our people together, eating barbecue, and forced us to dance the firepot dance. These guys later asked me to help repair and maintain the Earth Dragon mecha to deal with people from other chambers of commerce. The most annoying thing is that after they couldn't find food in this mountain, these guys even wanted to eat me. This is why Lockrich has survived until now. If he didn't have this skill, he would have been eaten like other goblins." As soon as Lockrichi turned on the microphone, he couldn't stop talking about what the Snow Mountain predators had done to them. Everyone was speechless at his rapid-fire speech. Chao Xing raised his right hand. Locke Richie understood his gesture and shut his mouth instantly. Then he looked at him with an apologetic smile. Chao Xing shook his head and asked directly, Locke, I need you to repair this mecha now. Are you sure? After hearing this, the goblin immediately replied, No problem. My lord. I know the structure of the Earth Dragon mecha very well. Even if it is torn into pieces. As long as the energy core is still there, I can restore it to its original state. He patted his chest and promised, looking very confident. Oh! How long will it take to repair it? When Locke heard this question, he carefully examined the Earth Dragon mech again, and then replied, The damage to this mech is not serious. I can repair it in about 30 minutes, no 20 minutes. After hearing this, Chao Xing also laughed. Very good, then you go and repair it. After saying that, Chao Xing took out a lot of materials from his backpack and put them directly on the ground. But the goblin craftsman did not act immediately, but asked awkwardly, Sir, do you have a repair kit? Chao Xing also reacted after hearing this. He took out a goblin mechanical repair kit directly from his backpack. Take it. Goblin Locke respectfully took the tool kit from him and then began his repair work. Dang! Dang dang! As a large amount of materials on the ground disappeared, the damaged parts of the Earth Dragon mecha began to recover rapidly. As the repair light continued to flash, time passed slowly. Everyone was waiting silently. After more than 10 minutes, most of the damaged parts of the mecha had been repaired, and a blue light appeared in the pupils. Buzz! Buzz! The energy core began to rotate. As the mecha began to move, it stretched out its right hand and supported itself with one hand. Grunt! Grunt! The fallen Earth Dragon mecha stood up from the ground. Lockridge used the last piece of eternal gold ingot on the head of the Earth Dragon mecha, announcing that the repair was successfully completed. He stood on the shoulders of the Earth Dragon mech and said proudly, Ha. God of the Crypt bless me. The Earth Dragon mech has been resurrected. With this mech, I can even travel freely in this mountain. Chao Xing also smiled, and then checked the properties of this mech. Goblin Technology, Earth Dragon mech. Level 48, Level 5. Detailed properties, click to view. Good guy. It consumes 100 units of energy in 1 minute of combat, which is equivalent to consuming 1 primary magic crystal. And a valuable expert level magic crystal can only provide it with 100 minutes of consumption. And this is just an ideal situation. When this mech uses various skills in combat, it will also speed up the consumption of magic energy. That is to say, 10,000 units of energy is enough for it to fight at full power for half an hour at most. Chao Xing was shocked. This thing is powerful, but it consumes too much energy. Moreover, Chao Xing has another worry in his mind. That is, this thing should also be able to benefit from various states. Right? He decided to give it a try. So he directly cast an ice healing spell. The next moment, a system prompt appeared. Release ice healing spell. Successfully. Blessed by the talent Eternal Power. This skill has become a permanent state. At the same time, above the head of this mecha, the reply numbers of plus 1872, plus 1872 kept popping up. Haha, it really works. Chao Xing was immediately delighted. At this moment, the durability of this mecha is also constantly recovering. Generally speaking, when a mecha like this is worn out in battle, it needs the mechanics in the team to repair it with some materials after the battle. Of course, it is definitely not as exaggerated as repairing a damaged mecha, but it is also a considerable expense. And now, because of the talent of Eternal Power, not only does it save Chao Xing a lot of resources in disguise, it also greatly enhances the combat capability of this mecha. Chao Xing was pleasantly surprised. He called everyone over directly, and then added various skills to it. At this moment, this mecha with the strength of a 5th level leader, after a bunch of buffs added by everyone, was equivalent to having the strength of a 5th level commander. The aura of the whole body surged a lot. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Okay. This thing is the biggest gain of this time. On a large battlefield. This is the life harvester. Locke Rich, who was standing on the mecha, said in surprise, Oh my god. I feel that the Earth Dragon mecha has a more powerful force. It gives me the feeling that it has even reached the strength of the master level mecha in our tribe. What a terrifying increase. Chao Xing asked after hearing this. Oh? Do you Goblin tribe have stronger mechas? Lockrich said proudly. Of course. We not only have master level mechas, but also stronger hero-level mechas. Those hero-level mechas, each of them is a big killer on the battlefield. Without considering the consumption, they can even destroy a city in a short time. Chaoxing also became interested after hearing this. After all, they are master-level and hero-level mechas. Even the Earth Dragon mecha has the strength of the 5th level, which means that these mechas are at least above the 6th level. He asked, "Is there any way to get me a master-level or hero-level mecha?" Lockridge shook his head directly. "No way. This level of mecha is the core technology of our Goblin clan, and it will not be easily taken out. You can't buy it even if you have more crowns." Hearing this, Chaoxing's eyes showed disappointment. But Lockridge's next words rekindled Chaoxing's hope. "However, the Earth Dragon mecha is the standard mecha of our Goblin clan, and the overall structure is already very complete, ranging from level 3 to level 6. If you can find more advanced materials, I can upgrade it to level 6 master?" Chaoxing asked. "What materials are needed?" "Master level energy core," Lockridge continued. "Replace it with a more advanced energy core, and then add a lot of advanced materials. It will have a stronger destructive power. However, this is very difficult, which is equivalent to building another mecha." Chaoxing nodded suddenly after hearing this. Although it is difficult to obtain a master-level energy core, but this at least points him in a direction. That is, these goblin mechas can also be upgraded with various hardware to become more powerful. As expected of an expert craftsman, he knows a lot. At this time, the goblin craftsman looked around, his bloodshot eyes rolling around, as if he was thinking of something. He laughed dryly a few times, and then said, "Lord, this kind of Earth Dragon mecha needs someone to drive it in order to exert its power. Do you have a suitable candidate?" The guy rubbed his shriveled palms, looking eager to try. However, Chaoxing glanced at him and did not agree. After all, he had just joined his territory not long ago, and his loyalty was not high. Of course, he could not give him the control of the mecha. If Locke drove the mecha away, he would have to spend some time to catch him back. So, Chaoxing looked at Tong Chu next to him. As a 4th level mechanic, she now has the intermediate mechanical affinity skill, and she has a natural familiarity with these mechanical creatures, and she learns mechanical knowledge faster. "Chu, sit on it and try to control it." Hearing this, the little girl looked at Chaoxing blankly. "Ah? Big brother. Can I?" Chaoxing nodded and said, "Of course, you have mechanical affinity skills. You can quickly become familiar with the control of these machines. In the later stage, most mechanics can control mechas." Hearing this, Tong Chu was still a little unconfident, but she also knew that there was no one more suitable than herself on the field. The little girl said timidly, Then I will try." The goblin craftsman next to him saw this. His face was a little regretful, but he didn't show it. Instead, he slid down slowly along the arm of the Earth Dragon mecha. At this time, Braum came over and said, "Little girl Chu, step on Braum's shield to go up." "Ah, thank you, Uncle Braum." Tong Chu looked at him gratefully. Chapter 294 Closing the Net, Traces of the Mysterious Creature. Braum lowered his body directly, let Xiao Chu step on his shield, and then was lifted up high by this big guy. As her sight rose, Tong Chu came to the chest of the mecha, where the cockpit was. She stepped on the shield, jumped lightly, and entered the cockpit. Then, she saw a mechanical seat, which seemed to be the location of the operating table. There were 2 operating levers in front of the operating table. Tong Chu sat directly on the chair. At the same time, from the cockpit of the mecha, a mechanical synthesized sound was emitted. The driver has been detected to enter, and the joystick and key positions are being adjusted according to the driver's body size. The next moment, the joystick moved down. The row of buttons inside also fell down, allowing Tong Chu's petite body to control it. This mecha was originally created by the goblins. They are short in stature, so many humanized settings were added. The next moment, the cockpit door closed. This ancient-looking mecha entered operation. Tong Chu held 2 operating levers in her hands, and began to familiarize herself with the various operations of the mecha. It was with these 2 operating levers that she completed the attack and defense actions. The other buttons in front of her were some auxiliary functions. It sounds simple, but it is actually quite complicated. It is not easy to flexibly control a mecha, even for those experienced pilots. After changing to a new mecha, it will take at least a few days of running in period. Not to mention, Tong Chu was still starting from scratch. Of course, Xing did not expect her to have strong combat power right away. She just needed to learn some simple controls. After 5 minutes of learning, Tong Chu almost understood all the operations. The next moment, everyone saw that the mecha finally moved. Buzz! The energy core in the chest rotated. Earth Dragon Mecha raised the chainsaw in his right hand high and entered the attack mode. Then he slowly put it down. Tong Chu's childish voice came from inside. Big brother, I successfully controlled it. Xing said happily. Well done, little Chu. This little girl is really quick to learn. Elisa next to him also praised. Little Chu is so amazing. Hee. Tong Chu laughed foolishly, and then controlled the mecha, moving it back and forth continuously. The goblin craftsman next to him looked at the huge mecha with envy on his face. Hunk. The heavy footsteps of the mecha continued to sound. Soon, she became familiar with all the operating modes. The little girl learned quickly about this new thing. At this time, Xing suddenly had an idea. He asked directly, Chu, see if you can summon a robot while operating the mecha. The little girl in the cockpit stopped operating after hearing this, then began to open the skill bar, and used one of the skills. The next moment, a ball of mechanical force suddenly gathered under the feet of the Earth Dragon mech. Then, 2 iron box-like self-destructing robots appeared. Big brother, it seems to work. Hearing this, Xing also showed a look of joy on his face. Sure enough, the profession of mechanic is like this. Even when controlling the mech, you can summon robots to fight, and thus suppress the enemy with firepower. This is the horror of the mechanic. In the later stage, a powerful mechanic controls the mech, followed by a large army of robots. One person can be comparable to a legion. Even Xing, facing Tong Chu, who was now driving a mecha, could not say that he could win in a one-on-one duel. Of course, the same thing still applies. Although the late-stage mechanics are powerful, they also consume a lot of resources. In general, the resources accumulated in 1 or 2 months in a territory are not even enough to fight a large-scale war. Xing asked Tong Chu to continue to familiarize himself, and he led the people to go around the camp again. After confirming that nothing was missed, Xing said, Let's go out. After he finished speaking, everyone gathered again and went out along the original route. Hunk. The Earth Dragon mech followed beside him, moving a little stiffly. But as Tong Chu became more familiar with it, the movement of the mech became smoother. Every step he took was full of deterrence. The goblin locked behind him looked at the back of the mech with envy. Soon, they walked out of the passage. When the light appeared above his head, the goblin lock almost burst into tears. He knelt on the ground excitedly, and kept praying to the land under his feet. Great God of the cave finally came out. I thought I would never see the scenery outside the cave again. This guy was imprisoned in that prison for who knows how many days, watching his tribesmen being captured and eaten one by one. If it weren't for his usefulness, they would probably have suffered the same fate. The crowd didn't feel anything after all. They had been in there for less than an hour in total. Xing didn't say anything, but continued to lead people through the dense forest, and returned to the canyon. Looking down, he saw his cattle and Jonathan and others standing there safely. He breathed a sigh of relief. Then he shouted to the people below, Jonathan, it's over. Bring the cattle up now. There's a hillside over there. You can come up from there. The 2 dragon blood fighters below raised their heads and saw the people on the cliff, with surprise on their faces. Yes, Lord. We'll come up right away. After that, they led the cattle out of the depths of the valley. Then, they climbed up the hillside they had descended from at the beginning. The 2 giant beasts, Dubai and Volibear, followed on the left and right, guarding the herd like 2 door gods. After seeing Xing, the 2 excitedly said, Lord, everything is fine after you left. Xing nodded and threw 2 high-level power hearts to them. After the 2 dragon blood fighters took them, they immediately felt the power contained in the red crystal, and a look of surprise appeared in their eyes. They knelt on one knee at the same time, and said respectfully, Thank you for the gift from the Lord. Xing waved his hand. Nothing. Let's use these power hearts to break through now. Yes, sir. After that, the 2 crushed the power hearts, and then entered the breakthrough state. Xing came to Wally and crushed a high-level power heart, allowing the pure power to flow into its body. At this moment, the 2 people and the beast entered the breakthrough state at the same time. Everyone was also waiting silently on the side. After a moment, the system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Jonard/Josen, successfully used the Heart of Power and has become a 4th level boss level creature. And the basic attributes have increased by 100%. Your pet, Volibear, has successfully transformed and has become a 4th level boss level creature. And the basic attributes have increased by 100%. Seeing the system prompt, Chaoxing also showed joy. 3 high-level Hearts of Power. All 3 were successful. And the success rate is still very high. The transformation from the 3rd level to the 4th level is also a huge improvement. I looked at their attributes. Jonard and Josen, as 4th order boss creatures, have a HP of 75,000 and an attack power of 2,200. And Wally is even more exaggerated, with a HP of 140,000 and an attack power of 2,100. Once Wally transforms into a leader, his HP will soar to at least 190,000, almost catching up with Dubai. The 2 Dragon Blood fighters, and Wally Bell after the breakthrough all seemed very happy. Wally came to Chaoxing and rubbed him affectionately with his furry head. When Tong Choo Choo controlled the Earth Dragon mech to approach and wanted to touch the big white bear, Wally acted as if he had encountered an enemy and instantly took a fighting stance. Roar! Roar! Wally Bell made a deep sound, with lightning flashing between his claws, ready to attack at any time. Tong Choo Choo saw this and said angrily in the cockpit, "Little Wally, it's me. Don't you even recognize Sister Choo Choo?" Hearing the familiar voice, Wally's eyes showed a blank look. It seemed that he didn't know how that cute little girl could suddenly become such a lump of iron. Then, Tong Choo Choo opened the cockpit door. Wally saw Tong Choo Choo sitting on the stool, and the hostility on his face disappeared. And he became docile. He even stood up, climbed on the mecha, and rubbed Tong Choo Choo in the cockpit with his head. The anger on the little girl's face disappeared, and she also showed an innocent smile. "Damn, Wally. It's a good thing you didn't forgive me." Chaoxing smiled. "Now, the cattle have been captured, and the camp of the raiders has been plundered. There is one last task left. That is, to catch the bear-feather chickens. Alyssa, take us to find the bear-feather chickens." "Okay, Lord. If we can catch those bear-feather chickens, Alyssa will eat a lot of eggs. Can I?" Alyssa looked at him eagerly. Chaoxing smiled and said, "Yes, I will let you eat them." "Great." The little girl was overjoyed after hearing this. Then he led everyone towards Chaoxing and his group in the direction they came from. Chaoxing and Lu Mushua then sat back on the mammoth's back and then led the herd and began to return along the original route. Everyone followed Alyssa. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy footsteps of the mammoth continued to echo in the forest. There are many wild beasts in this mountain range, and from time to time you can hear roars resounding through the forest. Some powerful caravans passing by here have to be cautious. However, as mentioned before, the aura of Chaoxing and his group is too strong. The 2 giant beasts were already terrifying enough. Now there is another mecha that is nearly 4 meters high, and the beasts are very sensitive to danger. After sensing the terrifying aura of Dubai and others, they all fled in a hurry. So Chaoxing and others did not encounter any attacks from beasts at all. Alyssa strode forward in front. Before reaching a forest, she suddenly slowed down her pace, and then said, "Lord, this is it, we should move slowly next." Chaoxing also stopped after hearing this. Then he said, "Jonard, Josen, you continue to wait here with Dubai and Wally. And Zayakuchu, Lock Rich, you also wait here." The 4 nodded respectfully after hearing this. Chaoxing and Lu Mushua rolled down from Dubai's back. Then, he looked at the other fighters on the field. "Okay, come and get your stuff." After hearing this, everyone gathered around, and Chaoxing himself took out 6 sets of catapult capture nets, purple, from his backpack, and gave 1 set each to Alyssa, Assam, Sarah, and others. Then he told me the function and usage of this thing. Alyssa was surprised. "Wow! There is such a powerful net. Is this the secret weapon that the Lord said?" Chaoxing nodded. "Great. With this thing, we will definitely be able to catch a lot of chickens." Chaoxing also smiled and said, "Okay, take us there." "Yes, Lord." Then everyone began to follow Alyssa, and soon entered the forest. As soon as they entered the forest, the temperature began to drop. As they entered, Alyssa's footsteps became lighter, trying not to make any noise. After moving forward for about a kilometer, everyone felt faintly that there were bursts of white light in front of them. When Chaoxing looked carefully, he saw a group of plump pheasants covered with feathers in the forest ahead. These were the bare-feathered chickens. Their feathers were not white, but a mixture of 5 colors, which looked very bright in the mountains. The combs on their heads are like a gorgeous crown, showing off their splendor. This group of bare-feathered chickens wandered leisurely in the mountains and forests. From time to time, they pecked at the leaves on the ground with their long beaks, and then pecked at the soil on the ground. Chao Xing roughly counted them. There are more than 100 bare-feathered chickens here, but they are scattered. While thinking about the corresponding plan, Chao Xing looked at the other party's attributes. Light feather chicken, magical creature. Level 15. HP, 3880/3880. Attack power, 127 to 138. Skills, peck, strongly pecks the enemy, causing 178% damage, and adding 1 layer of bleeding effect, cooling time, 10 seconds, tear claw, quickly pounce on the enemy, use sharp claws to cut the enemy's skin, causing 2 by 133% damage, and adding 2 layers of bleeding effect, cooling time, 15 seconds, light feather shelter, release the light in the body. Power, blinds surrounding enemies, and increases its own movement speed by 50%, quickly escapes from the battlefield, cooling time, 30 seconds. Talent 1. Purification, light feather chicken has the power of purification in its body, immune to all curse effects below the expert level. Talent 2. Nature, when controlled by a skill, there is a 95% probability of being immune to this control state. Introduction. A sacred creature living in the mountains. Seeing the attributes of the light feather chicken, Chao Xing nodded secretly. Not only does it have the skill of blinding the enemy, but it also has a talent of 95% immunity to control skills, which makes it very difficult to catch. Therefore, it is definitely not feasible to use the method of dealing with cloud yaks to deal with this group of light feather chickens. But fortunately, I made sufficient preparations before going out this time. After thinking for a while, Chao Xing had already thought of a plan on how to catch this group of light feather chickens. So, he took out a black block, which was the ancient weapon original cube. Strictly speaking, this thing does not belong to the control skill, so it cannot be immune. Then, a thought came to his mind. In the place where the light feather chickens were most densely packed, a small black spot was directly created. Instantly, a terrifying suction force appeared in that area. Whoosh whoosh. All the branches around, at any time, were all sucked into the central area, including dozens of light-feathered chickens in the nearby area. Their bodies also flew backwards uncontrollably. No matter how they flapped their wings, they could not move forward at all. Cluck, 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 cluck. For a moment, a panic sound rang out among the chickens. However, before the group of light-feathered chickens could react, Chao Xing instantly ordered, "Move! Don't worry about the chickens in the middle area. Seize the opportunity. Use the net, and catch as many chickens as possible." After hearing the order, everyone instantly shot out like shooting stars. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With the speed increased by 130%. The speed of each of them reached an incredible level. Clatter. For a moment, the chickens flew away in shock. A large number of light-feathered chickens burst out with sacred light, trying to blind Chao Xing and others. However, everyone is ready. Before the group of light feathers chickens make skills, they press the launcher button in their hands. Well, the large nets woven from the vines instantly ejected out in an instant. A large number of clusters are shrouded. Giggle. The Guangyu chicken group shouted again. The moment Chao Xing was rushing out, facing the middle area, use ejection catcher purple. Bang! This big net, directly vegetable cube, created simulated black hole area. All dozens of light feathers chickens are shrouded in. Seeing this, Chao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. The others were also doing well, and each of them caught a few to a dozen bare-feathered chickens. Soon, most of the more than 100 bare-feathered chickens on the field were caught by everyone. Only a dozen or so bare-feathered chickens flapped their wings, and then emitted a sacred light, rushed out of the dense forest, and flew into the sky without looking back. And below, the bare-feathered chickens trapped in the net were still struggling frantically. They kept making cluck, cluck, cluck sounds. At the same time, they were releasing the skill light feather shelter. For a moment, they were like dozens of light bulbs. However, how could these light feather chickens, which were only at level 10, escape Chao Xing's net? After all, they were made from the vines of the 4th level human face tree leader. It was a waste of talent to deal with these light feather chickens. The capture was very smooth. Elisa ran over quickly and began to count. 1, 2, 3, 97. Wow! We actually caught more than 90 light feather chickens. Everyone is so awesome. Great. This way, there will be a lot of eggs to eat in the territory. After hearing this, everyone had a happy smile on their faces. For these light feather chickens, Chao-Shing didn't have the time to use the pet contract one by one. He planned to take them back to the territory first, and then tame them slowly. So he said directly, "Collect the net." After he finished speaking, everyone stepped forward and collected the nets on the ground. And in these large nets, each trapped a large number of light feather chickens, like dozens of light bulbs squeezed together. Chao-Shing was not worried about the lives of these light feather chickens. After all, they were a group of magical creatures, and it was not so easy to die. Just as Chao-Shing was about to lead his men back to join the herd, Rennie suddenly fixed her eyes on a certain area deep in the forest. "Lord, there seems to be something going on over there." Chao-Shing looked in the direction Rennie's pointed, and a puzzled look gradually appeared in his eyes. Because he did not find anything special, Rennie's explained, "I sensed a strong fluctuation of magic power there. Not long ago, a powerful creature should have passed by that area." Hearing this, Chao-Shing seemed to have thought of something, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. In order to verify his guess, Chao-Shing directly ordered, "Let's go and take a look." After hearing this, everyone went over together. Braun, Assam, Andrew and other strong men each picked up the nets on the ground and carried the group of bare-feathered chickens on their backs. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The chickens were a little noisy. When they got closer, Chao-Shing also found some clues. He noticed that the big tree next to him seemed to be rubbed by some creature, and the roots were turned up and the bark fell off. On the ground, there appeared footprints as big as an adult's head, which looked like two separate leaves. These footprints extended deep into the forest. After thinking for a while, Chao-Shing had some guesses in his mind, but it was not certain yet. So, he looked at Rennie's beside him. "Are you sure you can track it?" Rennie's nodded lightly. "Yes." Hearing this, Chao-Shing's mouth also curved. "Okay. Then you go. We will go back to the cattle first, and then wait for you there." "Yes." After saying that, Rennie's left here quickly. She was wearing the silver wolf coat, given by Chao-Shing. The whole coat was white, blending in with the forest. When her figure completely disappeared in the dense forest, everyone turned around quickly and returned along the original path. Soon, they returned to the herd. The Goblin Lock, who was waiting at the spot, saw the dozens of bare-feathered chickens on their backs, and his eyes lit up immediately. "Oh, God of the Crypt. These are actually bare-feathered chickens. Although this kind of chicken is not as valuable as these yaks, as long as they are cultivated with some special means, the value of their subsequent output is also considerable." Chao-Shing also became interested after hearing this. "Oh, how?" Goblin Lock hesitated for a moment. This seemed to involve some kind of secret. However, when he thought that he would have to serve the Lord for the next year, he said directly, "This is also a secret that we occasionally learn when we are doing business outside all year round. Under normal conditions, the reproduction and growth rates of light-feathered chickens are not high. But if you can place a large number of items full of holy light elements in the area where they live, these light-feathered chickens will like it very much. Not only will the reproduction and hatching speed of chicks be accelerated, but the growth rate of chicks will also be much faster. It can even be comparable to the reproduction speed of ordinary chickens." The Goblin Lock sighed. "The eggs of light-feathered chickens have a special holy light aura. It is said that long-term consumption can purify impurities in the body, strengthen physical fitness, and prolong life. One egg can be sold for more than 10,000 crowns. If it is the kind of egg that can hatch chicks, the value will be more than 10 times higher. So as long as it is cultivated well, it can still bring great benefits." Chao-Shing nodded suddenly after hearing this. According to this, the value of this light-feathered chicken is indeed quite terrifying. After all, they can even have the same reproduction speed as ordinary poultry. It won't be long before Chao-Shing will have a large number of light-feathered chickens. Of course, the premise is that, as the Goblin Lock said, a large number of items full of holy light elements are placed in the area where these light-feathered chickens live. Chao-Shing also kept this idea in mind first. Then he asked people to tie all the chickens to the big white back. After doing this, they just waited for the news from Rennie's. At this time, Everyone suddenly heard a series of dull roars coming from the forest in front. Moo! Moo! Your territory member, Rennie's Hawkeye attacked Frost Moose LV-47, causing 5,423 damage. And the hunting mark special effect has taken effect. Chapter 295 Powerful Frost Moose, Besiege. When Xiaoxing saw the system prompt, his eyes lit up. Good fellow. It is indeed a Frost Moose. I didn't expect that Rennie's really found it. The Frost Moose was not in his plan, but it is also a powerful magical creature. And the most important thing is that it is very valuable, completely exceeding the Cloud Yak and Light Feather Chicken by many times. If possible, Xiaoxing naturally wants to tame this Frost Moose, but if it cannot be tamed, then just kill it. At the same time, there was a sound of fighting ahead. Boom! Boom! Crack! Crack! The battle was quite powerful. Like the sound of giant trees falling one after another and crystals breaking. From the information of the battle, it can be seen that this Frost Moose is a 5th level creature, although it is unknown what grade it is. As a magical creature, it must have its unique features. Xiaoxing immediately ordered, Jonard, Josen, Lockridge, you should stay where you are and guard our cattle and light feathered chickens. Others, follow me to help Rennie's. Choo-choo, switch to flying mode, you also take Wally with you and come with us. As soon as the words fell, more than a dozen figures rushed out directly. Tong Choo-choo also entered the low-altitude flight mode. Everyone ran very fast. Crack! Boom! The might of the battle ahead was amazing. This also made Xiaoxing speed up his pace. They quickly passed through the dense forest, and then advanced 1 or 2 kilometers. Finally, they arrived at the place where Rennie's fought. From a distance, Xiaoxing and others saw 2 fighting figures ahead. A white shadow kept flashing, and pulled the bowstring, attacking a blue figure ahead. But because the distance was too far, the specific appearance of the blue figure could not be seen clearly. The battle between Rennie's and the blue figure was so intense that all the snow and ice crystals on the trees fell off. The whole forest was white, and it was impossible to see what was happening in front. At this time, the blue figure seemed to notice Xiaoxing and others. Moo! It immediately let out a deep cry, and ran straight to the back. Like a blue lightning. When they arrived, they could only watch the blue figure disappear at the end of their sight. Rennie's held the bow and arrow, her chest heaving violently, and half of her shoulder was frozen by frost. It seemed that the battle just now had consumed a lot of her physical strength, and she was even injured. But it was normal to think about it. After all, Rennie's was now a 4th level leader, and this moose was a 5th level existence and a magical creature. She was fighting more than 10 levels higher. After her breath calmed down, Rennie's let out a long sigh, and then said, My lord, I'm really sorry. I let this moose run away. Xiaoxing waved his hand. It's okay. This kind of magical creature has magical powers. It's normal for it to run away. How is your shoulder injury? Rennie's heard it. Thank you for your concern, my lord. This is a deep frostbite. The Frost Moose has an extremely strong icy breath, but it doesn't have much impact. It will recover in about 10 minutes. Xiaoxing nodded. Of course, he wouldn't let Rennie's wait for more than 10 minutes. Muxia cast some purification spells on her. The Aurora Knight next to him raised his sword and cast a series of purification spells. The deep frostbite on Rennie's arm recovered quickly, and green recovery numbers appeared on her head. She looked at Lu Muxia gratefully, and then continued to report the information she had just obtained. Lord, this Frost Moose seems to be a 5th order leader level creature, and it has a very strong ice power. As long as you get within 20 meters of the moose's body, you will feel that your movements are a little slow. Also, it has a very powerful breath skill, which can freeze the target on the spot, and the cold air will also invade the body, adding a deep frostbite effect. I was hit by this move, and I was almost completely frozen in place. Xiaoxing thought for a moment. A 5th order leader level magical creature, that's really outrageous. And according to Rennie's description, this Frost Moose's combat ability is also quite strong. Can you sense its location? Rennie's closed her eyes, and then nodded lightly. I can sense it vaguely. But this guy moves so fast, it's already 2 or 3 kilometers away from us. However, in the hunting mark state, I can sense the location of this moose within an hour. After hearing this, Xiaoxing also smiled. He found that the forest hunting longbow, gold, that exploded from the ogre was really useful. Whether it was used to track enemies or wild beasts, it was a magical weapon. Although the hunting mark only lasted for 1 hour, it was enough. Yes, Rennies, take us forward. Although this frost moose was powerful, it was only a 5th level leader after all. It might be difficult for Rennies to deal with it alone. But with so many people like Chao Xing coming together, it was nothing to worry about. Yes, sir. After saying that, Rennies followed her senses and led everyone to chase the moose. They quickly passed through the forest and advanced 2 or 3 kilometers. Along the way, the moose's footprints that looked like 2 petals of leaves were interrupted several times. It was not until Rennies led everyone forward for several hundred meters that they saw the other party's tracks again. This guy seems to have some special ability to erase his own tracks. If there is no hunting mark, even the most experienced hunter will lose it. During the tracking process, Chao Xing dialed the communication device on his ear. Johnard, Joseon, do you remember the route back? Johnard's voice sounded. Remember? Lord. Okay. Now you take the cattle, Dubai and Guangyu chicken and start to return along the original route. And then wait for us outside the mountains. If there is any unexpected situation, remember to contact me as soon as possible. By the way, remember to keep an eye on the goblin craftsman. After hearing this, the two immediately replied, Yes, Lord. Chao Xing also hung up the fairy tale. There was no need to worry about the cattle. After all, with 2 dragon-blooded warriors and a powerful beast like Dubai, there would be no accidents. Chao Xing also followed Rennies through the mountains with peace of mind. As mentioned before, this frost moose was too fast. It was also very alert. Knowing that it was exposed, it began to run all the way, hardly stopping for a moment. Everyone followed behind and chased for half an hour. During this period, they went 5 or 6 kilometers deeper into the mountains, and the other party seemed to have no signs of stopping. Chao Xing couldn't help but complain, this moose can really run. Will it not run for an hour? Although Chao Xing and others have a speed bonus. But this is in the mountains, and the terrain is too complicated. In terms of speed, they can't beat this moose at all. After chasing for a few more minutes, Rennie suddenly said, Lord, the moose seems to have stopped. About 2 kilometers away from us. Chao Xing was immediately happy after hearing this. And then said, Okay, let's slow down and slowly approach this moose. After hearing this, everyone slowed down their pace and began to slowly approach the target, including Tong Chu Chu. They also entered the low-altitude flight mode again. Buzz, buzz, the energy core of the mecha rotated. But compared to walking on the ground, the movement was indeed much smaller. On the other side, Volibear also seemed to be tiptoeing. Volibear has a large-scale group attack control skill, which is still very useful. 2 minutes later, Rennie's voice sounded again. 500 meters left. This distance can be said to be very close. Even Chao Xing can directly use ice 1,000 miles to attack this moose. But he still did not act rashly, but whispered, Okay. Now it's the same as before. We will move in from several directions. Surround this moose. Then wait for my order. All go out together. Deal with this moose. Yes, sir. After hearing this, everyone began to act. They circled a large circle, approaching the frost moose from all directions. After waiting for 5 minutes, Chao Xing pressed the communication device beside his ear and asked, How are you doing? After a moment, there were several replies in his ears. No problem. Captain Elisa. Get in position. TSK. Chao Xing quickly replied, Okay, now all of us put on the shadow cloaks, and then start to approach. The shadow cloak and the snow sparrow feather coat are equipment in the same part. So Chao Xing could only take off the feather coat first. After everything was ready, everyone moved forward more carefully. Rustle. Rustle. The footsteps stepped on the frozen fallen leaves on the ground, making a continuous subtle sound. Chao Xing also tried to slow down his pace. Then, he pushed aside a patch of grass, and suddenly saw a blue shadow appearing on the hillside. At this moment, Chao Xing finally saw its figure clearly. This is a creature with silver-white skin, but covered with dark blue hair. It looks like an elk, but it is very different from ordinary deer. It is nearly 3 meters and a half long, and its shoulder height is estimated to be nearly 2 meters, very tall. It has a pair of antlers on its head. Ordinary deer only have 3 antlers, but it has 12 antlers, which makes it look extremely beautiful. At this moment, this frost moose looked like a creature that had walked out of a painting, full of the beauty of a work of art. The other party did not seem to notice Xiaoxing and the others, still raising its head, chewing winter berries on a tree halfway up the mountain. At this distance, Xiaoxing could already see its attributes. Magical creature, frost moose. Race, beast. Level 47, level 5 leader level creature. HP, 677341/677341. Attack power, 6025 to 6173. Armor, 1123 to 1178. Skills, Antler Charge, Frost Moose speeds up, knocks away all enemies along the way, causing 158% of the impact damage to them. Cooling time, 60 seconds. Flying Leap, concentrates the magic power in the body, making itself light, can jump 4 times in a row in the air. Cooling time, 5 minutes. Frost Aura, for enemies within 20 meters of itself, reduce movement speed by 20%. If staying in the aura for more than 3 seconds, will suffer 1 layer of frostbite effect. Extreme. Cold Breath, Frost Moose absorbs a large amount of ice elements, and then sprays ice breath to a large range of enemies in front. The spray lasts for 5 to 10 seconds, causing continuous freezing damage to the hit enemies, and causing them to enter the frostbite state. Cooling time, 10 minutes. Talent 1, Natural Protection, HP plus 30%. Talent 2, Frost Body, immune to freezing effects below the expert level. All attacks have 1 layer of frostbite effect. When the frostbite effect reaches 10 layers, reduce the enemy's total attributes by 20% and the upper limit of life by 20, and take effect once at most. Introduction, an extremely rare magical creature. Its body contains a very strong icy breath. Seeing the attributes of this moose, Xiaoxing's pupils shrank. Everything else is fine. The strongest skill of this moose is its extreme cold breath. Skill. It can spit continuously for 5 to 10 seconds. Combined with the talent Frost Body, this thing can take away a lot of life with 1 spit. Even if it is alive, its attributes will be greatly reduced, and it will be frozen in place for a few seconds, and will also suffer severe frostbite. No wonder those hunters said that a frost moose is very effective on the battlefield. This thing can freeze enemies within a few hundred meters with 1 breath, and can kill countless soldiers. Xiaoxing's Ice 1,000 miles has a larger range, but it only has a deceleration effect, not a freezing effect. And Raise was also hit by this move, so half of her shoulder was frostbitten. It took Lu Mushua's purification to return to normal. This frost moose is quite strong. It's a pity to kill it directly. At this time, he looked at his backpack. There are 8 advanced pet contracts, looted from the Snow Marauder camp. This made Xiaoxing, who originally wanted to kill the frost moose directly, have a different idea. Maybe he could try to tame the frost moose? Xiaoxing decided to give it a try. After all, if he could catch it, then the harvest from this trip to the mountains would be great. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing pressed the communication device on his ear. Listen to my orders and start to act. First control the frost moose, then start to control it in turns. Remember not to kill it. Hearing this, everyone in the voice chat also responded. After Xiaoxing confirmed the tactics, he gave the order directly. Now, start the action. After that, everyone began to approach slowly again. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. When it reached 200 meters, the frost moose seemed to have noticed something. It quickly raised its antlers and observed the surroundings vigilantly. Then, it saw at a glance Assam, Braun and others who were surrounding from the hillside. In an instant, the frost moose's turquoise-like pupils suddenly shrank. Moo! It let out a low roar, and instantly took 4 steps. Trying to escape from here, Brown quickly pressed the communication device on his ear and shouted, "Lord, we've been discovered. This moose is about to run away." After hearing this, Xiaoxing did not panic. He raised his staff directly. A 6-pointed star ray spewing cold air appeared. It was Xiaoxing's deceleration skill. Extreme Ice Bloom. This is also Xiaoxing's skill with the longest attack distance except for the skill 1,000 miles of ice. However, 1,000 miles of ice had been used once in the cave before, and the 3-hour cooling time had not yet expired. At this moment, the movement speed suddenly dropped significantly, and a panicked look appeared in the eyes of the moose. Although the frost moose is immune to the freezing state, it is not immune to the slowing state. And it also saw that Brown and others had rushed over and surrounded it after seeing that it was exposed. Moo! Moo! The frost moose rushed out of the coverage of Ice Blossom and tried to escape the encirclement of the crowd. It locked on to the thin-looking Isabel at a glance, and wanted to use this as a breakthrough. However, who of the people brought by Chao Xing is not extremely powerful? As soon as it rushed over, it saw the Holy Light Priest's staff raised, and a Holy Light Cinder Shield appeared. Bang! The Holy Light Cinder Shield brought a terrifying force, and directly pushed the Frost Moose back. Seeing this, Chao Xing quickly ordered, "Output, beat it half to death first." After hearing this, everyone used various damage skills. Storm Arrow Rain, Ice Explosion Arrow, Starfire, Bang Bang. One powerful attack after another exploded on the Frost Moose. Minus 6,714. Minus 5,013. Minus 4,723. Minus 4,423. Minus 4,102. In an instant, the Frost Moose's 670,000 health points dropped by more than 40,000. Before it could react, Chao Xing gave another order. "Isabel, Holy Ring." The beautiful Holy Light Priest executed without hesitation. The next moment, a halo containing the breath of Holy Light was cast on the Frost Moose, and shrank instantly. Then, the Frost Moose was once again subjected to the concentrated fire of the crowd. Its HP dropped directly to below 600,000. The Frost Moose was also anxious. It jumped directly on the spot, like a moose leaping into the sky, trying to escape from the heads of the crowd. However, Chao Xing had been prepared for this move. Choo Choo used the magic cannon to knock it down. At this moment, the Earth Dragon mech, flying in the air, raised its left hand. The muzzle in the center of the palm instantly condensed a large amount of magic energy. Boom! A terrifying energy shell fell. It landed directly on the Frost Moose, causing a violent explosion. Minus 7,796. Bang! The moose was hit hard and fell down again, hitting the ground hard. Seeing this, Chao Xing ordered, "Output. Keep outputting." Bang bang. The attacks of the crowd were like a storm, and the blood volume of the moose once again poured like water, including Wally. He also rushed to it, and waved his two claws. However, the frost breath on this Frost Moose was too strong. Under the effect of Frost Aura, Wally caused damage to it, but his claws were also covered with a layer of frost, and the frostbite effect was added. Seeing this, the Frost Moose slammed its antlers, and directly knocked the huge Wally away. Wally fell to the ground, and a damage number of more than 4,000 appeared above his head. "Roar!" It roared angrily, and seemed very unconvinced. Tom Choo Choo, who was in flight mode, said quickly, "Wally, don't get close to it. It has a strong coldness. Remember to listen to your big brother's command." After hearing this, Wally also put away his fierce look, and then stood there honestly. At the same time, following Chao Xing's command, one control skill after another fell. Roots entangled, catching net, chasing the sun, and Volibear's voice fell. Although this time, he didn't bring many people. But after this set of attacks, the Frost Moose was also controlled in place for a full 12 seconds. Its health also dropped by nearly 200,000. At this moment, the Frost Moose's health has reached 350,000. Facing the siege of the crowd, the moose knew that it was no match, so it quickly raised its antlers, and then breathed hard. A strong cold air appeared. The mouth of the Frost Moose seemed to have become an eye of the wind. Chao Xing felt that the cold air within hundreds of meters around was all absorbed by this guy. He quickly ordered, "Be careful. It's the frost breath of this moose." Hearing this, everyone also became alert. After all, Raze had just reminded me that this breath skill was very powerful. The next moment, the moose opened its mouth. From its mouth, a large amount of cold air was instantly spewed out. Crash! A thick layer of frost appeared on the already frozen ground. Moreover, this frost also moved around with the moose's head. Everything along the way, whether it was the hay on the ground, the stones, or even the big trees next to it, as long as it came into contact with this cold air, it was covered with a thick layer of frost in an instant. The terrifying cold air penetrated the bone marrow, and the trunks of the big trees were shattered at the touch. Even the melee fighters nearby, such as Assam and Braun, were all frozen in place, and frostbite injuries continued to appear on their heads. Minus 4,374. Minus 4,764. Minus 4,691. Minus 4,852. The frost moose is a magical creature with ice attributes. In this extremely cold world, it exerts its combat power to the maximum. Wally was about to run away, but because of his large size, he was hit by the breath and was frozen in place. Crack! Crack! Minus 4,873. Minus 4,932. Minus 4,623. Wally's head also had injuries. His health dropped by 20,000 in the blink of an eye. This guy seemed to have set his sights on Wally, and kept spitting out the extremely cold breath at him. His health dropped rapidly. If he continued to be sprayed by it, I'm afraid that by the end of 10 seconds, even a blood cow like Wally would not be able to withstand it. So, Xiaoxing raised his staff and cast an ice wall to block Wally. However, in less than a second, the ice wall was blown up. Xiaoxing was shocked and said, "Wow, this skill is really abnormal. It is worthy of being a magical creature. Braun, Mushui, go help Wally block it." Hearing the order, the two shield guards in the team rushed out instantly. They raised their shields directly, blocked Wally, and faced this terrible extreme cold breath head-on. Crack! Crack! The holy shield on his body was broken layer by layer. Even the shield in his hand was directly frozen. At this time, the frost moose shifted its gaze again and began to spit wildly around. Bergie's Sun Chaser, Andrew, and Isabel all failed to dodge and were frozen in place, and all entered a state of frostbite. Seeing this, Xiaoxing exclaimed again, "You are so damn strong. But the stronger you are, the happier I am. I want this moose." At this moment, the 10-second spitting time of the frost moose has ended. Now, it's time for Xiaoxing to fight back. "Sarah," according to Xiaoxing's voice. Instantly, a shadow emerged. Chapter 296 Soul Contract, Mysterious Dragon Speaker. A shadow emerged. The moment the moose saw Sarah, it suddenly felt a deadly sense of crisis. It could clearly sense how terrifying the woman in front of it was. Both at level 5, Sarah was also a commander-level creature. She could almost crush the frost moose in all aspects. Sarah directly entered the moon dance state. Then an arc flashed and went around the enemy's back. The short knife cut through the frost moose's skin. Swish. Minus 8,742. A damage number that was almost 10,000 appeared. Then, before it could react, Sarah used the single target burst skill, Death Dance. At this moment, Sarah's movements were extremely fast. The dagger in her hand left an afterimage. She launched a series of attacks at the back of the frost moose. Minus 9,415. Minus 6,635. Minus 15,723. Minus 10,231. Minus 13,235. A total of 8 terrifying damage numbers appeared, directly knocking off nearly 90,000 HP of the frost moose. Moo! The frost moose felt pain, and was about to turn around and blew a stream of cold air at Sarah. But the next moment, 8 clones suddenly appeared on the spot. These clones were like arrows shot from a bow, raising their short knives, and rushed forward fiercely. Schwa schwa. Minus 11,873. Minus 9,723. Minus 6,321. The frost moose's health dropped again. And it didn't stop there. When the clones disappeared, only a graceful black shadow was left on the spot. As she lightly snapped her fingers. Snap! Bang! A shadow flower exploded on the moose. Minus 32,672. Shadow bloomed. The terrible damage directly blew up the frost moose on the spot. This is the explosive power of the commander-level assassin. After a set of combos, the 160,000 HP of the 5th level leader was directly taken away. At the same time, as Lu Mushui continued to release the purification spell, the controlled Assam and others broke free from the frozen state. They didn't care about the frostbite status on their bodies, and rushed directly to the frost moose, and held it tightly again. The next battle, naturally, had no suspense. 45 seconds later, Xiaoxing watched as the health of the frost moose was reduced to the last 30,000. Its condition had dropped significantly. Its antlers were no longer as powerful as before when it hit people. And its movements became slower. Its beautiful blue fur was also covered with wounds left by Xiaoxing and others. So, Xiaoxing immediately ordered, "Stop, don't continue to attack. Take out your grappling hooks, and control this moose." As soon as he finished speaking, Everyone took out their grappling hooks. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of breaking through the air came one after another. 7 or 8 claws scratched the skin of the frost moose, holding it tightly. Moo. Moo. It seemed to want to continue struggling. However, Chao Xing was not a pushover. A group of strong men held the rope tightly, holding the moose tightly. After 30 seconds of stalemate, the frost moose had only 20,000 HP left, whimpered, and finally fell down. Boom! Like a small mountain collapsed. The icy breath emanating from his body left a thick layer of frost on the ground. Seeing this, everyone was relieved. If it was normal, it would not be so difficult. Although this moose is powerful, with the strength of Assam and others, it is easy to fight it alone. But because Chao Xing wants to capture it alive, some powerful skills cannot be used. So it looks a bit difficult. However, this also indirectly shows the combat power of the frost moose. Compared with the earth dragon mecha, it is not much inferior, and even stronger. At this moment, the frost moose was hung with 7 or 8 claws, and fell to the ground powerlessly. Then, it saw a human walking towards it, and there was a look of despair in its eyes. Woo! The frost moose let out a mournful cry, as if it was ready to die. However, the human did not kill it, but took out a yellowed scroll from his backpack. The frost moose knew this kind of scroll. Over the years, many hunters and knights would take out a scroll after finding it. They seemed to want to use this thing to control themselves. A trace of disdain appeared in the turquoise eyes of the frost moose. How could the noble frost moose succumb to humans? When Chao Xing used the first advanced pet contract, the frost moose did not react at all. Contract failed. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing was not discouraged. He took out the second contract and continued to use it. The result was still a contract failure. Until the third, fourth, continuous failures. Chao Xing was stunned. Fuck. Is this thing so stubborn? At this time, the frost moose on the ground exhaled cold air like ice crystals, and everyone even saw a mocking look in its eyes. Chao Xing naturally understood the meaning of its eyes and cursed. Fuck. This thing actually dared to mock me. He glanced around and saw Wally, who was eager to try. Wally. Go! After hearing this, Wally rushed over directly. It held the head of the frost moose, and its huge bear paw came down directly. Paw! Paw! Minus 1,531. Minus 1,352. Minus 1,662. Minus 1,695. 5 consecutive slaps made the frost moose's nose and face swollen. And Wally's slaps also had the power of thunder and lightning, making it feel numb. The damage was not high, but it was extremely insulting. The frost moose on the ground had a flash of humiliation in its eyes, and raised its head to spray ice, to attack Wally. However, the snow bear saw the opportunity quickly, and directly slapped the moose's head, forcibly interrupting its attack. Then, it continued to paw. Paw! Paw! The frost moose's HP was reduced to less than 10,000, and it was almost dead after being beaten by Wally. Roar! Wally stepped on the frost moose's head, making a roar that shook the mountains and forests, as if it was the declaration of a winner. And the frost moose on the ground completely wilted. At this time, Chao Xing took out another scroll and said, I don't care if you can understand it or not, I will give you one last chance. Become my pet, and you can have a chance to survive. If you don't agree, I will let Wally beat you to death directly, and then kill you for meat. After hearing this, Wally on the side immediately raised his bare paw, preparing to beat him down. The frost moose saw Wally's action, and even showed some fear in its eyes. It was completely scared. Seeing this, Chao Xing directly used the 5th advanced pet contract. This time, the frost moose's eyes showed a struggle. After a moment, it seemed to compromise, and let out a mournful cry. Woo! At this time, Chao Xing's eyes gradually brightened. He seemed to have successfully established some kind of connection with the frost moose on the ground. The system prompt appears. Congratulations on the successful contract. Magical creature, Frost Moose LV47, level 5 leader becomes your pet, territory population +4. At this moment, Chao Xing's mouth curled up. Finally, the contract was successful. This magical creature, which is said to be untamable even by masters, became his pet. In his heart, he was very excited. This trip to the Tiger Mountains, the harvest has far exceeded his imagination. However, the surprises are not over yet. A system prompt appeared in front of Chao Xing again. Ding! Survivors. Please note, because you are the first survivor in the server to have a leader-level pet, you will receive a special reward. Soul Contract Scroll Orange. Soul Contract Scroll? What is this? Chao Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. However, since it is an epic quality scroll, the effect should not be too bad. With anticipation, he glanced at the attributes. Soul Contract Scroll Orange. Quality, Epic. Item effect. After use, you can force a unit, humanoid or beast, with a strength 10 levels lower than yours to sign the scroll, with a success rate of 100%, making its favorability or loyalty reach the maximum value directly, and you can extinguish the other party's soul at any time, controlling life and death. Note, this is a scroll developed by a legendary soul mage, used to control his slaves. Because he was too evil, this legendary mage was besieged by a large number of powerful people, and finally died unwillingly, and the method of making this scroll was lost. Hiss. At this moment, Chao Xing could not help but take a breath of cold air. The effect of this scroll is too fucking perverted. It can force the other party to sign a contract directly, and can also control the other party's life and death. It can be said that once it is used, the other party will live in Chao Xing's shadow for the rest of his life. No wonder those strong men want to besiege this legendary wizard. This kind of evil scroll should not exist in the world. If one day this legendary wizard breaks through to a higher level, and then uses this scroll in batches, and uses it on everyone, they will have trouble sleeping and eating. Although there is a restriction that it can only be used on creatures 10 levels lower than itself. But the value of this scroll is still immeasurable. Chao Xing took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and regained his composure. He glanced at the frost moose on the ground and found that it was still in an extremely weak state. Now, I'm going to start treating you. You stay still. Do you hear me? The frost moose fell to the ground dying, and then nodded slightly. Seeing that it could finally communicate, Chao Xing also smiled. Chao Xing did not apply permanent buff to it first, but said, Isabel, rebirth him. Mu Shui, holy healing. After hearing this, the two women raised their holy swords and staffs at the same time. Plus 15,784. Plus 6,723. Plus 15,784. Plus 15,784. 10 seconds later, the health of the frost moose was directly raised to about 170,000. It seemed to have regained its vitality, and shook its body from the ground, and stood up with difficulty. This guy looked at Wally next to him, with a trace of fear in his eyes, and anger. It seemed angry that it had dared to humiliate itself just now. Moo. The frost moose made a threatening sound. However, Chao Xing patted its head directly. Behave yourself. While it was not paying attention, he threw a special pet food green into the frost moose's mouth. At this moment, the anger towards Wally in the frost moose's eyes disappeared, and its dark green pupils suddenly widened. It swallowed it in one gulp, as if it had eaten some delicious food. Gulp. The next moment, the system prompt appeared. You fed your pet. Frost Moose Special Pet Rations. Loyalty plus 3, current loyalty, 53. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing said happily, Sure enough, the effect of this pet ration is still as overbearing as before. At this time, the Frost Moose looked at Chao Xing with eagerness, as if he wanted to taste that kind of human delicacy again. Chao Xing took out another green pet ration from his backpack. Want to eat? The Frost Moose nodded, and his saliva with ice crystals was about to flow out. If you want to eat, you will listen to me honestly from now on. Do you understand? The moose nodded again, and instantly became extremely obedient. It even took the initiative to move closer to Chao Xing, lowered its proud head, and gently rubbed his shoulder. Seeing this, Chao Xing also laughed. I remember that. Every pet can be named. He touched the head of the frost moose, and nodded. Not bad, starting today, you will be called Xiaolan. Chao Xing's naming style is as direct as ever, just simple, and easy to remember. Pet, frost moose named successfully. At the same time, this frost moose seemed to know its new name. Xiaolan. It made a gentle sound, seemingly very satisfied with the name. After this guy put away his ferocity, others also came over curiously. Everyone was also very curious about this beautiful female deer. Yes, this frost moose is female, which Chao Xing just discovered. Alyssa stroked the smooth blue hair on its thighs and exclaimed, Wow, Xiaolan's hair is so cool and smooth, so comfortable. Including several other girls, they also stretched out their slender hands and stroked the moose. Really, little Blue's fur is so smooth, it feels like touching silk. I want to touch it too. Little Blue did not resist at all, and even enjoyed the touch of everyone. Willowbear, who was standing next to him, had a look of contempt in his eyes. It seemed that he was mocking the moose, and was bribed in the blink of an eye. Chao-Shing smiled. Let's go, we are leaving. Since Johnard had already brought Dabai, escorted the cattle, and the light-feathered chickens to the foot of the mountain, so now they only needed to leave the mountain directly. However, Chao-Shing and Lu Mushua had no mounts, so they could only walk. For a moment, they felt a little uncomfortable. But it didn't matter, since they were walking very fast. As they walked, Chao-Shing took out pet food from his backpack to feed Xiaolan. This guy was unruly at first, but then he was completely conquered by the taste of pet food. He has been following Chao-Shing eagerly until now, especially when he saw him take out pet food. His eyes lit up. Chao-Shing was not stingy and fed him one by one. You fed the pet, Xiaolan, special pet rations, loyalty plus 3, current loyalty, 57. You fed the pet, Xiaolan, special pet rations, loyalty plus 5, current loyalty, 62. You fed. After consuming 4 consecutive pet rations, Xiaolan's loyalty directly increased to 72. It can be said that the loyalty has skyrocketed. And Chao-Shing looked at the backpack. There were still 17 purple pet rations. Do you want to feed 3 more directly, to max out Xiaolan's loyalty? This thing is quite precious. One costs more than 70,000 crowns, and it's not easy to get. And if you use it for fishing, you can even catch priceless fish such as golden salmon and emerald snapper. After thinking for a moment, Chao-Shing decided to feed it. After all, pets with full loyalty are very useful. They obey Chao-Shing's orders. So, Chao-Shing took out a purple pet ration from his backpack and fed it directly to Xiaolan. At this moment, it was like eating a delicious food for the first time. The 4 hooves were tense, and the smooth hair on its body was shaking slightly. It raised its antlers, and then shouted happily, "Moo moo!" The system prompt appeared. You fed the pet, Xiaolan. Special pet ration, purple, loyalty plus 10, current loyalty, 82. The effect of purple rations is very good, directly adding 10 points of loyalty. Wally, who was standing next to him, looked at Chao-Shing eagerly. Chao-Shing was happy, and threw a special pet ration, purple, directly to it. Although Wally's loyalty was full, it performed well today, so it was a reward. After Wally ate the pet ration, he had the same reaction as Xiaolan, and stood up excitedly, looking very happy. Chao-Shing smiled, took 2 more purple pet rations, and fed them all to Xiaolan. You fed the pet, Xiaolan. Special pet ration, purple, loyalty plus 10, current loyalty, 92. You fed the pet, Xiaolan. Special pet ration, purple, loyalty plus 10, current loyalty, 100. Loyalty is full. Unlock special functions. Ride. Seeing the system prompt, Chao-Shing also smiled. Very good, I've maxed out the loyalty. Now, I have a new mount. After taking 9 pet rations, 54 points of loyalty can be added directly. Almost any pet, as long as it is tamed by Chao-Shing, will have its loyalty maxed out. At this moment, the full loyalty Xiaolan became even more docile. If it was conquered by the taste of pet rations before, then Xiaolan is now completely submissive to Chao-Shing. And Chao-Shing came directly to it, and said, "Xiaolan, squat down." After receiving the order, the frost moose squatted down obediently. Chao-Shing turned over and jumped directly, and rode on its back. Haha, riding a moose. Compared to Dabai, the fur on Xiaolan's back is thicker and softer. No matter how cold it is, it's a bit cold to sit on it. But Chao-Shing's snow sparrow feathers emit heat, which can just offset it. It is not recommended for girls, who are having their period to ride. Mushue, come on up. After hearing this, the night beauty below also had a curious look in her eyes. Oh, okay. After saying that, Lu Mushua also sat on the back of the frost moose. As the sight rose, Xiaolan stood up again. Chao-Shing said happily, "Let's go," and prepared to return. Xiaolan took a step forward, and took Chao-Shing all the way forward. And on the way, Chao-Shing also asked everyone to throw various permanent states on Xiaolan. Anyway, it is now full of loyalty, and there is no worry that it will run away. In an instant, Xiaolan's aura surged a lot. From the original 5th order leader level combat power, it has at least been upgraded to the 5th order commander level, or even stronger. Now, if Xiaolan uses the skill Extreme Cold Breath, his lethality will soar. At this moment, Chao Xing suddenly had an idea and took out a life tree heart from the human face tree guard from his backpack and fed it to Xiaolan. This guy ate it again like eating candy beans. However, in addition to recovering a little health, he did not receive the system prompt of the increase in maximum health. Chao Xing thought for a moment, and then he understood the reason. This is because Xiaolan has passed the growth period and is now in its prime, so it is useless to feed it things that accelerate its growth. But it doesn't matter. After all, Xiaolan is already strong enough. Its extreme cold breath, combined with the destruction ray of the Earth Dragon Mecha, is simply a magical skill to clear the field, especially in large-scale battles. These two are Chao Xing's killer weapons. Crack! Crack! Along the way, various frozen leaves and broken branches were crushed by it. Xiaolan's steps were much lighter, which might be related to its habits. At this time, they came to a familiar area again, and they sensed the movement of fighting in front. According to Sarah, there were 3 parties fighting in that area, namely, Mole People, Cave Dwellers, and Snow Mountain Barbarians. The scene was very chaotic. Chao Xing thought to himself, good fellow. These Mole People haven't finished fighting yet? From the time they entered the deep mountains to now, almost 2 hours have passed. They are still fighting. This also made Chao Xing curious. These Mole People, Cave Dwellers, what exactly are they fighting for? Let's go and take a look. After saying that, Chao Xing controlled Xiaolan and slightly changed the direction. Everyone followed him. When they walked out of a forest, they saw an open space in front of them. A large number of Mole People and Cave Dwellers, holding knives, guns, sticks and clubs in their hands, were slashing at each other. They kept making low roars. Chiji. Chijiji. Oh oh oh. This was a real fight to the death. Every knife was aimed at the enemy's vitals. Poochie. The mole man's short sword pierced the caveman's heart. The caveman picked up the stone hammer in his hand and smashed the mole man's head. The Snow Mountain Barbarian next to him held a big knife and split his opponent in half from head to toe. They used various melee weapons to attack the enemy with all their strength. Puff puff puff. Blood kept spurting out, and even some broken limbs could be seen flying in it. The battle was quite tragic. However, Chao Xing felt that the state of these guys was a bit strange. Now, they were like Boji after he activated the Sunset Afterglow state. They didn't know the pain, and only knew to attack the enemy madly, even though he was stabbed dozens of times, and even had an arrow stuck in his eye socket. He was unaware. On the ground, there were already a lot of mutilated corpses. In such a cold mountain, their blood should have frozen before it flowed out. But the strange thing was that blood was constantly flowing out of the bodies of these creatures. It was as if the soil on the ground was absorbing the blood from these guys. Chao Xing frowned, and felt that something was not simple. He observed for a moment, and suddenly found something wrong. This battlefield, there are some strange totems arranged around. These totems seem to be irregular, but when connected together, you can still vaguely see the outline of a magic circle. Magic circle? The shouts and screams below continued to rise, making Chao Xing feel more and more that something was wrong. There was even a hint of chill behind him. Just then, Renice came to Chao Xing and said softly, "Lord, I sensed a dangerous breath on the top of the mountain over there." Hearing this, Chao Xing looked over. Not far away, there is an unknown mountain. There is a cliff at the top of the mountain. A moment later, a figure appeared on the edge of the cliff. She was wearing a black cloak, and her face could not be seen clearly. But from her standing posture and figure, it can be seen that she seems to be a woman. Chao Xing looked at her, and finally saw the other person's face vaguely. The woman looked very strange, with a delicate face with clear contours, and dark brown pupils with a coldness that ignored everything. Most importantly, her face was covered with 2 blue scales. He glanced at the attributes. Dragon Speaker? Level? Attributes? Talent? A mysterious and powerful existence. Please stay away as soon as possible. Dragon Speaker? At this moment, the figure on the cliff seemed to have discovered Chao Xing. When her eyes were cast, Chao Xing instantly felt as if he was being stared at by a prehistoric beast. A terrifying chill suddenly rose from behind, and a sense of crisis of death came. Chao Xing was about to turn around and run away with his men. Buzz! An invisible mental attack directly swept everyone. Chapter 297 The Dragon is Coming, Face the Terror. The next moment, the system prompt appears. Ding! You have been attacked by the mental attack of The thought of faith takes effect, you are immune to this attack. At this moment, Chaoxing suddenly came to his senses and said directly, "Go! Quick!" Without any hesitation, he led everyone to run at full speed behind him. Bang, bang, bang. Xiaolan took 4 steps and ran madly. At this moment, Chaoxing can be said to be the fastest runner since he came to this world. Xiaolan used a soaring leap, and each jump was 100 or 200 meters. Others ran without looking back. Chaoxing screamed in his heart while running. Who is that guy? She can launch a mental attack on us from such a distance. What is she doing here? Is that magic circle her work? How strong is this woman? Questions arose in his mind. However, Chaoxing had no intention to confirm it. He could only run with his men with his head down. Now, he just wanted to get away from here as soon as possible. Chaoxing even took out the Book of the Dead of Ascalon, and was ready to use it at any time. However, the mysterious dragon speaker didn't seem to catch up. Chaoxing ran for half an hour without stopping. Until he ran out of the mountains completely, he gradually breathed a sigh of relief. Huh? The chaotic team regrouped at the foot of a mountain. Everyone looked behind them with lingering fear. Because just now, everyone felt like they were shrouded in death. Elisa asked with a trembling voice, Lord, what was that just now? Chaoxing shook his head. I don't know. It should be some extremely powerful and terrifying person. Hearing this, everyone's face was a little heavy. Just now, the moment the woman saw them, she launched an attack without hesitation. If it weren't for the fact that Chaoxing and others all had the skill faith, I'm afraid everyone would have to stay there. At this moment, Zierda came out with 8 long legs and said, that woman is very powerful. I am afraid she is comparable to my peak combat power. As the Blood Spider Queen who once brought disaster to the region, Zierda has a strong combat power. Chaoxing asked, how strong were you in your peak period? Zierda said lightly, 8th level. Hearing this number, everyone looked at the enchanting Blood Spider Queen in surprise. After all, an 8th level strongman is rare even in a kingdom. Looking at the entire continent, they are not considered weak. Little Elisa was surprised. Wow! Sister Hilda was so powerful. The Blood Spider Queen's mouth curled up a strange arc. Isabel next to her was dismissive. Chaoxing shook his head and said, forget it. No matter how strong this guy is, she is probably doing something important and can't get away. Let's run away quickly. Everyone nodded, and then continued to walk forward. Chaoxing quickly dialed the communication device on his ear. Jonard, Josen, where are you? Zizi. Lord, we are waiting for you with the cattle at the place where we entered the mountain before. Hearing this, Chaoxing breathed a sigh of relief. Then he quickly joined them with his men. Jonard and Josen seemed to see that something was wrong with everyone's faces, and asked in confusion, Lord, what's wrong with you? Chaoxing shook his head. Let's leave here first, move faster. The two did not ask any more questions. Then, they took Dubai, along with nearly 100 bare-feathered chickens on its back, and the cattle behind them, and ran all the way back. Boom, boom, boom. They ran at full speed, and their running momentum was amazing. An hour later, they were nearly 100 kilometers away from the mountain. The feeling of being enveloped by danger finally dissipated. Chaoxing gradually breathed a sigh of relief. And at this moment, a very penetrating roar suddenly sounded behind him. Roar! The sound spread for hundreds of miles, and resounded through the sky. Chaoxing felt his blood surge. At this time, Burji Sun Chaser's face changed, and he said in a cold voice, Dragon roar. This is the cry of a giant dragon. After hearing this, the expressions of the people changed drastically. They turned their heads subconsciously to look. From afar, everyone saw that in the depths of the Tiger Mountains, it seemed that a huge shadow flew into the sky. It stretched out its huge dragon wings, and kept circling over the mountains. Roar! The loud roar resounded for hundreds of kilometers around. In the mountains, countless birds and beasts crawled on the ground and trembled constantly. On this day, a giant dragon was born in the Tiger Mountains. It alarmed countless powerful people nearby. Chaoxing and others, after seeing the giant dragon, almost didn't look back, and ran forward with their heads down. During the run, the Goblin Lock couldn't help it anymore and exclaimed loudly, God of the Crypt. What did I see? A giant dragon. Oh my god. There are actually living giant dragons in the Tiger Mountains. This is incredible. I feel like I'm dreaming. Including others. They were also shocked and haven't recovered yet. Chaoxing, also understood the purpose of the dragon speaker they met in the mountains. She was summoning a dragon. Or, she was awakening the dragon in the mountains. Qiaoxing didn't know why she wanted to awaken the dragon, but it was obvious that the dragon was not her enemy. Because Qiaoxing saw a shadow on the dragon's back, it was the dragon speaker. It's really scary, the dragon speaker is so powerful, and now he's summoned a dragon to be his mount. With the strength of this man and dragon, it's probably enough to easily destroy a giant city. Qiaoxing sighed. The others nodded in agreement. Just when they had run hundreds of kilometers and thought they were safe, Qiaoxing suddenly noticed that a black spot appeared in the sky behind him. The black spot rapidly enlarged in his field of vision. The dragon wings stretched out, and its huge body. Qiaoxing's pupils shrank immediately. Fuck! That woman is chasing us with a giant dragon. Run! Hearing this, everyone's face changed drastically. As mentioned before, this dragon speaker is extremely powerful. And now there is a giant dragon. Even Hilda in her prime is no match for her. At this moment, everyone began to use all their strength to run. Bang! 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 Dubai madly stepped on his four hooves. And Xiaolan and Wally next to him also ran at their fastest speed. Everyone was anxious. They ran. If they were caught up by the dragon, they would definitely die. However, no matter how fast they moved, they could not compete with that terrifying creature. In the blink of an eye, the dragon's figure quickly approached. I only felt a deathly sense of crisis coming from behind. Qiaoxing was also complaining in his heart. Damn it! This woman is so stingy. Didn't she just glance at you? She actually flew out of the mountains to chase me. Although he cursed, Qiaoxing was also thinking about how to deal with it. This woman is too strong. I don't know if the Ascalon undead army summon can hold her back for a while. If possible, I can use this time to run to a nearby city, hoping that some hidden strongman will take action to stop this dragon. Although in this way, Duke Palatine and others may be in danger, and the residents in the city will also be implicated. But there is no other way. From beginning to end, Qiaoxing never gave up the hope of survival. As long as there is a slight chance of survival, he will take a chance. He quickly took out the Book of the Dead of Ascalon from his backpack and prepared to summon it. And at this moment, the blue dragon used some unknown means to increase its speed instantly. Like a blue lightning, it cut through the sky and arrived above everyone's head in the blink of an eye. Less than 500 meters away from them, the terrifying dragon's might descended. They also saw the appearance of the dragon. It was a water blue dragon with scales as hard as crystal, emitting dazzling brilliance under the sun. The huge dragon wings stretched out to nearly 70 to 80 meters. And the pair of dragon claws had a chilling light that was breathtaking. Its mere presence brought a sense of oppression of death. At this moment, Assam, Andrew, Sarah, Rennies, all the loyal people on the field, including Lu Mushua next to him, all stood in front of Qiaoxing. They wanted to use their lives to help Qiaoxing buy time to escape. And the Book of the Dead in his hand began to turn pages quickly. Hua la la. The terrifying undead aura was released crazily. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. No need to summon. If I want to kill you, you are already dead. On the field, everyone was silent for a moment. A figure gradually appeared above the dragon's head. She was wearing a simple plain robe, with a pair of dragon horns on her forehead, which made her face full of strange beauty. It was the dragon speaker. Qiaoxing also stopped summoning the Book of the Dead of Ascalon, as she said, if she wanted to kill herself. At this distance, the dragon's dragon wing would be able to wipe out their entire army. No, it may take 4 or 5 breaths of dragon's breath. After all, Qiaoxing and others have too many ways to save their lives. Who? The blue dragon flapped its wings, stirred up a strong wind, and slowly landed. Then, the dragon speaker stood opposite Qiaoxing. Qiaoxing frowned. What do you want to do? Let me make it clear first. We have never seen you. And I have not seen you perform any summoning ceremony. We have forgotten everything that happened today. Hearing this, the woman opposite still looked very indifferent. She opened her red lips slightly and said lightly, since you dodged my first attack and survived, you already have a chance to survive. I came to you because I sensed a familiar breath on you. Qiaoxing was a little confused. He didn't know if there was anything on him that was related to this dragon speaker. Or was it related to the giant dragon? What is it? The woman continued to reply, the mountain god of the Borealis Mountains. Hearing this, Qiaoxing suddenly remembered something. Then, He took out a beating heart from his backpack. And on it was a face with closed eyes. It was a special item. The corrupted heart that he found after he killed the Goblin King. According to the system, this corrupted heart can allow people to switch to a hidden profession. You can also go deep into the mountains and summon the fallen mountain god, which involves a hidden mission. However, this fallen mountain god is extremely powerful, and even the system reminds you not to get close to it before level 60. Is this it? Xiaoxing asked. The dragon speaker saw the heart in his hand, and her pupils shrank slightly. She nodded gently. Yes, give it to me. This woman was very frugal with words, and she didn't seem to want to say a word. Xiaoxing thought for a moment. This woman looked like she could talk, so he asked his question boldly. What do you want this thing for? To kill him. The woman still said a shocking word lightly. Everyone on the field was shocked. That was a mountain god. In this world, anything involving the word God would be extremely terrifying. But this woman said lightly that she was going to kill this mountain god. Her tone was just like saying, go kill a pheasant on the roadside. Xiaoxing secretly swore that he would be so awesome in the future and kill gods whenever he was told to. As if knowing their confusion, the other party explained, he is not a real god, not even a false god, but just a relatively powerful special existence, because he can control the mountain spirit of the entire wind snowfield mountains. Under the beliefs of those ignorant humans, this guy was pushed to the position of mountain god. It was also him who imprisoned Seraphis. The dragon under his feet made a low voice and turned his head to look at the woman on his back. Xiaoxing's eyes showed a look of realization. One last question. If I give you this thing, what can I get? Yes, Xiaoxing certainly would not give her the thing for nothing. Even if the other party has the power to destroy them, it is not possible for Xiaoxing to get it for free. In fact, it is mainly because he saw that this woman can communicate, so he thought about whether he could get some wool from her. When he heard the conditions, the cold face of this woman, for the first time, showed a curve. The smile bloomed in an instant, full of fascinating and enchanting. You are an interesting human being. Take it. After saying that, the woman threw something like a totem directly over. Obtain. Dragon Speaker Summoning Totem *1. What is this? Xiaoxing asked in confusion. My summoning totem, after injecting magic power into it, I will sense your location, and then rush over as quickly as possible to help you once. Xiaoxing was shocked instantly. Good fellow, isn't this the same thing as the Book of the Dead of Ascalon? It actually made an existence of this level take action. Xiaoxing's heart instantly showed ecstasy. You know, this woman is much more terrifying than the Duke of Paladin. At least an existence of the 8th level, plus the giant dragon under her feet. It is enough to easily destroy a huge city. With this powerful trump card, I can even walk sideways in the snowy plains. This corrupt heart is worth it. Xiaoxing immediately decided to stop while he was ahead. He threw the heart in his hand to her. The woman grabbed it, and then turned around without hesitation. Whoosh whoosh. The dragon flapped its wings and flew into the sky. Looking at the figure in the sky, Xiaoxing sighed in his heart. Damn, it's so cool. It turns out that in this world, there are really dragon speakers who can control dragons. Even this creature can be tamed and used as a mount, so fucking cool. When I become awesome in the future, I will also get a dragon as a mount. Xiaoxing thought secretly. This is not a fantasy. With his development speed, Xiaoxing felt that he would be able to reach the level of that woman in the near future. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something, and hurriedly asked loudly, how fast do you mean by the fastest speed? If the totem is used, this woman will arrive in 1 or 2 hours. Xiaoxing happened to encounter a life and death moment. When she arrives, he will probably be dead. A cold voice came from above. Within the Ice Crystal Kingdom. Within 10 seconds. Hearing this, Xiaoxing also breathed a sigh of relief. 10 seconds was still acceptable. However, this indirectly shows how terrifying this woman is. As long as it is within the kingdom, it only takes a few seconds. You know, if Xiaoxing crosses the kingdom, even if she runs day and night, it will take at least a month. So, this woman should have other means of movement. The dragon rider stepped on the back of the giant dragon and quickly flew away. After Xiaoxing recovered, he quickly forgot the shock he had just received and became delighted. Damn it. I thought I was dead. I didn't expect that he actually got such a powerful trump card. And he had fought for this trump card himself. Obviously, with the woman's personality, if Xiaoxing didn't take the initiative to ask, She would never give him such an important thing. Thinking of this, Chaoxing seemed very excited. The others were still a little frightened, because all of them had just walked through the gates of hell. Sarah and Assam were staring at the direction where the woman left, not knowing what they were thinking. Chaoxing comforted, "Okay, we are all fine. Let's go home now." When everyone heard the latter sentence, the solemnity on their faces gradually disappeared, and turned into a gentle smile, including the cloud yak and the light feathered chicken, who were so scared by the arrival of the dragon just now that they dared not move at all. They gradually became active at this moment. Elisa lay on Wally's back and said happily, "Great. Finally. We can go home. Captain Elisa will be able to drink lots of milk soon. The Lord promised me." Chaoxing was speechless. This little girl remembered this kind of thing very well. Tom Choo-Choo, who was sitting in the cockpit of the mecha, said, "Sister Elisa, Choo-Choo also wants to drink milk. Choo-Choo wants to grow taller quickly." "Sure. Choo-Choo will come with me." In the innocent discussion of the two little girls, the tension in everyone's hearts gradually dissipated. "Let's go back home." Then, they took the cattle, a large number of light-feathered chickens, and a frost moose, and headed for their own territory. They advanced for nearly 100 kilometers. Chaoxing and his companions were about to return to their own territory. Then, he vaguely heard, from the depths of the Borealis Mountains, a loud noise, followed by a scream. Everyone's expression changed slightly. However, everyone kept a tacit understanding about the mysterious dragon speaker, and did not mention it again. Half an hour later, they had seen the brightly lit, warm-looking territory in the distance. Elisa, who was lying on Wally's back, was surprised and asked, "Huh? How come I haven't been back for just a few days? And our territory seems to have changed a lot? Why did the walls of the territory turn white? Wow! There are many little goblins as ugly as the goblin uncle." When the goblin locked next to him heard this, his face suddenly darkened. Chaoxing smiled. The reason why the city wall turned white was naturally because Duan and his team upgraded the intermediate city wall to the intermediate frost city wall. Not only is the defense higher, but there is also a halo effect. "Let's go. Let's go back," Chaoxing said. As the sky gradually darkened, the people in the territory also returned from the wild one after another. As Chaoxing approached, the gate of the territory automatically recognized his identity as the Lord. At the same time, the sharp-eyed De Zhuang saw Chaoxing and others at a glance, and immediately said in surprise, "Oh! The Lord is back. Come out quickly. Welcome the Lord." Hearing this, a large number of staff members quickly walked out of the room, and then stood aside respectfully. Chaoxing rode a frost moose through the crowd. Every step the moose took left a white chill on the spot, which looked extremely magical. At the same time, they also noticed the large group of blue and white cloud yaks following behind Chaoxing. Then, they saw the nearly 100 light-feathered chickens on Debai's back that glowed like light bulbs. Everyone's eyes gradually showed shock. They seemed to wonder how their lord could bring back so many cows and chickens after just going out. Old Mel rushed over first and said with a shocked face, "Gods above! These are cloud yaks. There are so many of them. Lord, did you catch all of these?" Chaoxing nodded slightly. Old Mel was even more shocked. "Oh my god! The resources produced by a cloud yak are unimaginable. There are so many of them here. Just relying on the resources produced by these cloud yaks and light-feathered chickens, we can support the construction of a small city in our territory." Chapter 298 Returning to the Territory, Magical Vines. Old Mel exclaimed, "You can catch so many of these sacred creatures. You are really a lord favored by the goddess of luck." As members of Chaoxing's territory, they all know how amazing the value of cloud yaks is. In addition, they have established a long-term cooperative relationship with the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce, which is equivalent to having a fixed source of income every month. It can be said that Chaoxing does nothing next. Relying on these yaks and light-feathered chickens, he can make a fortune. Elisa, who was sitting on Volibear's back, jumped down and said proudly, "Father, I found these yaks. And those bare-feathered chickens. I also found them. Isn't Elisa amazing?" Hearing this, Old Mel was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized, "So you went out these days to find cattle?" "Yes. Yes." Old Mel looked at Chaoxing, and then at Elisa. He didn't blame the little girl. Instead, he said with emotion, "She has really grown up." Chaoxing said, "Mr. Mel, please take care of these cattle. With so many yaks and bare-feathered chickens, Your workload will increase a lot. If you are too busy, remember to tell me, and I will send someone to help you." After hearing this, Old Mel smiled and shook his head and said, "No trouble. Respected Lord, I have never seen so many cloud yaks and light-feathered chickens in my life. You are really so powerful." Chao-Shing smiled. "It's nothing. In the future, there will be more and more of these magical creatures in our territory. Si Zhuang, take people to lead the cattle into our cowshed. And these light-feathered chickens, also lock them up in a cowshed separately. Be careful not to let them run away. These chickens are very ferocious. Bra and Assam, you go over and help." After hearing this, the three of them straightened up immediately. "Yes, Lord." The next moment, the 4 strong led the 5th to 8 strong, led the cattle into Bai, and walked towards the cowshed. Assam and Braun followed on both sides. After a while, Chao-Shing asked people to take the frost moose and to Bai to their resting place. Tong Chuchu's mecha also entered the mechanical factory. After all these powerful fighting forces were arranged, Chao-Shing said, "Chao Yi, report today's work progress." The leader Chao Yi stepped forward and said respectfully, "Lord, according to your instructions, today we have manufactured 2 more transport vehicles in the machinery factory, and also found time to build a logging robot, and it has already started working in the nearby grove. This kind of robot is very efficient in collecting wood. Their electric saws can cut down a big tree in a few seconds. It can even cut the wood in the wild and transport it directly back to the territory." Chao-Shing nodded with satisfaction after hearing this, and then continued, "In the future, Lock Rich will be in charge of the machinery factory. If you need to manufacture any machinery, just notify him directly. Lock, come out." Hearing Chao-Shing calling him, the goblin hiding behind the earth dragon mecha came out, facing the gazes of the crowd. The goblin seemed a little embarrassed. After taking a look at him, the chieftain Chao Yi said politely, "Hello, Mr. Locke." He extended his right hand. The goblin craftsman seemed a little embarrassed, but still shook hands with him. The chieftain Chao Yi smiled and said, "Mr. Locke, you will be our companion from now on. You will serve our lord like other goblins." Hearing this, the goblin Locke also came back to his senses. He looked at Chao-Shing, and then asked the question he wanted to know most. "Lord, I want to know why there are so many goblin laborers in our territory. We goblins usually live in the southern continent, and there are very few goblins serving human lords." Chao-Shing replied, "Don't get me wrong, these goblin laborers were not captured by us, but I won them through formal channels. Moreover, they live very well in our territory." Hearing this, the goblins also replied, "This goblin, we were indeed bought by the Lord normally. The Lord is very good to us, providing us with a warm shelter, and ensuring our safety while working. There is even fresh bread and broth every day, which is much better than our life in the tribe. Yes, you see, I have only been in this territory for a few days, and I have gained a lot of weight." The goblins chattered non-stop. When Lockrich heard the goblins' praise for this territory, his face was full of surprise. He could see that these goblins were not saying flattering words just because the Lord was here, because these goblins all had happy expressions on their faces. As a fellow goblin, Lockrich knew better than them how bad the environment in which the goblins usually lived was. Except for some goblins like them, who had integrated into civilized society. Most goblins were living a relatively primitive life. Their homes are in dark and damp underground or caves. Because they cannot see the sun for a long time, they generally have a short lifespan. As the lowest level of goblins, goblin laborers have a hard life. They stay in the mines almost 24 hours a day, eating, drinking, defecating and urinating in the mines. Only occasionally will they be given a day off to go back and visit their wives and children. The gems dug out will also be taken away by the supervisors. And those goblins who take away their gems will use these gems to trade with merchants on the surface in exchange for some meager supplies to continue the survival of the tribe. However, as the saying goes, there is no business without fraud. Every time these merchants buy gems from goblins, they will lower the price to an extremely low level and deduct their supplies. For these merchants, they control the source of sales, and those goblins can only trade with them. Aren't they just letting them exploit them? The goblins naturally understand this. So some of them are brave enough to walk out of the underground and sell the gems themselves, so as not to be exploited by those merchants. During this period, they naturally experience many difficulties. If the history of the development of the goblins is to be told in detail, it would take 3 days and 3 nights to finish. But in the end, they still overcame these difficulties. Then, there was the role of the goblin merchant. As the number of goblin merchants increased, they established a chamber of commerce. The overall living standards of the tribe have improved. However, only the living standards of the middle and upper classes of the goblins have improved. For the hard laborers at the bottom, there is still no change. They still have to stay in the dim underground for 24 hours a day, devoting themselves to the development of the entire tribe. So, in this territory, this lord not only provides these goblin laborers with housing, but also provides them with rich food. This is simply incredible. Even the most prosperous goblin tribe cannot give these laborers such treatment. At this moment, he respectfully saluted Chao Xing. You are such a kind lord. May the god of the crypt bless you. Lock Rich. I will work for you wholeheartedly in the future. Because of your words and deeds, you have moved the people of the territory, Lock Rich. The other party's loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty, 71. Chao Xing smiled, and then nodded slightly. It's okay, you should go and rest now. Chao Yi, you take him to arrange a place to stay first, and then take him to the mechanical factory tomorrow to familiarize himself with the environment. Yes, my kind lord. After that, Chao Yi took Lock Richie to arrange a place to stay. At this time, Duan came over and reported, Lord, according to your instructions, after we built the Kaoshi today, we started to upgrade the city wall with all our strength. Currently, more than 70% of the city wall has been upgraded to the frost wall, and it is expected that all upgrades will be completed tomorrow. In addition, the furnace has been upgraded to level 17 by us, and your lord's mansion has also been upgraded to level 7. Duan's series of reports also made Chao Xing happy again. Well done, Duan. Your efficiency is still as high as ever. Duan said respectfully, it is our honor to contribute to the territory. De Zhuan next to him also came to report, Lord. Today according to your instructions, we drove the transport vehicle to the mine. However, it was occupied by a group of mole people. Hearing this, Chao Xing was also slightly stunned. Last time, the group of mole people were driven away by them. But they didn't expect them to come back so soon. It seems that the resources in the mine are very attractive to them. De Zhuan continued, but please rest assured, Lord, our centaur warriors are all very powerful, and they easily dealt with the mole people. That mine now belongs to us. In addition, the goblins are very efficient in mining. Today they mined a large amount of iron ore, copper ore, and a small amount of magic crystal ore, which almost filled 3 transport vehicles. The amount mined in one day is even comparable to the efficiency of the past 4 or 5 days. We have transported all the ores back, and are now sorting them in the ore processing plant. After hearing this, Chao Xing also felt happy. This is the benefit of the transport vehicle. With the efforts of more than 100 goblin laborers, he can obtain a large amount of mineral resources every day. And these resources are the foundation for the territory to develop from a small settlement to a town. Chao Xing nodded slightly and praised, well done, De Zhuang. And the goblin laborers are also working hard. Receiving praise from their lord, everyone's faces showed happy smiles. Then, Chao Xing continued, okay, you have worked hard during the day, now go back and rest. Yes, Lord. The crowd gradually dispersed. Soon, Chao Xing was the only one left here. He was also thinking about what he would do next. This time, I got a powerful altar of the god warrior in that camp, which allowed all my warriors to break through to the 4th level. That is to say, those Ascalon warriors, Boar warriors, and Centaur warriors can all break through. However, this thing requires too many materials to break through. 50,000 crowns alone, 1,000 food and 100 mithril, and 10 high-level element crystals. Chao Xing looked at his territory, and the reserves of these supplies in his backpack. Coins, 5.74 million. Food, 127,321. Mithril, 3,512. Advanced element crystals, 743. It's broken. All 4 materials are seriously insufficient. The resources I have can allow at most more than 30 warriors to break through to the 4th level. The most lacking are mithril and food. Although in comparison, the resources consumed to allow a 3rd level warrior to break through to the 4th level can be said to be very few. After all, a heart of advanced power is worth far more than this. But Chao Xing has too many warriors. In total, there are at least 240 people. If all of them want to break through, the resources consumed are huge. And he is also thinking about how to obtain a large amount of resources in a short time. The two materials, mithril and advanced element crystal, should be available in the trading market. But the two materials, food and crown, can only be obtained from the natives. After all, now, everyone knows the importance of food, which can be said to be the foundation of a territory. And crown can be used to buy food, equipment, and even various secret medicines in towns, which is equivalent to a universal currency. So, if there is a caravan passing by me recently, I will sell a batch of resources produced in the territory, and almost all the resources can be gathered. If there is no caravan, it doesn't matter. At worst, I can go to Malign City to sell it myself. Anyway, Yaskin has almost established a foothold there. Chaoxing quickly thought of the future plan. Next, let's go see how many secret medicines and arrows Francesca and Harold have made. Then go to the market to trade and exchange for resources. Just as Chaoxing was about to go to the blacksmith shop, he suddenly felt a strong vibration under his feet, which even shook his body. Boom! What's going on? Another earthquake? Chaoxing looked puzzled. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. Your territory plant, giant vines have grown successfully. When he saw the system prompt, the doubts on Chaoxing's face disappeared, and turned into a face full of surprise. This giant vine has grown so quickly. Haha. That's great. After all, this is the second orange quality plant in his territory. The pale tree gave him great help. The epic level giant vine also had a magical effect. So, with excitement, Chaoxing quickly came to the back garden area of his territory. The tree spirit sisters also sensed the growth and had arrived here in advance. After seeing Chaoxing coming, the two girls bowed slightly again. Chaoxing asked, "Did you also sense that the vine had grown?" Juliet replied softly, "Yes, dear lord. I feel that there is a magical breath under our territory." "Okay, then let's go and take a look together." With the two tree spirit beauties, they came to the side of the pale tree. There are a lot of golden sunflowers growing here. Even at night, it emits a faint golden light, making this place sacred. At the other end of the back garden, there is a huge vine that breaks out of the ground. Although only the head is exposed, one can still imagine how big this thing is. Moreover, Chaoxing has a vague feeling that the vine exposed above the ground is just the tip of the iceberg. Its larger size is hidden underground. When Chaoxing approaches, a system prompt appears. Do you want to bind the giant vine? After binding, you will establish a spiritual connection with it, and can control the vine to move underground. Seeing the prompt, Chaoxing thought for a moment. Then he directly clicked yes. The next moment, he felt that he had established a spiritual connection with some kind of life under the soil. He could clearly sense the other party's existence, and the size of the other party. And when Chaoxing sensed the complete form of this vine, he was immediately shocked. Wow, so big! In his perception, this is an extremely huge giant vine, which is not inferior to the pale tree on the ground in terms of size, or even bigger. And it has more than one vine. It is rooted in the ground by a huge main vein, and has branched out into thousands of vines. Like a tentacle, it moves underground. If Chaoxing had not established a spiritual connection with this plant, he would never have imagined that there were such a bunch of huge creatures under his territory. It is the same guardian of the territory as the pale tree, but one guards the surface of the territory, and the other guards the underground of the territory. It's outrageous, and this huge vine looks like it's still in its growth stage, and it will continue to grow. It will probably grow into a giant plant in the future. Next, I have to try the control method of this vine. As his mind moved, Chaoxing felt the soil under his feet begin to tremble. 3 or 4 vines moved quickly in the soil below like earth dragons. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the location designated by Chaoxing, which was the area where golden sunflowers were planted. Try to cut it. At this moment, 3 or 4 vines surrounded the golden sunflower, cutting the area where it was rooted and the nearby soil. Those vines looked fragile, but cutting the cold frozen soil was easier than cutting tofu with a blade. Wow! So this is how you move these buildings on the ground. Just cut the soil underneath the building, and then move it? Interesting. Chaoxing manipulated 4 vines together, and directly lifted up the soil where the golden sunflower was planted. Then, he manipulated several other vines, and on the other side of the territory, he cut out a pit of almost the same size. He directly moved the golden sunflower and the soil into the pit. In the blink of an eye, the golden sunflower moved to another place to grow. As the vines below began to move the soil, The soil of the sunflower soon merged with the surrounding soil, and there was no trace of splicing. Xiaoxing was happy. This method of transfer is really convenient. Neve and Juliet looked at each other, and there was strong surprise in their beautiful eyes. Sister, this vine is really magical. Juliet also nodded lightly. Yes, it can actually cut the soil and move underground, helping to transfer plants and buildings. Even in our holy forest, I have never seen such a magical plant. At this time, Xiaoxing was still immersed in the joy of transferring the sunflower. After understanding the operation method, Xiaoxing decided to try to move a larger building. So, he set his sights on an intermediate element arrow tower. In the distance, this arrow tower was built the earliest, and was almost in the center of the territory. With the expansion and continuous construction of the territory, it was also stuck in a pile of buildings, which looked a bit abrupt. And because of the insufficient range, this arrow tower was basically useless at ordinary times. Following his thoughts, at least a dozen vines moved underground, and soon came to the bottom of the element arrow tower. Then, the tip of the vines, like a blade, began to cut the soil around the arrow tower. Swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, a square area of about 25 square meters was cut out. Then, as more than a dozen vines under the ground began to move, this huge arrow tower, together with the soil below it, was directly lifted up. Hua la la. The sight of a building more than 10 meters high being lifted into the air was amazing. Xiaoxing also controlled the vines, holding this intermediate element arrow tower, moving quickly, and soon arrived at the edge of the city wall. And as he manipulated other vines to cut, a square earth pit of the same size appeared at the foot of the city wall. He put the arrow tower directly down, and then merged with the surrounding soil. The movement of the arrow tower was declared a success, and when the monsters attacked the territory, the arrow tower could play a role. Ha ha. This is too convenient. Xiaoxing was surprised. You know, if it was a normal demolition and reconstruction, it would take at least 40 minutes to dismantle this intermediate element arrow tower, then rebuild a primary element arrow tower, and then upgrade it to an intermediate element arrow tower. The round trip would take at least 2 workers nearly 10 hours of work. And now, with this huge vine, Xiaoxing completed the transfer operation in just 1 minute. You can imagine how much help this thing will bring to the territory. Chapter 299 Hidden Dangers in the Ancient Battlefield, the Army of the Undead. Xiaoxing manipulated the vines at will. How does he feel now? It's as if his territory has become a 3D plane map, and he can move the buildings in the territory at will, including residential houses, sewing shops, blacksmith shops, etc. He can move them however he wants, just need to lay the land afterwards, and clean up the broken soil. Xiaoxing suddenly had an idea. Since the sewing shop and the blacksmith shop can be moved, then can the furnace and the Lord's mansion be moved? If it can be done, then Xiaoxing will have more room for operation. If he gets into trouble outside in the future, his enemies will come to seek revenge. He could even run away with his own territory. When Xiaoxing controlled the vines underground, he approached the furnace and the Lord's mansion. He found something regrettable. Even the huge vines could not shake these 2 buildings at all. The same was true for the soil below. After the vines were cut, it did not move at all. Seeing this, Xiaoxing thought to himself, as the core buildings of the territory, the furnace and the Lord's mansion cannot be moved. Right? Obviously, this is the power of the system. Force the furnace and the Lord's mansion to be fixed in one place, so that the survivors cannot easily move their territory. He also gave up this idea. Forget it. Let's develop here. Anyway, the terrain around my territory is not bad. Next, Xiaoxing began to continue to familiarize himself with the control of this huge vine. He rearranged the sentry tower and the elemental arrow tower, and moved the dormant ancient war tree outside the territory. Xiaoxing had a lot of fun. Half an hour later, Xiaoxing could basically control these vines. At this time, he suddenly had another idea. Downward. The next moment, the main vein of this huge vine grew rapidly downward. Boom! All the frozen soil, gravel, and even some metal minerals along the way were broken by its brute force. 500 meters. 1,000 meters. 1,500 meters. This huge vine continued to go deeper. In Xiaoxing's perception, the geological layer here seemed to have changed, and the soil became a little moist, extending to about 2,000 meters underground. This huge vine seemed to have finally reached its limit. 2 kilometers. Is that the maximum length of the vine? However, it was enough for him. You know, Chaoxing's territory is only 1 kilometer in diameter. According to this length, Chaoxing can almost expand the territory to 3 or 4 kilometers in diameter. The area of the territory has increased dramatically. And the most important thing is that this vine will continue to grow over time. In the future, even if Chaoxing builds a huge city, as long as this vine is there, he can change the layout of the territory at will. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction. Very good, this way, we can start the second round of territory expansion. But not now, everyone is resting now. Let's wait until tomorrow. At this time, Juliet and Neve also approached. They had just been standing by, watching Chaoxing control the vines, with surprise flashing in their beautiful eyes. As a botanist, Juliet also knew how magical this plant was, and how much help it could bring to the territory. The huge vines could grow so quickly, in addition to various acceleration props, and also inseparable from the care of the sisters. The two girls also had a peaceful smile on their faces. Juliet said softly, "Lord, in addition to this vine, the twilight vine you asked me to plant last time has also grown. And according to your instructions, the twilight vine that has grown has been transferred to the well." After hearing this, Chaoxing looked at his farmland area. There was a newly dug well next to it. There was a hazy mist floating at the wellhead, and it was still emitting a faint light. It was as if something magical was glowing in the well. Not bad. Not bad. With the twilight vine, this well will be transformed from an ordinary well into a twilight spring. According to the system, this spring water also has a purification effect. In this way, the only material for making holy water is the last kind of aurora grass. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction, and then praised Juliet. "Neve, you have worked hard. The development of the territory cannot be separated from your contribution." Juliet whispered, "We are also very happy to be able to help the Lord." "Yes. Yes, Lord. Just rest assured to leave all kinds of plants to us. Neve and sister are very capable." At this moment, the two girls had a peaceful smile on their faces. Chaoxing noticed. The cool moonlight at night shone down, shining a layer of luster on their already fair skin. They were so beautiful. This also made him unable to help but watch for a while longer. Facing Chaoxing's gaze, Juliet and Neve's cheeks were slightly red, holding each other's hands, and seemed a little nervous. And at this moment, Chaoxing suddenly took out two things from his backpack. These were two dresses. One of the dresses was like a blooming tulip. The gorgeous color and exquisite tailoring complemented each other, and the pearl decoration on the neckline was like dew in the morning, exuding a warm luster. The other dress seemed to be woven with moonlight, with a light and elegant color like a quiet lake. And the lace on the skirt was like a dancing butterfly, light and agile. The two girls were immediately attracted by these two beautiful clothes. Juliet exclaimed, "Wow! What beautiful clothes!" Neve next to her also echoed, "Yes. Yes. I haven't worn such beautiful clothes." The tree spirits are a group of people living in the jungle. For them, the best clothes are the leaves of the sacred tree. When Chaoxing first met these tree spirits, the clothes they wore were also woven with leaves. But it is a woman's nature to love beauty. This is also true for these guardians. So after seeing this beautiful dress, the two sisters couldn't take their eyes away. Chaoxing smiled and said, "For you. I think these two dresses are very suitable for you." After hearing this, the two girls smiled with surprise at the same time. Then, they asked unconfidently, "Lord, is this really for us? We have never worn such beautiful clothes. Will we not be worthy of it?" But Chaoxing shook his head and said, "No. With your beauty, how could you not be worthy of wearing such clothes?" Hearing Chaoxing's praise and encouragement, the unconfidence on the faces of the two girls disappeared, and their faces turned slightly red. Chaoxing continued calm. "Take it." They also gathered their courage and came to Chaoxing. Neve took the pale yellow dress, and Juliet took the silver white one. They stretched out their white hands and rubbed them carefully, and some of them couldn't let go. Little Neve said happily, "I have seen that beautiful witch sister wearing it before. It was very beautiful. I didn't expect that I could wear such a beautiful dress." "Thank you, Lord." Chaoxing smiled and said, "I'm glad you like it." At this time, Juliet and Neve looked at each other. Then they came over together and hugged Chaoxing's waist. Chaoxing felt the two soft bodies in his arms, and a faint fragrance penetrated into his nose. Because the tree spirits have been dealing with plants for many years, their bodies have a peculiar plant fragrance. The two girls said shyly, This is also our way of thanking our family. Chaoxing also smiled after hearing this, and let them hug him. He stroked their soft hair with both hands. After a moment, Juliet said softly, Lord, let's continue to work. The ice thorn bindweed seeds you brought back last time haven't been planted yet. Next time we have time, we will wear it for you to see. Juliet said the last sentence very quietly, but Chaoxing still heard it. He nodded. Okay, you go. After that, the two girls reluctantly let go of Chaoxing's waist. And Chaoxing also left here. After leaving the back garden, Chaoxing was in a good mood. After all, it's hard not to be happy to have such a magical plant all of a sudden, while walking leisurely in the territory. At the same time, he was ready to open the chat channel to see the chats of the survivors. After all, today, there was a system announcement when they went out. The army of the Ice Crystal Kingdom has arrived and summoned the majority of survivors to participate in the next siege battle. Chaoxing thought to himself, I don't know how the battle in Dwellin Lake City is going after a day, and whether the two sides have fought, or has it been over. And at this moment, Chaoxing suddenly saw the gate of the territory open, and a tall creature with a cat-like head came back. Exhausted, it was the Black Smoke Shaman, brought Sulfur Stone. Chaoxing hurried forward and asked, Blot, did you just come back? Blot said respectfully, Yes, respected lord, according to your instructions, I went to the ancient battlefield to explore. However, the situation is a little different from what we expected. Different? Yes. Blot nodded. There are indeed traces of an ancient battlefield there, and there are many broken weapons, and occasionally some 3rd and 4th level corpse monsters and undead. But the level of these monsters is not high, I just solved them, and I am going to explore the center of the ancient battlefield ahead. Then, I saw a passage leading to the underground in the central area. Chaoxing was even more confused. Underground passage? Do you mean the real ancient battlefield is underground? Blot nodded again. Yes, I walked down this passage, and found an extremely wide underground space below. In addition to the traces of war, there are also a terrifying number of undead, so powerful. Some of the undead among them even brought me a strong sense of crisis. Hearing this, Chaoxing also frowned. Blot is now a 4th level leader, and with his powerful state, even a 5th level leader cannot pose a threat to him. And it can make him feel a sense of crisis, which means that there may be undead above level 6 in that ancient battlefield. Good guy. You know, even the Duke of Palatine only has the strength of a 5th level commander. How strong would the 6th level undead be? Blot continued later. I was worried that these undead would pose a threat to our territory. So I observed there for a long time, and found that this group of undead seemed unable to come to the ground for some reason. Then I hurried back, and reported the news to the Lord. Chaoxing nodded. Well done. Blot. Next time when you are gathering intelligence, try to consider your own safety. Thank you for your concern, Lord. Blot bowed slightly, still with a worried look on his face. He hesitated for a moment, then said, Lord, I think that ancient battlefield is a big safety hazard for us. It is too close to our territory, and there is a terrifying and powerful army of undead below. Those undead cannot come out at present, but if they rush out of the ground one day, I am afraid it will cause a great impact on our territory. The Black Smoke Shaman had worries in his eyes. Chaoxing was also thinking about this problem seriously. It must be said that his worries were justified. Not far from his territory, there was actually a huge underground ancient battlefield, and there were so many undead hidden there. Once those undead rushed out, their territory would be the first to be hit. When they were caught off guard, they would suddenly face a massive attack from undeads, and the consequences would be disastrous. These were not low-level ice nest monsters, but a group of undead with terrifying strength. This could be seen from the fact that Duke Paladin led more than 1,000 undead warriors to exert their fighting power beyond their ranks. The number of the undead army below is definitely far greater than Paladin's undead army. At this moment, Chaoxing couldn't help but feel lucky that he asked Blot to go down and investigate. Chaoxing said solemnly, I know, Blot. This information is very important to us. Now, you go back and rest first. I will think of other things. After saying that, Chaoxing took out an ice corruption staff gold from his backpack and handed it over. The Black Smoke Shaman could naturally feel the powerful magic contained in the staff given by Chaoxing. A level 30 golden staff can increase Blot's combat power by at least 20%. He took it solemnly. Thank you, respected lord. After saying that, he quickly left here. After he left, Chao Xing had a thoughtful look in his eyes. I didn't expect that the ancient battlefield would hide such a great danger. According to Blot, there may be undead spirits above level 6, and there are quite a few of them. In my territory, only Sarah, Assam, and Andrew have the strength to deal with level 6 creatures. Plus a ground dragon mecha, and a frost moose. There are 5 level 6 combat forces in total, and they are definitely not able to compete with the monsters in the ancient battlefield. And in a short period of time, if I don't encounter some major events, I probably won't be able to continue to significantly improve my strength. So, I have to think of other ways to deal with those undead spirits. At this time, Chao Xing had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He remembered that in the Haoyue treasure chest he opened in Anohi village last time, there was a blueprint for the holy water formula. This holy water seems to be very effective against the undead. Now the materials required for production, Twilight Spring water, have been obtained. Now we only need the last kind of aurora grass and the advanced alchemy workshop blueprint. And we can mass produce this holy water. And if there is enough of this holy water, even if there are 7th level undead in it, I am sure I can deal with it. After all, the 30% weakening of holy water and the 40% additional damage of light attribute are no joke. With the bonus of Chao Xing's eternal power, it is almost the nemesis of the undead. It seems that the progress of aurora grass needs to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Chao Xing decided to go to the blacksmith shop and alchemy workshop immediately to take out the things made by Harold and Francesca. Then go to the market to trade and see if he can collect the 2 things he needs. So, he started to go straight to the blacksmith shop. At the same time, in a corner of the far western continent, 2 humans wearing yellow expedition uniforms, wearing khaki safety helmets on their heads, carrying a large tool bag on their backs, were crawling hard in a passage. In addition, they also had various tools on their waists, which could be said to be fully armed. The names on their heads were James Garland and Dennis Reiner. If there were any survivors here, they would definitely recognize them. These 2 people are the explorer couple who are currently popular on the World Forum. The 2 of them opened a post and shared their adventure videos on it. They were very smart and decisive. Not long after the novice protection period ended, they found local nobles, sold their own territory, and obtained the first batch of startup funds. Then, with this money, they began their adventure career. In this magical world, there is no shortage of various strange places. Moreover, these places also have some puzzle elements. This couple of explorers seized this point and went to these places specifically to find materials. From the beginning, they explored the cannibal tribe and helped them find the guardian of the tribe, a giant gorilla. Later, they explored the goblin's lair and rescued a princess who was about to fall from the dead. After bringing her back to the main city, the king personally rewarded them with a large fortune. Later, they led the army to the lair of the jungle trolls and captured all the monsters. And so on. As their videos became more and more exciting, their popularity increased. Each video can get more than 10 million hits. And now, they are digging a long-forgotten passage, seemingly looking for some material. Dennis whispered to the camera, "Friends, I am Reina, the videographer is my wife Garland, we meet again. As you can see, we are in an underground passage. This place is very hard to find, and we got the clue from a dead person. The dead person was buried deep in a cursed area. My wife and I walked around for several kilometers, and spent several days, to dig through the ground, and found his coffin. Ahem, I've gone off topic, but I swear, there are definitely amazing secrets hidden here. We have been digging here for 2 days, and are about to dig through this passage. Now, please witness with me, the secrets that have been buried here for many years." After he finished speaking, he continued to raise the pickaxe in his hand, and dig against the wall. Ding, ding, ding. The knocking sound continued. After a while, the frozen soil in front of him was finally dug through by him, and a faint green light came from inside. The wife behind him, who was using the system's built-in function to take pictures, involuntarily moved the camera closer. Bang! As the wall was completely dug through, a cold, damp and cold breath kept coming out. This made the 2 of them feel a chill all over their bodies. Galen behind him looked a little worried. "Dear, this place makes me feel very uncomfortable. Why don't we go in?" But Reina in front said, "Dear Garland, don't worry, I'm here. Don't forget, I'm a man with a B-level talent driller. If you encounter danger, I can take you to drill into the ground and escape." Hearing this, the worry on Garland's face gradually dissipated. Because before this, They did rely on Reina's talent to avoid crisis again and again. Then, the explorer couple could not wait to get in. A green light flashed. When they regained their vision, they suddenly saw a scene that made their scalps tingle. The two of them widened their eyes. And because they were too shocked, they even collapsed to the ground. After a moment, Dennis exclaimed, "Oh my God! What did I see? Are we breaking into the city of the dead?" In front of them, a large number of undead creatures were moving in an ancient underground city. Undead bone dragons flying in the air, undead war horses galloping underground, undead knights, and a large number of undead soldiers. The undead auras on them soared into the sky and gathered into a green ocean. Every undead here brought a fatal sense of crisis to the couple. And the undead noticed their arrival in an instant. There were countless pairs of empty eyes looking at them. The couple only felt that their whole bodies were constantly trembling, and their bodies seemed to be immobilized, and they were stiff in place. Reina. Hurry. Hurry. His wife's reminder brought him back to his senses. Just as he was about to use his talent to escape, he suddenly saw a black light shooting down from the sea of undead in front of him. A knight wearing armor and emitting black air slowly approached. The surrounding undead retreated when they saw the Black Knight. A sense of oppression from the depths of their souls descended. The couple had only one thought in their minds: worship, surrender. However, reason told them that they must leave as soon as possible. The Black Knight just glanced at them. The next moment, the couple of explorers were struck by lightning. In addition to the couple of explorers, recently, there have been sporadic posts on the World Forum. These people come from all over the world. They all say that they have found a large number of undead in the underground of a certain area. However, everyone's mind is on the ice nest, and no one cares about these news at all. Chapter 300: The battle between the stupid players and Dwello in Lake City. At this time, Chao Xing had already entered the blacksmith shop. Harold, the craftsman, was still working diligently. After a simple greeting with him, Chao Xing went straight to the storage box area and took out all the arrows inside. Obtained, finely cast nightmare arrow, green, asterisk 1831. Obtained, finely cast nightmare arrow, blue, asterisk 329. Obtained, finely cast nightmare arrow, purple, asterisk 115. Not bad, so many arrows, enough for me to exchange for a lot of resources. With a look of joy, Chao Xing quickly left the blacksmith shop and went straight to the alchemy workshop. At this moment, the lights in the alchemy workshop were still on, and it looked like someone was working inside. Chao Xing pushed open the door. Creaky. As soon as he entered, the warm air from the heating pipes, mixed with the fragrance of herbs, rushed towards him. Chao Xing couldn't help but sniff a few times, and immediately felt refreshed. Then he walked in directly. There was no furnace in the alchemy workshop, because Francesca said that overheating would affect the quality and success rate of the secret medicine. So Chao Xing had it demolished. However, there were heating pipes, and the temperature inside was at a comfortable level. The light above was a little dim. The atmosphere of the entire alchemy workshop was a faint blue hue. In the middle was a bubbling witch cauldron. Next to it, Chao Xing also saw animal teeth, eyeballs, and old leather shoes, which he didn't know what they were used for. His eyes passed over these strange things. Chao Xing saw a tall beauty in a wine-red dress in front of him. She stood on tiptoe, stretched her white neck, and searched on the shelves like a beautiful swan. After noticing Chao Xing coming in, the beautiful witch did not make any other moves. Chao Xing took the initiative to ask, "Are you alone? Where is Sabina?" The beautiful witch replied without turning her head, "Her mental strength is insufficient, and she has almost reached her limit after working for a day. So I asked her to go back and rest." Chao Xing nodded. After all, refining medicine also requires mental energy. What's the matter? The witch still buried her head, looking for something in the shelf. Chao Xing smiled and said, "Can't I come to see you if I have nothing to do?" Hearing this, the witch stopped her movements, and a beautiful arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. Francesca, who has half-elf blood, is really a bit breathtaking in her beauty. Even pure-blooded elves can't compare with her. She turned her head. A cold, bewitching, beautiful face appeared in front of Chao Xing. "Are you really just here to see me?" Francesca asked with interest. This made Chao Xing a little embarrassed. Francesca did not ask, but chuckled and said, "Tell me, what do you want from me?" Chao Xing did not keep him in suspense, and directly took out 2 recipes from his backpack. One was holy water, and the other was advanced improved life secret medicine. Take a look at these two recipes first. Francesca took it gently, and then flipped through the recipes, and a slight shock gradually appeared in her eyes. This is a holy water formula for the undead. The other one is actually an advanced version of that improved secret medicine. Interesting, it turns out that this master of alchemy has also developed a more advanced secret medicine for life. I just don't know, has he improved the formula of the expert level and master level secret medicine for life? She held her elbow, and her fingers rested on her chin, with a curious look on her face. Xiaoxing shook her head. I don't know about that. I want you to make these two secret medicines. But there are two kinds of herbs in it, and there is no clue at the moment. They are aurora grass and dragon blood grass. You deal with all kinds of herbs all year round, so I want to ask you if you have any clues? Hearing this, Francesca's long eyelashes fluttered, and a thoughtful look flashed in her pupils. Then, the purple little mouth opened slightly, and said slowly, Aurora grass and dragon blood grass are both relatively rare herbs. Aurora grass is a little easier to find. On the 4th, 14th, 24th of every month, there will be beautiful auroras in the sky. Just follow the direction where these auroras fall, and you can find aurora grass. Hearing this, Xiaoxing was thoughtful. Aurora? Speaking of which, the ecological environment of this world is very good, coupled with a low-temperature environment. During the time he came to this world, Xiaoxing had seen the aurora appear several times at night. It was really beautiful. They were like a ball of colorful ribbons, floating lightly in the air, and sometimes rising up like a fountain, changing into various wonderful shapes, and sometimes like agile waves, surging layer by layer. The aurora of various colors intertwined and merged with each other, which could be called a feast of colors. At the same time, Francesca's cold voice brought him back to his senses. And the other kind of dragon blood grass, it's a bit difficult to find. As the name suggests, dragon blood grass is a kind of grass that only grows where the blood of a giant dragon falls. The easiest way is to find an adult giant dragon, and then take the blood from their bodies, and sprinkle it on the soil. It won't be long before dragon blood grass will grow in that place. After listening to Francesca's explanation, Xiaoxing also nodded in realization. This is indeed quite difficult. You know, they witnessed the birth of a giant dragon during the day. Moreover, he had close contact with a giant dragon. It almost gave people a feeling that it was almost enough to destroy the world, so powerful that it was terrifying. And to make such a powerful creature bleed, it not only requires strong strength, but also requires enough courage. At least Xiaoxing can't do it now. But he thought of the totem that the woman gave him today. The next time he summoned her, could he ask her to give him some of the dragon's blood? But after thinking about it, it should be impossible. After all, she seemed to have a good relationship with the dragon. For the dragon, she even killed the fallen mountain god. He nodded and said, Okay. I understand. I will find a way to get these two herbs. Francesca nodded. Then she said again, By the way, there is one more thing. The ice phoenix petals stored in the warehouse have been used up, and all the secret medicines of life have been made. Do you need me to do anything tomorrow? Xiaoxing was also stunned after hearing this. I prepared more than 500 ice phoenix flowers, which means at least more than 3,000 pieces of ice phoenix petals, enough to make more than 3,000 bottles of life secret medicine. In just a few days, they were all used up by Francesca. This efficiency is really amazing. Xiaoxing replied, There is nothing to do at the moment. You have worked hard these 2 days. You can take a rest tomorrow. Hearing this, the beautiful witch nodded again. However, her blue eyes flickered slightly, as if she wanted to say something to Xiaoxing. Xiaoxing has dealt with many women so far. It is natural to see that Francesca is worried. So, he asked directly, Do you have anything else to do? Francesca whispered, If possible. Can you take me with you next time you go out? You want to go out? Xiaoxing asked in confusion. Francesca nodded slightly. During this time in the territory, I feel much better, and can integrate into the life of the outside world again. So I want to see, after more than 100 years, how the outside world has become. Xiaoxing nodded. Okay, next time I go out, I'll take you with me. After hearing this, the witch's mouth once again showed a captivating smile. She bowed slightly and saluted Xiaoxing. Xiaoxing looked at Francesca's clothes thoughtfully. He took out 2 dresses directly from his backpack. One was a lively yellow, and the other was aqua blue. Francesca looked at the dress in Xiaoxing's hand, and a look of scrutiny flashed in her beautiful eyes. Is this Specially prepared for me? Chao-Xing nodded and said, yes, I think you like this kind of clothes. The corners of the beautiful witch's mouth once again curved. Yes, I like to wear this kind of fluffy skirt. Chao-Xing smiled and said, I'll give it to you. Please accept it. Francesca was not polite. Thank you for your care. I'll accept it. She stretched out her fair hands and took the dress from Chao-Xing. Because of your gift, you have moved the members of the territory, Francesca, and your loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty, 78. Seeing the system prompt, Chao-Xing also smiled. Sure enough, giving gifts is the fastest way to improve the loyalty of these women. Although this woman acted calm, she was actually very happy. He shook his head, and then he went straight to the storage box in the territory and took out all the potions that Francesca and Sabina had made in the past 2 days. Obtained, Improved Life Potion, Medium, * 2177. Obtained, Sabina's Nightmare Potion, Green, * 334. Obtained, Sabina's Nightmare Potion, Blue, * 77. Obtained, Sabina's Nightmare Potion, Purple, * 12. In total, nearly 2,700 bottles of life potion. And this time there is an additional purple nightmare potion. Chao-Xing took a look and found that the purple potion could reduce the attack power by more than 500. Even for a second-level leader-level creature facing the toxicity of this potion, the attack power would be reduced by more than 80%. Of course, the most expensive thing is naturally the more than 2,000 bottles of Improved Life Secret Potion. This can bring him a huge amount of profit. Chao-Xing thought to himself, there is no threat during this construction week, which gives the survivors time to develop and explore. So, to date, there are more and more survivors who have broken through to the 3rd level. As they become stronger, the effect of these potions will become weaker, and the price will also decrease. So these potions must be sold as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Chao-Xing said, I'm leaving. Francesca, take care of yourself and rest. The witch behind him pursed her lips slightly, as if she thought her lord was very interesting. After Chao-Xing left the alchemy workshop, he went straight to the direction of the market. On the way, he also opened the chat channel and looked at the development of the survivors in the same area today. As soon as he opened it, a huge amount of information emerged. Xianyuan Xiaojing, brothers. I am near Dwelin Lake City. Wow! I saw a lot of soldiers and knights. The king's army is so strong. Are there any brothers who came here in advance? Can you lead me to form a team? Yu Taisheng, our brothers from the Black Wind Legion have arrived. Where are you? You can come and join us. Wei Yao, add me. I am also near Dwelin Lake City. And me, the boss of the Black Wind Legion. Take me with you. A large number of survivors who rushed to Dwelin Lake City today signed up to join the Black Wind Legion. After surviving in this world for so many days, they all understood one element of survival. It is much safer for survivors to work together as a team than to fight alone. However, they have to find people they can trust. Although the Black Wind Corps is not very famous compared to the natives of this world, they are still human survivors, and they feel more intimate. The other survivors who have not arrived yet or are watching are very curious. They asked one after another, brothers upstairs, what's the situation in Dwelin Lake City? Has the fighting started? Yes. Yes, I see many people have arrived in Dwelin Lake City. What's the situation? Xianyuan Xiaojing replied, no fighting has started yet. The Ice Crystal Kingdom's army has arrived, but I don't know what to do. They haven't launched an attack. Other survivors in Dwelin Lake City also responded, yes. When we went to ask those officers, they told us not to worry and to find a place to wait first. I estimate that the attack will be launched almost tomorrow. After hearing the above people's speeches, the other survivors also showed a look of realization in their eyes. I see. I thought the fighting had already started. Yes. Yes. Their own huge city has been occupied. These troops are really patient. Xianyuan Xiaojing continued. But speaking of it, the Ice Crystal Kingdom's army is really strong. This time, they have mobilized tens of thousands of soldiers and 2 powerful knight groups. Those knights are so strong that they are terrifying. I just glanced at them and saw a lot of question marks. I guess they are at least level 5. Those soldiers are also outrageous. They are all level 4 or 5. Soldiers, even those of level 3 are rare. Should we say that it is worthy of being the Ice Crystal Kingdom? Whenever they make a move, there are so many strong men. Hearing the descriptions of the crowd, the other survivors were also shocked. For them, let alone level 5, level 3 is a strong man, level 4 is completely invincible. And now, these 20,000 soldiers are actually at least level 3. Those knights are even level 5. This force, even if all the survivors in District 17 unite together, they are no match. Of course, Chaoxing is an exception. As a kingdom, it governs a vast territory and has a large population, so it naturally has this foundation. Others in Dwelluan Lake City also said, it's more than that. Didn't you see the large war tools in the army? Catapults, siege hammers, and I also saw 2 cannons with a muzzle diameter of more than 1 meter. If this kind of cannon is fired, I feel it can even blow up a mountain. After this person finished speaking, the chat channel caused another exclamation. Oh my god! The Ice Crystal Kingdom is so powerful. But it hasn't launched an attack yet. What are they waiting for? If I fired a cannon on the spot, and then let the knights rush over to flatten the city? We don't know either. But I think the group of cultists is definitely not the opponent of the Kingdom Knights. This kind of favorable situation should not be dangerous. Damn, there are so many strong people. If I had such strong strength, I could live a happier life than the Emperor in this world. Upstairs +1, me too. If I had such strong strength, I would definitely work hard to save money, and then go to Yongshuang main city to have fun. I heard that there are taverns and some business places there, even elves serving you. Damn, is what the brother upstairs said true? I have long wanted to taste what elves are like. Of course it's true, I tell you. As they were talking, the topic was diverted by this group of stupid players. At this time, the survivor of the Black Wind Legion spoke again. Everyone, I just got a rumor that tomorrow afternoon, the Kingdom Knights will officially launch an attack. This time, the Kingdom's army is well prepared and powerful, and it will definitely be a crushing victory. We can get experience and honor points by following along and making up for it. Brothers who want to take advantage of the opportunity to earn some honor points, come quickly. Hearing this, the survivors also realized something. Yes, with the strength of the Ice Crystal Kingdom's army, it will definitely be easy to defeat these cultists. This kind of favorable situation is generally not dangerous, and there are many benefits. Haha. Brothers, let's go together. Killing these cultists will not only give you a lot of experience, but also souls, hearts of strength, and honor points. I'm going to go, brothers. Whether we can have a villa by the sea depends on this time. The survivors were very excited. In the middle of the night, a large group of people began to set off, preparing to go to Dwelluan Lake City. They were afraid that they would be late and miss this opportunity. At this moment, a speech attracted everyone's attention. Chaoxing, everyone. Those who are going to Dwelluan Lake City to participate in the war, please wait a moment. In the chat channel, there was silence for a moment, as the recognized number 1 in District 17, and he has won the first place in 2 ranking challenges. The name Chaoxing can be said to be quite influential. Brothers, it's Chaoxing. He actually spoke. Haha. It's not often that this guy speaks in the chat channel. Indeed. But every time the big guy speaks, he basically has something important to announce. Brothers, stop swiping the screen and see what Chaoxing has to say. After the lively chat channel cooled down a little, Chaoxing coughed twice, then pretended to be deep and said, everyone, I just saw your chat. Many people want to go to Dwelluan Lake City to participate in the war. But before that, I want to remind you, it's right that you want to fight on the battlefield. Maybe you can get rich overnight and get a lot of resources. But you should know that opportunities and dangers coexist. On that kind of large battlefield, you can lose your life if you are not careful. And this time, things may not be as simple as imagined. After all, even the army of the Ice Crystal Kingdom did not launch an attack at the first time, which shows that the enemy's strength is far more than what it seems. I think, before going, you should think carefully about whether your strength can survive on such a battlefield. After all, I think most of you here have families, and you should consider your families. Hearing this, the survivors were slightly stunned. Then many people looked thoughtful. If ordinary people advised them, they might be considered as having bad intentions, and think that the other party just didn't want them to get too many resources. But who is this person? This person is Chaoxing. As the number 1 in District 17, no one would think that the other party is this kind of person. So, the survivors also began to think. This thought really made them realize that something was wrong. After all, it was just as Chaoxing said, if it was really a favorable situation, Why did the army of the Ice Crystal Kingdom wait so long? Why do we need to summon those rangers, mercenaries, and even survivors? The current behavior of the Church of Light can be said to be a slap in the face of the Ice Crystal Kingdom. And it also stepped on their faces. You know, there are several neighboring kingdoms near the Ice Crystal Kingdom. A huge city was massacred. And this kind of thing cannot be concealed. Basically, the nearby kingdoms know about this. So if we can't take back Dwellin Lake City as soon as possible, it will make the neighboring countries laugh at us. Under normal circumstances, the kingdom's army would have launched an attack as soon as they arrived, to prove their strength and wash away the shame. However, now, something seems to be very wrong. Many people were also overwhelmed by the honor point rewards, thinking that following the kingdom soldiers was equivalent to picking up money and experience. Now that Xiaoxing reminded them, they realized that things might not be that simple. Oh my god! What Boss Xiaoxing said makes sense. After analyzing it this way, it looks like the Ice Crystal Kingdom is recruiting cannon fodder to die. Indeed, is there something in that city that makes them afraid? Damn! I'm not going. I know there's no such thing as a free lunch. I'm not going to participate either. I finally have a construction week to develop. I don't want to lose my life so soon. If you don't go, I'll go. Anyway, I'm alone with my family. I don't have anything to worry about. If I make money this time, I'll be very successful. I'll go too. I'll give it a try. Otherwise, I won't be able to make a living. In the chat channel, everyone's reactions were different. Many people gave up the idea of going to Dwellin Lake City. But some people felt that they should seize this opportunity, and did not listen to Xiaoxing's dissuasion. Some people even felt that Xiaoxing was meddling in other people's business. After all, the fewer people went to Dwellin Lake City, the weaker the survivors would be, and they would not get any benefits on the battlefield. Xiaoxing certainly knew that this would be the result. He did not really persuade these survivors, but just mentioned it casually. For Xiaoxing, these people are good leaks for sustainable development. They are an important way for him to quickly obtain resources. Compared with the natives, Xiaoxing wants more survivors to survive. At this time, Xiaoxing pretended to sigh and said, I know some people will definitely go. However, before going to the battlefield of Dwellin Lake City, I suggest you bring some life-saving things first. Recently, our territory has been doing its best to produce in 24 hours, exhausting the resources in the territory, and producing more than 2,000 bottles of life-secret medicine.